Chang'an. In the autumn of 1978, a cool breeze brushed against the face. Under the sky of the city, some stood upon the clouds enjoying splendor and glory, while others crawled through the mud struggling merely to survive. The wealthy draped themselves in gold and silver surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women, while the poor even walked with their necks hunched afraid of provoking those they should never offend. On these streets, even an ordinary Jianghu Zitu figure, if you accidentally brushed a single finger against him, you would not only have to pay compensation but might also be beaten for your trouble. Only by throwing out 1,000 or several hundred Hong Kong dollars could one possibly buy a safe passage. The glory of the four great detectives had long since come to an end. Since the early 1970s, this land had felt as if its engines were ignited, sprinting forward at a mad pace. Skyscrapers rose from the ground, capital surged like the tide, and everyone chased after the next opportunity. Yet beneath the prosperity, hidden undercurrents forever flowed. In early 1973, the land and milk incident stirred up a storm. The stock market collapsed like a mountain sliding, and countless people lost their entire fortunes overnight. Before people could catch their breath, the global oil crisis arrived. Energy prices doubled, and the economy plunged into an icy abyss. Chang'an suffered blow after blow, languishing in gloom for several years. It was not until 1977 that the dark clouds finally began to disperse. The market warmed, hearts gradually steadied, and new hopes quietly began to sprout. Inside a hilltop villa in a corner of Repulse Bay, a young man awoke from a haze, cold sweat beating on his forehead as his temples throbbed violently. "I blacked out again. My head feels as if it is about to split open." He propped himself up, intending to look for water. The moment his gaze swept across the room, his entire body froze. "Where is this?" he murmured. The surroundings were deathly quiet, and more than a dozen empty wine bottles lay scattered across the floor. He widened his eyes and looked around when suddenly a surge of unfamiliar memories crashed into his mind like a tidal wave. "Ah!" he screamed. Clutching his head, he fell to his knees, his teeth chattering, as if thousands of needles were piercing through his nerves. After a long while, the pain gradually ebbed. He sat on the carpet, his gaze vacant and brows tightly furrowed, as though desperately piecing together a life that did not belong to him. The person who had originally owned this body was named Li Chang'an, 22 years old, a graduate of a renowned university in the United States, majoring in business administration. He had planned to continue with postgraduate studies, but due to a family upheaval, he hurried back to Chang'an. Unfortunately, he returned too late. Everything was already beyond salvation. His father, Li Yonglin, had once been a towering figure in Zhangjiang's electrical appliance industry, single-handedly building a vast commercial empire. Yet at some unknown point he offended powerful forces and ultimately met with the fate of a ruined family and shattered home. By the time Li Chang'an rushed back, the family enterprise was already being besieged from all sides. Former partners and senior relatives who once called him brother now bared their fangs, one by one, intent only on carving up the remaining assets. He refused to sell the company and would rather die than retreat. Yet the suppression escalated, orders were cut off, suppliers withdrew, and banks halted loans. The company was like a leaking ship slowly sinking into the sea. At this rate, shutting its doors was only a matter of time. Li Chang'an could no longer hold on. The blow of losing his parents, combined with relentless external pressure, drove him to drown his sorrows in alcohol at night. Glass after glass, his consciousness grew hazy, and when he opened his eyes again, another soul had taken his place. This Li Chang'an shared the same name but a vastly different fate. In Longwa in the year 2025, he was a top expert in electronic and mechanical technology, once standing at the pinnacle of his industry. At the age of 25, he and the brother he trusted most co-founded a technology company. Working in perfect concert, they sold their products across the globe, rapidly accumulating wealth and briefly becoming billionaires. Yet he never imagined that this very brother, to whom he had entrusted everything, would completely force him out just as the company reached its peak. The legal representative was under his brother's name, and there was not a single trace of his own on contracts, shares, or procedures. Even if he ran everywhere seeking redress, there was nothing he could recover. Disheartened, he chose to withdraw behind the scenes, joining a national research department on the strength of his skills. For decades, he labored silently, and by now, he was the dean of Longwa's Academy of Electronic and Mechanical Technology. He had never married. It was not that no one had fallen for him, but that there was always someone already residing in his heart. The woman named Xiao Ru had vanished from his world back in 1978. That year, at 20, he had been the only youth in his village admitted to university, basking in glory. Through a matchmaker, he gained a fiancée, a beautiful, gentle, and considerate girl. One day, a brief letter shattered all expectations. She wrote that she had gone to Changjiang, offered no explanation, no promise of return, and did not mention who was accompanying her. From that moment, there was no further news. For decades, he read every Changjiang newspaper he could find, watched every piece of news, and visited Changjiang in person each year for several weeks, all in search of the faintest trace of her. He no longer dreamed of reunion. He only wished to confirm whether she was safe. Now his lingering obsession was merely to ask her once face to face why. In the silence, Li Chang'an pondered alone. Where is this place? How have I ended up in Xiangjiang in 1978? Does time travel truly exist in this world? Could it be that heaven knew I could not let go of Xiao Ru and thus sent me back here? At this thought, the heavy weight that had pressed on his heart for so many years quietly began to dissolve. In his former world, there was no longer anyone or anything worth lingering for. Now he unexpectedly possessed a chance to begin anew, to seek the shadows of the past while restarting his life. Was this not, in its own way, a form of fulfillment? For the moment, however, he still had to confront the dilemma left behind by the boat's original owner. From the inherited memories, he knew that the electrical appliance company handed down by his father was now struggling in Xiangjiang products' unsold distribution channels, severed the business teetering on the brink. Li Chang'an's father had always managed the business with caution, never borrowing lightly, and advancing step by step in trade. Even if they truly reached the end of the road at worst, he would sell off houses and land and start again, never leaving a crushing burden of debt on his son's shoulders. He sat in the room for a long time, waves of thought surging through his mind. How was he to break through the predicament before him? In truth, he had always possessed a sharp mind and an innate intuition for business operations. Now, having merged with the management knowledge of the original body, his vision became clearer and more penetrating than ever. If the road in Xiangjiang cannot be walked, then I shall take another path, he murmured. Suddenly a strange memory surfaced in his mind. Within it, someone was exporting electric fans to the United States in bulk, raking in immense profits. That man was called Lu Fengshan Wang, the Fan King Lu. Yet this memory did not come from his past. It seemed to appear out of thin air. I have never lived through these events. Why do I know them? He wondered. Bewildered, he examined his consciousness again, and again, only to find more unknown fragments surging forth like a tide, as though someone had compressed decades of a future world into his mind. After a long time, he finally came back to himself. This is astonishing. With such knowledge, even an ordinary person could carve out their own domain, he whispered. Perhaps I am destined to tread an extraordinary path. Very well, let me see for myself what it feels like to become a super tycoon. The corner of his mouth lifted in a slight smile, yet he failed to realize that his very temperament was already quietly changing. Suddenly he recalled something. The original owner once studied in the United States, and his classmates are still there. Why not ask them to make introductions and connect with electrical appliance dealers over there? Haha, my apologies to Lu. I'm afraid I shall be the one to seize this first bucket of gold, he chuckled. In high spirits, he immediately stood up and rummaged through the belongings of the original owner. Before long, he found a small notebook filled with contact information for his American friends. From this moment on, the journey of a future magnate truly began. The gang conflicts on the harbor, the brutal battles in the marketplace, the games of the stock exchange along with feuds among great clans, and the company of beauties would all appear one after another. Nor would his steps be confined to a single land. Europe, America, Japan, and other regions would all eventually become part of his journey. Hello Jack, this is Chang'an Li, he said into the phone. Oh Li, you disappeared so suddenly that day. What on earth happened? Came Jack's anxious voice over the line. They had been close friends, and back then, when Li Chang'an received the tragic news from home, he had rushed back to Xiangjiang without even time for a farewell. Something terrible happened at home. My parents are gone, he said softly. Before he could finish, a deep sorrow surged up and tears slipped down his cheeks beyond his control. My God, Li, this is too much for you to bear, Jack exclaimed. Whatever you need us to do, just say the word. We will all help you. Thank you. My family trades in electrical appliances, but in Xiangjiang we're being squeezed out and cannot gain a foothold. If this continues, we'll soon be forced to close, he said. I'd like you to help me find out if there are any distributors in the United States willing to cooperate. His voice was calm, but his resolve was firm. Thus began the unfolding of a commercial strategy spanning the ocean. Li, luck is on your side. The Allen family happens to be the top name in electrical appliance distribution in the States. Leave this to me. You must bring all your appliance samples over immediately, Jack said. Jack's words instantly lit up Li Chang'an's heart. He had not realized that their classmate Allen came from the most powerful electrical distribution family in the United States. This news was like a beam of light in the darkness, rekindling hope for his family's business on the brink of collapse. All right. Thank you, my friend, he said. You're too polite. One day, I'll come to Xiangjiang to visit you, Jack replied. No sooner had the call ended than a commotion drifted up from downstairs. Li Chang'an quickly descended the staircase. Mei Zibei, 3 damned northerners. Do you have a death wish? How dare you block me? A woman shrieked in Hakka. At the doorway, a bejeweled, domineering matron was pointing at Uncle Long and his 2 sons, hurling abuse. With just one glance, Li Chang'an recognized her as his aunt, his late father's younger sister. Madam Li, the young master's mood has been poor lately. Please do not disturb him any further, Uncle Long said. Uncle Long and his 2 sons stood in front of the door, refusing to yield an inch. Fine, if you 3 want to die, I'll oblige you. Smash this place to pieces. If anything happens, I'll take the blame, she shouted. Before her words had fully fallen, a calm yet cold voice rang out from behind. Can you really bear the consequences? Young master, Uncle Long and his 2 sons called out in unison. Li Chang'an walked out at an unhurried pace, his gaze as sharp as a blade falling upon the face of this so-called relative before him. From his memories, he clearly recalled that before his father's bones had even turned cold, this woman had come knocking on the door to force him to hand over control of Heir Electrical Company. After he refused, the other party immediately tore off her mask, resorting to threats and enticements, her methods endless. If it had been the former weak version of himself, he might truly have been frightened into submission. But the man he was now was no longer a puppet to be slaughtered at will. You finally deigned to show your face, his aunt sneered coldly. I'll warn you one more time. Hand over the company immediately. I will give you a sum of money enough for you to live the rest of your life in ease and indulgence. Be sensible and do as you're told, or don't blame me for showing no mercy. I'll see you stripped of everything, left with nothing at all. She gnashed her teeth, every word laced with venom. Family affection. In her eyes, it seemed nothing more than dust to be trampled at will. Is that so? Li Chang'an's lips curled faintly. Uncle Long, see the guest out. In future, vermin like this need not be allowed through the door to disturb my peace. You, who are you calling vermin? Fine, very fine. You little short-lived wretch, let's see how long you can hold out. The woman raged, turning on her heel to leave. Li Chang'an merely let out a light chuckle, utterly unconcerned by her curses. He turned to look at Uncle Long and his 2 sons, his gaze steady and resolute. From the original host's memories, he knew the 3 had been rescued by his father at sea. They had originally lived inland and had secretly come to this place. Fortunately, they had encountered his father's cargo ship on its return voyage and were rescued together and brought back home. Uncle Long's 2 sons possessed extraordinary skills. Li Chang'an knew clearly that the pair must have undergone formal training. In this era, retired soldiers could be seen everywhere, so it was nothing surprising. Uncle Long, I'll be entrusting the household to you for the time being. In addition, have Long Chong and Long Ji accompany me to the United States. There are matters in which I will need their assistance. Young master, rest assured. Nothing will go wrong at home, Uncle Long replied in a deep, steady voice. Then he turned to look at his 2 sons, his voice low yet commanding. Keep a close eye on the young master. If he suffers even the slightest mishap, you needn't bother coming back. Father, we understand, the 2 replied in unison. Hearing this, Li Chang'an could not help but shake his head inwardly. It was merely a business trip, yet they made it sound like marching off to the front lines. Let's go, we'll take a look at the company first. At present, Heir Electrical Company had long since lost its backbone. If not for a deputy general manager barely holding things together, it would likely already have descended into chaos. Sitting in his father's Rolls-Royce, Li Chang'an's emotions were complex. In a single night, he had unexpectedly become the helmsman of this enterprise. Memories of the days when he had once started a business side by side with a sworn brother surged up in his mind, stirring his heart. To say he bore no resentment toward that man would be a lie. Without me by your side, can you truly hold up the entire company in this life? I actually hope you succeed, because in this lifetime I will personally reclaim everything that was owed to me in the last. He spoke silently in his heart. Half an hour later, the car came to a stop on Jordan Road in Kowloon. The Heir Electrical building stood there, its 16 floors, already an uncommon height for the time. There were only a handful of enterprises in Hong Kong that owned their own headquarters. Casting one's gaze across the city, those future titans of Hong Kong, who would later be renowned far and wide, had already begun to show their edge and rising fame, yet their current assets were likely only in the tens of billions at most. At this time, there was not yet any talk of the so-called for great families of Hong Kong. The old He, Li Chao, and Li clans had not yet fully taken shape. As for the later decline of the Chao and Li families and the rise of the Law and Co families, those were storms of the future. Li Chang'an pushed open the car door and looked up at the building before him, his expression unreadable. He stood quietly for a moment, then strode into the lobby. Sir, may I ask whom you're here to see? Do you have an appointment? As soon as he entered, a security guard stepped forward to block his way. Li Chang'an was slightly surprised. By rights, with the company half paralyzed, how could someone still be performing his duties with such diligence? He raised an eyebrow and asked, with the company in this state, you still stick rigidly to the rules? Aren't you afraid they won't even be able to pay your salary? That is not something I can decide. As long as I am wearing this uniform, I must uphold this duty. Please don't make things difficult for me. The guard stood ramrod straight, his tone firm. Li Chang'an gave a slight nod, his gaze falling on the nameplate on the man's chest, as he silently committed the name to memory. You're doing well. I am Li Chang'an, my father is Li Yonglin. I can go in now, can't I? What did you say? The guard's eyes flew wide open in shock. The name Li Yonglin was all too familiar to him. That was the chairman of Heir Electrical. Yet this man before him claimed to be the chairman's son. His heart trembled, still not entirely convinced, until someone emerged from the office doorway. The chairman's personal secretary. "Young Master Li, we have finally waited for you. Please come with me, they are waiting upstairs," the secretary said anxiously, immediately leading Li Chang'an toward the elevator. No sooner had he stepped into the chairman's office than Li Chang'an noticed another man standing inside. Upon introduction, he learned this was the company's deputy general manager, Mr. Zhuang. He glanced between the two of them and spoke in an even tone. "Secretary Zhang, Deputy General Manager Zhuang, there's no need to be so nervous. Today I will see to all that needs to be done. You two may set your hearts at ease." His expression was resolute, yet in Secretary Zhang's eyes it sounded like a joke. No one knew better than she how perilous the current situation was. If things continued developing as they were, the company would collapse completely within 30 days. "Young Master Li, are you aware that every distributor in all of Hong Kong, and even Nanyang, has severed cooperation with us? Department store counters have zero shipments, warehouses are clogged with unsold goods. Do you truly know nothing of this? Do you know how many days' worth of expenses our accounts can still burn through? At most 1 month. If we fail to secure new orders, the piled-up products on the production lines will directly crush the entire enterprise. 10 factories have come to a complete standstill with over 2 million electrical appliances in stock valued at more than 200 million. And in the chairman's accounts, there is less than 10 million in cash remaining. Once utilities and basic overhead are paid, we won't even be able to cover next month's salaries. You say you will take care of everything. How exactly do you intend to end this?" Secretary Zhang rattled off every predicament in one breath, her tone sharp, bordering on accusatory. She was not being rude, nor had the crisis diminished her respect for the Li family in the slightest. On the contrary, she regarded Heji as her own lifeblood. 20 years earlier, she had started from the grassroots, growing alongside the company. She had joined in the same year as Deputy General Manager Zhuang, and had long since regarded this place as her home. Li Chang'an listened quietly. Not only did he not grow angry, but the corners of his lips even lifted slightly. He did not blame her outburst. Precisely because of it, he was all the more certain. His father's hard-won foundation was still guarded by loyal bones. He turned toward Deputy General Manager Zhuang, his voice steady. "Deputy General Manager Zhuang, have all of our sales channels truly been severed? Have you investigated who is manipulating things behind the scenes?" "Yes, all cooperative channels have been cut off. Only Shell Electrical and HSI and Hing Company are still willing to have anything to do with us," the Deputy General Manager replied in a low voice, exhaustion evident within it. After years of operation, Heji Electrical had gradually caught up with those two old-line enterprises and had been on the verge of establishing a three-way balance in the Hong Kong market. Yet, at this critical juncture, the chairman had met with misfortune. The company plunged instantly into turmoil, its reputation collapsed, orders were cancelled, and the capital chain snapped. The current situation was almost beyond salvation. As general manager, he was utterly helpless, forced to watch the enterprise he had toiled to build slide toward the abyss, his heart brimming with unwillingness. "Just those two companies, then? I understand. What I have promised will be done. You need not worry. General Manager Zhuang, from today onward, you are to take full charge of company affairs. Take immediate action, select a batch of samples from all electrical products, and pack up all the remaining goods to be loaded onto ships bound for the United States. Secretary Zhang, come with me. We need to buy 4 plane tickets and depart the day after tomorrow. Also arrange the necessary procedures for transporting the samples. And furthermore, General Manager Zhuang, anyone within the company whose attitude wavers and whose heart is no longer here, dismiss them all. At a time like this, it takes but a glance to distinguish those who are truly working from those who only wish to flee. For now, keep this matter confidential. When I return, everything will be turned around." Li Chang'an issued several commands in one breath, his tone firm and without the slightest hesitation. General Manager Zhuang and Secretary Zhang stood frozen in place, momentarily unable to react, staring at him in utter astonishment. "There's no need to look at me like that. I have already contacted the largest distributor in the United States. This trip is to bring samples and negotiate cooperation. Don't forget his son and I were classmates for many years. As long as nothing unexpected happens, we will be able to push all our goods into the American market in the future." The two of them felt their breath catch, and then an irrepressible excitement burst forth in their eyes. "Young Master Li, what you say, is it true? At a time like this, would I joke about such matters?" Li Chang'an snorted lightly, his expression solemn. "Excellent. I'll see to it at once." Secretary Zhang turned and ran out, her footsteps hurried. Li Chang'an then took a moment to give General Manager Zhuang a few additional instructions, after which they all drove to the factory together. The car drove into the area at the junction of Yao Tsim Mong and Sham Shui Po. A vast stretch of land near the docks was filled entirely with factories under the Li family's name, covering hundreds of thousands of square feet, sprawling in connected rows of astonishing scale. Looking over this expanse, Li Chang'an could not help taking a deep breath. These plots of land will one day be worth a fortune beyond imagining. He knew full well that according to the trajectory in his memories, this area would become prime real estate. Any waterfront land in Hong Kong was worth its weight in gold, all the more so here in Yao Tsim Mong, where every inch of land was as precious as jade. Even if these properties were left untouched, they would be enough to keep him in comfort for the rest of his life. As dusk deepened, Li Chang'an followed General Manager Zhuang through the factory gates. It was his first time setting foot here. Everything around him felt unfamiliar and mute. After a while, General Manager Zhuang led 10 men over. Young Master Li, these are the directors of each factory. They are old brothers who once started this business alongside the former chairman. They are absolutely trustworthy, he explained, seeing the hesitation in Li Chang'an's eyes. With all of you here, I'm very much at ease, Li Chang'an said, looking at them. In this period of upheaval, you did not leave. I am sincerely grateful from the bottom of my heart. The difficulties we face now are only temporary. I have already begun contacting new distributors. Next, our product lines will be completely adjusted, and the company will embark on a new path. But there is one matter which must be handled with great care. No one is to reveal that I am going to seek new partners. I suspect people from other companies have already infiltrated our ranks. When I return, I will naturally cleanse the doors. I will give you a list of materials. You must procure the raw inputs as quickly as possible. Once the new products are launched, everything will be different. Remember, this task must be overseen by you personally, and only the most trustworthy people may be involved. Li Chang'an's tone was calm, every word clearly enunciated. He knew that the most pressing priority now was to clear out the inventory and convert it back into liquid capital. His father's savings were nearly exhausted, and some distributors still owed payment for goods debts that would be hard to recover in the short term. Once he stabilized the situation, he would not spare a single one of those people. From within the crowd, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Young Master Li, we are willing to fully cooperate, but purchasing materials requires funds. Where will this money come from? Li Chang'an turned to General Manager Zhuang. And this is... His surname is Li Guoqiang. He is in charge of the fan factory. Uncle Li, it's a pleasure, Li Chang'an nodded. You need not worry about funding. The day after tomorrow, General Manager Zhuang will distribute the funds to each of you. He had already calculated everything in his mind. As someone who had walked out of a new era, he would not cling to the old rules of his father's generation. The company possessed land, factories, and office buildings. Even with its current damaged reputation, they were more than enough to serve as collateral for obtaining loans. As long as the funds are in place, turning things around is not a difficult task. Then we can rest assured. Li Guoqiang took over the conversation. Young Master Li, please give me the list. I will personally handle this matter. Li Chang'an handed over a piece of paper, his gaze slightly cold. On the surface he appeared calm, but in reality he was observing everyone's reactions. Human hearts are difficult to measure. He would not easily trust anyone. He then requested that each factory gather the latest electrical appliance samples for him to take away. After leaving the factory, General Manager Zhuang remained silent, a hint of unease apparent between his brows. Li Chang'an knew in his heart that the other party was being entangled by a question. Are you wondering what my previous actions were intended for? Exactly. General Manager Zhuang nodded directly. Heavenly secrets should not be leaked. Once revealed, it loses its meaning. You just need to wait and watch the show. Those jumping clowns will soon reveal themselves. Li Chang'an's lips curled slightly, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. That smile made General Manager Zhuang's heart skip a beat. He suddenly realized that the young Master Li before him was far from being as simple as he appeared. On the way back, Li Chang'an was contemplating who should be entrusted with this matter. As he stepped into the company lobby, a voice rang out. Young Master Li, Manager Zhuang, good afternoon. He looked up to see the security guard from this morning, still standing straight like a pine tree rooted in the ground. Just a few steps forward, Li Chang'an suddenly halted and turned back, locking his gaze onto the guard. Almost simultaneously, the guard also turned his head, reacting faster than an ordinary sentry. This person is extraordinary, Li Chang'an whispered to himself. Come to my office for a moment. Yes, young Master Li. The guard responded without hesitation. Despite feeling a surge of doubt, he had long since grown accustomed to obeying orders. In the office, General Manager Zhuang had already taken the procurement list and left. This was a task Li Chang'an had assigned him earlier. As for the one presented at the factory, it was merely a smokescreen. Have a seat, Li Chang'an said. The guard took a seat, but only perched on the edge of the chair, his back straight, as a sword hands naturally hanging down, his gaze seemingly focused on a point ahead, yet he was acutely aware of everything around him. Li Chang'an was all too familiar with this posture. It was identical to the Anwei he had seen at the Research Institute in the Dragon Kingdom years ago. Not only the sitting posture, but even the breathing rhythm and the level of calmness were strikingly similar. He contemplated to himself, if this person truly came from that place, then he had struck gold. Those who emerge from such places are all elites among elites. Given the complex and turbulent situation in Shangjiang, if he could have such a person guarding him, his safety would be assured, and there would be no need to doubt their loyalty. The primary requirement to step into that forbidden place is absolute loyalty. Layered screenings and life and death tests are all extreme refinements of one's character and will. Under such scrutiny for a long time, the guard felt uneasy but did not ask a single question. He remained motionless, his gaze fixed, as if nothing in his surroundings could escape his perception. Li Chang'an could no longer hold back. Are you from Long Wei? In that instant, the guard suddenly stood up, his entire body on high alert, his gaze sharp, as a knife, the aura around him shifting dramatically like a fierce beast awakening, ready to strike at any moment. Don't worry, I once knew a person of considerable standing while studying at Guami, and he had someone like you by his side, which is why I know a bit about the situation. Li Chang'an spoke slowly. He would never dare to provoke such individuals lightly. For the sake of their mission, their goals, and to keep secrets, they could destroy everything that obstructed their path. He had witnessed their methods firsthand at the Research Institute in his past life, a scene that could only be described as terrifying. After hearing this, the guard's taut nerves slightly relaxed. Just moments ago, he had almost harbored murderous intent, wanting to silence Li Chang'an to ensure his identity would not be exposed. How did you all escape? Logically, you shouldn't be appearing in society at all. Li Chang'an asked softly. Young Master Li, I'm afraid I cannot answer that. Since you know us, you should understand the most basic rules. The guard's tone was calm, showing no sign of retreat due to the other party's identity. Understood, I won't press further, Li Chang'an nodded. But since you have shown yourself, there must be a reason. How about this, from now on you follow me, and if you have companions, bring them along as well. In the future, I will arrange tasks for you, and will not let you be tainted by evil deeds. Even in the future, I will entrust you to return important items to that side. He gestured lightly to the north with his fingertip. The guard's heart trembled slightly as he began to reassess the young Master Li before him. This person was certainly extraordinary. All right, I agree to your terms. We will do our utmost to ensure your safety. But if things go against our principles, we will not comply. You all? Li Chang'an was taken aback. Could it be that you all came out as a group? His voice trembled slightly. The guard nodded. 16 people, a whole class. God, where are the others? At Geelong Dock. Let's go, let's get them back right away. How can we let them do the heavy lifting? Li Chang'an spoke earnestly without any pretense. These individuals had sacrificed everything for an unspeakable mission. How could he allow them to sink in the mundane world? If he hadn't encountered them, that would have been one thing, but now that he was aware, he could no longer turn a blind eye. Even if the current situation was difficult, supporting a dozen more people was not a burden for him. Li, young Master Li, are we setting off now? Otherwise, can you bear to see them struggling under the burden? The guard's heart surged and his eyes even glistened with emotion. Having seen countless people, he could discern the true from the false in an instant. At this moment, he was convinced that Li Chang'an genuinely cared for them. What are we waiting for? Yes. Li Chang'an immediately asked General Manager Zhuang to dispatch 2 vans instructing Long Chong and Long Ji to each drive one, while he himself drove heading straight for Geelong Dock with the guard. At Geelong Dock, hundreds of bare-chested strong men were weaving between piles of burlap sacks and wooden crates, sweat soaking their backs as they lifted and carried with all their might. Autumn had arrived, yet the air still carried a damp heat, with sweat dripping down from their foreheads, soaking their clothes, and even their breath felt sticky. He took a towel from his shoulder to wipe his face. The cloth had already absorbed enough moisture that a slight twist caused a stream of sweat to drip down, as if he had just been pulled from the water. Li Chang'an stood beside the car, his heart churning. Coming from an entirely different era, the scene before him made it hard for him to remain calm. Such a life felt like another world to him, while for these people it was their everyday reality. His Rolls-Royce sat quietly at the edge of the dock, its body shining brightly, particularly striking in the gray environment. The surrounding gazes turned towards him, yet no one dared to approach. Even the middle-aged man who seemed to be in charge of the dispatch merely tightened the record book in his hand and turned to urge the workers to speed up their actions. He assumed that inspectors from above had arrived. The car itself was a silent declaration. In the land of Shangjiang, those who could sit in the driver's seat were either rich or noble. Before the 1970s, even with vast wealth, if one lacked a foundation, they would not dare to approach this symbol lightly. It was not just a means of transportation, but also a threshold, a boundary separating ordinary people from the powerful elite. Everything here emphasized belonging. Without backing, without an organization, without a background, one could hardly take a step. Business associations, hometown associations, alliances. These names hide a tightly woven network, the very foundation of one's ability to stand firm. Zhao Feng, where are they? Li Chang'an asked. Young Master Li, please wait a moment. Zhao Feng looked into the distance. They have to follow the people from the hometown association to get to work. The jobs are lighter. They probably haven't come down from the ship yet. Do laborers have to first pay homage to the dock? Li Chang'an frowned slightly. You were born into wealth, so naturally you are unaware of our difficulties. Zhao Feng sighed. In this place, without the support of an organization, without a referral, one doesn't even have the qualification to carry a bag. Li Chang'an fell silent. These rules were ones he had never heard of and had never considered. A few minutes later footsteps approached from afar. "Young Master Li, they're here," Zhao Feng said in a low voice. Li Chang'an looked up to see a group of more than 10 people descending the cargo ship's gangway. Although dressed in coarse cloth, they stood tall, walked steadily, and had clear eyes. Even mingling among the exhausted laborers, they appeared as striking as drawn swords. While the others were bent over gasping for breath, they looked as if they had just been taking a leisurely stroll. "Squad leader! Squad leader!" Upon seeing Zhao Feng, those men immediately broke into smiles and flocked towards him. Their address was simple, but the emotions were profound. These individuals had once traversed through war and death together back-to-back through desperate circumstances. Without needing many words, they had entrusted each other's lives countless times. Not blood relatives, but closer than brothers. Zhao Feng's expression became serious as he raised his hand to signal for silence. "Everyone come here. I have something to tell you." Seeing the squad leader's solemn expression, everyone immediately put away their usual casualness, and the atmosphere tensed up. They understood that when such an expression appeared on the squad leader's face, it often meant that significant matters were about to happen. "Go follow me." As the team was about to move, a foreman on the ship immediately shouted harshly, his voice coarse and provocative. "You little northern brat trying to run off without working. Stop right there." This remark ignited the discontent among the crowd. Usually they might endure it, or after all, livelihood was at stake, and no one wished to easily lose their means of income. But today was different. They did not want to appear weak before their squad leader. One person turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring at the foreman. "Our brothers have arrived, can't we even offer a greeting?" The foreman was taken aback, then sneered. "You little brat dare to oppose me? Everyone listen up, follow me. If we don't teach these northern folks a lesson, they won't know who's in charge of the dock." Hundreds of workers gathered around him. The leader of the hometown association stood at a distance, clenched fists, but did not dare to step forward to intervene. He knew that as long as he intervened, not only would he lose his job, but his family would also fall into trouble. Inside the car, Li Chang'an sensed the unusual commotion and immediately honked the horn. Beep, beep. He opened the door and got out, striding straight towards the center of the crowd. "Are you looking for a fight?" The foreman, who had just been so arrogant, suddenly felt his confidence wane upon seeing this well-dressed young man in a luxury car. "Young master, I'm sorry. I didn't know they were your people. I apologize, I will leave right now." "Hold on." Li Chang'an's tone was low. "I want to take them away. Their wages for today should be settled now." This amount of money was negligible to him, but he understood that it represented the dignity earned by the workers through their sweat and could not be easily erased. This, the foreman stuttered. According to the rules, leaving halfway meant no wages would be paid, but the identity of the person before him made him feel trapped. Just as they were in a deadlock, a furious roar came from a distance. "Bastard! What are you playing at?" The dock manager rushed over, panting. Originally, he had always been indifferent to such conflicts, but thinking of the luxury car and the identity of its owner from not long ago, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He knew what it meant to offend the rich in this place. One single offense could ruin everything. Arriving at the scene, seeing the foreman actually confronting Li Chang'an, he did not have time to think and hurriedly intervened. "Fugu, you're just in time." The foreman eagerly opened his mouth. "He wants to take people away and demands immediate payment for their wages. There's no such rule." Before he finished speaking, slap! A crisp slap echoed throughout the area. "Fugu, what are you?" The foreman covered his face, looking at the scene in front of him with bewilderment, completely unprepared for the manager to strike. As his words fell, he pulled out a stack of bills from his pocket, each worth 100 yuan. "Brothers, I don't know how much work you've done today, so each of you take one first. If it's too much, consider it my apology. If it's too little, feel free to speak up." Li Chang'an watched this scene with a slight smile on his lips. He was surprised by this person's adaptability and sense of proportion, feeling a bit of admiration. "What's your name?" He Dafu from Shangjiang, graduated from Chinese University with a major in finance. Upon being asked about his background, he immediately answered clearly, "Finance." Li Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. How could someone who studies finance come to work on the docks? He couldn't help but ask. Having a job now is already quite good. Hidafu smiled broadly, showing no signs of despair. "So if I let you operate stocks and manage accounts, can you do it?" "No problem. I can guarantee that in terms of professional skills, I am no less than any licensed broker." His voice suddenly rose and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. "Very good. Give me your contact information. As long as you can withstand the test, opportunities will naturally not be few." Hidafu did not hesitate, immediately taking out a business card and respectfully handing it over with both hands. Li Chang'an took it, chuckled lightly, and patted his shoulder as he was leaving, then turned to lead Zhao Feng and the others away. "Brother Fu, just who is that person?" The foreman rubbed his cheek and stood up, still looking bewildered. Evil dog, today you are lucky. In the future, keep your eyes wide open and understand the people before you speak. Hidafu said coldly. You all listen, in Shangjiang those who dare to drive a Rolls-Royce are definitely not ordinary people. If you provoke the wrong person you won't even know how you lost your life. There was a saying before, if you're not from a top aristocratic family you won't even come across such cars. Do you understand? After saying that he gathered his emotions and quickly left. As for whether these people took it to heart, he no longer cared. For now he only hoped that the conversation earlier might bring a turning point, even if just a glimmer of hope. Everyone please sit down. Li Chang'an brought them back to his villa, and seeing everyone standing awkwardly afraid to dirty the floor, even Zhao Feng was no exception. Young Master Li, we are dirty, so it's more convenient to stand, Zhao Feng said in a low voice. Zhao Feng, there's no need to say that in the future. Your hearts are cleaner than anyone else, upright and selfless. From now on I do not wish to hear such words again. Sit down. Zhao Feng opened his mouth, but ultimately sat down silently. Li Chang'an's words were simple and unpretentious, without any flowery language, yet they stirred a warm feeling in Zhao Feng's heart. This trust emanating from sincerity was impossible to resist. This group of people had been in Shangjiang for over a year, always viewed as outsiders facing exclusion and cold treatment simply because of their different backgrounds. Now standing here facing someone who completely accepted them, their mindset was naturally different. Everyone please sit down. Zhao Feng turned to his companions, his tone no longer stiff. He understood that this Li Chang'an was completely different from anyone he had encountered before, without prejudice or defenses. The moment you step through this door today, you are one of us. I make a promise here. While I can't boast of great wealth or fortune, I assure you that you will never have to worry about food and clothing. I won't make you do anything against your conscience, nor will I involve you in any immoral activities. What I need is for you to protect me, and in the future to ensure the safety of my group and all my products. I know where you come from and what responsibilities you have borne. As for why you are here, I do not ask and do not doubt. Those who can come out of that place are certainly not those driven away for wrongdoing. That's all I have to say. Now let's discuss the compensation. Starting salary of 2,000 per month for each person. I will cover all your family expenses. Even a pack of cigarettes or a box of matches can be reimbursed with a receipt. This is just the baseline. There will be additional bonuses at the end of the year, which will surely far exceed your annual salary. If you are in urgent need, you can come to me at any time. Zhao Feng will coordinate the work, but I require someone to be by my side 24 hours a day. The only requirement, a contract of at least 10 years with me. I don't want to find myself alone one day. There's one more thing that must be made clear, Li Chang'an said seriously. It may seem calm now, but as the business expands, the risks will only increase. In his mind, decades worth of technological blueprints for the future were settling. Just the chip technology and a series of advanced inventions would be enough to attract the envy of global giants. In the future, there will surely be forces sending people to harass and steal secrets, and even extreme measures are within the realm of possibility. He had personally experienced a kidnapping, once forced to participate in research, and was fortunate that these people rescued him in time. Because of this, he understood that they were not ordinary bodyguards but the most secretive and formidable existence. Once these people joined, they would belong to the organization for life. Even as they grew older, they would only be sent to various places as instructors or training supervisors, never allowed to return to a normal life and certainly never to wander outside. Young Master Li. This salary is a bit too high, even supporting the family. Zhao Feng and the others were momentarily stunned upon hearing the conditions offered by Li Chang'an. In the past, when he was a security guard, his monthly salary was only 600, and he had to pay for his own food and accommodation with no small subsidies at all. Even having a job in those days was considered difficult. Others need not mention. They worked tirelessly for around $20 a day, not knowing if they would have worked the next day. They labored physically exhausted to the point of collapse, and after deducting food and rent, they ended the year with empty pockets. But now the conditions offered by Li Chang'an. 2,000 monthly income, all meals and lodging covered, even the family benefiting, easily saving 20,000 by the end of the year. Not to mention the bonuses at the end of the year, supposedly higher than the salary. This figure sounded like a dream to them. For those who had long struggled at the edge of survival, such a transformation was too sudden, and their minds couldn't keep up. As for the job content, it's just about protecting a person. That's what they excel at. Danger. When have they ever frowned? The answer was already written on their faces. Is the salary high? Li Chang'an smiled faintly. Not high. What you will do for me in the future is crucial. I can't do without you. Don't worry about money. Once I start making profits, this little expense is nothing. By then your families will also live decent lives. Such villas, he raised his hand and pointed around. In less than 2 or 3 years, each of you will be able to move in. As he spoke, it felt like a giant stone was thrown into a calm lake. He was not a man of empty promises. with the memories in his mind that surpassed the era. Surpassing the wealthy in Shangjiang within 3 to 5 years was not a delusion. By then each person would have a building. It would truly not be difficult. The field he was about to step into needed this reliable group to guard it. This batch of people loyal and unreserved was a force he had to hold on to at all costs. If he had money at this moment he would spend millions to keep them. As Li Chang'an's words fell, everyone exchanged glances, their silence revealing their excitement. "Do you want to do it?" someone asked. "I trust young Master Li. I'll take this job." Zhao Feng spoke first. "Where the squad leader goes I go. The old eagle will follow you." "Me too. Count me in." In the midst of their chatter everyone agreed. Li Chang'an felt a warmth in his heart, as if the stone pressing on his shoulder had suddenly lifted, and he would no longer need to sleep with one eye open. Then he inquired about everyone's current situation. 6 of them already had children here, while the others, though unmarried, had parents and siblings in the area. He immediately instructed Longbo to vacate an empty room in the rental building his father owned in Kowloon and arrange for everyone to move in. Fortunately, there were still some family assets or otherwise who would genuinely follow him if he only painted a pretty picture without taking action. That day he sent out a month's salary. This sum was not much for him at the moment, but it was enough to settle the brothers' families and buy what they needed. After everything was settled, they agreed to officially start work the next day. Li Chang'an assigned everyone as security personnel, using this opportunity to keep a close eye on any suspicious individuals within the company. After settling Zhao Feng and his brothers, he hurried to HSBC while the afternoon sunlight was still bright. Indeed, he urgently needed a loan. The scale of the industry left by his father was not small, but there was only 10 million left in the accounts, far from enough to keep the entire enterprise running. Without financing, should he sell off assets? That was absolutely impossible. Shangjiang was in a rising phase. Every piece of land and every factory he held would appreciate, so how could he choose to retreat at this moment? Moreover, his father had struggled for decades, and at the end of his life, he had not a single true friend to entrust with anything. If there were truly deep-rooted friendships, perhaps he could still borrow some funds to get through the tough times. The reality was that those so-called acquaintances from the past not only were unwilling to lend a hand, but were eager to divide up Heiji Electric, who would come to his aid in such a time. From the original owner's memories and the recent events that had occurred, Li Chang'an had long seen through the warmth and coldness of human relationships. A loan had become the only way out. This is fine too. He wouldn't have to owe anyone a favor, and could instead use this opportunity to establish a connection with HSBC. Central, the financial heart of Shangjiang. HSBC had been rooted here for decades and was now the leader among the 3 major banks. Though it shared the right to issue currency with Bank of China and Standard Chartered in terms of business coverage and influence, the other 2 were always slightly inferior. "Hello, I would like to see Mr. Shun Bai." Shun Bai, an Oxford graduate, took the helm of HSBC in 1971 and quickly brought it to its peak within just a few years. Under his leadership, the bank's profits soared and its position became unshakable. What was even more remarkable was that in an era dominated by foreign capital and limited to local capital, he did not belittle local capital, but instead secretly supported the growth of Chinese enterprises multiple times. This was extremely rare at the time. "I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Shun is not in the office today. You need to make an appointment in advance for me to arrange it." The receptionist politely responded. "Not in." Li Chang'an frowned slightly, scanning the young woman in front of him, feeling a hint of suspicion. Could it be that he is deliberately avoiding me? He discreetly took out a $100 Hong Kong bill and lightly placed it on the counter. The power of money often surpasses words. Moments later, the receptionist looked around to ensure no one was watching and quickly scribbled a few words on a notepad. Li Chang'an glanced at it. Sha Tin Racecourse. Then a new memory surged into his mind. He froze for a moment and a slow smile spread across his face. Impressive, truly impressive. Li Chang'an's heart jolted. He nearly jumped up. What else to discuss about the loan? We should go directly there. He quickly pulled out a $100 bill and handed it to the young lady at the ticket window, turning to leave with a smile. In this memory, the Sha Tin Racecourse was the new venue that had just opened in October this year, capable of accommodating 35,000 spectators at once. He clearly remembered that HSBC's Mr. Shun Bai often appeared here not only as a fervent enthusiast, but also as the owner of a favored racehorse. As early as the 1960s, horse racing had been popular in Shangjiang, and almost everyone participated, discussing races in the streets and alleys. What shocked him the most was that he could vividly recall the final rankings of the 3 races this afternoon in his mind. This premonition sent chills down his spine, yet he couldn't suppress his excitement. "Long Chong, drive to the racetrack," Li Chang'an said firmly. "Today we can turn things around." As he entered the racecourse, he immediately asked the staff, "What race are we on now? How many races are left? What is the prize pool?" "The 9th race has just ended. There are still 6 races this afternoon. You can check the amount on the screen." The staff pointed up. Li Chang'an looked up and muttered, Why is it only this amount? The screen displayed a prize pool of about 75 million. If collected, it could only yield that much. Enough, this amount of money can save the day. Whenever there's an unexpected event, the prize money accumulates and he will take it all at once. For this reason, the racetrack continually attracts countless citizens to place their bets. $10 exchanged for a return of millions relying purely on luck. Who wouldn't want to give it a try? He stepped aside and jotted down the numbers of the top 3 in the last 3 3T events from memory. $100 bet is enough to sweep the entire prize pool of 75 million. After writing it down, he handed the note to Li Chang'an. You go place the bets for me, check each number carefully, not a single mistake allowed. He spoke with a serious expression. Also place bets on the single race champion and the double combination 10,000 for each, him leaving it to you. He preferred to remain in the shadows at this moment. Time passed. 4:30 in the afternoon arrived. The last round of the afternoon events began. The first race started at 4:30, the second at 5, the third at 5:30 and ended at 6. At 7 o'clock the night race was about to begin. In the stands someone shouted, "Let's go, hurry up. Number 6, Flame 1 is charging ahead." This veteran who hadn't revealed his prowess for a long time finally awakened today. Is he going to reclaim glory? Number 9, a golden sandflyer, is also accelerating. Its speed is astonishing. Can it overtake before the finish line? What's wrong with number 1, Aussie Thunder? It's in a poor state. Even the usually last place number 18, a Solar Storm, is about to catch up. Oh, my number 18, a Solar Storm, has actually surged to the front. Could there be a huge upset? Charge! The entire racetrack erupted. Tens of thousands of spectators shouted in unison, flags waved, and the sound echoed. Entering the final straight, 300 meters, 200 meters, the sprint begins now. Oh! Number 6, Flame 1 crosses the finish line first. It's back, the king has returned. The second place is unexpectedly number 18, a Solar Storm, which nearly completed a comeback, shocking the entire crowd. The third place is number 9, Golden Sand Flyer. Congratulations to those who guessed the placements. The prize money will be distributed soon. The next race is about to start. The voice from the broadcast was clear and powerful, reaching every corner of the stands. Standing beside Li Chang'an, Li Chang'an and Long Ji stared wide-eyed at him, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Li Chang'an's lips trembled, his voice shaking. Young master, how did you figure that out? He clearly remembered that each bet was placed by himself using the numbers given by Li Chang'an. After 4 races, every single one hit and all win bets were completely successful. The prize money was now ready for redemption. Li Chang'an smiled slightly, his tone calm. Don't rush, this is just the beginning, there's even better to come. Li Chang'an's heart trembled as he suddenly recalled the still unrevealed 3T numbers. If he guessed the top 3 in all 3 races, the returns would be astronomical. He didn't dare to think further. That kind of wealth was far beyond his comprehension. The 5th race started at 5, and when the results came out, Li Chang'an felt his legs weaken and his mind go blank. The last race began at 5:30. At this moment, it was no longer Li Chang'an who was anxious, but the Long brothers, their palms sweating and breathing rapid. At 5:40, the broadcast rang out again. The last 300 meters. Solar Storm has had 2 stunning performances in a row. Can it create a miracle this time? 200-meter Solar Storm has dropped to 5th place. The chance seems slim. Wait, number 19, a Mountain God of Thunder, suddenly surged, fiercely chasing after 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Is crossing the finish line. Yes, incredible. Today's upsets just keep coming. The Mountain God of Thunder made a comeback at the last moment, surpassing Golden Sand Flyer to win the championship. Champion, Mountain God of Thunder. Runner-up, Golden Sand Flyer. 3rd place, Hong Kong Dragon Horse. Today's afternoon events are all concluded. Thank you all for participating. Suddenly, the DJ's voice was interrupted, followed by a tense announcement. Attention all bettors, breaking news. Headquarters just informed that someone hit the 3T jackpot with a single 2-fold bet in the last 3 races. That's right, it's the 3T. The prize pool originally accumulated 75 million Hong Kong dollars, plus an additional 12,800,000 from today, bringing the total to 87,800,000. This single bet doubled and almost captured the entire jackpot. It's truly unbelievable. If the lucky winner with number XG1695235 hears this broadcast, please proceed to the redemption office immediately to claim your prize. Number. The broadcast repeated the number over and over, and the crowd quickly gathered towards the redemption area, each person eager to witness this mysterious winner in person. 87,800,000 after deducting 14% in taxes still exceeds 70 million. In 1978, this amount of money was comparable to a billion scale in the 21st century, enough to propel someone into the ranks of top billionaires. But as seconds ticked by, no one appeared in the redemption office. The real winner, Li Chang'an, had already quietly left the racetrack and returned home. On the way back, young master, you are simply amazing. How did you figure out this 3T? Over 80 million plus the 3 all-win bets, total income exceeds 1 billion. After taxes, there's at least 90 million coming in, that's incredible. Li Chang'an excitedly chattered all the way. There's no shortcut. I spent over a year researching data, running simulations to arrive at a result. Li Chang'an replied dismissively, don't think I have insider information. That's misleading. This relies on patience and calculation. I knew it, you can't expect something for nothing. Long Chong nodded, a look of realization on his face. All right, let's go home and rest. Tomorrow you all will fly with me to the United States. The money will be handled by Longbow, and everyone should go to bed early after dinner. Understood, young master. After dinner, Li Chang'an did not go to sleep. Now that the funds were in place, many plans could officially start. He took out paper and pen, quietly sat at the table, and began outlining his future blueprint. Half an hour later, the paper was already filled with writing. From the development path of the electrical appliance factory to market promotion strategies to specific sales execution plans, each item was clearly listed. These arrangements were just waiting to be implemented once they arrived in the United States, clearing inventory, opening sales channels, and once back in Hong Kong, they could begin developing new products. Hong Kong is where the foundation lies, and it must be firmly protected. In this electrical appliance market, he not only wanted to reclaim it, but also to defeat one by one those companies that once suppressed his father's business. The phone rang, breaking the tranquility of the night. Zhuang Shiqiang was sitting in the living room with his family watching TV, and immediately stood up to answer the call. Who is it? Zhuang, it's me, Li Chang'an. A young master, Li. Hello. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Not at all, just finished dinner, the family is relaxing. Zhuang Shiqiang replied with a smile. I have a plan that's been finalized here. When you return to the company tomorrow, execute a few things, immediately take notes. All right, just wait a second. Zhuang Shiqiang quickly ran off and returned a moment later with paper and pen. Okay, go ahead. First, change the company name. Re-register as Chang'an Electronics Company, focusing on electrical appliance research and development, manufacturing, and system integration. Second, help me establish an entertainment company and a machinery company, and then integrate the existing companies to form Chang'an Group with all enterprises bearing the name Chang'an. Third, all electrical appliance retail stores need to be renovated and unified in style, adopting a high-end approach. At the same time, scout for new locations across Hong Kong, preparing for expansion. Fourth, the HR department should immediately start recruiting, aiming for 200 experienced electrical technicians. They must be skilled, not just any random hires. Fifth, let the HR administration and marketing departments work together to establish a complete training system for new hires. All new employees must undergo standardized training. Sixth, you personally lead a comprehensive assessment of management personnel above the rank of middle level. Promote the capable ones and replace those unqualified without pity. Take care of these 6 matters first. You don't have to worry about funds. At the latest the day after tomorrow, I will allocate about 80 million or so. You'll find raw material suppliers while pushing forward the store renovations. I will return in a week at most, sooner if in 3 days. When I arrive, I will go directly to the factory to oversee the development of new products. You don't have much time. All stores must be completely revamped within a month. The adjustments to products won't be large, and both R&D and production must be completed within a month. Li Chang'an spoke steadily, but each sentence landed like a nail. Zhuang Shiqiang's grip on the pen tightened. Slightly, his heartbeat unconsciously quickened. This young master Li's vision seemed to far exceed that of the previous chairman. He recorded while pondering. The electrical appliance market in Hong Kong had long been divided among several large enterprises, and Heji Electric had originally lost its foothold. Yet Li Chang'an not only did not shrink the front, but instead heavily invested, refurbished stores, expanded the workforce, and even laid plans for multiple new industries. This move seemed risky, yet it revealed an undeniable determination. Zhuang Shiqiang internally agreed with the ideas of personnel training and standardized management. He had repeatedly proposed establishing a unified system, but unfortunately the former chairman, Li, always felt that the company was still small and didn't need to rush, repeatedly postponing it. Now, with the words coming from Li Chang'an's mouth firm and clear, it seemed as if a blueprint had already been drawn. Zhuang Shiqiang could sense that Li Chang'an harbored considerable ambitions. Registering the company, integrating resources, changing the name. This series of actions exuded an undeniable momentum. He began to feel that following this young master, Li might be more promising than he had originally imagined. 80 million will arrive the next day, and this funding felt like a shot of adrenaline, filling him with energy. With this money, all plans could be swiftly set in motion. His thoughts wandered. Could it be that young master Li truly had confidence in launching a new product? Could he use this to reclaim the markets of Hong Kong and Dongnanya, even penetrate into the US market? If that's truly the case. Thinking of this, Zhuang Shiqiang's heart raced, his fingertips slightly trembled, and his breathing became rapid. Manager Zhuang, are you listening? Yes, I am. Sorry, young master Li, your plans are too grand. I'm having a hard time processing them all at once. But I have a question. Our electrical appliances are almost unsaleable in Hong Kong right now. Why rush to expand? Why not first penetrate the US market, wait for the news of strong sales to come back, and then push forward the local market? Wouldn't that be more convincing? He had held this question for quite a while and finally asked it out loud. He wanted to see where Li Chang'an's confidence truly came from, whether it genuinely stemmed from that so-called new product. Manager Zhuang, if I say, I'm extremely confident about the new product, would you believe me? Zhuang Shiqiang was momentarily speechless. He blurted out, is the new product really that outstanding? Indeed, please trust me. I have confidence in it. You just need to execute the plan. Understood, I will return and immediately start making arrangements. Good, then it's settled. The next morning, Hong Kong, built by the sea, always carries a hint of coolness in the early and late autumn of October. The 6 o'clock flight took off on time, and Li Chang'an flew to the US with Long Chong and his brother and Secretary Zhang. To be honest, he wasn't completely confident. Although he was a close friend of Alan this time, he faced a business negotiation led by the latter's father. In the marketplace, old friendships could be reminisced, but transactions ultimately depended on whether the products met the demand and whether the prices could be negotiated. Connections could add value but could not replace worth. He did not expect to make a huge profit on this trip. He just hoped to smoothly sell off this batch of inventory to gather back some funds. After all, the electrical appliances left by his father were outdated, already oversaturated in the market, and lacked competitiveness. As long as the US distributors were willing to cooperate, even if it was just for the sake of old acquaintances nodding, it would count as taking the first step. The true purpose of this trip was to pave the way for exploring the US market. Even if this deal had thin profits, it would suffice. As long as he could obtain 1 or 200 million in liquid funds, he would have enough capital to lay out the next phase of his plans. Los Angeles, USA. After more than 10 hours of flight and the impact of time zone differences, Li Chang'an and his group arrived at around 1 p.m. local time. They contacted the airport cargo department staff to assist in unloading the electrical samples they brought. As soon as they stepped out of the terminal, they saw 3 old friends waiting at the entrance. Hey brother, welcome back to America. Jack, Alan, Charlie, I'm really glad to see you here to pick me up. Li Chang'an responded with a smile. Jack stepped forward and gave him a strong hug. Li, we had no idea about what happened at your home. I'm truly sorry. Thank you, Li Chang'an replied softly. I don't want to bring up those matters anymore. I'm back this time to handle my father's affairs and to drop out of school. I can't continue my studies anymore. There is no one left at home now. Alan and another friend also stepped forward to give him a hug. I don't know what to say, I just hope you know that we are always here for you. Alright, let's not be so heavy-hearted. Li Chang'an chuckled. I'm starving. This is your turf, who's treating. Hey, don't look at me, my pocket money is almost gone. Alan, it's your turn today. Jack immediately passed the buck. Don't look at me, my dad never gives me a penny more than necessary, so I can't rely on him. Alan shrugged. Well, the 3 of them turned their gaze to the tall Charlie. Don't stare at me. You all know very well I won't ask my family for money. Charlie said plainly. Oh my, are we going to have to eat on empty stomachs? Their eyes shifted back to Li Chang'an, and a sly smile appeared on all their faces. Li Chang'an shook his head and smiled wryly. Alright, I admit defeat, let's go. Haha, what can we do? We're broke as a joke, unlike you, who is now managing the family business. Inside a Chinese restaurant, 7 people sat around a table, and Li Chang'an specifically ordered several spicy dishes. He had no choice, he had lived in that place for a long time, and his taste had long been accustomed to it. Damn it, Li, you did this on purpose. Jack shouted while gulping down water and continuously grabbing food. The others were the same. They shouted about the spiciness, yet their hands did not stop. These dishes were delightfully spicy and tasted unprecedentedly good, making it impossible to stop eating. The Long Chong brothers, coming from that region, were sweating profusely and exclaimed how satisfying it was. Only Secretary Zhang felt a bit uncomfortable. Being a native of Hong Kong, she had never been used to such spicy food, making this meal quite a challenge for her. Li Chang'an noticed and quickly said, I'm sorry, I overlooked that. Secretary Zhang, please order a dish that suits your taste. No need, just give me a portion of vegetables. All right. During the meal, the atmosphere was like a powder keg, ready to explode. Jack and the others felt as if their insides were on fire. Sweat dripped down their foreheads, soaking their collars, and their faces were flushed as if scorched by fierce flames. Just past 3 in the afternoon, the sun slanted down on the street. Li Chang'an followed Alan and his friends into his home. As soon as he stepped through the door, the spacious courtyard and imposing architecture made his heart tremble. This was not just a house, it resembled a symbol of family status. Just like how the ancient Dragon Kingdom distinguished social ranks by the size of their residences, today's prominent families in America displayed their strength through the grandeur of their estates. The Allen family clearly did not belong to an ordinary household. Daddy! A little girl ran out from the living room and threw herself at a middle-aged man. Hey Alan, you finally made it back. The man laughed as he patted his son's shoulder. Turning his gaze to the others, he kindly said, Jack, Charlie, welcome to my home. Then he looked at Li Chang'an. You must be the classmate from the Dragon Kingdom that Alan often mentions, Li, right? Yes, Mr. Laris, greetings. Li Chang'an replied politely. Hello, welcome to visit from afar, please make yourself comfortable. The other party spoke warmly without any airs. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Laris said earnestly, Alan has told me about you. As his friend and brother, I'll do my utmost to assist you whenever you need it. He paused and asked, How familiar are you with the American electrical appliance market? Li Chang'an nodded. I did some research before coming here. Currently, American consumers not only pursue trendy technology, but also have a high enthusiasm for retro-style home appliances. Several products produced by my father's factory happen to align with this trend. For example, household appliances like ceiling fans and standing fans with classic designs and stable functionality are very suitable for local needs. After speaking, he gestured to the Li Chang'an brothers. The two immediately took action, unloading samples one by one from the truck. After a few minutes, 10 different models of electrical appliances were neatly displayed in front of the living room. Laris examined them one by one, a look of approval flashing in his eyes. Not bad, these products do have market potential, especially the ceiling fan with its unique design and solid materials. He turned to Li Chang'an, speaking sincerely. How about this, you bring the entire batch over, and I will help you open up the market. This time I will only charge a minimal operational fee, and all sales proceeds will be returned to you intact. As for future cooperation, well, follow standard procedures, discuss prices, and sign contracts. After all, I also need to maintain the company's operations. Hearing this, Li Chang'an felt a warmth in his heart. He understood that this elder had noticed his financial difficulties and had taken the initiative to offer help. He immediately stood up and said solemnly, Mr. Laris, I truly appreciate your support. My company is indeed facing significant financial pressure, and your help is undoubtedly a timely assistance. This kindness I will remember forever. Next time I bring products, they will surely surprise you. Li Chang'an understood that if it weren't for Alan's behind-the-scenes maneuvering, his father would not have so readily agreed to cooperate. He noted this favor and would definitely repay it in the future. The two then continued to discuss the specific terms of the contract. Laris proactively suggested a prepayment of $20 million as soon as the goods arrived at the port. This figure made Li Chang'an's heart tremble. At the current exchange rate, $1 could be exchanged for 7 Hong Kong dollars. $20 million meant a total of 140 million Hong Kong dollars. The total value of his goods in the American market was only about 200 to 300 million. The other party was putting down nearly half of the payment right away, which far exceeded the scope of a normal transaction. Moreover, the crucial point was that if the goods did not sell, this money could not be recovered, and the risk was entirely borne by the other party. Anyone with eyes could see that this was not a business deal. It was support. The next day, during the day, Li Chang'an accompanied the three brothers on a stroll through the streets of America, and in the evening he arranged for Secretary Zhang to stay local, preparing to receive the goods that were soon to be shipped from Hong Kong. After completing the delivery and confirming everything was in order, she would return. Li Chang'an was also left behind, serving as both bodyguard and assistant in handling affairs. On the third day, he found time to visit his alma mater. Standing in the office, he calmly explained to the school authorities about the changes in his family situation which prevented him from continuing his studies. In the end, he left only with a regular graduation certificate. There were no ceremonies nor farewells. That night he and Long Ji boarded a night flight back to Hong Kong. Time was more precious than gold for him. He had to stabilize himself before the wave surged. Arriving was already 2 days later in the evening. He slept for a whole day at home, adjusting to the time difference, and promptly pushed open the company door at dawn. Boss! The boss is back! Zhao Feng and others had long been on standby at their posts. Upon seeing him enter, they all stood up. You look good. Li Chang'an nodded. Zhao Feng, find a few more reliable people. Don't just stay here anymore, follow me from now on. He knew what the current situation in Hong Kong was like. The news of wealthy people being kidnapped and ransomed was continuous, and no one dared to be careless. Moreover, given that he had just won 3 tons of gold at the horse racing club, even if he had not shown his face, as long as someone traced the flow of funds, it would eventually lead back to him. Such windfall easily attracted wolves. He absolutely could not let his fledgling plans be ruined by a kidnapping incident. Understood, I'll take care of it right away. Zhao Feng accepted the order. Wait a moment. Li Chang'an pulled out several $1,000 bills from his pocket and stuffed them into Zhao Feng's hand. Take this and get each of them a few suits and shoes. They need to look the part while standing next to me. I don't care how much it costs, I want the imposing presence. This? Understood, boss. When he stepped into the company, the scene was already vastly different. The once quiet office area was now bustling with people, everyone moving briskly, and the atmosphere was tense yet orderly. Li Chang'an stood at the entrance, glancing around, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Although there were no products on the market yet, after he issued a series of directives, the entire team had sprung into action with numerous affairs and a tight pace. Young Master Li, you're back. Manager Zhuang, please come to my office, Li Chang'an said calmly, but with an undeniable tone. All right. The two entered the room and the door gently closed behind them. After sitting down, Li Chang'an's gaze was steady. Two matters needed to be prioritized. The first was to develop new electrical products quickly to open up market breakthroughs. The second matter was the goal he had already set in his heart, to intervene in the battle for the Kowloon warehouse. His aim was not short-term profit, but to truly bring it into his fold. Who does not know of the later glory of the Kowloon Warehouse Group? Its subsidiaries span across various fields with astonishing profitability. Not to mention the renowned harbor city, which has almost become another urban landmark of Hong Kong. All of this stemmed from the acquisition and reconstruction by Boss Bao in the future. But Li Chang'an knew the future trajectory, and he was confident in replicating or even surpassing that path. Moreover, the Kowloon warehouse itself held core assets such as docks, real estate, transportation, shipping, and hotels. To seize it in one fell swoop would mean eliminating years of hard work. These industries were the pillars he urgently needed to lay out the overall situation, especially the high-quality land with hidden value, which was an invaluable strategic resource. Therefore, as long as there was an opportunity, the Kowloon warehouse must be acquired. As for how Boss Bao would respond, each would showcase their own skills. If it truly couldn't be obtained, then either Hutchison Whampoa or the Chung Kong Group must be taken. Among these three giants, at least one had to be controlled. As for what the other Li family tycoons thought, he did not care. Since he was already in this era, he was a competitor on the same stage. The past contributions of the other party to the mainland or the respect people had for them would no longer be a constraint in the face of interests. He would not retreat because of empty fame, nor would he give up due to past feelings. Having memories of the future meant shouldering the responsibility of changing the landscape. He aimed to become a peak figure of this era, and any obstacles in his way would be cleared. To achieve all this, aside from gradually acquiring shares in secret, there was another key figure he couldn't avoid. HSBC's big boss Shin Bai. In the Hong Kong financial sector, HSBC's position was unshakable. Even the leading Jardine Matheson Group could only bow its head before it. This bank not only had strong financial power, but was also deeply embedded in the equity structures of many enterprises. Just based on this point, Li Chang'an needed to get close to Shin Bai, build a relationship, and earn trust. There was no choice. This was the only way to the center of power. He was clear that he was not at the level to confront HSBC directly, and trying to challenge them in the short term would be tantamount to dreaming. Given the current size of his company, he probably didn't even have the qualifications to attract HSBC's big boss attention. Therefore, Li Chang'an had no intention of contacting HSBC about this matter right away. Anyway, Boss Bao and Li Chang'an would still need time to take action against those three groups. For now, he just needed to quietly lay out, secretly acquire shares, and fully expand the electrical business. Once his strength was sufficient to stand before HSBC's leader and converse on equal footing, it would not be too late to bring it up. Manager Zhuang, have all the raw materials I need arrived. All have arrived at the warehouse and are ready to be reported to you. In addition to the materials, there are two more things. You arranged for Zhao Feng and the others to keep an eye on several factory directors, and the situation has been clarified. There are 6 people in middle management who are undoubtedly problematic. I have gathered all the evidence, and am just waiting for young Master Li's orders to take action. Additionally, 3 factory directors are also involved, and I have already secured the relevant evidence. I must sincerely apologize to you for this matter. It was my negligence in supervision. I never expected that a veteran who has followed the old chairman for 20 years would be bribed by outsiders leading to the companies. Zhuang Shiqiang spoke with a heavy tone, his face filled with regret. At this moment, he finally understood why Li Chang'an had suddenly taken action to rectify the situation at the factory that day. He developed a sense of admiration for this young successor. To notice so many hidden dangers right at the start of taking over the family business, if Li Chang'an had rashly revealed his plans at that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. The opponents must have already grasped everything. Even the distributors brought in from the United States could potentially be compromised. If that were the case, he would have no face to meet old Chairman Li after his death. Zhuang, you need not blame yourself. Clearly this was a premeditated scheme by the other party. It would be strange if it could be detected so easily. Call the police immediately and apprehend all personnel involved. But do not expose the mastermind behind the scenes yet. I want to wait until the new product launches to settle everything in one go. Li Chang'an's lips curled slightly and a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. What he was waiting for was that moment, the launch of the new electronics, at which point he would simultaneously expose the dark underbelly of the industry. It would inevitably cause a sensation throughout the harbor. People have always held sympathy for the oppressed. This is an unchanging principle of human heart. He intended to ride this wave of emotion and let the media in the harbor create a frenzy for his new product. On one side was the image of a just victim, and on the other was a groundbreaking new product. The combination of both, he firmly believed, would ensure that this appliance, once launched, would sweep the entire market of Shangjiang. At the very least, it would quickly open up sales channels, reverse the current situation, and bring his brand back into the public by making it a household name. Understood, young Master Li. I will execute this immediately. Go ahead. After Zhuang Shiqiang left, Li Chang'an leisurely pulled open the drawer of his desk, took out the card handed to him by the dock manager, and a faint smile appeared on his lips, his eyes gleaming with a subtle calculation. Hello, I'm looking for Li Dafu. Which one? The one who asked you for a business card at the dock that day. His tone was calm but carried an undeniable weight. The man on the other end of the phone, who had originally been lazily smoking, instantly straightened up at the sound of the voice, the cigarette but dropping to the ground as his attitude immediately turned respectful. Young master, I'm truly sorry I didn't recognize it was you earlier. He spoke quickly, fearing any mistake in his words. No worries, come to this address right away. 188, Jordan Road, Kowloon, 13th floor of Hanjie Electronics Company. Just mention my name. Understood, young master Li, I will set off immediately. As soon as the call ended, Li Dafu actually began to twist his body on the spot, performing a jazz dance step with impressive rhythm, as if he were born for the stage. Yet fate had thrust him into the streets of finance rather than under the spotlight. Why did Li Chang'an not choose a professional trader from a formal exchange or brokerage, but instead focus on such an obscure individual? The reason was simple. If he went through official channels, the flow of funds would be easily traceable, and if someone became suspicious, his covert acquisition of Kowloon warehouse shares would be exposed. In this era in Xiangjiang, wealth is often more hidden and sharper than power. Li Dafu was different. He had no background, no team, and no client list. He was a thorough loner. The possibility of any information leaking from him was minuscule. More importantly, top figures like Li Chang'an and Bao Yugong would hardly notice an inconspicuous little broker unless someone specifically tipped them off. Li Chang'an saw this clearly. Before he had gathered sufficient funds and reached an understanding with the senior executives of HSBC, his identity had to be tightly sealed. Using Li Dafu as a cover was the most foolproof choice. About 40 minutes later, knock, knock, knock. Come in. Young Master Li, there is a Mr. Li outside who says he has an appointment with you named Li Dafu. Let him in. Li Chang'an closed the documents he had prepared, gently tapping the cover, his expression resolute. As the door opened, Li Dafu bent slightly as he walked in, his face full of respect. Young Master Li, I have arrived. This scene was all too common in Xiangjiang. Wealth determines status. A word from a scion of a wealthy family can change the trajectory of an ordinary person's life. The lower class can only bow their heads in submission. Sit down. I mentioned before that I would give you an opportunity. Today is the time to fulfill that promise. Whether you can seize it depends entirely on you. Let's set the conditions first. First, from the moment you participate in this financial arrangement of mine, you must keep it a secret even from your closest ones. Second, this amount of funds is enormous, measured in hundreds of millions. I need you to scout for a few individuals without formal backgrounds, but with financial acumen to form a team with you. Formal qualifications are not important. I will fund you to obtain the necessary documents, but the key is to ensure they are absolutely trustworthy. Third, you also need to find a way to bring in a group of legitimate retail investors. Spending money to buy favors is acceptable, but all accounts must be within our control. You should understand this. Fourth, eighth, those are my requirements. I'll give you one night to think about it. Once you join, you must be wholeheartedly loyal to me. You know the consequences of any betrayal. Of course, the rewards will also be astonishing. Becoming a millionaire may only take a year or even less. Think it over carefully. Li Chang'an letting him leave was not without purpose. His true intention was to have Zhao Feng secretly investigate Li Dafu's background. After all, handing such a huge sum of money to someone without a background or company guarantee was extremely risky. Only by knowing his origins could he feel at ease. He had already arranged for Zhao Feng and others to track and monitor him throughout. Checking a bit more is always safer than blindly trusting. This plan cannot afford any mistakes. Around 10 o'clock at night, Zhao Feng returned with his team. Zhao Feng dig out this person's entire background using the same method you used to investigate the factory directors. Also check those 10 technical chief engineers. Don't skimp on expenses. I want to confirm whether they have any connections with other forces. Bring the general manager over. As for the others, come with me to the factory. Understood, boss? At this moment, Li Chang'an was still unaware that the list he left in the factory was being scrutinized repeatedly by his opponents. Still no results. It's been almost 7 days. Have you all been wasting your time? A middle-aged man shouted angrily at a group of technicians in white coats. Chairman, this material is indeed related to the electronics, but based solely on this content, we really cannot determine its true purpose. Nonsense. 3 days, at most 3 days. If you can't come up with an answer by then, prepare to get lost. This person is none other than the helm of Hong Kong's largest electrical enterprise, Wang Yu. He is not only a business tycoon but also a prominent figure in the Underworld. The Hong Kong Loyalist Alliance is under his complete control. The tragedy that befell Li Chang'an's father years ago was orchestrated by this man. Although Li Chang'an lacks concrete evidence, he is already convinced that the truth is close to being revealed. Currently he is still weak and cannot retaliate immediately, but he has etched this debt into his heart. Even though that man is not his biological father, since he now occupies this vessel, the gratitude and responsibility have been accepted. He entered the factory and summoned all technical personnel to gather. A brief meeting was about to commence, and these individuals needed to be assigned new tasks. He knows that there may be spies sent by rivals mixed in with the crowd, but he pays no mind. The truly critical technology will never be easily revealed. Only those who are trustworthy can access it. I have called you here today because I intend to initiate the research and development of a new electrical appliance. He spoke. All chief engineers, please step forward. 10 chief engineers stood up in succession. This company, originally named Heji Electric, has now been renamed Chang'an Electronics. In the past, the home appliances they could produce independently included air conditioners, rice cookers, hair dryers, electric kettles, refrigerators, washing machines, and water heaters, among 10 types of products. Other items like televisions and tape recorders, essentially the prototype of later VCDs, were reliant on external agents for import. Previously, the company lacked the capability to develop such devices on its own. But now it is different. These tasks are now a walk in the park for Li Chang'an. He distributed a stack of documents. Each of you will receive a copy, follow the plans, and ensure the trial production is completed within a month. Time is of the essence. We must hurry. The new products will be launched simultaneously. He then read out a few names. Guo Jiajing, Li Jinxing, Hidali. You 5 please stay. He had carefully checked the backgrounds of these 5 individuals, all of whom were loyal veterans who had fought alongside his father in their early days. If Zhao Feng's subsequent investigation revealed no abnormalities, he would gradually entrust the core technology to them. After all, he cannot be present at the factory every day doing everything personally. Trust needs to be established and the team needs to be cultivated. He plans to methodically investigate internal risks while nurturing his own team. The group followed him into the office and the door was gently closed. Please take a seat, he said. Mr. Li, you called us for something? One person asked. Given my age, I should address you as Uncle He. Li Chang'an looked at the man. You were a close brother to my father in the early days. He paused for a moment and continued. You all are aware of the company's current situation. We now possess new technology and have the chance to turn things around. However, the factory may not be entirely clean. There could still be spies lingering. That is why I asked you to stay to hear your insights on which technical masters seem suspicious or have been acting unusually lately. Li Chang'an directly voiced his concerns. He noticed that everyone present was upright. From their expressions and demeanor, it was clear they were not cunning people. He still had Zhao Feng conduct investigations in secret just to be absolutely safe. Caution in actions is always prudent. In light of your mention, I too find old Wu's behavior quite strange. Hidali frowned in thought. I have seen him sneaking around the laboratory or workshop several times. At first I thought he was just loafing around and didn't pay much attention. In retrospect, it does seem suspicious. He grew more convinced as he spoke. Li Chang'an nodded. Any other discoveries? The others fell silent and shook their heads lightly. He then took out several core technology documents related to electrical appliance production and began to explain the key points in each of their fields to these 5 individuals. He remained in the factory all day. During this time, Zhao Feng delivered background files on 10 technical supervisors and Li Dafu. As expected, aside from Wu Guangchong from the hairdryer factory, the other personnel were cleared and trustworthy. Li Chang'an immediately summoned the other 9 to the scene, ordering Zhao Feng to detain Wu Guangchong and report to the police awaiting their takeover. Within a day, the technical details of the new product left the 9 chief engineers in shock. They unanimously believed that once launched it would quickly dominate the entire electrical market. In the following 7 days, Li Chang'an did not go out again, but remained stationed at the factory, personally guiding the technical staff. At the same time, he allocated 10 million in funds to Li Dafu, gradually acquiring Kowloon warehouse stocks through multiple retail accounts. With all arrangements in place, he awaited the right moment. 7 days later, under Li Chang'an's systematic training, the technical backbone of each factory had basically grasped the essentials of the new product. He felt a weight lift from his heart and entrusted the subsequent research and development entirely to the team. Now that matters were cleared up, he could return to the company at ease and plan the next steps. Once the electrical business was on the right track, he would turn his attention to the gaming industry. It was the early 1980s, and games were burgeoning with astonishing profits. The arcade market alone was highly attractive, not to mention the subsequent development of online games by the turn of the millennium. With the foresight from his memories, he would proceed cautiously, steadily advancing. The future landscape was clearly visible and wealth accumulation was just around the corner. Based in Hong Kong, he would ultimately venture into broader horizons. After leaving the factory, Li Chang'an returned to the company headquarters. Hello, Chairman. Please ask the general manager to come to my office. Understood. A few minutes later. Young Master Li, you are back. Manager Zhuang, please have a seat. How is the renovation progress across the major department stores? Li Chang'an inquired. It is currently being pushed forward comprehensively. The marketing department is also actively scouting for new store locations to open more outlets. Zhuang Shiqiang replied. The upgrades to the old stores should be completed and ready for use within about half a month. Once the new products are launched, they can be fully utilized. He continued. Li Chang'an nodded slightly upon hearing this, his expression satisfied. Production is nearly ready as well. Full-scale mass production can commence within a few days. Half a month is enough time to stock up, so there will be no shortage when launched. After a brief pause, he looked at Zhuang Shiqiang. Manager Zhuang, what are your thoughts on the promotion of the new products? How can we truly get the public to accept our brand? This question was not merely casual. Li Chang'an was keen to observe whether this veteran who had assisted his father possessed the capability to lead the entire operation. With the group's expansion imminent, if this person's vision and thinking could not match his plans, he would only allow him to manage a subsidiary. As for the candidates to lead the entire group, they would need to be reconsidered. What he needed was a person with foresight and clear thinking, someone he could trust to hand over the foundation of the enterprise. Faced with the question, Zhuang Shiqiang fell silent for a moment, seeming hesitant. Li Chang'an noticed and immediately pressed. Is there something you are concerned about? Not at all. Zhuang Shiqiang steadied his mind. Actually, I had proposed these ideas while the old chairman was still alive, but unfortunately they could not be implemented. I would like to hear more about it. Li Chang'an leaned slightly forward. Firstly, to boost sales, I proposed leveraging the influence of public figures and coordinating with ad placements to amplify our voice. Secondly, to win consumer trust, I recommend unifying our brand identity. For instance, all products should bear the name Chang'an, such as Chang'an appliances, to strengthen recognition. Thirdly, we could introduce after-sales commitments such as providing free repair or replacement services within 1 month, 3 months, or even 6 months to enhance customer confidence. Fourthly, he emphasized, the aforementioned 3 points can address immediate concerns, but if we want to retain customers for the long term, I suggest establishing a dedicated service department. This department will be of considerable scale, but I firmly believe it is necessary. Its responsibility will be to provide complete services, including home installation, regular inspections, and timely repairs for all customers who purchase our products, truly achieving peace of mind in purchasing and usage. This approach indeed involves many stages, but in my view it holds great significance. Years ago, I strongly urged the old chairman to adopt this, but unfortunately it did not go as planned. Zhuang Shiqiang spoke in a low tone, gently shaking his head. His suggestions had been outright rejected by Li Chang'an's father back then, leaving him disheartened to the point of nearly submitting his resignation. Yet ultimately it was his affection for the company that kept him there, and those ideas were left shelved and dusty for many years. Zhuang, your insights are truly brilliant. They have awakened me. Please promptly compile these points into a document. I need a detailed execution plan to proceed with everything accordingly. Li Chang'an's heart was profoundly shaken. As someone from the future, he naturally understood the value of these marketing strategies. He never expected that in this era Zhuang Shiqiang could propose such forward-thinking concepts on his own. The direction of these proposals was remarkably aligned with his own plans for the next steps. What initially seemed like a test unexpectedly revealed the other party's profound vision and strategic thinking. At that moment, he completely revised his opinion of Zhuang Shiqiang. This person not only possessed courage but also had a grand vision fully capable of managing the entire group. This discovery filled him with immense joy. Li, young master Li, do you really support these plans? Zhuang Shiqiang's voice trembled and his body involuntarily shivered slightly. Of course. These ideas are practical. However, given their broad scope, it is imperative to create a complete document for me. Li Chang'an's tone was resolute. I will get it done. I will organize everything overnight. Zhuang Shiqiang was unable to contain his excitement. At this moment, he felt that following Li Chang'an offered far more prospects than working under Li's father in the past. A leader who understands you and believes in you is enough to ignite anyone's passion and drive. Zhuang calmed down a bit. Seeing the other party still trembling, Li Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Young Master Li, this plan has been buried in my heart for too long, and now I finally have the chance to implement it. I truly cannot remain calm. Zhuang Shiqiang candidly responded. Understood, you prepare first. Knock, knock, knock. Before he finished speaking, there was a hurried knocking at the door. Come in. Chairman Zhuang, we've received news from the front line. Several construction projects in Kowloon are experiencing issues with disturbances and several renovation workers injured on site. The receptionist reported, her expression frantic. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow. He instinctively felt that this matter was far from a simple dispute, and it was certainly not as straightforward as competing contractors fighting over jobs. He contemplated for a moment. I will personally go. Zhuang, you hurry up and complete your plan. He casually grabbed his coat and strode out. Zhao Feng, gather everyone and head out immediately. Understood, boss. Just as he took a few steps, Li Chang'an suddenly halted. If this matter was indeed aimed at him, then rushing over would inevitably lead to a conflict. He turned back to the office and picked up the phone on the desk. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, this is Li Dafu. Dafu, can you gather all the workers at the dock? I need them to lend a hand. Also, do you know anyone from the gangs? Li Chang'an's tone was straightforward without beating around the bush. He had already formed a judgment in his mind. This was likely the doing of the owner of the clamshell. Otherwise, how could ordinary renovation teams all have issues simultaneously at several department stores? Young Master Li, I can call the workers over, but they will need payment. As for the gangs, there's a group called Tycoon Gang at the dock, and they are particularly tough. Many associations in Shanghai dare not mess with them. They are too troublesome. Tycoon Gang. As soon as the name popped up, relevant information immediately surfaced in Li Chang'an's mind. Most of these people are veterans from the mainland gathered together to avoid oppression from local forces calling themselves the Tycoon Gang. Every one of them is skilled, fearless, and quick to act. Due to their daring nature, their reputation spread, attracting more and more veterans to join. As their numbers grew, so did their combat strength, causing local gangs to become wary. After several direct confrontations, the Tycoon Gang became a presence that no one wanted to provoke, with various associations tacitly acknowledging their status. You contact their leader and let them know I want to discuss business. Li Chang'an was determined to meet the other party. These individuals had a clear background and a tough style, making them the kind of strength he needed. He had always held admiration for veterans who came out from the mainland. Understood, boss. Where should we meet? Li Dafu asked. You book a room at the Kowloon Grand Hotel, and once arranged, inform them and let me know the time. Got it, boss. After hanging up, Li Chang'an immediately took Zhao Feng and others directly to the department store where the incident occurred. After a few minutes, he arrived at the store where the situation was the most severe. As the car door opened, he saw dozens of people blocking the entrance, all dressed flamboyantly with fierce expressions, clearly gang members. Stop! A furious shout pierced through the noise. The ringleader of the disturbance looked up upon hearing the voice, saw Li Chang'an stepping out of the luxury car, frowned, and then remembered the support behind him, regaining his arrogant demeanor. Li Chang'an approached step by step. Who are you? Who sent you to create chaos here? Are you the boss here? The ringleader asked in Cantonese. What do you think? Damn, my boss is asking the question. Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely on the other person's cheek, and he fell to the ground in response. The thug who had spoken disrespectfully to Li Chang'an had not finished his words when Zhao Feng kicked him in the chest, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. His frail body simply could not withstand that force, collapsing on the ground, clutching his abdomen and wailing, lacking even the strength to get up. Damn you, are you playing games? The leading thug's expression turned icy upon seeing his subordinate suffer, as he turned to Li Chang'an with a tone full of provocation. Even though he knew the person before him was no ordinary individual, if he did not retaliate while being confronted, how could he expect to lead his subordinates in the future? Once face is lost, respect collapses. Dare utter one more insult and you'll never step beyond this threshold again. Li Chang'an stood unyielding, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing straight into the other's eyes. For a long, taut moment they locked stares, the air between them crackling with unspoken tension. Seeing the man fall silent, he spoke coldly, whoever stands behind you, regardless of rank or influence, you will vacate my premises immediately. Do not impede my shop renovation. He was already 80% certain. They had been sent by the owner of Shenka Electric. Common street thugs would never dare behave so brazenly toward someone who drove a Rolls-Royce. A foot soldier might taunt the police, but seasoned gang leaders understood the weight of wealth. In Hong Kong, provoking a tycoon was never a wise move. Your fortune means nothing here. We have our own code. This district falls under my jurisdiction. Any construction must be approved by me. Otherwise, not a single brick nor tile will find its place. The gang leader tilted his chin upward, arrogance dripping from every gesture. Is that so? Li Chang'an asked calmly. You're from the Zhongyi, aren't you? And your mastermind is Wang Yu. Question after question rolled off his tongue. Measured, unhurried, yet heavy with quiet authority. The man's face flickered faintly. Though he masked it swiftly, that fleeting tremor of panic did not escape Li Chang'an's notice. No answer was needed. The truth was written plainly across his features. I've never heard of any Wang Yu, but make no mistake, unless you hand over the project to us, not a single nail will be driven into any storefront along this entire street. The man feigned ignorance, his voice still laced with veiled menace. 10 seconds. Leave now or bear the consequences. 10, 9, 7, 3, 2, 1. No one moved. The crowd remained wedged at the entrance, defiantly testing the final boundary. A subtle tightening tugged at the corners of Li Chang'an's mouth. Very well. Send them on their way. Before the words fully left his lips, Zhao Feng and the others surged forward like tigers unleashed. Thud, thud, thud. My arm. It's broken. My leg. My leg's shattered. Help me. Let go. I don't want to die here. Within 3 minutes, nearly 50 Triad enforcers lay sprawled across the ground, cries of agony, rising in desperate waves. Some curled around broken arms, others dragged themselves forward on shattered limbs. None remained standing. Their leader was seized from behind, wrists wrenched and pinned hard before Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an glanced down, his voice calm, almost glacial. Throw them all out. Should they return, I'll see them swimming in Victoria Harbor. All department store renovations across Kowloon are suspended today. Everyone takes a day's rest. Work resumes tomorrow. He instructed the supervisor overseeing the construction schedule. Once negotiations with the Tycoon Bang concluded successfully tonight, construction would resume without interruption tomorrow. If those thugs dared interfere again, handling them would become their responsibility. In Hong Kong at this time, countering darkness with darkness remained the most direct and effective method. Even if the police arrested them, they'd walk free within days and resume their provocations without hesitation. Only when they tasted true suffering and felt genuine fear would this matter be truly settled. Only then could the department store's reconstruction proceed unimpeded. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The lobby of the Kowloon Hotel stood hushed and austere. Li Chang'an stepped out of his car, Zhao Feng and the others following closely behind. Li Dafu had already established contact with the Tycoon Bang, arranging this meeting at the hotel. En route, Li Chang'an suddenly asked, "How do your capabilities compare to those of ordinary ex-soldiers?" Zhao Feng hesitated slightly, then replied, "Boss, in regular brawls, we can handle 10 or more opponents. If it comes to life or death combat, double that number. We'll still stand our ground." His tone was resolute, his eyes gleamed with a cold, unwavering confidence. Li Chang'an nodded faintly in acknowledgement. Inside the private dining room, Heilong, the Tycoon Bang's leader, had been waiting for some time, excitement barely concealed on his face. "Brother Dafu, what exactly does young Master Li intend? Do you know?" He lowered his voice. When Li Dafu approached them with an offer of cooperation, the four brothers weighed it carefully and ultimately chose opportunity over caution. Wages from dock work were meager, barely enough to feed their families. Heilong had long sought an opening, and now that someone extended an olive branch, he was willing to grasp it, even if he suspected hidden motives. Even if they became another's blade, so long as their brothers ate well and earned fairly, it was worth the risk. The door swung open. "Young Master Li has arrived." Li Chang'an entered the room to find several middle-aged men seated. Calm, composed, aged roughly 30 to 40. Their postures were rigid, their gazes incisive. Clearly, these were no ordinary men. At his entrance, they rose in unison. Not with obsequious smiles, but with courteous, self-possessed dignity markedly distinct from Li Dafu's deferential manner. "Please be seated." After settling himself, Li Chang'an swept his gaze across the group. "May I ask each of your names?" "I am Heilong." "I'm He-jun." "Zhou Lu." "Lian." As the introductions ended, Heilong cut directly to the point. "Young Master Li, what brings you to meet us today?" He knew full well what people said about the Tycoon Bang, that they were formidable, skilled, intimidating, and that local gangs rarely challenged them lightly. But that was only true so long as no one crossed their red lines, a boundary Heilong understood perfectly. True, the Tycoon Bang boasted greater numbers and tighter cohesion than many local organizations, granting them advantage in certain domains. But Heilong never recklessly encroached upon sensitive territories. The reason was simple: they held no roots in Hong Kong, lacked powerful patrons, and bore every burden alone. Put plainly, if any local faction resolved to crush them, the Tycoon Bang would struggle to withstand the assault precisely because they had no backing. And that was before considering the island's other entrenched powers, any one of which could subdue them effortlessly should it choose to act. Heilong saw these stakes with absolute clarity. Precisely for this reason, he kept his men disciplined and restrained, never contesting street turf, operating solely around the docks, earning honest wages through sheer labor. Unlike local gangs, who carved out territory across several blocks, extorted protection fees, managed parking, ran nightclubs and bathhouses, their income streams were narrow, straightforward, and hard-earned. "Let's serve the dishes first. We'll talk while we eat," Li Chang'an said with a smile. "Waiter, good afternoon. How may I assist you?" "Bring the menu, we'll order." "Right away." Once the menu arrived, Li Chang'an handed it directly to Heilong and his men. "Brothers, please order freely. Don't hold back. Young Master Li is too kind. We leave the ordering to you." Heilong gently pushed the menu back. He understood perfectly the distinction between host and guest. "As you wish." Li Chang'an accepted without further protest, smiling as he took the menu and placed the order himself. An hour passed. With bellies full and glasses emptied, Li Chang'an set down his chopsticks and fixed his gaze upon Heilong and the others. "Let's dispense with pretense today. I wish to forge a sincere friendship with each of you. At present, my department store requires trustworthy personnel to oversee its operations. Rest assured, the compensation will be generous. And should this collaboration succeed, I will grant the Tycoon Bang an opportunity, an irreversible chance to resolve its financial constraints once and for all." Though spoken with quiet composure, those words stirred a tempest within He Long's heart. Young Master Li, please rest assured. The matter of the department store is in our hands, and not a single misstep will occur. He Long spoke with fervent enthusiasm. His excitement stemmed not solely from the promise of future opportunity, but from the very nature of this assignment before him. This opened an entirely new path for his brothers, a lifeline that resolved their immediate plight. As for the awe-inspiring impact that Li Chang'an's eventual fulfillment of that opportunity would bring, he could scarcely begin to imagine it. Well done. I am thoroughly satisfied with your decision. From now on, whenever my conglomerate requires personnel, the Tycoon gang will be given first consideration. Li Chang'an called toward the doorway. Zhao Feng, enter. Sir. Zhao Feng entered promptly. At his appearance, He Long and the others subtly stiffened. Men who had spent years walking the razor's edge, many veterans, possessed an instinctive sensitivity to danger. The men accompanying Zhao Feng exuded a chilling glacial aura, one that sent shivers down the spine. This is Brother He Long of the Tycoon gang, Li Chang'an introduced, and henceforth you will liaise directly with him whenever the company requires assistance. Understood, sir. Zhao Feng nodded. So it is settled. He Long, you will receive the precise location of the department store from Zhao Feng shortly. I expect you to hold this ground firmly. Should anyone dare cause trouble, regardless of status or background, repel them without hesitation. Should consequences arise, I shall bear full responsibility. Li Chang'an's tone was unyielding. That was precisely the confidence he sought. If in time rivals dared challenge the store yet retreated at the mere thought of their opponent's power, then hiring such men would be utterly meaningless. You have my word, young Master Li. Anyone wishing to lay hands on this place must first step over our corpses. He Long pledged solemnly. Good. A faint smile softened Li Chang'an's features. I trust you. With that he rose and turned to leave the hotel. With the matter resolved, a weight lifted from his chest. So long as his foundations stood firm, no adversary could inspire fear. Reborn, once bearing memories of 2 lifetimes, he already stood invincible upon the battlefield of commerce. To still lose to another would render this rebirth nothing short of a tragic waste. Oh, my apologies. Emerging from the elevator, a young woman collided with him. Hedon. It's quite all right. Li Chang'an adjusted his shoulder and looked up, her silhouette instantly familiar. A quiet smile touched his lips as he extended a courteous gesture. Miss Lin, it's a pleasure. You know me. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise. Indeed. I greatly admired your performance in 800 Heroes. He spoke truthfully, not out of flattery. I see. I never imagined I'd be recognized by an audience here in Hong Kong. How delightful. She smiled. Li Chang'an, hailing from Shaowan. Being acknowledged as a fan stirred genuine warmth within her. Li Chang'an gazed upon her youthful presence, her features delicate and luminous, truly captivating. Yet in that instant a memory surged forth, the figure of one who had never returned in his past life, and a sharp pang tightened his chest. Miss Lin, you seem agitated. Has something occurred? He asked softly. Ah, I nearly forgot. The paparazzi are tailing me. Would you mind helping me stall them? Those 2 suspicious-looking men over there. She discreetly gestured toward 2 furtive figures loitering near the lobby corner. Li Chang'an gave Zhao Feng the faintest nod, and Zhao Feng moved, instantly seizing the 2 photographers by their collars and briskly dragging them out of the hotel lobby without pause or pretense. Such scenes were commonplace across Hong Kong streets and alleys at the time. Guests had long grown accustomed to them. With Triads flourishing and Underworld affairs frequent, no one spared a second glance. Watching the pair vanish into the distance, Li Chang'an's shoulders finally relaxed. Thank you. A trivial matter, Li Chang'an replied with a light smile, then added casually, May I ask, what brings you to Hong Kong alone, Miss Lin? Is your manager not with you? At those words, Li Chang'an's gaze flickered, and a quiet alarm chimed within her. Unconsciously, she stepped half a pace backward, her voice edged with caution. I'm not alone. They're all upstairs in their rooms. I really must return now. Thank you. Li Chang'an sensed her wariness and inwardly sighed. He harbored no ulterior motive, yet was mistaken for one with ill intent. Wait a moment. He raised a hand to halt the closing elevator doors. Ah! Li Chang'an gasped, pressing herself against the elevator wall. This is a hotel. What do you intend? Don't be afraid. From his breast pocket, he withdrew a business card and offered it. I merely wish to make your acquaintance. This is my contact information. She accepted it, swiftly glanced down briefly, then closed her fist tightly around it. I must go up now. Please step aside. Li Chang'an withdrew his hand, watching the elevator ascend, and shook his head wryly. Do I truly appear so sinister? He dismissed the thought entirely. It had been no more than a fleeting encounter with a woman he once deeply admired. An impulsive, harmless desire to connect, nothing more. Inside the elevator, Li Chang'an waited until the floor indicator lit up before daring to examine the card closely. President Chang'an Group, Li Chang'an. Chang'an Group, never heard of it, a youth like him running a corporation. Most likely just another so-called investor seeking leverage. She scoffed lightly, since rising to fame such encounters had become routine. Self-proclaimed entrepreneurs paraded before her. Some proposing collaborations, others hinting at quid pro quo arrangements. She had long since erected high walls around herself. This time too she placed Li Chang'an squarely among that category. Were he aware, he could only respond with silent rueful amusement. Zhao Feng back to the office. Understood, sir. Leaving the hotel, Li Chang'an's thoughts had already shifted toward the media industry. The 1980s loomed on the horizon. Hong Kong's film, television, and music industries stood poised for explosive growth. He refused to remain a passive observer. In his memory, the Jia television station would cease operations this very year. Acquiring it would mark the first cornerstone of his media empire. Once he owned a television station, the duopoly held by Asia Television and TVB would at last be challenged. A tripartite balance would not be the final destination, but rather the beginning. Armed with foresight into future trends, Li Chang'an believed with unwavering certainty that one day the sky itself would bear his name. Purchasing a television station would significantly advance his enterprise, not only amplifying the conglomerate's overall influence, but also providing a stable in-house channel for brand promotion. This advantage proved especially critical. What truly captivated Li Chang'an was precisely this dual benefit: profitability paired with self-sustaining publicity. No longer would he need to fret over advertising expenditures. Every brand under his banner could ride the wave seamlessly, achieving two objectives with a single stroke. Yet the sole obstacle confronting him now was capital. He knew full well his current liquidity remained insufficient. Unless the U.S. shipment payment arrived smoothly, this acquisition plan would struggle to proceed swiftly. Good morning, Chairman. Secretary Jean, is the general manager in the office? Li Chang'an inquired. This newly appointed secretary had just graduated. Exceptionally capable. At 23, she was 1 year older than Li Chang'an, having earned her degree from a prestigious university in England. Strikingly beautiful and possessing an uncommon grace, she stood out effortlessly in any crowd. Yes, he's in the office. I'll inform him immediately. Have the general manager come to my office immediately, and also find the relevant documents regarding the liquidation of Jia Television, and bring them over. Li Chang'an spoke with a decisive tone, his instructions clear. Understood, Chairman. He acted promptly, never delaying. Even if finances were tight, he could always take out a loan from the bank. He estimated that taking over a television station on the brink of collapse would require at least 100 million. After all, back in 1981 at Shodigan, had acquired half of the shares of the once thriving Li Television for merely 100 million. Now Jia had long ceased operations. A full acquisition at a price of 100 million seemed entirely feasible. Moments later, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Young Master Li, you called for me. Zhuang Shiqiang pushed the door open. Take a look at this document first. Li Chang'an handed over the file that Secretary Jean had delivered. Jia Television. Zhuang Shiqiang murmured the name, his brow furrowing slightly. He momentarily didn't understand why Li Chang'an would suddenly focus on this media outlet that had ceased operations. He wouldn't be thinking of acquiring it, would he? The thought sprang to mind, causing him to be startled. Thoughts surged in his mind, presenting various possibilities. After a long pause, he lifted his head, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Young Master, Li, are you planning to take over this television station to promote our group's products in the future? He asked tentatively. Do you think this path is feasible? Li Chang'an did not respond directly, but gently countered with a question. Zhuang Shiqiang fell silent, lost in thought again. Li Chang'an patiently waited, not interrupting. He understood that some decisions must be grasped by the other party for greater stability. During that time, Zhuang Shiqiang's expression changed multiple times, sometimes uplifted, sometimes worried. Ultimately, he slowly shook his head and let out a soft sigh. Young Master Li, your vision is very forward-thinking, but I suggest not taking over Jia Television for now. He paused, his tone sincere. Although the prospects are enticing, the reality presents too many obstacles. Why not? Li Chang'an frowned, slightly confusion evident in his tone. Zhuang Shiqiang's attitude seemed contradictory, first nodding, and then shaking his head, prompting Li Chang'an to seek clarity. Jia Television has always been on unstable ground, and during its peak its viewership share in Shanghai never exceeded 20%. Now on the brink of bankruptcy, its reputation lies in tatters, and viewers have long since abandoned it. Even if we take over, would the Hong Kong government still allow free broadcasts? That, in itself, is a question. He continued, overall it cannot bring sufficient exposure, nor can it aid the group's future layout. Rather than investing funds to salvage a sinking ship, it would be wiser to turn our attention to Li Television. Zhuang Shiqiang spoke succinctly, his logic clear. After listening, Li Chang'an silently admired this person is truly an underrated expert. Clearly possessing the ability to stand alone, yet He had been stuck in his father's old appliance store wasting away time. He was certain that had Zhuang Shiqiang entered those wealthy families or conglomerates, his achievements would rival those of Hu Jianing or Liang Jinsong. Now being discovered by himself was indeed fortunate. With him around, the company's operations could take a bold risk. That makes sense. Li Chang'an chuckled lightly, but I am confident I can help Jia Yi rise again. This statement surprised Zhuang Shiqiang, yet he did not question it. Reflecting on Li Chang'an's recent actions, each one was unexpected yet precise, growing a sense of anticipation within him. If you can truly turn the situation around, I support acquiring Jia Yi. Zhuang Shiqiang immediately expressed his stance. Good, go contact the relevant departments in the Hong Kong government now, ascertain the situation and arrange a meeting. Also bring over Jia Yi's original core staff. He Juhua, Su Shangqi, Zhuku, and Lin Suhua are all calling for a revival right. Let's take them along to negotiate, and we must secure the rights for free broadcasts. Understood, I'll handle it right away. After Zhuang Shiqiang left, Li Chang'an sat quietly for a moment, glanced at the time, and stood up to leave. He decided to make another trip to HSBC. With Shen Bairua there, he wanted to meet her in person. This woman who stirred the storm of Chinese capital was worth a face-to-face meeting. Half an hour later, Li Chang'an stepped through the doors of HSBC in Shangjiang. Coincidentally, the front desk was still that same young female staff member from last time. He smiled and greeted her. Hello, it's nice to see you again. It's you. The girl widened her eyes slightly, clearly remembering the face before her. Few could give tips at HSBC, and even fewer were as handsome as he was, leaving a deep impression on her. I'm here to see Ms. Shenbai, could you please inform her? Li Chang'an smiled warmly, believing this demeanor would surely make the young lattice heart flutter. The other party merely glanced at him indifferently. No appointment, you can't see her. The air momentarily thickened. He cleared his throat a couple of times, retracting his usual demeanor, reached into his pocket, took out a 500 Hong Kong dollar bill, and casually placed it on her fingertips, the touch brief yet intentional. The girl's cheeks flushed, and though she didn't speak, her gaze had already fallen on the bill. I didn't get a chance to thank you for last time. Please don't take offense at this small gesture. His tone was gentle, as if discussing the most natural thing. She hesitated. $500 was not a small amount, enough for her expenses for over half a month. The words of rejection lodged in her throat, ultimately unspoken. Li Chang'an understood that to see Shen by the regular path would not suffice. His company, worth several hundred million, was but a drop in the ocean here in Shangjiang. In front of HSBC, there were always people queuing to seek an audience, and some waited 7 days without seeing anyone. He couldn't afford the wait, nor did he want to haggle with those loan managers. His target had never been just a sum of money. It was the person sitting in the top office, Shen Bai. I'll help you notify her. The girl finally spoke, her voice lowered, but whether you get to see her or not, I don't have the final say. That's already enough gratitude. He smiled more brightly, fixing his gaze on her face. Such a lovely girl, would you honor me with your company for dinner? I can wait until you finish work. The girl lowered her head, silently, her fingers tightening around the phone, her heart racing a few beats faster. She neither accepted nor rejected, turning to dial the internal line. Manager, front desk, the chairman of Chang'an Group is here, previously the person in charge of Heji Electronics. A brief response came from the other end of the line. Moments later, she hung up and looked up. You can go in now. The manager has allowed you to go up. Li Chang'an nodded, leaving with a final note. Remember, I will wait until you finish work. The young lady blushed slightly at Li Chang'an's voice, gently lowering her head, and turned to guide him inside, stopping at the door of the HSBC manager's office. Ms. Shunbai, hello. Mr. Li, welcome. Shunbai stood up to greet him, her tone calm and her demeanor composed. He did not show any signs of neglect due to her youth or the instability of her family business, maintaining complete politeness. Suddenly arriving unannounced is indeed abrupt. I hope you can forgive me. Li Chang'an stood firm, his tone calm. You flatter me, Mr. Li. Shenbai smiled slightly. I have heard a bit about your family's recent situation. Your father's matter is truly regrettable. I have come today with a request. Li Chang'an got straight to the point. I am eager to hear the details. I need a sum of funding to expand the company's reach. Expand? Shunbai's brows furrowed slightly. In his impression, Heji Electric had long been on shaky ground, and now it was renamed Chang'an Group, merely a roof being put over an old house. He had thought this person would come seeking help for debt turnover, yet unexpectedly, he spoke of expansion, which caught him off guard. Mr. Li, to speak frankly, it seems your company should focus on stabilizing its position rather than reaching outwards. Shunbai said, a hint of confusion in his tone. Stabilizing my position? Li Chang'an's lips curled into a slight smile. Do you also believe my company is on the verge of collapse? Indeed, from the outside it appears that the accounts are in disarray and the market is shrinking. It seems only a matter of time before liquidation. He paused, his gaze serene. However, I must tell you, my enterprise is not only intact but is on the verge of a rise. If I say that within a year the electric appliance market in Changjiang will be dominated by me, and that Southeast Asia, Western Europe, the United States, and even the world will follow our product standards, would you believe it? His words were firm without any embellishment. He knew that, in front of someone like Shen, by excessive humility would only be seen as weakness. Shunbi's expression turned slightly serious. Changjiang and Southeast Asia may still have potential. Human hearts are hard to gauge and potential is infinite. But to claim dominance in the world in a year... He did not finish yet. His eyes revealed his thoughts. Such claims were too presumptuous. It is understandable that people do not comprehend, Li Chang'an said, without anger, taking out a stack of blueprints from his briefcase and offering them with both hands. If you would take a close look at these design drawings, you might reconsider my earlier statement. These appliance design blueprints I have represent the most cutting-edge technology globally. The production line has been fully established, and it can be pushed to the market in less than a month. With this batch of products, I am confident in quickly breaking into the international market and occupying a dominant position. Moreover, I have successfully penetrated the American market, reaching a strategic partnership with the largest local retailer Best Buy, and signed an order worth $50 million. Just based on this, my company faces no bottlenecks in funding or channels. After speaking, Li Chang'an took out a contract from his folder and handed it to Shunbai. Shunbai remained in shock as he received the blueprints. Although he did not understand the technical details, the functional descriptions marked on the drawings were clear, and the textual descriptions detailed enough to assess their authenticity and feasibility. When he flipped to the cooperation agreement signed with Best Buy, the shock within him intensified. The current situation far exceeded his expectations, nearly overturning his understanding of the industry's rhythm. He took a moment to collect his thoughts and suddenly realized. Li Chang'an chose silence not due to a lack of strength, but intentionally to conceal his brilliance. Maintaining a low profile before the new products are launched is precisely to strike suddenly in the market and achieve a decisive victory. Looking at the young man before him, Shunbai felt a flicker of surprise. The strategy and depth of this young man far exceeded what one would expect at his age, making him impossible to overlook. Mr. Li, this plan is indeed brilliant. If the products you launch can realize all the functions as shown in the blueprints, they will undoubtedly become the leaders in the global electrical appliance field. Shunbai said earnestly. Naturally, I have complete confidence in my research and development results. The actual products will be even stronger than the blueprints with no compromises, Li Chang'an replied firmly and calmly. Truly a formidable youth. Shunbai paused for a moment, then posed a question. Since you have signed with Best Buy, according to industry norms, you should receive half the deposit before delivery. Why then are you still facing funding tightness? Mr. Shin, you may not be aware. The goods have not yet been delivered, so the funds have naturally not come through. I urgently need capital to expand into new fields, which is why I took the liberty to seek your assistance. Li Chang'an responded calmly. Upon hearing this, Shunbai's interest peaked. Are you saying that besides electrical appliances there are other investment directions? Li Chang'an smiled, slightly knowing that the crucial moment had arrived. As long as he could gain Shunbai's recognition today, even if only preliminary, the door to future cooperation would open wide. At the very least, they would no longer find it difficult to touch the key resources controlled by HSBC because of their unfamiliarity. Of course, Changjiang is at a critical stage of takeoff, or with such opportunities before us, if we do not sprint with all our strength, should we wait until the momentum passes? Li Chang'an's gaze was steady, his words resonant. Hearing Mr. Li's statements, it seems you are quite optimistic about Xiangjiang's prospects. Currently, there are constant reports from the outside regarding negotiations and the future ownership issue of Changjiang, making it increasingly uncertain. This kind of rumor has long spread in various circles. Mr. Li must have heard something about it. Why then do you remain so steadfast in your optimism about this land? Shunbai's tone was calm, his gaze fixed on the other. He had asked this question of many people, yet few had given him answers that truly satisfied him. Li Chang'an paused slightly, as if organizing his thoughts. Mr. Shun, to speak frankly, Changjiang will eventually belong to them. This is the trend of history. Yet I firmly believe that such changes will not shake its foundation. A place thrives because it creates value. Regardless of who is in power, they will not easily destroy a flourishing land that has already formed. If they choose to destroy the market order after taking over, what significance would that hold for them? They are not pursuing a battered island. I believe their goals extend far beyond mere ownership rights. To take it a step further, even if Changjiang continues to be governed by the local government, its advantages remain irreplaceable. Geography, human flow, capital convergence, all the favorable conditions are present. The future development space can only be described as infinite. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted and a smile appeared on Shunbai's face. He not only agreed with Li Chang'an's viewpoint, but even found this discourse more profound and broader than what the two candidates he was currently supporting had expressed. In an instant, his impression of Li Chang'an transformed completely. He was no longer an ordinary young man, but a profound thinker and an emerging talent with a broad perspective. To possess such calm in crisis resolution and the ability to make accurate judgments about the future at such a young age is indeed rare. Even if such a person appeared among those over 50, they would be remarkable. And now this individual is only in his early 20s. Such a person is precisely the kind of partner HSBC has been searching for. His presence could become a key force driving the strategic layout of the entire bank. What is even more remarkable is that the strategic vision Li Chang'an displayed surpassed many seasoned players who had been in business for decades. How could Shun Bai not be moved? And this was exactly the effect Li Chang'an wanted. He understood that although he and Shun Bai were in different camps, their interests aligned, mutual achievement serving as each other's stepping stones. What Li Chang said has greatly benefited me. Shun Bai slowly spoke. If I miss the opportunity to meet you today, it will surely be a regret in the future. His tone was sincere and his expression had entirely changed from the aloofness and scrutiny of their first encounter. Li Chang'an felt this change. He knew he had successfully taken the most crucial step, winning Shun Bai's recognition. Even though he couldn't immediately acquire the coveted equity in a business from this moment on, he had earned the right to sit at the negotiation table. Mr. Shun Bai, you flatter me too much. I am merely speaking the truth, and truly do not deserve the title of young talent. Li Chang'an had achieved his goal, and his tone immediately became more reserved, exuding humility and courtesy. I speak the truth. Li Shang, among the younger generation in Shangjiang, you are the one I admire the most, and you are no less impressive compared to seasoned professionals. Shun Bai, being a foreigner, had a straightforward way of thinking, and did not understand beating around the bush. He expressed his admiration for Li Chang'an candidly. Li Chang'an chuckled lightly at his words, and chose not to continue on this topic. Mr. Shun, I won't take up much of your time. Regarding the loan I mentioned earlier. Haha, when Li Shang speaks, it must be something significant. How much do you need? Shun Bai asked with a smile, his tone relaxed, as if the amount of money was merely a numerical game in his eyes, requiring no cumbersome processes. 100 million. I wish to acquire Jia television station to align with my upcoming product layout. Li Chang'an answered succinctly. Jia television station. Shun Bai was slightly taken aback. The one that has already ceased broadcasting. Even if you take it over, its viewership base is almost zero. How much impact can it have? He showed a look of confusion. Precisely because no one sees its potential, it is worth pursuing. Li Chang'an's gaze was firm. As long as I obtain the license, I can revive it. It may not immediately surpass TVB and ATV, but a triad of competitors is not a delusion. Having my own channel holds significant meaning for the long-term development of the company. What boldness! Shun Bai's eyes gleamed with appreciation. Since Li Shang has such grand ambitions, funding is not an issue. When do you need the money? The sooner the better. I plan to contact the relevant departments of the Hong Kong government tomorrow. However, Li Chang'an sighed slightly in resignation. The premise is that the free television license must be restored, otherwise nothing can be discussed. This remark appeared casual but was laden with subtlety. He understood Shun Bai's identity and background. If he took the initiative to coordinate the license issue, would be almost effortless. But he could not say it outright and had to leave space for the other party to take the initiative. Leave this matter to me. Shun Bai indeed took the bait and said without hesitation, if you don't mind, I'll personally handle the discussions. Li Chang'an felt a surge of joy in his heart, almost unable to conceal his delight, yet he still maintained an expression of hesitation. How can I allow you to do this? Mr. Shun, you are a person of importance. How can you busy yourself with this? He feigned reluctance, his acting as natural as if he were a born actor. Don't decline. Shun Bai waved his hand and smiled. It is a fortunate event to meet someone like you today. This small matter should be considered a welcoming gift. In his words, what appeared to be an immensely complicated political and business relationship sounded as simple as a stroll. Shun Bai was a top tycoon in Shangjiang, and as a head of HSBC, helping Li Chang'an was merely a matter of saying a few words. He was willing to do this because he recognized the value the other party could bring in the future. A small effort in exchange for a favor was a deal he deemed worthwhile. Mr. Shun, I will remember your kindness. Today has truly been fortunate. Not only have I resolved my funding issue, but I have also gained your support. Li Chang'an stood up, walked forward, and extended his hand to express his gratitude. You are too polite, Li Shang. This matter is nothing. As he spoke, Shun Bai turned to the phone by his desk. AI Lin, please call the loan department manager up and prepare the contract. Thank you. Okay, boss. Soon after, the manager arrived promptly and began processing the signing procedures for Li Chang'an. HSBC has a special policy that is entirely different from other financial institutions. As long as the head nods, no asset collateral is needed for the loan. This policy is specifically set up for enterprises or individuals with immense growth potential named credit loans. Only the head has this authority, and at this moment Li Chang'an was the beneficiary. There were no cumbersome processes, no guarantee requirements. Signing immediately released the funds, astonishingly efficient. An hour later, all procedures were completed and the funds arrived smoothly. Li Chang'an walked into Shun Bai's office again. Mr. Shin, I will remember your assistance today. The matter has been settled. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. As for the television station, I will have the relevant departments make the necessary arrangements. You can go over tomorrow to negotiate. If you need anything, feel free to find me. Shin Bis' tone was calm. I am truly grateful. After bidding farewell, Li Chang'an stepped out of the office, suddenly remembering that he had promised to treat that young girl to a meal. He indeed stopped and waited for nearly 20 minutes before finally leaving the building with her. This action was not purely out of kindness. What man would be so attentive without ulterior motives? Yet he had a purpose, and precisely because of this his efforts appeared more sincere. In the western restaurant of the Kowloon Hotel, the lights were soft and the music was gentle. Li Chang'an sat side by side with the girl named Ran. This hotel was no longer just a dining place for him. Whether for dates or business discussions, he always preferred to choose this location. In his past life, whenever he visited Hong Kong, this place was his top choice for accommodation. Over time, it became a sort of habit, even carrying a hint of emotional attachment. Feel free to order anything you want, don't hold back. He handed over the menu with a gentle tone. On the way, he had already learned about her basic situation. She had just graduated from Shangjiang University at the age of 22, and her first job was at HSBC, which was quite fortunate. The girl before him was delicate and shy, full of expectations for the future, while his attitude towards her seemed casual, but was in fact calculated. In that era of Shangjiang, finding a stable job was enough to make many feel satisfied, especially entering a large-scale enterprise like HSBC, which was a rare opportunity. Going back to the 30s to 60s, there was a prevailing sentiment in the Chinese community of Shangjiang. Working in a foreign-owned business was seen as a symbol of dignity and honor. That pride in serving foreign merchants seems somewhat regrettable in hindsight. Even to this day, foreign enterprises still hold a special place in the hearts of many Chinese. They represent not only a stable income but also a widely recognized social status, often more attractive compared to local companies. Ran had become a true Hong Kong woman. Her father had emigrated here in the 1950s, at just 20 years old, and put down roots. Her family included 6 siblings. She was the eldest daughter, while her youngest brother was only 10. The other 4 sisters were all still in school, and the second sister had already entered university. Though their life was never destitute, her parents ran a modest food stall, ensuring 3 meals a day. The burden of supporting 6 children left them perpetually weary with little hope of saving. Places like the Kowloon Grand Hotel thus belonged to another world entirely. Somewhere she had never set foot nor ever imagined she might enter. From the moment she stepped through the door, she moved with quiet vigilance, fearful of misstep. She had heard that breaking a single glass here could cost hundreds of Hong Kong dollars. For someone earning only HK 1200 a month, one mistake would nearly erase half a month's wages. I can manage. You decide. She replied softly, her voice restrained. Utterly unlike the girl she once was, who'd betray her boss's whereabouts for a meager tip. Waiter, please come over. Good morning, sir. How may I assist you? 2 Angus steaks, 2 portions of French foie gras, and this bottle of wine. Li Chang'an ordered with effortless composure. Okay, please wait a moment. I really don't drink. Ran spoke up, slightly uneasy. It's all right. Just a sip won't hurt. I'm here. His tone was gentle, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She lowered her head, silently saying nothing. Had anyone else overheard those words, they might have recoiled. Precisely because he was there, her unease deepened. Ran, have you ever considered changing jobs? Supporting so many children on your parents' small stall is no easy feat. And your salary isn't high either. The pressure must be immense, Li Chang'an said slowly. Such words would never have crossed his lips when they first met. Not when she'd once accepted tips in exchange for leaking her superior's movements. That kind of conduct was utterly unacceptable to him. Yet as days turned into weeks, he gradually saw past the surface, recognizing her not as cunning but as startlingly, almost naively sincere. I don't know what else I could do. HSBC's salary is already quite good. Many classmates tried and failed to get in. They all envy me. And besides, we do earn some tips here. She spoke softly. Indeed, landing a position at HSBC straight out of university, earning HK 1200 monthly, was already impressive by Hong Kong standards of the time. Yet Li Chang'an, privy to what lay ahead, found the sum paltry. Join my company. It's still small, but I'll pay you double. Better benefits than HSBC plus year-end bonuses. But one rule, no more tips. That money is tainted. Don't touch it. If you need money, earn it with your skill. Understand? His tone remained warm, like an elder brother offering counsel. Yet beneath it stirred something quieter, subtler, undetected. He hadn't realized how deeply that quiet undercurrent had already taken hold. How thoroughly it had claimed his thoughts. Others saw it clearly. He remained oblivious. Really? But I don't know how to do anything. Tips? Others do it too, so I thought. Her voice trailed into hesitation. In truth, she wavered. She loved money. Not greedily but earnestly. Born into hardship, she simply wanted to lift her father and sisters into comfort. At heart, she was pure and unassuming, merely swept forward by life's currents. Yet recalling her own inexperience and lack of skill, her hope dimmed, flickering low. Of course it's real. I'm the boss. I wouldn't lie to you. What you don't know you'll learn. Start as assistant secretary. Once proficient, you'll become official secretary. With another raise. Li Chang'an smiled, his gaze sincere. His words fell like light into her hesitant heart. Yet she whispered, I'll think about it. She dared not accept outright, fearing it was merely jest. To resign from HSBC without certainty here would leave her stranded with nowhere to turn. Fine, no rush. Come find me whenever you've decided. He pressed no further. Soon the dishes arrived. As they dined, he shared light-hearted anecdotes. So much so that even the usually shy Ran laughed aloud. The atmosphere softened her wariness, dissolving layer by layer. Though she blushed at his growing affection, she did not draw away. Bolder now his words grew, tender his gestures bolder still. Now and then brushing her hand, leaning close to murmur near her ear. She only bowed her head, lips pressed together, ears flushed, never pulling away. Her silence became consent, emboldening him further. Over the meal she drank 2 glasses of wine. It was only the second time she'd ever drunk alcohol. Named Ran, tranquil. Yet this night would assuredly end in anything but calm. The wine rose swiftly to her head. Her gaze blurred, her limbs went soft. Li Chang'an called out, Zhao Feng. Book a room and escort Miss Ran upstairs. Yes, sir. Li Chang'an had no intention of leaving alone. A few passing remarks over dinner had already revealed his intent. Ran showed no resistance, so he seized the moment unhesitating. Morning light spilled into the room. He brushed her hair gently, his touch feather-light, as if afraid to disturb a dream still unfolding. For Ran, what had transpired felt like a conclusion both inevitable and unforeseen. A faint ache stirred in her chest, but no tears, no outcry. What was done, words would change nothing. Time to rise. We'll have breakfast together. Li Chang'an murmured, his voice warm. After breakfast, he personally drove her to work before returning to his own office. He felt no emotional entanglement, only the fleeting convergence of desire. Nor would he shirk responsibility. What came next? He would take it step by step. Entering the corporate tower, his secretary approached. Chairman, Mr. Zhuang is already waiting in your office. Understood. He acknowledged her without slowing, striding directly toward his office. Pushing the door open, Zhuang Shiqiang rose. Good morning, young Master Li. Good morning, Manager Zhuang. I contacted the Hong Kong government last night and received their reply this morning. Their attitude has shifted dramatically. Zhuang Shiqiang frowned slightly. Yesterday they were distant. Today their tone on the phone was markedly more courteous. I'm unsure what changed. A faint smile curved Li Chang'an's lips. He offered no explanation. He knew precisely what had occurred. The HSBC chief had intervened. Shun Bai's influence in Hong Kong ran astonishingly deep. One call, one sentence, and an otherwise thorny impasse dissolved effortlessly. Thankfully, he'd acted on instinct, persuading Shun Bai to step in. Otherwise, even with capital secured, acquiring that license for free broadcast would likely have remained out of reach. No need to probe why their stance changed. We proceed with negotiations as planned. I am fully prepared to assume full control of the television station. This deal stands an overwhelming chance of success. Zhuang Shiqiang nodded. I will arrange it right away, and we will depart within 10 minutes. Though he did not understand the source of Li Chang'an's confidence as a subordinate, he could only execute the order. When they had a face-to-face conversation with the government officials, the truth would naturally come to light. You go prepare now. 30 minutes later, in central Hong Kong at Tsim Sha Tsui, Li Chang'an and Zhuang Shiqiang walked side by side into the government office building. With a prior appointment, they smoothly passed through various checkpoints and reached the meeting place. Mr. Li, hello. A middle-aged man approached. I am He Ruanguang, responsible for the liquidation affairs of Jia Television. Regarding your submitted acquisition application, I have already approved it. As for the transfer amount, it will be based on the maximum liabilities of Jia Television. Although the asset valuation of this television station is 60 million, its accumulated debts and additional costs have reached 100 million. Therefore, if Mr. Li intends to take over, he needs to prepare 100,650,000 as the transaction price. If you have no objections, the contract can be signed at any time, the official in charge of the liquidation affairs said. After hearing this, Li Chang'an pondered for a moment. Initially, he hesitated at this amount, but then he thought that this television station held strategic significance for his future business layout, and he was unwilling to miss the opportunity due to financial issues. I can accept the price, but I just want to confirm one thing. After the acquisition is completed, will we still retain the qualification for free broadcasting? He asked steadily. This was the core concern he truly cared about. As long as the government allowed them to continue enjoying free broadcast rights, he was willing to bear a few more tens of millions. Rest assured, the original free broadcasting license will be transferred along with the television station and will not be interrupted, the other party responded clearly. Upon hearing this response, Li Chang'an felt a sense of relief, and a wave of excitement surged within him. This meant he could fully promote the revival of Jia television without worries. Very well, I agree to the proposal you put forward. Director He, we can sign the contract now. His goal remained clear. As long as the television station could be smoothly acquired and operational conditions were met, the rest were not obstacles. Once the key conditions were met, money was no longer the measuring standard. In fact, if necessary, he would be willing to invest 200 million. This exceeded the scope of investment returns and was crucial to the strategic layout of the entire group. All right, Mr. Li, here is the contract text for your review. He Runsheng handed the document to Li Chang'an. Half an hour later, the signing was completed. Immediately arrange the takeover work and restore broadcasting as soon as possible, Li Chang'an decisively ordered as he walked out of the building. Additionally, recall all personnel who previously worked at Jia Television during the rights protection. The operation of the television station cannot do without them, he instructed Zhuang Shiqiang. Understood, young master Li. I will execute this immediately upon returning to the company. Li Chang'an nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, he left the government office with Zhuang Shiqiang walking briskly. The television station already belonged to him, and he must seize every moment to reactivate it. As for how to rejuvenate it, he was already well prepared. His mind stored numerous future shows that were about to become popular. He just needed to select the right works to launch a few years in advance to seize the market. Continuously outputting high-quality content would naturally lead to a rebound in viewership. This business did not require excessive anxiety over the results, or it only needed to ensure a steady stream of scripts in the early stages. Once the television station was on the right track, Li Chang'an would no longer involve himself in every detail. Even with more resources and creativity at hand, he had no intention of rushing to launch. He preferred to see the team create works capable of bearing viewership and reputation through their own abilities. A business that relies on one person for everything ultimately cannot sustain itself. After bidding farewell to Zhuang Shiqiang, he took the time to visit the research and development area of the factory. This time he reorganized the electrical business left by his father years ago and conducted a comprehensive overhaul of the old product line. Incorporating new technological ideas made the entire set of equipment more aligned with current demands with more practical and advanced functions. The boss has arrived. As soon as he stepped into the new Electrical Research Institute, Zhao Feng and several colleagues greeted him. They were responsible for the security here and had long been accustomed to daily duty. You have been here all along. It's not easy. Li Chang'an nodded lightly, his tone warm. Working for the boss is nothing difficult. All right, continue your work as usual. I will go in and take a look. He spoke naturally, never treating these people as mere guards. In his eyes, they were trustworthy partners who deserved respect. Pushing open the inner door, the research institute was quiet and orderly. Here stored the confidential information of all his new projects, which must be strictly guarded against leaks. Though he had not yet encountered external interference, the other two electrical manufacturers in Hong Kong had not yet taken action, but Li Chang'an understood that this was only because his rivals did not yet see him as a threat. Once the new product was launched, the situation would undoubtedly change. Hello, Chairman. The chairman has arrived. The researchers paused their work and greeted him. This attitude was completely different from the past. In earlier years, even though he was the heir of Heji, people might have engaged in polite exchanges but could hardly hide their distance. Now, however, it was genuine respect. Because Li Chang'an had brought real breakthroughs, a brand new design concept that revitalized a production line that had been dormant for years. For technical personnel, this was akin to a timely rain after a long drought. Researchers often had unique personalities, some valued fame and fortune, while others did not care about high positions. What they pursued was to create value with wisdom, allowing the world to see their achievements. That sense of being recognized far surpassed monetary rewards. In the Research Institute, there were a few such senior craftsmen who had followed his father for many years. With their qualifications, they could easily enter larger platforms and live a more comfortable life. But they chose to stay driven by their passion to create products that could be remembered by the times. Everyone should continue with your work. Do not stop just because I have arrived. The 10 technical supervisors come over here. Li Chang'an waved his hand, gently signaling the other young researchers to continue with their tasks. He did not wish for his arrival to disrupt the normal rhythm. Understood, Chairman. He led the 10 technical leaders to a nearby open area, trying to avoid the busy figures. Everyone, how is the progress of the projects you are responsible for? Are there clear timelines, and when do you expect to enter the mass production phase? Li Chang'an scanned the group with his steady voice. Chairman, rest assured, our teams have actually been competing in secret. The progress is tight. We should be able to wrap up in about 7 days, and we can soon get on the production line. Now it's just a matter of who finishes first. The chief engineer of the air conditioning project spoke up. This was Dali, who was responsible for the product line that Li Chang'an was most concerned about, the air conditioning system which would be known to people in the future. This was a core product positioned at the high end and also the highest priced item under the Chang'an group, naturally bearing high expectations. Li Chang'an has adopted a completely new design concept, this time integrating several innovative features that allow for seamless switching between heating and cooling with performance far surpassing existing devices. Currently, the so-called air conditioners on the market in Xinjiang are still stuck in the outdated all-in-one phase characterized by single cooling, high noise levels, and excessive power consumption, lacking both heating functionality and operational flexibility. Once the new model is launched, the old products will have no competitive edge. Within a week, hearing Dali's response, Li Chang'an nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. Very well. Everyone pause your current tasks. We will hold a general meeting now. He immediately made the decision. The product is nearing completion, and next comprehensive arrangements must be made to ensure that all processes can be put into operation immediately once production begins. 1 hour later, the conference room of the Chang'an Group headquarters was brightly lit. All senior management personnel, factory directors, and core technical staff were present. The purpose of gathering everyone today is singular. Our product is about to launch, and all departments must enter a state of full preparation. Manager Tang, the marketing department, must accelerate efforts to secure store locations in key areas of Xinjiang and expand our coverage. My goal is for our brand stores to be visible in every district. Marketing department, it's your turn to step up. At the moment I announce the product launch, I want to see a complete and compelling promotional plan. Planning department, administration department, human resources department. Currently, the company does not have an independent publicity department. This responsibility will be shared among you. One point must be emphasized: publicity must never be perfunctory. The greater the influence, the higher the brand's recognition. As for the factory directors, it is imperative to expedite training for frontline workers. Every production process must be mastered and no errors are allowed. Every quality inspection step in all factories must be thorough, with each piece of equipment undergoing strict scrutiny, and no flaws are permitted to slip through. If it does not meet the standards, it must be returned immediately. There is no room for ambiguity. All factory directors must proactively maintain close contact with the company's various functional departments, especially coordinating closely with the chief engineer to ensure a consistent work pace. I do not wish for any part of the process to lag behind during advancement. After General Manager Zhuang returns, he will convene another meeting, and he will lead the drafting of specific execution plans for each department, so everyone should be mentally prepared. I reiterate that the production speed must increase, but quality cannot be compromised. The new product must be launched as soon as possible. That is the goal. However, the prerequisite is that the product itself must withstand scrutiny. I will not tolerate any actions that sacrifice quality for speed. Regardless of which department or individual has an issue, I will not show leniency. You all know very well how much advantage our product will have once it hits the market compared to similar products. I need not elaborate, you all understand what this implies. For the future of the company and for your own prospects, let's give it our all. This meeting continued until after 1 in the afternoon. Li Chang'an ensured that all preparations for the launch of the electrical products were in place. Everything was ready, just waiting for the product to officially go on sale. At that time, Chang'an Group and Chang'an Electric Company would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless people in the vibrant land of Xinjiang. 2:30 in the afternoon. An important figure arrived at Kowloon Broadcasting Road, Li Chang'an. He came here because Zhuang Shiqiang had basically completed the acquisition of Jai Television Station, and the handover was about to begin, followed by the first all-hands meeting. Inside Jai Television Station, Li Chang'an spoke up. Manager Zhuang, how many artists are still with Jai? If it's difficult to poach from other stations in the short term, there's no need to force it. Once we have our own series in production and airing, the station will naturally exhibit development potential, attracting more talent. He understood that Jai currently lacked sufficient appeal to pry away the main forces from other companies. Even if he could lure them away with exorbitant salaries, he had no intention of doing so. This would not only disrupt the balance of the industry, but could also raise alarms among competitors. If it triggered a joint resistance from wireless and least, the consequences would be dire. On this land, his foundation was still shallow, far from a point where he could confront directly. Before his influence was established, being too ostentatious would only invite suppression. Even with capital in hand, he could not independently contend against the entirety of the industry's blockade. How many well-known artists are still around? Zhuang Shiqiang replied, including me, Shuiwei Chihua Luo Leilin Li Tongming Zhang Yuling Yang Panpan, and Miss Hong Kong Zhang Mali, and Qin Huang, among others. The majority of the rest have already moved to the other two companies. As for the issue of artists switching jobs, it is currently unavoidable. Li Chang'an said calmly, but as long as we focus on creating quality content, opportunities will follow. Mishue. Li Chang'an was not unfamiliar with this name. In the future, she starred in numerous classic works. Even while in the mainland, her fame remained high, especially her iconic tiger teeth, which were unforgettable. Is there a serious shortage of personnel in the management team, editorial team, directing team, production team? and other supporting roles. He continued to inquire. His greatest concern was the technical backbone being poached by competitors. While artist attrition could be cultivated anew, the absence of professional technical personnel would make operations extremely difficult. Rest assured, Chairman. Most of the personnel in these core positions are still under contract with Jai, and only a very few have moved to other television stations. General Manager Liang Shuqing and Lu Tianxi serve as Assistant General Managers, and Creative Supervisor Shi Xiaoming is the Program Director. Lu Guozhan is responsible for program promotion. Yi Jiexin oversees production, and Lin Xihua manages data collection. All these key figures are still within their contractual periods. Regarding the directing team, the main members, represented by Su Ku, have not yet expired their contracts. A few contracts that are about to end or have already expired have left the company. Zhuang Shiqiang reported one by one the important figures currently remaining at Jai, outlining the basic structure of the company. Although Li Chang'an had not previously paid much attention to the entertainment industry, in Xiangjiang memories of this history lingered in his mind. Hearing that many names on the list would become famous figures in the future, along with the confirmation of a complete departmental structure, he felt much more at ease. All right, let's go to the meeting. A few minutes later, Li Chang'an and Zhuang Shiqiang entered the conference room. Almost all key members of Jai television station were present. Over 100 people gathered together, and the conference room was too small. Everyone casually brought in chairs to sit down. When Li Chang'an walked in, he appeared relaxed and took his seat at the head of the table. Many employees at the scene showed surprise. They had originally thought that Zhuang Shiqiang was the behind-the-scenes acquirer, only to realize at this moment that this young talent was the true leader. Clap, clap, clap. Applause then erupted, organized and enthusiastic. Thank you, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Chang'an, the chairman of Chang'an Group, and I am also in charge of Heji Electric Company. Some of you may know this company. Perhaps there are some who wonder, since Heji Electric is facing financial difficulties, why are we investing to acquire Jia television station? I want to elaborate on that question. Now that I have taken over, I will do my utmost to ensure the station operates smoothly and grows rapidly, not only to compete with Wireless and Lida but to surpass them. The existing organizational structure will remain unchanged. Ms. Liang Shui will continue as the general manager, and the management of various functional departments will stay the same. I will not intervene in daily operations. All authority will be entrusted to Liang Shui. Ms. Liang, regarding the operations management of the television station and its future direction, do you have any thoughts or suggestions? Li Chang'an's gaze fell on Liang Shui. He had a general understanding of the station situation, but what truly determines whether an organization can move forward often lies in the details. As the general manager, Liang Shui undoubtedly possesses the most comprehensive information, making her the perfect person to present ideas. Since learning about the station's acquisition, Liang Shui had been trying to find out the identity of the new owner, but she had come up empty. Now the person before her turned out to be the much-discussed owner of Heji Electric, which made her feel a twinge of unease. In her understanding, Heji Electric was merely a small company with limited scale, and its own business was precarious. How could it have the strength to support the operation of the television station? Without actual investment, how could Jia television station emerge from its predicament and move towards growth? This was precisely the core of her worries. Many questions churned in her mind, but she chose to remain silent, aiming to ascertain the other party's intentions first. If the new chairman's resource investment does not meet her expectations, she was prepared to seek other avenues. Chairman, I do have many suggestions regarding the development of the television station, but these must be set aside for now. Liang Shui looked directly at Li Chang'an, her tone steady yet unavoidable. At this moment, I just want to clarify one point. Is this something you genuinely want to pursue? After the acquisition, how much funding do you plan to invest? In your eyes, is Jia television station a company that requires deep cultivation or merely a whimsical pastime? This question sounded sharp and even somewhat offensive, but she deemed it necessary. She was not working for anyone. She was dedicated to her ideal career. If the other party genuinely wished to develop the television station, she would naturally give her all. If it were merely a toy for the privileged, she would rather turn and leave. General Manager Liang, please go ahead. Li Chang'an remained smiling, his voice gentle. What I hope to see is a substantial monetary investment. The more funds we have, the greater the potential for transformation. For instance, we could build our own studio and establish a dedicated production base. This is the foundation for long-term development. Hearing this, Li Chang'an chuckled lightly, a hint of meaning gleaming in his eyes. He looked at Liang Shui and slowly spoke. According to your logic, how much should I invest to be considered genuine? General Manager Liang, you might have misunderstood the urgency of the situation and misinterpreted a scenario that leaders of a company are least willing to face. Li Chang'an's tone turned slightly cold. For upper management to demand large sums from the boss merely to improve working conditions clearly reversed the direction of responsibility. The true responsibility lies in leveraging limited resources for the greatest return, not in perpetually asking for money. What business leader wouldn't wish to exchange minimal costs for maximum profits? Li Chang'an was no exception. The development of the television station indeed required financial support, a fact he did not deny. Yet he would never easily part with large sums of cash to accommodate a group of managers who merely wanted to reap benefits. If one could secure results without doing anything, then what was the point of establishing a management layer and various departments? Chairman Li, I don't quite understand your meaning. Liang Shuyi furrowed her brow slightly and responded softly. Zhuang Shiqiang had already grasped Li Chang'an's intention, his heart in agreement. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he took the initiative to respond. General Liang, the chairman's meaning is very clear. Since we are drawing salaries from the company, we should create value for the company and earn profits for the boss. Not the other way around, demanding the boss to invest money to turn the television station into a money-printing machine. If that were the case, what would we be? There are some principles you may not yet realize as employees, especially when the company is in trouble. Our task is to solve problems and turn the situation around. That is our responsibility. I trust you all understand what I'm saying. This? Liang Shuyi and the others present were momentarily speechless, exchanging glances and showing signs of embarrassment. After a moment of silence, many lowered their heads, and no one spoke up to refute. Li Chang'an observed this and felt satisfied. What pleased him even more was that Zhuang Shiqiang completely understood his thoughts. Having such a general manager was indeed rare. Has anyone disagreed with General Zhuang's statement? Who would like to speak up? He slowly scanned the room and no one responded. This was exactly the outcome he desired. However, after suppressing, one must offer a glimmer of hope. Li Chang'an was not an autocratic person. He knew that people's hearts needed to be soothed. General Liang, I understand your thoughts. You want the television station to grow and have the strength to compete with the other two. I can sympathize with that intention. Now I will clarify 2 points. First, I will invest, but the amount will only be sufficient to maintain basic operations. All other expenses must be earned back by you. Second, I will be revising the system for all employees at the station. Salary rewards and punishments and benefits will all be adjusted, and a profit-sharing mechanism will be implemented so that everyone can share in the results. Third, directors, screenwriters, and producers, these 3 key creative roles will enjoy additional profit sharing. This is not a symbolic reward, but actual dividends taken directly from the total revenue of film and television projects. I will detail the specific rules later. Fourth, when selecting scripts and projects, the station will only consider quality and suitability as standards. Regardless of experience level, newcomers or seasoned professionals must compete fairly. Even if you are an industry veteran, your work does not guarantee shooting opportunities. It must go through selection. Fifth, 10th, I promise that within a short time all income of the television station will be at the general manager's full discretion. You can use this money to expand equipment, recruit talent, and enhance program quality, but the premise is, you must earn the money first. As Li Chang'an enumerated each point, the meeting room gradually quieted down. Every person's expression changed as if a new force flowed through the air. From senior management to grassroots employees, everyone knew that a complete transformation had already begun. Liang Shuyi felt particularly gratified. As the general manager, her authority had been expanded unprecedentedly, allowing her to dominate almost all matters within the station. This trust invigorated her. For the director, screenwriter, and producer, participating in profit sharing was a treatment they had never imagined before. This meant their efforts would directly translate to returns, naturally boosting their enthusiasm. The core logic of the entire meeting was clear: to earn more money, one must produce good content. If the company profits, individuals will benefit. If the project incurs losses, no one can escape the repercussions. In such a situation, the practice of relying on connections or promoting big names with mediocre scripts would find no refuge. By the time the meeting concluded, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Previously, some had contemplated resigning, but at this moment, those thoughts had long dissipated. Not only did everyone accept the new chairman, but they also proactively offered suggestions and discussed various possibilities for the future of the television station. After the meeting, Li Chang'an generously hosted a banquet for over 100 people. 12 round tables were set up laden with abundant food and drinks. He welcomed everyone, drinking cup after cup with a constant smile on his face. This was a rare moment of relaxation for him, unwilling to disappoint anyone's enthusiasm. Just as he was about to quietly sit in a corner to drink some warm water to sober up, a strikingly beautiful woman approached him with a glass in hand. Hello, Chairman, my name is Zhang Mali. May I share a drink with you? The television station is never short of handsome men and beautiful women. Li Chang'an recognized several familiar faces. Qin Huang, Chun Huimin, Lu Dan, Lu Jiang, Feng Saifan, Ma Hailuan. These people are now at Jai. He murmured their names softly. These faces would eventually become known to countless people. Although most would later thrive at TVB, now that he was at the helm of Jai, they would naturally shine here. Miss Zhang, let me take a break. I really can't hold on any longer. If I drink more, I might collapse. Li Chang'an waved his hand, his tone softening. Chairman, it's all right to get drunk. I will take good care of you. Zhang Mali gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice soft like a whisper in the wind. She wore a form-fitting gown that accentuated her curves glimmering under the lights. Li Chang'an couldn't help but glance at her again, his throat slightly bobbing. Zhang Mali caught this moment just right, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her mouth, with a glint of mischief in her eyes. In this place, clever women always knew how to pave their way forward. The circle in Hong Kong was always realistic, and newcomers without backgrounds had to actively strive for opportunities or risk never being noticed. "Come on, Chairman, will you drink a toast with me?" Zhang Mali moved a little closer, her breath almost brushing against his ear. With the fragrance of soft jade beside him, and the effects of alcohol setting in, Li Chang'an found it hard to summon the strength to refuse. He raised his glass, his left hand naturally wrapping around her waist. They both drank in one go. To onlookers, this scene resembled a silent provocation. As the focal point of the gathering, Li Chang'an's every move was under scrutiny, especially such an intimate gesture. That woman really knows how to play her cards right. How could the chairman be interested in her? I should have approached as well. Don't rush. She's just taking advantage of the chairman being drunk. When he sobers up tomorrow, who will remember who she is? The women surrounding them glared at Zhang Mali, their gazes sharp as needles. They were resentful and unwilling to accept that although opportunities were equal, she alone had caught his favor. Someone wanted to step forward and say something, but Liang Shui discreetly stopped them. She and several colleagues understood that causing a scene at this moment would only make things awkward and affect the team's image. Seeing that no one else approached, Liang Shui continued discussing work details with Zhuang Shiqiang. Initially, they had little expectation of this newcomer, considering him just an ordinary collaborator. However, after several exchanges, all 6 of them regarded him with newfound respect in their words. The banquet continued until around 9 in the evening before gradually winding down. Many were drunk, and Li Chang'an, feeling hazy, had little time to pay attention to what was happening around him. He vaguely remembered a light, soft body supporting him, guiding him step by step into the room. The events that followed were a blank. The next morning, Li Chang'an woke up from his drunken stupor, his throat dry and temples throbbing. A common reaction after drinking. He slowly sat up, his steps a bit unsteady as he walked to the table and downed a glass of water. The cool liquid slid down his throat, making him feel somewhat refreshed. Looking up at the clock, he saw the hands had already passed 5 in the morning, and the sky was beginning to brighten. He decided not to lie down again and chose to start his morning exercise. During this time, he had made early morning workouts part of his routine. If he didn't lay a foundation for his body while young, he would find it hard to have confidence in the future. Morning is the most precious time of the day. Whether setting out for a run or heading to study, it's the best opportunity. Just as he was about to enter the bathroom, he suddenly noticed something unusual on the bed and turned around to check. His gaze fell upon the disheveled bedding, and memories surged back like a tide. The images from last night began to clarify. A gentle smile crept onto his lips, his expression calm, as if savoring the moment or finding relief. After a moment, he stepped into the bathroom to rinse off. The sweat sticking to his skin was uncomfortable, and washing it away with hot water felt much better. In the hotel room, only Zhang Mali remained. He had changed clothes and pushed the door to leave. 2 bodyguards followed closely behind while the others drove ahead. He chose to jog back to the company along the broadcast road before taking a car home. The few kilometers would sufficiently awaken his muscles. In the room, Zhang Mali sat at the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed on the check and the note on the table. She did not reach out to take them, merely watching quietly. The days she had once dreamed of were now within reach, but there was an emptiness in her heart. She knew what was missing: emotion, belonging. But a person like Li Chang'an would not stay for her, nor would he promise marriage. Oh, forget it. She sighed softly, standing up to walk into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an finished his run, climbed into the bodyguard's car, and headed home. Ding, ding, ding. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom after showering, the phone rang. The butler Long Bo had already picked it up. "Hello, this is the Li residence. I am Secretary Zhang from the company. Please inform young Master Li that I have returned to the country." "Understood, please hold." Long Bo was about to go upstairs to report, but saw Li Chang'an had already come down the stairs. "Young Master Secretary Zhang from the company is on the line," she said. "She has returned." "Secretary Zhang. She's back so soon?" Li Chang'an's eyebrows twitched slightly, his tone revealing surprise. According to the original plan, she still needed several weeks to return to Hong Kong. After the goods are delivered, sales settlement needs to be awaited, and the process is complicated. Her sudden return now raises questions. Was there a mistake, or had her task been completed successfully? A question flickered in his mind as he quickly took the microphone. "Hello, this is Li Chang'an. Mr. Li, I have arrived at the port. The goods have been delivered and verified without issue, and the payment has been settled in one go." Secretary Zhang's tone was laced with uncontainable excitement as she spoke of the swift actions on the other end. The payment had been fully received even before the goods were dispatched, which surprised her. After listening, Li Chang'an fell silent for a moment, a clarity dawning in his heart as he understood the other party's intentions. A warm feeling surged within him, and he felt genuinely grateful for the actions of the Allen family and Jack. I will return to the company immediately. You all go ahead and have your meal. He said this and hung up the phone. It was late at night in the U.S. as he promptly dialed Allen's number. During the call, he sincerely expressed his gratitude before hastily making his way back to the office. With the funds secured, many plans could be immediately initiated, ensuring the development of new projects and finally allowing the expansion of the electronics company to be put on the agenda. On the way, his thoughts surged as he contemplated whether he should venture into the gaming industry ahead of schedule. This industry offered rapid returns and astonishing profits rivaling traditional sectors. It seems I should make a trip to Jiaopenji, our country, as soon as possible, he silently resolved. There, the most elite game development talents gathered, boasting profound technical expertise that was hard to rival globally, a fact he had to admit even to himself. Upon arriving at the company, he walked into the office where Secretary Zhang and Long Chong had been waiting for quite some time. Mr. Li has returned. Thank you for your hard work. He responded softly, though his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. The return of funds meant that everything had a chance to be possible again. Mr. Li, here is the payment for the electronics exports totaling 5082600. I took the liberty of rounding it to 50 million for simplicity in future accounts. Please do not mind. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an felt not a trace of dissatisfaction, but rather increased comfort. Such a course of action was not only acceptable but also a thoughtful decision. He felt nothing but admiration in his heart. You did well. There's no need to apologize. This precisely reflects your sense of responsibility, he said sincerely. He held deep respect for both Secretary Zhang and Long Chong. Both were exceptionally capable, yet they chose to stay during the turbulent times of the company, never seeking a way out for themselves. This loyalty was far more precious than mere ability. You are overpraising me, Secretary Zhang replied softly. There are two more matters I need to inform you about. Li Chang'an continued. Firstly, we have successfully acquired a television station. The relevant documents will be handed to you shortly by Secretary Jean. Secondly, effective today, you are no longer just a secretary. I appoint you as the Vice General Manager of the group, concurrently serving as the Finance Manager. Mr. Li, this. Secretary Zhang was momentarily speechless, her expression one of shock. Being promoted to Vice General Manager was acceptable, but overseeing such a crucial financial position made her feel immense pressure. Don't decline for now, he interjected, raising his hand. I know what you were worried about. Years ago, my father entrusted the finances to his sister, my aunt, and you know how that turned out. The accounts were chaotic. I reviewed past records and found that tens of millions in funds had mysterious flows. This matter must be clarified, and I don't have many people I can rely on now, a General Manager Zhuang, and you are the only two I trust. This decision weighed heavily on Li Chang'an's mind for a long time. The finance position was critical, and he couldn't just find anyone to take it over. He needed someone absolutely reliable to manage the group's general ledger. He did not intend to interfere with the finances of subsidiary companies. As long as the headquarters was firmly under control, the overall situation would not pose a major problem. Zhang Lan remained silent for a moment, understanding what this meant as a secretary. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement. Mr. Li, I will ensure that every account is clear and transparent. Li Chang'an smiled. I know you can do it. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door opened and Secretary Jean walked in with documents saying, Chairman, here is the information on the television station you requested. Thank you for your hard work. Li Chang'an took the documents and handed a copy to Zhang Lan. He had always been satisfied with Secretary Jean's work and had plans in mind to prepare for him to take over Zhang Lan's position. After all, he had already thought of having An Ran as his personal secretary. With matters to handle, and even without, she could still provide comfort. Once the document handover was complete, he began drafting scripts for the television station. The initial phase was critical. He had to personally oversee it to ensure a flawless start. At exactly 2 in the afternoon, Li Chang'an stepped once more into Broadcasting Road, standing in front of the Jai television building. This time he brought funding and 3 completed scripts. He understood that for the television station to establish itself, it must continuously release several well-received series or programs that could attract viewers' attention. As long as the ratings rebounded, subsequent matters would naturally fall into place. As for profits, he had never expected to make a fortune from the entertainment business. The acquisition of the television station and the establishment of the entertainment company were never about making money. Rather, it was to gain a voice and possess one's own platform for public opinion. A gathering place for stars and a focal point of public attention, these were all forms of intangible advertising. Over time, this would have an immeasurable impact on the overall brand influence of the group. As for money, he had plenty of ways to earn it. The entertainment sector was never part of his main profit planning. History shows that no entertainment tycoon can match the true business families, let alone rival them. Even a mere glance from the latter could make the so-called big shots vanish in an instant. In Xiangjiang, status, connections, and strength are the foundations for survival. In the 1970s, a Xia Yatfu, known as Uncle Six, wielded immense power that was not inferior to the later four major business families. In 1977, he was personally awarded a knighthood by Goddess Y. By then, he had firmly established himself in the industry, his fame widespread and influence far-reaching. As the 1990s approached, Uncle Six seemed to gradually step back from the center stage. Time was unkind, and his energy was no longer what it once was, slowly falling out of sync with the pace of the era. On the land of Xiangjiang, the once mighty entertainment giant appeared dimmed in the face of emerging business forces. The power of capital increasingly dominated everything. Only business could truly drive progress. Inside the office of the television station's general manager, sunlight slanted through the window. Chairman, the matters you entrusted are being gradually implemented, and the adjustments to the system are underway. The whole station will be refreshed accordingly. Regarding the list of artists, currently no one has expressed a willingness to switch over. I suggest we can pause the progress. In the current uncertain situation with people's hearts fluctuating, if it were me, I would also observe for a while. Liang Shui calmly stated the current situation. Li Chang'an listened and nodded lightly. That list was merely a test. He didn't hold high expectations for its success. He held vast resources and did not need to rely on stars who only became famous in the future to support the scene. If there was no one to borrow from, he could create stars himself. Who says history cannot be rewritten? His very existence was a variable, and cultivating a few new faces was only a natural progression. This matter is entirely your responsibility. I am here today to deliver funds. This 30 million Hong Kong dollars is for you, but I must clarify that this is my last investment. From now on, profits and losses are on you, and all business decisions will be made by you. I will not interfere in management. However, I will provide a few high-quality works as support. Here are 3 scripts of excellent quality, which you can organize a professional team to discuss. The television station's debut in Hong Kong must present a series that cannot be ignored. Relying solely on one drama cannot sustain long-term popularity. Continuous production of quality content is key. You understand this better than I do. Also consider thinking from a different perspective. Ratings do not necessarily have to rely solely on dramas. Have you heard of variety shows? Li Chang'an's gaze was steady as he looked at Liang Shui. He knew very well that the viewer engagement brought by certain variety shows often surpassed that of serial dramas. Variety shows? Are you referring to programs similar to TVB's Enjoy Tonight? Liang Shui asked, slightly puzzled. Exactly. One of these 3 works includes a variety show. You must study it carefully. If executed well, I am confident it can compete with TVB and will not be inferior. Li Chang'an's tone was gentle, yet it carried an undeniable confidence. Upon hearing the news, Li Chang'an brought Liang Shui immediately opened the script. He handed her, eagerly searching for the content of the variety show within the pages. Super Invincible Master. What a unique name, she muttered to herself. To her, the name held no background, and she was also unaware of its significance in the mid-90s. In that era, once this program aired, no matter which drama was broadcast at the same time, its ratings would be completely overshadowed. Over time, ATV simply gave up on the idea of competing with it and no longer dared to schedule any programs during the same time slot. And this variety show quietly surpassed Enjoy Tonight, becoming the most influential variety peak in Hong Kong's history. Liang Shui flipped through the script page by page, becoming more and more engrossed, gradually immersed in it, completely forgetting that Li Chang'an was standing nearby waiting for a response. Li Chang'an watched her focused demeanor and could only silently smile, wryly deciding not to interrupt, instead reflecting quietly beside her. About half an hour passed. This is incredible. Chairman, where did you find this script? It's simply perfect. I am confident I can turn it into a hit. Liang Shui suddenly stood up, her voice trembling with excitement, her face glowing with joy. I'm glad you like it. The rest is up to you and your team to plan the filming details, and the other 2 dramas need to be pushed forward simultaneously. Quickly set up the press conference so that all of Hong Kong knows Jiayi Television is back on air. Seize this opportunity to bring the audience back. It wasn't until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Li Chang'an drove home. Now that the funds were in place, he needed to seriously consider the next step, the layout of the gaming industry. Screech! The car had not gone far when a sharp screech of brakes suddenly sounded. While deep in thought, Li Chang'an's body lurched forward. If he hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, his forehead might have hit the seat in front. Anger flared in his heart as he questioned in a deep voice, Long Ji, what are you doing? Young master, I'm sorry, someone suddenly rushed out just now. Long Ji explained awkwardly. Li Chang'an looked up and saw a young man outside the car, repeatedly bowing and apologizing. Long Ji also got out of the car and shouted at the person, Can't you watch where you're going? If you're trying to find death, don't drag us down. The young man's face turned pale, his lips moved, but he didn't dare to retort, his gaze sweeping over the car's license plate, making him even more anxious. Wait, this person seems familiar. Li Chang'an squinted his eyes, glancing out the window at the face, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, yet unable to immediately recall who it was. He opened the door and stepped out, approaching a few steps. Zhou Ruinfa. Heavens, isn't this the future gambling god? Li Chang'an was slightly taken aback, his gaze sweeping around, realizing he was standing on Broadcast Road. This street housed almost all the well-known entertainment companies and television stations, and he suddenly felt enlightened, no longer surprised. Longji, hold on a moment. He walked forward slowly, his gaze resting on Zhou Ruinfa. The young man before him stood tall with handsome features and an undeniable aura of charisma. Li Chang'an couldn't help but scrutinize him a bit more. Suddenly a memory surfaced. A drama recently being prepared by Jia Television was originally set to star Zhou Ruinfa and Zhao Yazi. That drama received considerable attention in his past life, and now the opportunity had arisen again. His heart stirred with a different intention. Boss, I'm really sorry. I was lost in thought and didn't notice your car coming. Zhou Ruinfa. Li Chang'an did not respond to the apology but directly asked. You know me. Zhou Ruinfa was taken aback, then recalled that he had participated in several works and gained some fame, so it wasn't too surprising to be recognized. However, for this well-dressed person driving a luxury car to call out his nickname still made his heart tremble slightly. Of course I know, a new rising star of TVB, you've acted in plenty of films. How could I not know? Li Chang'an's tone was relaxed. Do you have time? I'd like to have a few words with you. After saying this, a hint of probing glinted in his eyes. In fact, he had already made up his mind that if there was an opportunity, he would definitely bring this person under his wing. With Zhou Ruinfa's demeanor and charisma, it would be perfect to shoot his series. In Hong Kong's film and television industry, few could genuinely embody the playboy image in terms of grace and presence. Xie Xian might count as one carrying a sense of the Jianghu in every gesture. And the Zhou Ruinfa before him already subtly possessed a similar charm. Now, Zhou Ruinfa seemed slightly puzzled but showed no fear. He instinctively felt that the person before him bore no ill intentions. A person driving a Rolls-Royce, if he truly wanted to deal with him, no matter where he hid, he would have nowhere to escape. Such a person wouldn't need to resort to tricks. All right then, young master, you say where to go and I'll follow. Zhou Ruinfa shrugged with a smile, opening the car door and getting in. This was his first time stepping into such a luxurious vehicle. He couldn't help but look around, gently running his fingers over the leather seats, excitement evident in his eyes. Ruinfa, you didn't ask who I am before getting in the car. Aren't you afraid I might have ulterior motives? Li Chang'an asked with a smile. Zhou Ruinfa chuckled. Young master, have you ever seen a bad person driving a Rolls-Royce? Even if there really were, if I offended you, even if I hid by the sea in Stanley, you could still find me, right? His tone was humble, yet it carried a hint of cleverness. Ha ha ha. Li Chang'an laughed heartily. That's amusing. I want beat around the bush. My name is Li Chang'an, the helmsman of the Chang'an Group, and also the chairman of Jia Television Station. He fixed his gaze on the other person, waiting for a reaction. Indeed, Zhou Ruinfa's expression changed dramatically, shock written all over his face. Jia Television Station. Didn't it go bankrupt long ago? Who on earth is this person? For a moment his mind was in turmoil, unable to comprehend. Didn't Jia Television Station close down long ago? Young Master Li, what's going on? Zhou Ruinfa finally could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked. The car slowly stopped in front of a street corner cafe. Li Chang'an did not answer, immediately gently opened the car door and stepped out. The two entered the cafe, ordered some drinks and snacks after taking their seats. After the waiter left, Li Chang'an slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on Zhou Ruinfa's face. A few days ago, I acquired Jia Television Station. He spoke calmly. We are currently preparing for a new drama, planning to start filming, and this drama is the first step in revitalizing the television station. The male lead's character is quite similar to you. I believe you are the most suitable candidate. He paused, his voice firm. Once this drama airs, it is bound to create a stir in Xiangjiang, and you will be remembered by everyone as a result. I sincerely invite you to join Jia. I can promise that from now on you will be a core figure in the television station with prioritized resources and the freedom to choose your roles. Please think it over carefully. Li Chang'an had actually pondered this statement repeatedly. He had originally hesitated about whether to reveal the news of the television station's impending reboot. He worried that if Zhou Ruinfa were to refuse and return to wireless, he might inadvertently leak the news, which would put them in a difficult position. That Uncle Lu in private matters was indeed generous and benevolent, having donated large sums for inland construction and widely praised. However, in the business sphere, once he sensed the actions of a competitor, he became as ruthless as a hunter. Anyone who fell under his gaze would find themselves trapped in a quagmire nearly impossible to escape. Young Master Li, what you just said. Zhou Ruinfa's expression was complex, his tone hesitant. Despite the prominent identity of the person before him being both the helmsman of the television station and the heir of a vast financial conglomerate, personally extending an invitation was indeed moving. Yet he maintained his composure, not allowing the aura to cloud his judgment. FAZ, I am not acting. Li Chang'an lowered his voice, his expression serious. This matter must remain confidential. Think it over carefully. If you decide not to come, just consider that you haven't heard anything. He left a note with his number. After speaking, he finished his coffee, placed 100 Hong Kong dollars on the table, and left Zhou Ruinfa sitting alone, deep in thought. Li Chang'an returned home and immediately immersed himself in writing the game program. He hastily had a few bites for dinner before burying himself in the world of code until late at night. The next morning he rose early as usual to exercise and then rushed straight to the company. Zhuang Shiqiang and Zhang Lan had been waiting for a long time. Good morning, Chairman. Morning. Good morning, young Master Li. Good morning, Zhuang, Deputy Manager Zhang. Li Chang'an nodded in response. Come in for a moment, I have some matters to discuss with you. Li Chang'an had already begun planning to enter the next field. If he didn't take the opportunity to accumulate funds and prepare, he would soon be left far behind by other business giants. Manager Zhuang, please keep an eye out in Shangjiang for suitable game companies to acquire. If none are found, see if we can free up some space in our factory. Deputy Manager Zhang, please have the HR department start recruiting some technically skilled personnel. Ideally, they should be able to participate in development, but if not, at least those who can handle basic programming. The recruitment work should proceed simultaneously. The workers hired can first be arranged to transition to other factories. Once the game factory is ready, they can be moved there. Also inform the administration department to register a new company as soon as possible. The name should still start with Chang'an. As for the management candidates for the game company, do you two have any suitable recommendations? Li Chang'an inquired. He had high hopes for the Suntobi-established game company and planned to invest substantial resources into it. Hence, the manager not only needed to be capable but also trustworthy. This company would later control a large amount of core technology with confidentiality even exceeding that of the electrical sector. It was an indispensable part of Li Chang'an's long-term strategy. Young Master Li, I thought of someone regarding this matter. Zhuang Shiqiang spoke. He is the head of our new product development department named Qin Ming, 26 years old. He is the son of an old friend of mine who specialized in game development in country R. He was not doing well at that game company in country R, facing exclusion everywhere, and in a fit of anger he returned to the country. His father contacted me and I arranged for him to join the new product department. This kid has solid academic qualifications and is diligent in his work. He was promoted in his second year at the company, has a calm personality, and is reliable in his work with solid professional knowledge. Zhuang Shiqiang commented. From his tone, it was clear that he was quite fond of this young man. But he misunderstood the point. Li Chang'an needed an excellent manager, not necessarily a technically skilled talent. Loyalty and leadership were the primary conditions. However, hearing that the other party had a background studying in country, Li Chang'an felt a slight stir in his heart. If he truly had formal training, even if he only became the technical leader, he would still have training value. With his knowledge from his past life, as long as this person was reliable, he was willing to personally guide him, help him grow, and ultimately lead a development team belonging to the Chang'an group. Manager Zhuang, have him come over. I want to meet him, Li Chang'an said. First he wanted to see the person, then make a decision. Only through his interview could he further test his abilities. If the performance was good, he would entrust him with important responsibilities, allowing him to build a team. This way he wouldn't need to go far to country R to recruit someone. Using homegrown talent was always more reassuring. Understood, young Master Li, I will arrange for him to come over right away. Deputy Manager Zhang, help me keep an eye out for a candidate, someone capable and reliable. The game company is of great significance to me, and I cannot afford any negligence in the selection. Li Chang'an spoke in a steady tone. Zhang Lan saw his serious attitude and responded earnestly, young Master Li, don't worry, I will carefully screen to ensure we find the right person. You go ahead and handle it. Still having a bit of time, he continued to refine the game program that was nearing completion. The reason he could finish it overnight was that he had already memorized the code for this game, needing only to adjust some details for it to be usable. Half an hour later, the program was completed. A small game had taken shape, and by simply copying the code, it could be mass-produced, burned to motherboards, and rapidly put into production and launched into the market. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Hello, Chairman, I am Qin Ming. Li Chang'an looked up, noticing that the other person was well-dressed and composed, leaving a good first impression. Have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Thank you, but no. I heard you specialize in game development in country, or do you have confidence in your ability to independently develop a game? I hope to efficiently advance the project. I don't want to spend a year or even longer on a game that can't be released in time. I can't wait that long. Li Chang'an stared at him as he spoke. What he needed was a small game that could go live quickly, practical and fun, capable of entering the market and generating revenue in the shortest time. This type of product was exactly what he needed at this stage. The faster the funds returned, the better it would support future plans. With capital, he could leverage a larger business landscape. Qin Ming frowned slightly and replied, from project initiation to completion, it usually takes at least several months, even over a year. This is still the ideal scenario. After that, there is testing, optimization, finalization, and then the recording and assembly stages. Even the fastest game company in country would take at least 6 months to complete the entire process. So chairman, if you expect to launch a new product in 1 or 2 months, then I am powerless. Even if you go to country to find a top team, it would be difficult to achieve. When discussing professional matters, Qin Ming's tone was firm, and he did not intentionally flatter just because the other person was the boss. There was a hint of skepticism in his words, but no trace of flattery. Li Chang'an silently noted all of this. Not only was he not angry, but he also felt a deeper appreciation for this person. Such individuals would not bow to power and are not easily swayed by profit. It was precisely for this reason that he was worthy of being entrusted with important responsibilities. A truly confident technical backbone should be like this. Ha ha, Qin Ming, come over, I have something good to show you. Li Chang'an restarted his computer, and the screen suddenly displayed the game interface he had completed the previous night. About 30 minutes later, Qin Ming suddenly stood up, his voice trembling. Chairman, which expert developed this game? It's incredible. Moreover, I checked the code timestamps and it was actually written last night. A complete game created in 1 night. Who has such capability? Can you introduce me to him? Qin Ming stared at the screen for a long time, his emotions completely out of control, his words fragmented and difficult to calm. So don't always think that geniuses only exist in legends. This game was written by me. In the future you will see more works that even surprise me. Li Chang'an's casual remark left Qin Ming stunned, his gaze shifting from suspicion to shock, ultimately transforming into profound admiration. He finally set aside his inner arrogance and began to listen attentively to every technical insight from Li Chang'an. The two conversed in the office for an entire morning, and only as noon approached did Qin Ming reluctantly take his leave. Watching him leave with unsteady steps and trembling hands, it was clear that this morning's conversation was nothing less than a storm that shattered his previous understanding. The next day, around 9 in the morning, Li Chang'an arrived at Guangbo Road with Zhuang Shiqiang and his secretary, but their destination was not his own television station. At this time in Shangjiang, apart from a few former employees of Jia, almost no one knew that this once-defunct television station had quietly been reborn, much less that it had already come under Li Chang'an's ownership. The purpose of his visit was TVB and lease television. His new type of electrical product had been successfully developed, and all major factories had fully commenced production that morning, set to officially launch in 3 days. He needed to spread the word before the launch. Coming from the future, he understood that no matter how advanced the product was, without noise it would be like buried scrap metal. The market would not wait for him to be slowly discovered. Word of mouth takes time, and his competitors would react even faster. Once his product was revealed, imitators would surely swarm in. The window of opportunity left for him was no more than 6 months. During this time he had to embed the brand into the public's consciousness, or else the advantage would vanish in an instant. Mr. Li, welcome. I am Liang Hui, the general manager of TVB. The other party came forward to shake hands. Li Chang'an smiled slightly and extended his hand in response, saying, Manager Liang, it's a pleasure to meet you. He knew very well that this person before him was merely a figurehead. History should have seen Jia collapse and Liang Shui taking over the reins of TVB. Now the situation had changed and the chessboard was no longer the same. But for now, cooperation was the main topic. Perhaps in this life, due to his intervention, Liang Shui had not left Jia Television, and thus he remained securely in the position of general manager. Welcome, welcome. Please come in and let's talk. As soon as everyone was seated, the person in charge of TVB got straight to the point. Mr. Li, what time slot are you planning to select for advertising? How long do you expect it to last? Liang Hui inquired. Manager Liang, to be honest, this is my first time dealing with advertising arrangements, and I would like to understand what advertising slots you currently have available and how the pricing is set. Mr. Li, to be frank, we currently do not have many commercial advertisements and most time slots still have openings. The prime time slots are naturally tight, the prices are high, and you must book for at least a week in a row. Other non-peak times are much cheaper, but usually require a month-long booking in advance. How to choose still depends on your needs, Liang Hui patiently explained. Li Chang'an pondered for a moment. Manager Liang, if I wanted to book all advertising slots around the clock, how would the cost be calculated? Is there a unified price? As soon as this was said, the room fell silent. Not only Liang Hui was stunned, but even Zhuang Shiqiang and the secretary exchanged glances. All day. This? Liang Hui was momentarily speechless. Such a request was unprecedented, and not to mention execution, he had never even heard of it. Since TVB started broadcasting, no one had ever proposed an all-day advertising contracting plan. Is that not possible? Li Chang'an spoke calmly, merely probing. If it could be done, that would be best, as the product was set to launch in just a few days. The greater the promotional momentum, the better. What he wanted was that kind of deeply ingrained effect, just like those advertisements from his past memories that played repeatedly, making them unforgettable. like the brainwashing of some brain gold or the familiarity of Bubugeo learning machine. Even if listeners claimed to despise them, they would still leave an impression in their hearts. He wanted every street and alley in Xiangjiang, every household to know this brand. It can be done. Just as everyone hesitated, a steady voice came from outside. Li Chang'an looked up and smiled slightly. Finally, you're here, he whispered to himself. Chairman, you can just sit. Li Chang'an, however, stood up to greet him. The visitor was Xiao Yifu, the true leader of TVB. This person currently held significant influence in Xiangjiang, and respect was essential. Even if the two might stand on opposing sides in the future, respect must be maintained at this moment. Disrespectful actions not only seemed out of place but could also lead to negative gossip, showing a lack of vision. Uncle Lu, hello, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's truly an honor. Li Chang'an smiled and greeted Xiao Yifu respectfully. Do you recognize me? Xiao Yifu seemed slightly surprised. Who are you? Typically outsiders would call him Mr. Xiao. Only close friends or younger generations would address him as Uncle Lu. Though the man before him knew the address, he had no recollection. I am Li Chang'an, the son of Li Yonglin, he replied softly. So you are the son of Boss Li from Heji Electronics. Xiao Yifu paused slightly. He was well aware of the troubles facing Heji Electronics, which was nearly at its end. It was indeed puzzling that this heir would spend lavishly to buy up the entire advertising slots of the TV station. He quickly speculated that perhaps the young man was attempting to turn the tide. Sigh. He let out a quiet sigh. By age I should call you nephew. But are you aware of the current state of the company your father left behind? Do you really think this level of investment can change the situation? His tone shifted from formal to one of concern, revealing the care of an elder. I appreciate your good intentions, Uncle Lu. Li Chang'an's expression was resolute. That is my father's lifelong effort. Regardless of success or failure, I must bear the responsibility. If I allow the company to perish, how can I face the old friends in Hong Kong, and how can I face my father in the afterlife? He did not disclose the fact that the company had already emerged from crisis. He merely feigned weakness, hoping to negotiate some leeway on costs. From the moment he decided to acquire the TV station, he understood that the bond between himself and Xiao Yifu could no longer continue as it had between their predecessors. Xiao Yifu indeed had charm and conducted himself with integrity, always generous, but he showed no mercy when it came to interests in the television industry. Any threat to his domain, regardless of its source, he would eliminate completely. Li Chang'an was keenly aware of this. The memories from his past life flashed vividly in his mind. Once the news of his takeover of Jai TV spread, the two would be destined to become rivals. At present, Xiao Yifu might not yet harbor murderous intent towards him, as in his eyes, the real rival was still Li's TV station. However, once Jai TV began broadcasting and variety shows emerged, the situation would inevitably become delicate. Li Chang'an held several meticulously crafted scripts in his hand, confident that they would stir up a viewing craze throughout Hong Kong. Once these works were released, they would undoubtedly attract widespread attention, and Xiao Yifu could not afford to ignore them. It was only a matter of time before his gaze fell upon Li Chang'an, subsequently viewing the newly emerging TV station as a thorn in his side. Li Chang'an, for his part, would never sit idly by and allow himself to be suppressed. Continuing down this path, a confrontation with Xiao Yifu had become inevitable, unavoidable. Since you have made up your mind as your elder, I cannot bear to see you carry too much pressure. Xiao Yifu fell silent after speaking, his eyes gently closed as if resting. Li Chang'an and the general manager of TVB both understood that he was deep in thought, and neither dared to interrupt. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze steady. Nephew, for an ordinary business to secure a full-day advertising slot would start at no less than 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. But you are the descendant of Yonglin, and I am well aware of your company's situation. How about this for the first 3 days, 30,000 each day, totaling 100,000 Hong Kong dollars? Is that enough? After 3 days, we will follow the standard rate of 50,000 per day. Li Chang'an was elated. 50,000 was not a burden for him, but as he was in the expansion phase, every penny was crucial. Saving this expenditure would undoubtedly be a significant boost. In 1978, Hong Kong 50,000 was a sum that an ordinary person could not hope to attain in a lifetime, and for laborers at the bottom, it was even more out of reach. Thank you, Uncle Lu, for your consideration. Let's confirm the 3 days. These 3 days perfectly aligned with his plan. They would provide enough exposure for his electronics brand in the public eye, and even if it didn't become a household name, it would certainly make an impression. Moreover, TVB was not his only advertising channel. He would not let slip any opportunity for advertisements in Li's TV station, all commercial radio stations, newspapers, bus sides, and streetlight boxes. Manager Liang, go sign the contract. After finishing his words, Xiao Yifu stood and left. Li Chang'an looked at the upright figure. An old man over 70, still vigorous and steady in his steps. Thinking of the benevolent acts of this legendary figure that were praised in later generations, Li Chang'an's heart stirred, and he felt a tinge of hesitation. He knew that Xiao Yifu lived to be 107, spanning an entire century, a rare symbol of longevity in that era. People often say that the kind are blessed by heaven. Perhaps that is true. But then again, having arrived in this era, he should not be bound by memories of the future. If he were to retreat every time he encountered someone simply because they had a good reputation in history, how could he ever create something new? In that case, he would not need to seek another way out at all. Every tycoon in Hong Kong has laid out plans in the mainland. Would he then withdraw? Clearly that would not work. An hour passed and Li Chang'an exited the TVB, building his steps unwavering as he headed straight for the nearby Li's TV station. TVB had promised that the advertisement short film would be finished by tomorrow at the latest. This time he did not invite any celebrities for endorsements, but prepared concise and powerful advertising slogans. After leaving TVB, he immediately instructed Secretary Jean and Zhuang Shiqiang to act separately and negotiate similar advertising plans with other media platforms. The island was too large. They had to split up to accelerate progress. They needed to secure all available advertising channels within the day. Li Chang'an's goal was clear. Starting tomorrow morning, the entire Hong Kong, whether in newspapers, radio, or television, would be filled with advertisements for his electronics company. Either do it or don't. If you do, make sure to create a storm. He spent nearly 2 hours at Li's TV station and ultimately secured a contract for full-day advertising slots for 3 days at a price similar to that of TVB. The key to successfully obtaining this contract lay in his presentation of the cooperation documents with TVB to Li's general manager Huang Shijiao. Though the other party was reluctant with the price since TVB had already accepted the order, and Li was in a difficult position they naturally could not refuse. As a result, Li Chang'an gained the upper hand. Throughout the day, he moved with Zhuang Shiqiang and Secretary Jean across various regions of Hong Kong. From mainstream media to small local radio stations, he did not miss a single place with broadcasting potential. By evening around 5, Zhuang Shiqiang finally reached his physical limit, collapsing into an office chair, gasping for breath. Manager Zhuang, think again, have we missed any advertising channels? Li Chang'an was relentless, his brow slightly furrowed as he continued to ponder. Young Master Li, that's enough. I dare say tomorrow throughout Hong Kong no one will be unaware of our Chang'an Group and Chang'an Electronics. Zhuang Shiqiang chuckled bitterly. He had seen people who worked hard but never anyone as reckless as Li Chang'an in their investment. Just today, the advertising expenses had already surpassed 5 million. Among these, 2 million went to 2 television stations, while the remaining 3 million were spread across countless small platforms, indicating the vast coverage. Now he was still thinking about where he could intensify the effort. This obsession was truly amusing. Since so much has already been invested, why not make an even bigger splash? Over the next 3 days, I want the name Chang'an Group to fill everyone's ears. Li Chang'an's lips curled into a smile, confidence shining through, as if he could already envision the whole city buzzing with chatter. He had initially considered inviting a popular artist from Xiangjiang to endorse the brand, but after acquiring the television station, that thought was discarded. With numerous artists under his own banner, there was no need to seek external collaborations. It made more sense to give opportunities to internal personnel. Zhuang Shiqiang gently shook his head. Chairman, to be honest, none of the artists from our station currently fit the image suitable for representing electrical products. His tone was calm, yet his words were candid. Li Chang'an listened, falling into silence for a moment, fully aware that what was said was not unfounded. However, he quickly thought that with several upcoming dramas set to start shooting, it was only a matter of time before a few household names emerged. Thus, he decided not to fixate on the current candidates and to postpone the endorsement decision until the timing was right. Alright, no rush, let's take our time. What other aspects haven't been addressed? With the opening approaching, every detail must be attended to. Li Chang'an remarked, leaning back in his chair. Zhuang Shiqiang and Secretary Jean nodded in succession, and the office fell into contemplation once more. Oh, what's this? Li Chang'an's gaze fell on an inconspicuous flyer on the desk. He picked it up and browsed for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. Manager Zhuang, immediately contact the company that does street distribution, have them design the copy and print a batch of promotional flyers to be distributed all over the city starting tomorrow for 3 consecutive days. Also on the flyer, specify that the first 1,000 customers who present the voucher at the store will receive a free gift. Zhuang Shiqiang was taken aback for a moment. Although he found this move somewhat unexpected, he still respectfully agreed and turned to execute the order. What would be an appropriate gift? Li Chang'an fell into thought again. Rice, eggs, cooking oil. Suddenly his eyes lit up. That's it. That's the one. He couldn't help but laugh aloud. The common promotional tactics from his past life sprang to mind, using minimal costs to attract large crowds. It seemed like a loss, but in reality it generated popularity. As long as the crowd began to gather, onlookers would assume the business was booming and rush in. Once this effect was established, it would be more effective than any advertisement. Moreover, dedicated personnel would be arranged to take photos on the day with subsequent publication in newspapers, resulting in zero-cost widespread exposure. Secretary Jean immediately contacted the egg supplier and grain oil merchants for bulk purchases, ordering everything in 1-pound small packages. At the same time, organize a logistics team to ensure all gifts are delivered to every store in Xiangjiang before the opening. Notify the heads of each store that the process must be strictly followed without any mistakes. Understood, Chairman. Don't rush, there's still one more thing to arrange. In 3 days, the company will officially open. All employees will be dispatched to various stores for support. I have a feeling that day will be particularly lively. Understood, Chairman. After Secretary Jean left, Li Chang'an sat in his office envisioning the scene on opening day. He suddenly realized that the order and security at the venue couldn't be overlooked, and he thought of Heilong, who acted decisively in Kowloon City. He grabbed the microphone and dialed the number. Hello, this is Li Chang'an. Please help me get Heilong on the line, thank you. Since Heilong was stationed in Kowloon City, contacting him relied on a few businesses within the city for transfer. After a brief wait, a familiar voice came through on the other end. Boss, this is Heilong. Come to the company right away. I have something to discuss in person, Li Chang'an said before hanging up. He gazed out the window, his thoughts unceasing as he repeatedly checked whether every detail was in place. Should I invite some influential people over? Wouldn't that make the scene more stable? This thought flashed through his mind. He quickly made up his mind. Unfortunately, his connections in the harbor were limited. There were only a few people with whom his father had forged deep ties during his lifetime. Even so, he didn't want to miss a single one. He opened his contacts and first dialed Zhong Zhiping, who came from an electrical component background. This person had yet to make a name for himself at the moment, but a few years later, he would establish Chuanka Industrial and rise to become a leading figure in the industrial electrical field, amassing incredible wealth. He had once shared brotherly bonds with Li's father, and Li Chang'an held high hopes for him. Hello, is this Zhong Zhiping? Ping Shu, it's me, Li Chang'an. I've finally been waiting for your call. How is your father's company doing? If you need help or resources, just let me know. Hearing those words warmed Li Chang'an's heart. At least at this moment, there was someone willing to stand by his side. Thank you, Uncle Ping, for always thinking of me. I've taken care of the company's matters. The reason for my call is to inform you that we will be reopening with a new brand in 3 days, and I hope you can honor us with your presence. Haha, great. Chang'an, send me the address, I will definitely be there. After hanging up, Li Chang'an continued to think about who else he could contact. He suddenly remembered a few classmates from his time studying in the U.S. who had helped him through tough times on several occasions. Even just notifying them would be a courteous gesture. Whether they came or not was up to them, but he couldn't neglect his own responsibilities. Once the call connected, he briefly explained the situation. To his surprise, the 3 of them agreed to attend without a second thought, their tone so resolute that it nearly made him laugh. Next, his gaze landed on a business card, shown by a senior from HSBC. Having this heavyweight figure present would undoubtedly add substantial weight to the opening. Hello, this is the front desk of HSBC. Upon hearing the voice, he instantly recognized the caller. It was Ran, with whom he had a close friendship. Ran, it's me, guess who? A familiar voice came from the other end, and Ran's heart suddenly trembled as if the disappointment and grievances of recent days were blown away by the wind. She had not been having a good time lately. Li Chang'an hadn't contacted her for 3 whole days, and she even began to doubt whether she was being treated as a joke, her mood hitting rock bottom. At the moment the phone rang, she could hardly believe her ears. If she hadn't been sitting at her desk, she probably would have covered her face and cried. You finally called, she said softly, her voice trembling slightly. But before she could finish expressing her joy, Li Chang'an's next words poured cold water over her. Ran, we'll talk later. First, help me transfer the call to Senior Bai at HSBC, I have an urgent matter. His tone was hurried yet calm. She didn't say anything more, just gently acknowledged, but her finger hesitated for a moment before pressing the transfer button. Hello, I am Shunbai. Mr. Shunbai, I am Li Chang'an. He succinctly explained the upcoming opening of the electronics company in 3 days and successfully secured the other party's commitment to attend. Next, he dialed the numbers of 2 elders. Uncle Lu, hello, I am. Uncle Li, sorry to bother you, I am. One is Lu Jihe, the chairman of Daishi, who started from stone mines. The other is Li Wenda, the 3rd-generation heir of Li Chang'an, who steers the kingdom of condiments. Both hail from Jiangmen in Guangdong province, being fellow townsmen of Li Chang'an's father, and had offered him assistance in the past through their hometown association. Upon receiving the call, they were slightly surprised, but upon learning it was the son of an old acquaintance starting a business, they immediately agreed to show their support. Once confirmed, Li Chang'an finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaning back in his chair and gazing out at the gradually darkening sky. He knew that in just 3 days everything would change. From that day on, he would truly take a step that belonged to him on this land of Hong Kong. Boss, I've arrived. Accompanied by heavy panting, he long pushed the door open, his chest heaving violently, beads of sweat on his forehead. Li Chang'an looked up and was instantly stunned. You didn't run all the way here, did you? It's not far from the city fortress, and taking a taxi is too expensive. He Long smiled, his expression somewhat evasive. Li Chang'an stared at him, already knowing the answer. He understood this man too well. Deeply loyal, he would rather suffer himself than let his brothers endure hardship. A few days ago, a comrade of He Long had a sick wife, and without a second thought he took out all his savings. "Are you short on money?" Li Chang'an asked directly. He Long was taken aback, his eyes flickering, ultimately not denying it. That moment of silence spoke volumes. "Boss, I truly don't need money. What did you need me for?" He Long hurriedly spoke, fearing that Li Chang'an would misunderstand that he was after money. He understood very well that if Li Chang'an thought he was seeking profit, then the job of watching the store would likely not be secure. That job was seen as a prized opportunity, easily earning $20 a day, amounting to a steady $600 a month. Compared to the exhausting labor of carrying packages at the docks, this job felt like a dream. Not to mention, behind him there were over 300 brothers relying on this for a living. Li Chang'an never delayed salaries, paying everyone on time, which in He Long's eyes was a genuine act of care. So he absolutely did not want to spoil the impression with a careless remark. "All right, He Long, stop beating around the bush." Li Chang'an's tone turned serious. "If you have difficulties, just say it directly." Since he had decided to bring these people along, he would not watch them struggle to pay for a bus fare. Such things should not happen under his watch. "Boss, sigh. It's about a comrade of mine. His wife is seriously ill, and the surgery will cost over $10,000. The few of us who are close gathered some money, but it's still not enough. There's no choice aside from food. All the money has gone to emergency expenses." He Long's voice was low, his face full of helplessness. Li Chang'an listened and fell silent for a moment. "You need to call your most trusted brothers right now. I have something to say," he slowly said. He no longer needed to test anything. Just this bond of loyalty was enough to prove that He Long was a trustworthy person. Such people could not go wrong. Since that was the case, he might as well pull them into his own ranks, letting them truly become people he could rely on. From then on, he would be in the light, while these people could operate in the shadows for him. In Hong Kong, there were matters he couldn't directly intervene in, so he needed a team like this. Approximately 40 minutes later, nearly 30 people rushed into the office, one after another, all panting heavily, faces flushed. Li Chang'an could tell what had happened to someone, must have exaggerated the situation, while passing the message, making it seem like they were about to fight. He shook his head inwardly. "Sit down and take a break first." He calmly finished speaking, then called, "Secretary Jean, bring some cups and brew a few pots of hot tea." "Understood, Chairman." A few minutes later, everyone finally calmed down. "Are you feeling better now?" Li Chang'an scanned the room. "He Long, you tell us whose wife is sick and needs money for treatment." "Boss, it's for Zhou. He's my comrade. His wife has been diagnosed with a heart problem, and the surgery will cost over $10,000. We don't even know how much rehabilitation will cost later." He Long stood up, his posture reminiscent of his days in the military, chest out and head held high, his voice loud. "Zhou, come out." "Here, boss, what do you need?" Li Chang'an didn't look at them for long. He directly opened the drawer, took out 5 stacks of cash, and casually threw them at Zhou. "Boss, this." Zhou stood frozen, his arms heavy with cash. A rough count revealed it was a full 50,000. His mind went blank, unable to comprehend the meaning behind this gesture. Was this money meant for him? All for him? The surroundings fell silent, everyone wide-eyed. Even He Long held his breath, his gaze firmly fixed on Li Chang'an, waiting for what would come next. "Take this to treat your wife. Starting today, I will give you a month off. Come back to work once she has fully recovered." "Boss, Don't speak yet. Everyone else gather around and stand properly." Li Chang'an interrupted him, turning to give orders to the others. No one dared to hesitate, although their hearts were filled with confusion. They quickly gathered around. His gaze swept across each face like a knife. "Do I trust each of you enough? Today I called you here not for idle chat. My career is just beginning, and I plan to expand it to unimaginable heights in the future. I need not just subordinates, but people I can trust, individuals who are like brothers. I not only want you to guard my interests, but also to manage and maintain them for me. Can you assure me that I can entrust everything without worry?" Upon stating this, he laid everything bare. If it weren't for He Long's previous recommendation and witnessing what Li Chang'an had done for Zhou, he would never have revealed his cards so quickly. For an ordinary person, one would definitely need long-term observation. After all, the heart is hidden, and only through prolonged interaction can one see the true nature. "Boss!" He Long suddenly stepped forward. "I He Long swear that I will never betray you in this life. If I go against this word, may I be struck down by heaven and earth." He understood that someone had to take the lead and express their loyalty at this moment. What solidified his resolve was Li Chang'an's sense of responsibility towards his comrade Zhou. At that moment, he determined that this person was worth following. This group of people, to put it bluntly, was just a bunch of destitute souls, their lives worth little. But now a worthless life could exchange for the stability of their families and the opportunity for their brothers to rise. He was willing to gamble everything. Boss, Zhou Banya spoke softly, his voice hoarse. My life from now on belongs to you alone. He said not another word, but the determination in his eyes spoke louder than 1,000 words. Boss, I am willing. I also pledge my loyalty. I will follow you to the end. Initially a few were a bit stammering, but as the responses came in sequence, over 30 people soon echoed in unison. They were originally a team bound by life and death with Heilong and Zhou Banya pledging their loyalty. The rest naturally followed suit. Well done. Your decision today will surely prove worthwhile in the future. Li Chang'an could hardly conceal his joy upon seeing everyone sincerely pledge their allegiance. The group led by Zhao Feng would openly guard him in the future, responsible for visible security duties, while the men under Heilong would infiltrate the shadows, clearing away all potential troubles. With forces operating both in the spotlight and behind the scenes, Li Chang'an's safety was now firmly assured. Then he assigned tasks to Heilong and others. 3 days later, his electrical goods store would officially open, and everyone must fulfill their roles to ensure everything went flawlessly. About an hour later, everyone took their leave. Before departing, Li Chang'an generously pulled out 1 million in cash. Each person received 10,000 in cash, while the rest was entrusted to Heilong, who was specifically instructed to purchase several cars. They couldn't rely on just their 2 legs for every task. It would be embarrassing if word got out. The next morning, the streets and alleys of Xiangjiang seemed to have transformed overnight. Billboards, newspaper front pages, television commercial breaks, and even the few remaining rickshaws were all plastered with the same name, Chang'an Electric. Citizens paused to discuss, curious about the sudden emergence of this brand. Hey dear, do you know what Chang'an Electric is all about? An elderly man squinted as he asked his companion. How would I know? It's annoying. The elderly woman waved her hand in annoyance. Just then a young man handed them a flyer. Grandpa, it's a new line of high-tech appliances. We're opening the day after tomorrow. Just bring this paper to the store, and regardless of whether you buy something, the first 1,000 customers will receive a free gift. I've heard it includes rice, oil, and eggs, all essentials. The 2 elderly people perked up at the mention of free items. Young man, is there really something being given away? Absolutely. But each store is limited to the first 1,000 people, and once they're gone, they're gone. This will last for 3 days. Okay, give me a few. The old man quickly reached out for a flyer. Sorry, only 1 per person. There are people watching. If anyone is caught trying to take more, the previous gift will be taken back. The young man explained with a smile, his tone warm. Similar scenes unfolded in every corner of Xiangjiang, but this was just the beginning. What were a few outdoor advertisements? That morning, nearly every newspaper's front page was dominated by ads for Chang'an Group and Chang'an Electric Company, overwhelming many readers who complained as they read. After finally finishing the newspaper, he wanted to turn on the television to change his mood. As soon as he switched it on, a loud voice echoed from the broadcast. Chang'an Group, Chang'an Electric Company, introducing revolutionary smart appliances. Experience cutting-edge technology, exceptional performance, and guaranteed quality. Full sale begins November 1st. Address XXX. Did you think it would end there? It did not. Even commercial radio stations were thoroughly covered. The worst off were taxi drivers, bus drivers, and everyday commuters. No matter which channel they switched to, they were bombarded with the same message. Li Chang'an purchased all advertisement slots on commercial radio, continuously broadcasting promotional content for both Chang'an Group and Chang'an Electric Company. During every advertisement break, the air was filled with the name Chang'an. New types of appliances and smart home devices claimed to surpass the times and redefine daily living. Feel the pulse of technology, embrace future products. Use Chang'an Electric to start a new life. Step into Chang'an Department Store and experience an unprecedented lifestyle. The entire city seemed to be enveloped by this sound. On the streets and in alleys, everyone was talking about it. From ordinary citizens to business tycoons, no one was untouched by this overwhelming promotion. In the high-rise offices of HSBC headquarters, 3 people sat together. Bao Yugong and Li Chang'an sat side by side, their expressions grave. Li Chang'an is truly a genius. Bao Yugong whispered, the strategy is unprecedented. The whole city has been taken by storm. Shun Bai was already entangled in the advertisements from the radio as he left home. Arriving at the company, he opened the newspaper, and the entire page was filled with massive ads for Chang'an Electric. He set the newspaper down, turned on the television, and the familiar slogans echoed during the news breaks. His mind was filled with phrases like high-tech new life and ahead of the times, which he could not shake off. He felt almost suffocated. Next to him, Bao Yugong and Li Chang'an exchanged glances, their eyes resting on Shun Bai's face. Mr. Shun Bai, do you know the owner of this company? Li Chang'an spoke up. Of course. Shun Bai nodded. You all know this company. It was originally called Heji Electric, and the former chairman was the late Li Yonglin. As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly froze. In their minds, that company had long declined and was on the brink of collapse. How could it suddenly rise to such heights? What exactly happened behind the scenes? Both men fell into contemplation. Shun Bai chuckled lightly. There's no need to be surprised. Li Yonglin had a son named Li Chang'an. This young man, though silent, achieved astonishing feats. Not only did he sell products to the United States, but he also made hundreds of millions while establishing long-term export channels. What's more impressive is that he has detailed evidence of his competitors' illegal activities, but has not acted immediately. He knows exactly when to strike back to deliver a lethal blow. Meanwhile, he is secretly developing a series of new appliances that far exceed current market standards. I dare say, he will definitely have a place in the future Xiangjiang business scene. Li Chang'an and Bao Yugang's expressions were no longer calm. Xun Bai had always been discerning and had never praised any young person so highly. Now he was extolling a newcomer. Chang'an Group, Chang'an Electric Company, and that name Li Chang'an were instantly etched into the memories of the two business giants. OMG, I'm truly amazed by Li. He has stirred the entire Xiangjiang. This promotional approach is astonishing. Xun Bai, emotionally charged, spoke almost out of control. Seeing the usually composed HSBC executives in such a state, Li Chang'an and Bao Yugong exchanged smiles and couldn't help but laugh. The advertisements are indeed remarkable, but this approach carries significant risks. If the product itself does not hold up, who would dare to be so high-profile? Li Chang'an slowly began, his tone laced with respect. That's right, but one cannot deny that this method is highly impactful. Such brand exposure is hard to forget. It's a powerful marketing strategy. Bao Yugong nodded in agreement, then took out his phone and called back to his group. Have all management watch the Chang'an Group advertisements immediately and write a reflection. Seeing this, Li Chang'an could no longer sit still either. He picked up the phone and issued the same directive. That day, the entire Xiangjiang seemed to be ignited by Chang'an Electric's advertisements. However, within the electrical appliance industry, the atmosphere was entirely different. Those fellow merchants, manufacturers, and established enterprises sensed the storm approaching. They knew a fierce beast had arrived. In the conference room of Shenhe Appliance Company, a loud bang shattered the silence. Bang! Wang Yu stood at the table, his face filled with fury. Tell me, what is this Chang'an Electric about? How did it suddenly appear at the former site of Heji Electric overnight? Where are our people? Why is there no news at all? He could not accept that a new company could make such a forceful entrance without any warning, with advertisements flooding in, clearly intending to sweep the entire market. Immediately conduct a thorough investigation. Manager Yang, contact our people embedded in Heji Electric right away and find out what exactly happened. He ordered sharply. What he did not know was that those he had bribed and sent into Heji Electric had already been taken out by Li Chang'an, and now they could only drink tea in Chaiwan prison. At the same time, at Xinjiang Electric Company, Chairman Meng Weimin sat at his desk, his expression grave. He held a promotional flyer for Chang'an Electric in his hand, his gaze fixed on it. Continue to investigate. I want to know the background of this suddenly emerging company. He instructed in a low voice. Also get in touch with our informants at Heji Electric. Where have they gone? Although the man's face showed no obvious reaction, the hostility in his eyes could not be hidden. He was filled with vigilance towards this newly appeared Chang'an Electric Company, pondering repeatedly in his heart whether this was Heji's reemergence under a new name. In fact, Li Chang'an's father, Li Yonglin, had long-standing grievances with Meng Weimin of Xinjiang Electric. The two had clashed multiple times in market competitions, even resorting to drastic price cuts to seize store resources, engaging in nearly suicidal dumping several times. Yet every time Xinjiang ended in defeat. Compared to Wang Yu's displeasure with Heji, Meng Weimin's resentment ran deeper. Now, with the sudden emergence of Chang'an Electric, especially on the former territory of Heji, he instinctively sensed danger. Could this be a signal of Heji's resurgence? This was precisely the situation he least wanted to see. At that moment, Li Chang'an was sitting in his office, focused on writing a game program, completely unaware of the brewing storm outside. He could not imagine that the wave of publicity he casually initiated had thrown both Shenhe and Xinjiang into chaos. Even if he knew, he would only chuckle lightly, completely indifferent. He was well aware that as his own products continued to upgrade, even if other electrical appliance companies did not perish, they could only fall far behind. Chairman, this is amazing. I've already set up the structure for this game. It's truly fantastic. Qin Ming exclaimed excitedly. Around him were 7 or 8 people, all focused on typing away at their keyboards, his old friends and classmates. They had studied in Country R and returned to Xiangjiang together, unable to endure the local environment. This time at Qin Ming's call, everyone immediately responded and joined the team. Li Chang'an was thus spared the cumbersome process of assembling a group. Don't be too quick to celebrate. Oh, wait for me to finish the core code, and then you can improve the script and stabilize the overall framework before celebrating. It's not too late. Li Chang'an responded with a smile. Though this first game was niche and not technically challenging, its design was exquisite and easily addicting. Regardless of age, playing it felt smooth and natural, providing both entertainment and a workout for mental agility and quick thinking. Is this for real? As Qin Ming spoke, he quickly finished the preliminary framework and handed the script over to his companions for further development. After completing it, he walked over to Li Chang'an. As seasoned insiders, they could roughly reconstruct the entire game just by looking at the code. Chairman, this is outrageous. You wrote the code without needing to think. It's as smooth as if it had been prepared in advance. I suspect you didn't start writing last night, but directly brought out a finished product. Qin Ming's eyes widened as he asked in disbelief. After all, he knew Li Chang'an had just started working on it last night, but now, just after one morning, the entire project was nearing completion. Such a level of technical skill was something Qin Ming had never encountered before. Even in the leading gaming industries of country R, or the United States, he believed it would be hard to find. It was precisely for this reason that he had raised the earlier question. However, Qin Ming also understood that Li Chang'an indeed personally wrote this set of programs, including the first game. There were many places in the code that needed adjustments, and even some obvious errors. These details were sufficient to prove that this was indeed a brand new programming achievement. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, work came to a temporary halt. Qin Ming, the rest is up to you. Li Chang'an took out a memory disk, tossed it over casually, and then turned to leave. The gaming company had not yet been fully established. Although the programs and scripts were completed, many subsequent processes remained, including developing dedicated gaming hard drives, building scene systems, and designing interaction logic. To truly push both games to market, at least half a month more was needed. The prerequisite was to quickly find a factory that could produce the hardware. Before leaving, Li Chang'an made a trip to Zhuang Shiqiang's office, urging him to speed up the progress and to swiftly acquire a suitable gaming hardware manufacturing plant. Time was tight. He had to gather enough capital before the deadline. The goal was clear: to quietly acquire it early next year before Kowloon Warehouse noticed, or to seize it when hedgy trading fell into financial difficulties. Time flew by. 2 days later, at 7:30 in the morning, the entrances of Chang'an Electric stores across Xiangjiang were already bustling with crowds. Each store was packed with people waiting for opening. Fortunately, Li Chang'an had prepared in advance, arranging for Heilong to lead members of the Big Circle gang to put on security uniforms and maintain order at each location. Without these people to stabilize the situation, it was highly likely that it would spiral out of control and lead to chaos. Line up. Everyone line up properly, no cutting in line, no shouting. We open at 8 o'clock sharp. These former members of the Big Circle gang, once notorious, now looked imposing in their uniforms, exuding a powerful aura. Chairman, all 8 stores in Wanchai are at full capacity. Manager Zhuang, the queue at the 4 stores in Mongkok has already reached the street corner. Deputy Manager Zhang, we are short-staffed at the 6 stores in Wangdaxian. There are customers everywhere. Can we send some support? Chairman, it's the same over here in Yao Ma Ti. Phone calls came in one after another as Li Chang'an, Zhuang Shiqiang, and his friend Zhang Lan sat in the office listening to real-time updates from various places. All 68 Chang'an Electric stores in Hong Kong were without exception completely packed. Zhuang Shiqiang and Zhang Lan felt both excited and anxious. Chairman, with so many customers gathered, what if something goes wrong? Zhuang Shiqiang frowned and asked, what can we do? A bustling crowd is a good thing. Let them gradually adapt. Li Chang'an sighed softly, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Give the police and reporters the materials of those 2 appliance companies. We will open up the situation from their weaknesses. Li Chang'an said in a deep voice. He never shows mercy to his opponents, especially when it concerns his parents. He has long suspected that behind the misfortunes of his parents lurks the shadow of one of these 2 companies. Among them, the owner of Shanghai Electric is the most suspicious. Although there is currently no solid evidence, if it turns out to be their doing, he will not let them off easily. Notify the media as well, let them visit our stores. They wouldn't want to miss such excitement. The effect of citywide coverage is more powerful than any advertisement and can save a considerable amount of expenses. Move quickly, we'll be entering soon. Don't let the guests arrive before the host is here. Understood, young Master Li. At precisely 8 o'clock, as the doors of Chang'an Electric department store swung open, a crowd surged in. Many had come for the giveaways, but after personally experiencing the performance of the appliances in the store, they were left astonished. Originally intending to just grab a gift and leave, many ended up pulling out their wallets on the spot, buying even large appliances. It's time to go down. Li Chang'an adjusted his suit and tie, took a glance in the mirror, his expression serious confidence emanating from his brow. The venue was set in the lobby on the 1st floor of the company headquarters. This 16-story building may not stand out in Xiangjiang, but it was sufficient to host today's grand event. The event was jointly organized by the Administration and Human Resources departments, and Li Chang'an personally offered several suggestions. Colorful ribbons, lights, and banners adorned the surroundings, creating a lively atmosphere. As he entered the venue, 2 responsible individuals immediately approached him. Manager Lin, manager, he is everything in order. Rest assured, Chairman, everything is ready. Then arrange for the welcoming staff to wait at the entrance, ready to receive the guests at any time. Yes, Chairman. Just as he finished speaking, a luxury car slowly approached. Li Chang'an glanced at the license plate, which he did not recognize. Who is this? Someone beside him asked in a low voice. He shook his head. Not sure, we'll find out when they get out of the car. The car door opened and an elderly man with white hair stepped out. Li Chang'an recognized him at a glance. It's actually Wang Yu, the former rival of his father, and the helm of Shinha Electric. He hadn't expected the first guest to arrive would be his enemy. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he stepped forward. Welcome, Chairman Wang, your presence honors us. Though he was a long-time adversary, today was his stage. No matter who the guest was, he would greet them with a smile. If someone intends to create trouble, there will be Zhao Feng to handle it. Oh, it's just the commotion created by that young descendant of the Li family. I thought it was some big shot arriving. Wang Yu's lips curled slightly, his words carrying a hint of coldness. It's just a small matter. To ensure my late father's hard work doesn't go to waste, this is the only way to proceed. Li Chang'an responded calmly. He did not become angry at the sarcasm in the other's words. The two sides had long been at odds. There was no point in quibbling over words. When the time was right, a single decisive strike would be the true solution. Boom, boom. In the distance, the sound of engines echoed again as two black cars steadily parked at the entrance. One of the cars was clearly recognized by Li Chang'an. It was the vehicle of Li Wenda, the current head of Li Jingji and a close friend of his father's. Chairman Wang, please wait, I will go greet the guests. Before he finished speaking, he had already stepped away. If it weren't for today's opening, he might not have looked at this person twice, let alone show any courtesy. Uncle Li, it's truly an honor for you to be here. He personally stepped forward to open the car door, and Li Wenda slowly got out, his gaze landing on Li Chang'an's face, a hint of gratification appearing in his eyes. Nephew, seeing you in this manner brings me great peace. Only you remain to carry on the family business after brother Yonglin left, and now revitalizing it with a grand opening. How could I miss this? As he spoke, he waved to the young man beside him. Weisheng, come over and meet him. This is my son Li Weisheng, of similar age to you. You young people should interact more. There are not many of us from Xiangjiang, so we need to look out for each other. Li Wenda's tone was gentle, but carried the unique expectations of an elder. Brother Li. Li Chang'an took the initiative to speak. Regardless of age, addressing Li Wenda as brother would not be inappropriate. Hey, I'm born in September 5 or 6 years ago. I don't even know who is older. Maybe I should be calling you brother instead. Li Weisheng quickly waved his hand. Haha, I was born in May, so I'll take the advantage and call you little brother. Li Chang'an laughed heartily. Let's go inside and talk, it's windy outside. Just as he was about to lead the way, another luxury car approached. Li Chang'an turned to call over Zhuang Shiqiang. Uncle Li, this is our company's general manager. He'll take you inside to rest while I go greet other guests. Go ahead, today you're the main character, no need to worry about us. Li Wenda nodded with a smile. Li Chang'an nodded slightly to Li Weisheng, then quickly walked toward the new car. At this moment, he glanced around and noticed that a considerable number of bystanders had gathered at the company entrance, and many reporters were moving about with cameras, the flashlights going off in succession. This was precisely the situation he desired. He never feared exposure nor shied away from the spotlight. The only worry was that the momentum was insufficient and no one would remember the name Li Chang'an. Uncle Zhong, you've arrived too. The newcomer was none other than Zhong Zhiping, chairman of the Industrial Electric Company. Having had a close relationship with Li Chang'an's father in the past, he naturally came to show his support now that he saw his son standing on his own. Indeed, I was worried that after Yonglin left you wouldn't be able to hold on. Now it seems I can rest assured completely. Zhong Zhiping looked at Li Chang'an, a look of approval surfacing on his face. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhong. Let's go inside and sit for a while. All right. The onlookers had already been captivated by the luxury cars arriving one after another, and the appearance of various business elites at the scene opened their eyes, making them reluctant to leave. The reporters were even more excited, with so many business leaders gathered. Just interviewing a few would guarantee a headline for tomorrow. Time quietly passed to 8:40, with less than 20 minutes left until the official opening. One luxury car after another continued to arrive. Outside it was already packed to the brim, the crowd forming a dense mass. On the makeshift stage, performers invited by Jai TV were energetically putting on a show. Initially just citizens looking to watch the fun, they began to realize that even popular stars were present, igniting a strong curiosity about the behind-the-scenes owner of this soon-to-be company. Not only were there numerous wealthy patrons, but such a large-scale star lineup was also quite rare. You little brat, always putting on these flashy displays. Do you think that just by finding a few washed-up old men and actors to create a scene you can establish a foothold in Xiangjiang? Humph. Old Wang, what's the rush? I can understand that young people like to show off. I'm just curious, where did he find so much money? Who would dare believe in the new electric products they're advertising like this? The speaker was none other than Wang Yu and Meng Weimin. Heavens! Li Sheng from HSBC is here, as well as Bao Shoufu. Quick, let's hurry over. Suddenly a commotion erupted in the venue. Li Chang'an, who was receiving guests, also heard the noise and turned to look towards the entrance. Impressive, Shun Bai is quite generous. It turned out that Shen Bai had somehow invited both Li Chang'an and Bao Yugang, the first person in Hong Kong's capital, to come over. All the wealthy businessmen present stood up upon hearing the news and walked towards the entrance as if to welcome the distinguished guests. Li Chang'an did not dare to relax for a moment. Although the resources he controlled were considerable, he still felt insignificant in front of those three. In terms of identity, status, and power, he could not compare, especially since he was also a generation lower. At this moment, proper etiquette was essential, and personally going out to greet them was the right thing to do. Welcome everyone. It is truly an immense honor to have Xinshang Li Shang and Bao Shang here to support us. Li Chang'an was acutely aware that if he displayed such an attitude, his demise would be imminent. He understood well that, in this era of Hong Kong, the influence of those business tycoons was beyond imagination. As long as they targeted someone, no matter how capable you were, it would be impossible to establish yourself on this land. The social structure of Hong Kong was primarily based on small circles. Once one person took action, it often involved the entire faction. Moreover, the intricate web of relationships among those tycoons was unfathomable. Many people who depended on them for survival would naturally join in the hunt to please those in power. Resources were mostly concentrated in the hands of the elite, and the circles were closed and exclusive. To carve out a place for oneself, one needed considerable weight, or otherwise provoking them would only lead to humiliation. This was the most genuine understanding of Li Chang'an at present. He had just started and had an unstable foundation, rendering him powerless to contend with this group. To put it bluntly, no matter how many brilliant ideas filled his mind, if they united to suppress him, he would still find it impossible to move forward. The only chance for survival lay in moving to another place and finding a new battlefield. As for staying in Hong Kong and confronting them heathen, that was almost impossible. Li, we meet again. You are truly a marketing genius. How did you come up with the idea to promote in this way? Now the entire Hong Kong knows about your company's appliances. Mr. Shen, please don't flatter me. This is merely a clever tactic and not true skill at all. Li Chang'an feigned humility, but he could hardly conceal his pride on his face. People like him could not hide their emotions, and the three seasoned individuals easily saw through his arrogance. Mr. Bao, your presence here is truly an honor for me. Li Chang'an turned to the other two. One was a hotshot newcomer, and the other was currently the richest person in the Chinese capital world. Their personal attendance was indeed unexpected. But upon reflection, since they had close ties with the big players at HSBC, it was not surprising they came today. Ha ha ha. Mr. Shen often speaks highly of you, young Mr. Li, and praises you endlessly. We took this opportunity to pay a visit and see what this new star of Hong Kong is truly like. Li Chang'an smiled warmly, his trust radiating from within and proving highly infectious. If Li Chang'an were unaware of his background, he might have been moved by this friendliness. But he understood clearly that while this man appeared gentle, he was actually extremely decisive and ruthless. Once he seized an opportunity, regardless of who the opponent was, he would relentlessly pursue them until his goal was achieved. Just like how he later acquired Hutchison Whampoa, despite the latter being a foreign capital giant with a deep background, he still swallowed it without hesitation, showing no mercy. Although Hutchison Whampoa had lost its former glory and fallen into financial difficulties, its market value was still not to be underestimated. Li Chang'an had forcefully pushed through, disregarding the risks, to ultimately secure this asset. Mr. Li is too humble. With the three of you here who would dare to claim to be the prominent figures, please do not jest, come inside and take a seat. Since they treated him with courtesy, he naturally reciprocated. Just as he thought all the guests had arrived, several luxury cars gradually came into view. Li Chang'an was taken aback, his heart trembling. What a spectacle! Which distinguished guest is this? He then turned to Shen Bai and the other two, revealing an apologetic expression. Please wait a moment. I will go welcome the new guests. Go ahead, today you are the mainstay. It is normal to be busy, no need to attend to us. Bao Yugang smiled and waved his hand. After nodding in acknowledgement, Li Chang'an quickly walked towards the convoy. A group of burly men in black suits with sunglasses got out first, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Moments later, several important figures stepped out of the car under their escort. Charlison, Alan, and Jack. Oh my God, I can't believe you all made it here. Li Chang'an exclaimed with delight as he hurried forward. Li, congratulations on your thriving career. The three of them embraced him one by one and congratulated him. Thank you. A steady voice then rang out. Young man, a new venture has begun. Congratulations are in order. Li Chang'an then noticed that Alan's father Laris had also come to the scene. He had been so caught up in the joy of reuniting with old friends that he had failed to notice this heavyweight's arrival. A multinational business giant had specifically traveled all the way from America to attend his opening ceremony. This gesture filled Li Chang'an with an indescribable warmth. Mr. Laris, your arrival is overwhelming for me. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Child, you are Alan's friend and also our partner. Regardless of the relationship, I had to come. Laris' tone was calm and his smile friendly. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an's eyes sparkled. Yes. Please, we have prepared tea and snacks inside. Let's walk and chat. He gestured for them to follow him and personally accompanied everyone into the venue. Laris' high-profile appearance immediately attracted the attention of the prominent figures of Hong Kong's business community. Everyone whispered and speculated about the identity of this mysterious guest. Only Shin Bai had a vague understanding. He had seen Li Chang'an display the cooperation document signed with the largest appliance distributor in America. At this moment, he already had an idea. Mr. Shun, who is that person? Someone beside him couldn't help but ask. Bao Yugang stood to the side, his gaze fixed on the newcomer, his eyes revealing a trace of inquiry. Li Chao-ren, hearing their whisper, unconsciously turned his gaze towards Shun Bai, clearly eager to know the answer. If I am not mistaken, that person is Laris Dupont. Shun Bai kept his gaze fixed on Li Chang'an, responding in a calm and grave tone. He is the leading appliance distributor in America, but that is merely his surface identity. His business empire far exceeds what ordinary people can imagine, vast enough to be nearly immeasurable. Not to mention ordinary enterprises, even HSBC appears insignificant in his presence. Shun Bai spoke with utmost certainty. Laris Dupont. At the mention of this name, Bao Yugong and Li Kashing both flinched, unfamiliar with the man himself yet deeply unsettled by the surname Dupont. In the United States, the name Dupont carried unmistakable weight, and for those hovering at the fringes of the global elite, its implications were crystal clear. Rockefeller, Morgan, DuPont, Wallenberg, Koch, and half of Rothschild, these families had long transcended mere wealth. They were the invisible sovereigns who shaped national destinies. Each surname stood for a century-spanning leviathan, its roots coiled deep into the arteries of politics and finance. Li Kashing and Bao Yugong exchanged a glance, chill flickering in both their eyes. Such beings existed far beyond the orbit of their daily dealings. Though towering figures in Hong Kong, their stature diminished markedly when viewed across all of East Asia. In Singapore, across the Nanyang archipelago, and even in Japan, entrenched conglomerates dwarfed their influence. As for Europe and America's old money dynasties, those were realms utterly out of reach. Perhaps only in the new millennium, blessed by unbroken fortune, might Li Kashing himself begin to approach that threshold. At precisely 9 o'clock, the chimes rang out, and Li Chang'an, flanked by senior executives, officially inaugurated the company. He invited Shin Bai, Li Kashing, Bao Yugong, Laris Dupont, and several of his father's longtime associates to join him on stage for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Hong Kong journalists did not recognize Laris, but Shun Bai, Li Kashing, and billionaire Bao Yugong were household names. Their joint appearance ignited the celebration, propelling Chang'an Group's launch into full-blown spectacle. Cameras flashed incessantly, reporters surged forward, scrambling for front-page headlines. The entertainment team, transferred from Jia Media, including executive director Liang Shuyi, stood utterly transfixed. Only now did they grasp the unfathomable depth of their new chairman's background. To secure Shun Bai's personal attendance, and to enlist both Li Kashing and Bao Yugong as patrons, was no feat achievable by ordinary means. Many had spent fortunes and favors merely to invite one of them. Such an honor was considered extraordinary. Yet this young master had summoned Hong Kong's 3 most formidable titans, alongside a constellation of tycoons and luminaries. How could such a spectacle fail to astound? Just who was this young man? How did he possibly summon both the god of wealth and the richest man in Hong Kong? Liang Shuyi and her Chang'an Group colleagues thrilled inwardly at the sight of so many business magnates gracing the venue. But across the aisle, the heads of 2 rival firms, Shell Electric and Sun Hing Electric, wore grim, tight-lipped expressions. From the moment Shin Bai appeared, Meng Weimin's brow had not relaxed once. The woman revered as the god of wealth, appearing alongside a titan like Bao Yugong, sent a cold wave through his chest. Brother Wang, I have a foreboding. Chang'an's first move may prove impossible to block. Meng Weimin murmured softly. Before Shin Bai and Bao Yugong arrived, the 2 men had already reached a quiet understanding they would jointly suppress Chang'an's ascent. Now, however, the landscape had shifted overnight. With such heavyweight patrons standing behind Li Chang'an, any countermove demanded extreme caution. And what truly unsettled them was not Bao Yugong, but Shun Bai, to provoke her wrath, especially as the de facto helmswoman behind HSBC, would unleash consequences too dire to contemplate. In Hong Kong, any enterprise placed on HSBC's blacklist was effectively doomed. This was no rumor. It was immutable reality, especially in the late 1970s, before the People's Republic assumed sovereignty. Hong Kong's financial lifelines remained firmly in foreign and British hands. HSBC's dominance near absolute. We can only watch and wait. Wang Yu sighed faintly. If Li Chang'an merely knows mission, socially matters remain manageable. But if their bond runs deeper, we must reconsider our course entirely. He spoke so low his voice barely carried. Even uttering a Fen Shin Bai seemed perilous. He knew well even a single offhand remark from her in public would prompt every Hong Kong merchant to distance himself from his firm without a word of warning. When a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. No proclamation required. And meanwhile, Li Chang'an had advanced to the final segment of the ceremony. And following the ribbon cutting, the official product showcase commenced. Technical directors personally presented each appliance category, highlighting performance innovations and engineering breakthroughs. And 2 hours slipped swiftly by. At 11 o'clock sharp, the morning event drew to a close. As applause followed the air conditioner exhibit, Li Chang'an stepped once more onto the stage. And today's presence honors us beyond measure, dear guests. Chang'an Group is profoundly grateful. With this, our grand opening concludes. Thank you sincerely for your esteemed attendance. And thunderous applause rose like a tide. And descending the dais, he immediately turned to escort departing dignitaries. He saw each VIP off in person. And Mr. Li, I salute you. And Li Chang'an clasped his hand smiling. Your air conditioners are superbly engineered. Several of my aging buildings urgently need replacements. Indeed, they've captivated even this layman. Truly exceptional. I'll dispatch my team to coordinate directly with Mr. Li on potential collaboration. Bao Yugong nodded in agreement. And Shenbai was even more direct. Li, I'll have my people contact you the moment I return. Your units meet HSBC's exact specifications. Handle this promptly. Li Chang'an's lips curved upward, unable to contain his elation. Though retail margins were modest, this validation outweighed gold. The endorsement of such towering figures marked a decisive turning point. And understood. I'll initiate arrangements immediately. And after bidding farewell to the VIPs, the venue remained vibrant and buzzing. Numerous tycoons actively inquired about Chang'an Electric, while even passers-by paused, curiously voicing keen interest. And this scene did not escape the notice of the chairman of Shell and Sunhing Electric. From Shenbai's entrance onward, their faces had remained clouded. Throughout the exhibition, not a trace of warmth crossed their features. And Li Chang'an had observed their expressions closely and felt a quiet, private satisfaction. To see these two industry elders discomfited was precisely what he cherished most. Once the last guest departed, night fell gently. And Li Chang'an left with Alan and his team for dinner. He knew well Laris DuPont held the keys to his future. Only with his approval could his products enter the U.S. market and unlock true opportunity. Young man, your appliances impress me deeply. And Laris raised his glass voice resolute. My team will contact you shortly to formalize partnership terms. Begin mass production immediately. I am certain these will sell brilliantly across America. But do not imagine you'll keep all the gains to yourself. Prepare comprehensive documentation, specifications, pricing, functional overviews, and send samples. I'll take them back to the States for rigorous evaluation by our specialists. Li Chang'an's heart surged with exhilaration. Once his products launched successfully in America, his path forward would open wide. Irreversibly. He couldn't help but begin to estimate the potential profits if he could stir up a sensation over there. The far-reaching impact was yet to come. When the American market exploded in popularity, distributors from Southeast Asia, Western Europe, and even globally would naturally come knocking, eager to seek collaboration. There was no need to beg for stock or laboriously promote. The opportunity lay right before him. For Li Chang'an, it was a chance to reshape the landscape. For the Chang'an Group, it was a possibility to leap to new heights. Arriving silently and departing without a trace, Li Chang'an's 3 classmates and the team from Laris did not linger long in Shangjiang, hurriedly boarding a private flight back to the United States after lunch. Li Chang'an understood that the other party held a prestigious position and was burdened with heavy responsibilities, so he naturally did not try to retain them. As soon as the shop opened in the morning, Chang'an Electronics was met with a surge of customers. Customers flowed in and out endlessly, some leaving with new products while new faces poured into the store. The lively scene continued unabated, clearly indicating that the prior promotion had deeply resonated with the public. Many were attracted by the innovative features, filled with interest in these previously unseen appliances. Coupled with a store-wide 20% discount within the first 3 days, the price advantage was evident, prompting many families to seize the opportunity to purchase necessities and save a considerable sum. Within the headquarters of the Chang'an Group, phone calls rang incessantly. Ring ring. Hello, Zhuang Shiqiang. Understood, I will handle it immediately. Ring ring. Zhonglan, please go ahead. Received, ill arrange for restocking right away. Ring ring. I am. At 4:30 in the afternoon, department heads called in succession, reporting urgent stock shortages at various stores. The new products had only been launched for a few days, with a total stock of merely over 100,000 items, most of which were small appliances. However, most categories were now nearly sold out. Among them, the air conditioners numbered about 1,500 units, the washing machines 5,000 units, and the refrigerators around 2,000 units. These major appliances were not inexpensive. The prices of air conditioners ranged from 2800 to 8000 Hong Kong dollars, refrigerators from 1200 to 5500 Hong Kong dollars, and washing machines from 800 to 3500 Hong Kong dollars, covering multiple tiers. If these main products were entirely cleared out and calculating the sales of other hot-selling small items, the total would be staggering. Even selling just half would easily push the daily revenue beyond 20 to 30 million Hong Kong dollars. In the context of the 80s that had yet to arrive, this was nothing short of astronomical. Even a businessman of the Tycoon level would find it hard to reach such a scale of daily revenue. Notify all production lines. Everyone must work overtime, racing against time to produce new goods. Manager Zhuang, we must expedite the factory expansion. If we delay any longer, the orders will pile up like a mountain. If production capacity cannot keep up, no matter how many market opportunities arise, we can only watch them slip away. You go check on the situation regarding industrial land with the Hong Kong government. We need to choose a large plot to buy and build a new industrial park. Li Chang'an began speaking. He was not only thinking about expanding the existing electronics factory, but also planning to launch more new products. Televisions, VCD sound systems, cameras, camcorders, and portable MP3 players. None of these popular electronic products had yet entered the R&D phase. Establishing a large-scale industrial park had long been his goal. However, current funds were insufficient to support such a grand project. Even if there were enough funds, he had no intention of building the park in Shangjiang. Next year, he could fully turn his gaze to the land across the sea. The area had abundant land at low prices with obvious cost advantages. More importantly, there was an ample labor force which would keep production expenses low, naturally increasing profit margins. With the selling price unchanged, the lower the cost, the higher the profit. Manager Zhuang, if you have time, why don't we go in person to finalize the location as soon as possible and get this electronics industrial park started? Li Chang'an said. However, he knew deep down that to establish the Chang'an Group Electronics Industrial Park, even if the 80s had not truly arrived, it would be nearly impossible to achieve without an investment exceeding 1 billion. Young Master Li, are you planning to build a factory in the mainland? Zhuang Shiqiang's tone held surprise. That's right. The land there is plentiful and cheap, and labor is also inexpensive. Why not consider it? Li Chang'an countered. But will there be political issues over there? What if the investment goes to waste? Zhuang Shiqiang asked, frowning. He knew very little about the mainland, with all information coming from newspapers inevitably giving rise to concerns. Li Chang'an's expression darkened as he looked directly at Zhuang Shiqiang. Manager Zhuang, I hope you don't only trust what is written in the newspapers like an ordinary person. We stand in different positions. We must look at the real situation. The mainland was indeed turbulent in the past, and not suitable for investment, but now the policies have become clear and the rules are well defined. He came from the future and understood the farsightedness and decisiveness of that leader. Not only did he have a far-reaching layout, but his courage was also unmatched. Sometimes he even wondered if that elder like him was someone who had returned from the future. Otherwise, how could he have enabled a backward region to catch up with a century of development in just a few decades? As Li Chang'an and his team diligently pushed forward various affairs, the first day of opening quietly came to an end. Next, they only needed to wait for the various stores to compile their data to know the results of the first day. He was full of anticipation for the outcome, wanting to know if this time they could break records and create a miracle of daily sales surpassing tens of millions. The next morning, all the senior executives of the Chang'an Group returned to the company promptly at 7 o'clock. The first thing was to report the sales data from the previous day from each store. The second was to deploy the direction of upcoming actions. The conference room was crowded with people. Nearly 100 store managers gathered together, and the space was almost filled with even the aisles occupied. Starting from the right, each person has 1 minute to discuss yesterday's situation. Performance problems suggested improvements. None should be overlooked. Li Chang'an sat in the main position, his voice steady. Chairman, I am responsible for the Lantian district. Yesterday's revenue was 760000 Hong Kong dollars. The main issue was a shortage of manpower. Customers who purchased large appliances could not transport them, leading to many transactions falling through. For the 3 stores in Tsim Sha Tsui, the lowest revenue was 920000, while the highest reached 116000. They too were stuck in logistics as customers bought refrigerators and air conditioners but had no means to transport them. I suggest the company offer delivery services or provide transportation subsidies. Secretary Jean, take note. Next, for the 12 stores in Kowloon, the minimum revenue per store was 10200000 and the maximum was 169000. Currently operations are smooth, but I support the suggestion from Tsim Sha Tsui colleagues. Delivery is indeed a pain point. The report for the Wan Chai district. In the Wang Tai Sin district, the situation in Kuntong is as follows. Today transactions in Sham Shui Per are stable. After a round of speeches, Li Chang'an already bore a smile on his face. The data had not yet been compiled, but he already had an idea in his heart. Secretary Jean, have the statistics come out yet? Yes, Chairman. For all 18 districts in Hong Kong, we have yet to cover the outlying islands Tuen Mun, Yuen Long Tai, Southern District, and Northern District. In the remaining 12 districts with 68 stores, the total revenue yesterday was 3864,500 Hong Kong dollars, including pre-sale deposits, not counting the cents. A total of 96325 appliances were sold, with the main items being rice cookers, fans, and hair dryers. All air conditioners, washing machines, and refrigerators were sold out, with several hundred units already reserved, but not yet picked up. The moment the numbers were revealed, the conference room fell silent for a moment. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Nearly 4 million in one day. If they could average over 100 million daily, earning tens of billions monthly would not be a fantasy. With this thought, their hearts raced uncontrollably. However, upon calm reflection, the fervor will not last forever. 3 million appliances sold each month. Can the population of Hong Kong sustain this? Even if every household replaced their old appliances, it still wouldn't reach such numbers. To maintain such a bustling scene for 3 to 7 days is already exceedingly rare, marking a new chapter in the retail history of Hong Kong. Li Chang'an was well aware that he was currently pondering another matter. With a daily revenue approaching 40 million and nearly 100,000 items sold, such retail earnings far surpassed the profits that could be garnered from wholesale. If this batch of goods were sold wholesale, he would at most recover 20 million in funds. Yet now he had earned over half again. He even entertained the thought of opening direct stores successively across various locations, pursuing a long-term retail strategy. But this was ultimately just an idea. To expand physical stores globally, the mere tasks of site selection, manpower, and operations could overwhelm anyone. Not to mention the exclusion and competition from local appliance businesses. Some profits were bound to be non-exclusive. Li Chang'an quickly dismissed this notion. Congratulations everyone, with just this battle, we have firmly entered the ranks of large enterprises. But do not let your guard down. The first 3 to 7 days after opening are a golden window, and after that sales will inevitably decline. This is not indicative of product issues, but rather a return to normal market temperatures. Next, we must set our sights on external markets. In 2 days, I will release a comprehensive distribution plan. At that time, the marketing, sales, and operations departments will fully advance into Dongnanya. First, we need to capture the market in Dongnanya. With the new year approaching, I hope that at our first annual meeting, every department's bonus pool is full. Clap, clap, clap. After the data was released, the management no longer had doubts about the company's prospects, and the cloud of bankruptcy that had once loomed over them was swept away. Facts often speak louder than words. As performance improved, profits stabilized, and naturally the hearts of the people found peace. All right, the stores are about to open. You all head back and keep a close watch. We will reconvene in 2 days. Dismissed. As the crowd left the conference room, Li Chang'an slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Manager Zhuang, Vice President Zhang, the company has taken its first step, but we must not become complacent. I fear our competitors may secretly try to trip us up. By the way, it's time to release the evidence we've collected previously. Silently hand it over to the media and strike first. I want that appliance company's reputation to be in tatters. Understood. After Zhuang Shiqiang and Zhang Lan left, Li Chang'an returned to finalize the game program. Little did he know that the long queues in front of major appliance stores yesterday had already been reported extensively by Hong Kong's major newspapers, with front-page headlines all about it. Li Chang'an's identity, background, along with his past experiences and family situation, had all been thoroughly investigated by the all-seeing media in Hong Kong. His life trajectory was stitched together into a story full of struggle and rapidly transformed into a symbol of an era in the eyes of the public. Mr. Li, please wait. Mr. Li, just a few minutes. Let's ask a couple of questions. As soon as he stepped out of the company door, Li Chang'an was surrounded by a throng of reporters, creating a chaotic scene. Initially, he stood there stunned and at a loss for words. It wasn't until he recalled the spectacle of long queues at the store yesterday that he suddenly realized. So the product was on fire. He forced a calm smile, saying, "You want to interview me? I really didn't expect this. I am a reporter from the Ta Kung Pao. May I ask how many appliances your company sold yesterday? Do these products perform as advertised, or is there some exaggeration? Are there any plans for new products coming up?" Just as he finished, another reporter interjected. "Im from the Oriental Daily. I'd like to ask when your company started developing appliances. Furthermore, the timing of your parents' passing is remarkably close to the new product launch. Is there any correlation between the two? Is there some untold truth?" The air seemed to freeze instantly. All eyes turned towards the reporter, who asked the question, expressions filled with shock and discomfort. The question felt like a knife slicing through the previously restrained atmosphere of the interview. Li Chang'an's smile vanished in an instant, his gaze sharp as a blade fixating on the person. He was initially willing to respond to some business-related inquiries, but upon touching upon such personal pain, he could no longer maintain his composure. How can you even ask such a question? Those who lack boundaries do not deserve answers. From today onwards, I will refuse all interview requests from the Oriental Daily. This matter ends here. There will be no further comments. Zhao Feng and others quickly moved forward, parting the crowd to escort Li Chang'an away from the scene. Behind him, shouts could still be heard. Mr. Li, please wait. Don't pay attention to those heartless reporters. Just one more question would be fine. No one followed. Li Chang'an left directly, ignoring the commotion around him. A group of reporters stood there exchanging glances, ultimately focusing their attention on the reporter from the Oriental Daily. Idiot, did your newspaper really send someone who lacks sense to cover the news? A reporter quietly complained. What a jinx! After waiting so long for Mr. Li to appear, you messed it all up. Another person angrily added. Others chimed in, calling the reporter an idiot repeatedly, their words cutting like knives. The reporter lowered his head, turning pale, not having the courage to look up. But no one wished to back down. After all, the actions of the Chang'an group stirred the winds and clouds, and everyone quickly got into their cars, closely following Li Chang'an's vehicle. Inside the car, Zhao Feng noticed the trailing convoy in the rearview mirror, softly reminding, "Boss, there are quite a few cars following us. They seem to be those reporters from earlier." Li Chang'an glanced back through the car window and said lightly, "Don't worry about them. Just head straight to the TV station." He had to get to Jai television station by 2 p.m., where an important press conference was set to take place. The official revival announcement of Jai television station. As the newly appointed chairman, he could not be absent. This appearance would undoubtedly shock all of Hong Kong. Upon arriving at the television station, Li Chang'an stepped out of the car and entered the building, with reporters closely following, their minds full of questions. What is Mr. Li doing here? Could he be planning to book all-day advertisements again? Upon hearing this, several people nearby frowned, as if that brainwashing advertisement had pierced into their minds once more. Don't mention it. I still can't forget the phrase by Appliances Fine Chang'an. Never mind, let's not speculate. Let's head to the press conference first. What major moves can a bankrupt television station make? Well, find out when we get there. At 2 o'clock sharp, the press conference began on time. The venue was filled with reporters from major media outlets in Hong Kong, including representatives from TVB and Li's television station. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on the stage, waiting for the mystery to be unveiled. At this moment, Liang Shui walked onto the podium with her team. Thank you all for taking the time to attend today's press conference of Jai Television. We have 3 announcements for the public. First, Jai Television will resume broadcasting at midnight tomorrow. Second, the station has been fully acquired by the Chang'an Group with the approval of the Hong Kong government, and will henceforth be accessible to all viewers in Hong Kong for free. As her voice fell, the audience erupted in astonishment. Before Liang Shui could finish, the reporters on site could no longer contain themselves, raising their cameras in unison, the flashes going off as they eagerly captured this sudden news highlight. The reason was not hard to understand. Behind Jai Television now stood the Chang'an Group, and the Chang'an Group, as referred to by the populace of Shangjiang, was none other than the brand that had recently inundated the city with advertisements. The grand opening ceremony had not only been a spectacular affair, but had also directly boosted sales at its appliance stores, becoming a hot topic of conversation everywhere. What drew even more attention was the presence of business tycoons, such as Shun by Li Daheng and the king of charter boats, all there to support Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an's own journey was quite legendary, having worked his way up from the bottom to become a figure of great public attention. Because of this, the media relentlessly pursued every move he made. Naturally, news of Jai Television falling into his hands caused a stir. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Liang Shui raised her hand to gesture. The third announcement: taking this opportunity, we officially declare that Jai Television will simultaneously commence filming 2 new dramas, and we are now recruiting actors from all walks of life, welcoming artists to sign up enthusiastically. Next, let us welcome our chairman, Mr. Li Chang'an, to the stage to speak. Applause erupted like a tidal wave. Li Chang'an walked up to the podium slowly, his gaze steady. His appearance seemed to ignite the atmosphere on site, with reporters holding their breath, fearing they would miss any detail. They understood that if they could uncover even a hint of exclusive content, it would be enough to secure the front page. The sound of shutters clicked continuously, dense as raindrops. Thank you all for coming today. Li Chang'an began. Successfully taking over Jai Television is a crucial part of the Chang'an Group strategy. I do not intend to say too much empty talk. In the future, Jai will receive full funding for upgrades. Not only will we introduce high-quality scripts, but we will also produce high-quality original series, striving to ensure that viewers are satisfied. Additionally, a massive entertainment program is in the works and will soon be unveiled to the public. Now, I welcome everyone to ask questions. As Liang Shui announced Jai's relaunch and its acquisition by the Chang'an Group, the news quickly reached the senior management of TVB and Li's Television. What? You're saying Jai Television is reopening and has been taken over by the Chang'an Group? Xiao Yifu suddenly stood up in the TVB office. If it had been someone else taking over, he might not have been so shaken. Continue to investigate. Report any developments immediately. Understood, Chairman. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yifu slowly sat back in his chair, his fingers pressed against his temple, his mind racing. His wife Fang Yihua approached. Sixth brother, what happened? You don't look too good. Humph, this kid is quite bold to scheme against me, and now he dares to go against me. Xiao Yifu muttered with a frown. Who are you talking about? Fang Yihua asked, looking up. Xiao Yifu waved his hand, indicating her to remove her hand from his head, casually picking up the teacup from the table and taking a large gulp. It's Li Yonglin, the son of Heji Appliances. He was just here a few days ago booking 3 days of advertisements and then quietly took Jai Television. It's truly strange. Jai was clearly liquidated, and the process should not allow for further transfer. How could it end up in his hands? Even if it were to be transferred, it should have been publicly auctioned. How could there be no movement at all, and he got a head start? His tone was filled with confusion. In fact, he had once considered taking over Jiai's location to fill in the gaps of his own television station. Sixth brother, could it be that this person has an impressive background that even the Hong Kong government has to give way? Fang Yihua ventured cautiously. She rarely concerned herself with matters outside the station, unless something as sensational as Li Chang'an opening an appliance store caught her attention. Li Yonglin is just a nouveau riche from the countryside. What kind of backing could he possibly have? Xiao Yifu retorted coldly. He absolutely did not believe that Li Chang'an had some powerful force behind him. He might not know the full details of Li Yonglin, but he had a general understanding. Unless Li Chang'an was hiding some secret that no one knew about, otherwise this was indeed strange. Since he has no backing, should I secretly take action to make him suffer a bit? Alright, stop thinking about these underhanded tactics all day. Just manage the current situation well. Xiao Yifu interrupted directly. He was indeed dissatisfied with Li Chang'an's actions, but did not intend to retaliate immediately. Don't touch Jai for now. Although I don't understand how he did it, Jai has long been in decline. The audience has already scattered, and it's like starting from scratch for a new station. For TVB, it won't stir up much trouble. However, have someone keep a close eye on Jiai's every move and report to me immediately if there are any signs of disturbance. At the same time, also pay attention to any developments on Li's side. Understood, sixth uncle. At the same time, in the office of the general manager of Li's Television. Well hidden and truly talented. Huang Shizhao sighed softly, his gaze fixed on the documents. A few days ago, Li Chang'an was still bargaining for advertising space in his office, and now he had become the chairman of the television station. Such a transformation was beyond everyone's expectations. Huang Shizhao and Xiao Yifu shared the same thoughts. Jai had long been liquidated. Even if assets were sold off, it was only the loss of that television station building. Who would have thought it would suddenly resume broadcasting and successfully apply for the same full free streaming rights as them? This operation made Li Chang'an's image appear significantly grander in his eyes. General Manager, shouldn't we also film a few dramas to counterattack? Let's directly confront them and suppress Jai. The speaker was Mai Dongxiong, one of Li's 3 heroes. The so-called 3 heroes of Li refers to Mai Dongxiong, Li Zhaoxiong, and Tu Yongxiong, all of whom were personally promoted by Huang Shizhao, and are important pieces he has laid in the film and television industry. These 3 individuals are well known and have established a reputation in the directing and production circles and will soon be widely recognized. Moreover, with the collaboration of screenwriting masters Xiao Ruoyuan and Su Daming, Li's Television had suppressed TVB for consecutive years, leaving the latter gasping for breath. Especially with the scripts written by Mai Dongxiong paired with Su Daming's precise and powerful filming techniques, TVB had almost no means of defense. No need to rush. Our opponents are more restless than we are. Why should we panic? Huang Shizhao said with a slight smile, his tone relaxed. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an was dealing with wave after wave of reporters' questions. Today, the media was not only pursuing him about yesterday's appliance sales figures, but also various related topics. He responded to each question, and the press conference lasted a full 2 hours before concluding. The journalists present left with plenty of material, hurrying back to their offices to write articles in order to seize the news opportunity. Li Chang. Just as Li Chang'an stepped out of the Jia television station, he heard someone calling him and turned around to see. Fei Zi, it's you. He seemed to recall something, a smile appearing on his face. Do you have time? Let's have a meal together. Li Chang'an invited with a smile. I have time, of course. Zhou Ruanfa couldn't hide his excitement. Initially, he wasn't too concerned about Li Chang'an's poaching attempt. He had rushed back to TVB that day for an audition, as he was originally set to play the lead in a drama. But when he returned to the station, everything was overturned. Not only had the lead been replaced, but even the position of the second lead was taken away. The director only offered him a villainous supporting role. After reading the script, he realized that this role could very likely ruin the image he had worked so hard to build. He immediately refused and argued with the director, creating a tense atmosphere. He then went to appeal to Fang Yihua, only to discover that she was behind the entire incident. Not only was the issue unresolved, but he was also reprimanded harshly, leaving him in a low mood. In the past few days, he repeatedly pondered Li Chang'an's invitation, and after seeing the news about the skyrocketing sales of the other party's company yesterday, his heart wavered completely. Zhou Ruanfa was clearly resolute. Upon learning that Li Chang'an was holding a press conference at Jiayi television station, he arranged to meet through a friend. Inside the Kowloon hotel, the lighting was soft. "Faz, have you really thought it through?" "Li Chang, I've thought it through. It's just, I can't afford the breach of contract fee from TVB right now." Zhou Ruanfa spoke a little awkwardly. Li Chang'an chuckled lightly, but internally he was calculating your Zhou Ruanfa is worth any amount. "Don't worry about this matter, leave it to me." He spoke casually. Zhou Ruanfa had signed a rookie contract, and the breach fee was limited, a mere trifle for him. "Thank you, Li Chang. It can be deducted from my salary once I start working." Zhou Ruanfa couldn't hide his excitement. "This amount is nothing. Since I'm the one bringing you in, the responsibility naturally falls on me." Li Chang'an paused for a moment. "Go directly to Jiayi to report tomorrow. I've already spoken to the general manager. The lead role in the new drama is definitely yours." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruanfa felt a rush of warmth. He knew that this time it wasn't just a marginal role but a major production. Li Chang'an already had a blueprint in mind. He brought 3 scripts to the production team, one of which was the Suntoba popular classic, Shanghai Bund. The other was equally impressive, the 1979 version of Chu Liuxiang, which also had extraordinary viewership potential. In terms of copyright, he had already sent someone to contact Jin Daxia, successfully securing it. However, he hesitated about Chu Liuxiang. The version portrayed by Zheng Xiaoqiu was too classic, and the audience's impression was deeply ingrained. If the casting was inappropriate, the entire drama could be affected. Moreover, Qiu Guan himself belonged to TVB, making cross-station collaboration impossible. Who should take on this role remained a point of consideration for Li Chang'an. "I will definitely arrive on time. Thank you, Li Chang, for this opportunity." Zhou Ruanfa's voice trembled slightly. Although he had played leading roles in TVB before, those scripts were mostly obscure works, merely projects for the director to practice. Now the situation was different. Jiayi was about to resume broadcasting and would certainly compete for the market with high-quality dramas. Being the male lead in the opening production held completely different significance. This trust was truly moving. "Come on, let's eat first." Li Chang'an smiled as he raised his chopsticks. Bringing this former screen idol under his wing brought him comfort. Not only was this a business arrangement, but it also felt like completing a tribute that crossed time and space. Just then a deep voice sounded from the side. "You are the child of the old Lin family called Li Chang'an, right?" Li Chang'an looked up and saw a familiar face. For a moment he couldn't recall the name, but memories flashed in his mind, and he immediately stood up to greet. Zhou Ruanfa recognized the other party and quickly stood up to greet as well. The newcomer held a significant position in the business community of Shangjiang, considered a major figure. "Fourth uncle, I never expected to meet you here." The newcomer was Li Zhaoji from Hengji, known as Fourth Uncle. Li Chang'an was also surprised to see him, not expecting that the other party would still remember him. However, searching through past memories, he recalled that his father had indeed had dealings with Li Zhaoji in earlier years, both hailing from the shunned area and sharing a close relationship. "Haha, I was afraid you wouldn't remember me. If it weren't for seeing the news of your opening yesterday, I probably wouldn't recognize that little kid from back then. It's been nearly 10 years, right? You were around 12 or 13 when you came to my house with your dad. In the blink of an eye, old Lin has passed. Fortunately, there are successors. If he knew about your success, he would surely rest in peace." His words carried a hint of sentiment. They were from the same roots, and their accents had not changed, making their bond naturally profound. "I'm the only one left in the family. This burden, no matter how difficult, I must carry." Li Chang'an responded softly. "Let's not talk about these things," he smiled. "Fourth uncle, are you alone today? Why not join me for a meal?" "That won't do. Ugwalao too, and the others are waiting for me inside. We should chat properly another time. When old Lin passed, I was in the United States and couldn't return to see him off. I've always felt guilty about that. Now that you're managing such a large business on your own, as an elder, I should show my goodwill. Next time I'll invite you." "All right, I won't disturb you any longer. You all take your time eating." With that, Li Zhaoji turned and stepped into the inner room. Li Chang'an watched his back, shaking his head gently, a hint of bitter laughter appearing at the corners of his mouth. "When I was at my lowest, not a single friend of my father came to visit. Now that I've just started to see some success, they all seem to pop up. It turns out there were many friends of my father in life. It's just that they were invisible before. The world is truly interesting." He knew that people like Li Zhaoji had no ulterior motives. Yet he also understood that if he hadn't shown his recent performance and the media hadn't reported on it, even if his company were facing difficulties, those old friends wouldn't have cast a glance his way. Now, with a little prominence, there were those willing to extend goodwill, merely seeking to establish connections and leave a way out. With this thought, he stopped pondering further. Watching Li Zhaoji disappear at the entrance to the private room, he returned to his seat and continued to chat and laugh with Zhou Ruanfa. It was the 3rd day since the establishment of Chang'an Group. The flow of customers remained robust. Although not as overwhelming as the first 2 days, the heat had not diminished in the slightest. All the electrical appliances in the store could be tested on-site, fully functional and easy to operate. Customers who experienced the products praised them. Their practicality exceeded expectations. The rice cooker launched by Chang'an Group featured multiple functions including porridge making, soup simmering, and rice steaming, while also employing energy-saving technology, making it particularly economical. Such products naturally won favor in the market. Many consumers took advantage of the promotional activities during the opening of the appliance department, flocking to make purchases. When a crowd gathers around a shop, it often creates the impression that popularity equates to quality, drawing more curious customers and intensifying the vibrant atmosphere on site. Chairman, this plot spans approximately 31 mu, nearly 190000 square feet or roughly 26000 square meters. It lies within the production base of a mid-sized gaming company in country R, a firm reportedly under intense competitive pressure from domestic giant Nintendo. Currently struggling financially, the company is selling assets to secure working capital. Li Chang'an, accompanied by Zhuang Shiqiang and 2 secretaries, arrived at the coastal area near Zheangquan-o in Lam Tin district. He circled the site, inspecting its surroundings, and a look of quiet satisfaction settled upon his face. He knew this area would soon host an underwater tunnel, scheduled for completion and opening in late 1988, and land values here were certain to surge. This location is promising. Arrange a meeting with their representative, and when negotiating price, press hard. Their urgent need for cash gives us leverage. Understood. I've scheduled a 9 o'clock meeting at the factory. They should be arriving shortly. As he finished speaking, 2 cars entered the compound. When the doors opened, several men, clearly of Japanese origin, stepped out. May I ask which of you is Mr. Zhuang? I am Motohara Takao, the plant's manager. I am Zhuang Shiqiang. Pleased to meet you. Welcome, esteemed guests. Takao stepped forward and offered a respectful handshake. Unaware that Li Chang'an, the true decision-maker, stood before him, Takao had no inkling of his presence, as Li had instructed Zhuang to handle all negotiations directly. Mr. Zhuang, frankly, we would never consider selling this property unless our company faced an acute liquidity crisis. As you know, Hong Kong's gaming industry is booming, and its prospects are exceptionally bright. Takao's tone carried palpable regret, and he repeatedly underscored the project's latent potential. Zhuang sensed his intent immediately to inflate the valuation. Yet Zhuang held intelligence confirming the other side's desperation. No retreat remained. To miss this moment of advantage would be to squander fate's rare gift. Mr. Takao, perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. We manufacture electrical appliances, not games. We're simply seeking affordable industrial land. That's all. With this single sentence, Zhuang dismantled every carefully laid preamble. Takao faltered, his expression shifting subtly. Then please state your final offer outright. We can leave the machinery behind, but I suspect you'd prefer not to manage those cumbersome assets yourself. Very well. We won't let you bear excessive loss. We'll take the entire facility, including all equipment. Asses. Name your price. Zhuang declared calmly. Indeed. At those words, Takao felt a long-held weight lift from his chest. This factory had been listed for sale for months. Though sizable, its remote location deterred many. Prospective buyers came, surveyed, then recoiled at the asking price. Even those genuinely interested preferred purchasing only the land, refusing to inherit the machinery. Yet corporate headquarters mandated an nothing sale equipment could not be separated or sold individually, making any transaction exceedingly difficult. Mr. Zhuang, let me dispense with formalities. The land alone commands roughly 80 million Hong Kong dollars on the open market. The internal equipment adds another 30 million Hong Kong dollars. But we simply cannot afford protracted liquidation. If you add just 10 million Hong Kong dollars more, we'll hand over everything today and sign the contract immediately. This figure represented Takao's absolute bottom line, wrenched from gritted teeth. Originally listed at 200 million Hong Kong dollars, the property attracted virtually no interest. That sum could easily secure prime real estate in Kowloon's core. Why pay the same for barren outskirts? So he lowered the price again and again, until even 120 million Hong Kong dollars failed to draw a buyer. That amount barely covered the original land acquisition, renovation, and equipment investment. Further reduction now meant zero profit. Yet the company's cash flow teetered on collapse. If this deal failed, headquarters would likely shutter entirely. As he named the figure, sweat glistened on his palms. His eyes locked unblinkingly onto Zhuang, terrified he might shake his head and walk away. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an listened in silence. Once Takao fell silently, stepped forward General Manager Zhuang. The site is indeed substantial. 90 million Hong Kong dollars isn't unreasonable, but it's rural and most critically it exceeds budget. The chairman said a ceiling. Decisions under 70 million Hong Kong dollars may proceed autonomously. Slight overruns are negotiable. But 20 million Hong Kong dollars beyond, that will never be approved. Such an expenditure would disrupt the group's entire financial planning. Too great a risk. So, General Manager Zhuang, shall we first file a formal report and seek the chairman's explicit authorization? Zhuang understood instantly and sighed inwardly. This young master Li truly yields not an inch, driving the price down to its absolute limit. Then go ahead and consult him. Understood. Li calmly entered the factory complex, borrowing the other party's office space. Moments later, he emerged wearing an expression of profound difficulty. General Manager Zhuang, the chairman has ruled that expenditures exceeding 80 million Hong Kong dollars are currently unsustainable for the company. Regrettably, this collaboration must be withdrawn. Then we won't impose further. General Manager Zhuang, please accept our sincere apologies. We lack the funds to meet 90 million Hong Kong dollars. We bid you farewell. No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhuang turned decisively and strode toward the exit. Takao stood frozen, alarmed yet refraining from immediate entreaty. He hesitated, gauging whether this was merely a bargaining ploy, but Zhuang's party moved without pause, climbed into their vehicles, started the engines, and began to pull away, vanishing rapidly from view. At last Takao could bear it no longer. He sprinted forward, flinging himself before the car and raising both hands to halt it. Mr. Zhuang, please wait. We accept 80 million Hong Kong dollars. Take the whole package. Inside the vehicle, Zhuang and Li exchanged a knowing smile, then stepped out once more. That very afternoon, shortly after signing the Lam Tin Gaming Factory agreement, Li Chang'an had just returned to his office when the telephone rang urgently. Ring, ring, ring. Chairman, the Kowloon flagship store has been attacked. Over 100 hooligans stormed in, driving out customers, smashing counters, and destroying merchandise. Security is already engaged, but they're vastly outnumbered and losing ground. Without hesitation, Li hung up, snatched his coat from the chairback, and barked, Zhao Feng, mobilize everyone. Move now. His voice was low, thick with rising fury. Human dignity has its limits. Retreat earns no respect, only contempt and trampling. Li knew precisely who lay behind this Wang Yu of Shell Electric. He hadn't yet sought reckoning. Yet the enemy struck first with brazen arrogance. Patience had run its course. Originally he planned to wield public opinion, exposing Wang's violations through media channels to ensure his self-destruction. Now such subtlety proved unnecessary. Since Wang Yu chose brutality, Li would tear away all pretense. The drive from headquarters to the Kowloon Electrical Appliance Department store normally took 5 minutes, but Li arrived in 3, racing at full throttle. Before him lay utter devastation, toppled shelves, shattered goods strewn across the floor, crowds gathering on all sides. Some customers still trembling in shock, others idly watching like spectators at a spectacle. Zhao Feng, take your men upstairs and subdue all the troublemakers. Secretary Jean, call the police immediately. Understood, Chairman. Zhao Feng led over a dozen subordinates, rushing swiftly into the fray. Though the hooligans appeared fierce, they were in fact fragile. Each fell one after another beneath swift punches and kicks. With reinforcements arriving, the besieged members of the Tycoon gang instantly felt the pressure ease, and the tide of battle began to turn. A mob of rowdy thugs was smashing shop windows when suddenly spotting their comrades being felled, over 100 heads snapped in unison toward Zhao Feng's group. Who are you lot? What gang do you answer to? Daring to interfere in our business? Kill them all. Faced with a surging wave of more than 100 men brandishing clubs and knives, Zhao Feng's team remained utterly unfazed, snatching up nearby stools and iron pipes for defense. No fatalities. Everything else is at your discretion. Zhao Feng issued the order coldly. Understood. 15 subordinates surged forward like tigers descending upon a flock of sheep. Numbers alone do not guarantee advantage. It is quality that decides victory. These men were no ordinary enforcers. Any single one among them could rout 10 common thugs without breaking a sweat. Now 16 moved as one. The balance shifted in an instant. My arm's broken. Help me. My legs shattered. Stop. I surrender. I'll be crushed to dust. 3 minutes passed. Within 5 groaning bodies littered the floor. In under 10 minutes, the majority of the thugs lay incapacitated. The few still standing trembled from head to toe, too terrified even to advance. Accustomed to preying on the weak and fearing the strong, they now cursed their parents for not giving them 2 extra legs to flee. A tattooed man stepped forward from the rear, feigning composure. Brothers, name your faction. We're from the Zhongyi Hall. Stand down now while you still can, otherwise. Before he could finish, crack! A wooden stool flew straight into his chest, sending him hurtling backward 2 meters flat on his back. Seal off all exits. No one escapes. Zhao Feng commanded. Yes, squad leader. Minutes later, he long arrived with over 100 men breathing heavily. Li Chang'an, wary of complications, once the police arrived, instructed he longed to withdraw most of his men first. With order now restored, keeping them on site would only invite trouble. He retained only a dozen men, pulled out 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, and handed it over. Take the injured Tycoon gang members to the hospital. I'll cover all expenses. Beep, beep, beep. Several police cruisers screeched to a halt, disgorging over a dozen fully armed officers in formal uniforms. Cease all action now. Li Chang'an stepped forward. I am Li Chang'an, chairman of Chang'an Group, and this store belongs to me. These individuals launched an unprovoked assault moments ago. My security personnel intervened to stop them. Please arrest them in accordance with the law. In today's Hong Kong, a taxpayer of his stature, with established identity and substantial assets, spoke with unshakable authority before the police. An officer bearing stars on his shoulder approached and saluted Mr. Li. I am the assistant superintendent leading this operation. Leave everything to us. We guarantee every suspect will be taken into custody. The moment the squad leader saw Li Chang'an, his demeanor instantly softened into deference. With a subtle downward palm gesture, signaling his officers to hold position, he swiftly coordinated the next steps. Team 1 and 2, enter the shop and conduct a thorough search immediately. Team 3, secure the rear entrance. No one leaves. Understood. The assistant superintendent followed closely behind, yet froze mid-step upon entering, pupils contracting sharply. Dozens of thugs sprawled across the floor in chaotic disarray, clutching heads, cradling stomachs, groaning in agony. The air itself vibrated with low, pained moans. At the center of the shop stood only a dozen men in immaculate suits, silent and stern-faced. He recognized them instantly. Li Chang'an's personal bodyguards. A chill shot up his spine. Could these dozen men truly have subdued over 100 by themselves? This is beyond belief. Who are these bodyguards? His heart hammered in his chest. At that moment Li Chang'an entered calmly, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Feng, and the other's voice steady. Are the injuries serious? Rest assured, boss. Just minor scrapes. Zhao Feng replied. Li Chang'an gave a slight nod, then turned to the assistant superintendent, voice low but laced with quiet authority. I expect a full and satisfactory account of this matter. If you cannot deliver it, I won't hesitate to handle it myself. He added almost casually, I imagine the press will find tonight's events profoundly newsworthy. Sweat beaded on the assistant superintendent's brow as he hurried to respond. Mr. Li, please don't worry. We'll handle it personally and ensure you receive a resolution you deem acceptable. Let us hope so. Li Chang'an said no more. His eyes settled on the wrecked shelves, and fury roiled darkly within them. His radio crackled to life with his command headquarters. This is IC 9478. Multiple armed assaults reported at Cameron Road, Kowloon. Target Chang'an Group Electronics Store. Suspects are detained on site. Immediate transport and detention required. Dispatch multiple patrol vehicles. Copy that. Reinforcements en route. Before departing, the assistant superintendent spoke respectfully. Mr. Li, and your bodyguards, please accompany us to Kowloon headquarters for formal statements and investigation assistance. Agreed. I'll cooperate fully. Li Chang'an answered without hesitation. Thank you for your support, Mr. Li. Before turning away, he summoned the store manager. Contact General Manager Zhuang immediately. Have him come here in person to oversee the aftermath. Also inform all staff to calm customers' nerves and direct them to other branches. All patrons disturbed here today receive a 30% discount, and all losses will be borne entirely by the company. He knew well, once public trust erodes, it proves far harder to restore than shattered merchandise. Appropriate restitution remains the strongest safeguard for reputation. That evening, shortly after 7 o'clock, Li Chang'an emerged from the police station, his face grim as forged iron. The chief inspector himself had told him plainly the thugs insisted they acted spontaneously. No mastermind behind them. The evidentiary chain had collapsed, the puppeteer vanished without trace. He lost all faith in the police, so thoroughly that even the thought of filing suit no longer crossed his mind. Leaving the station, Li Chang'an immediately dialed Heilong, summoning his inner circle to assemble. He understood clearly only through his own means could justice be reclaimed. Jailing street thugs would gain little. Within days, money would pry open prison gates and set them free once more. Had he already secured firm footing in Hong Kong, commanding resources and influence, such trivialities would never demand his personal intervention. Senior officers like the chief inspector would eagerly resolve them themselves, for the sake of cultivating favor. Just past 7:30 p.m., Li Chang'an's residence was filled with Heilong, Zhaofeng, and the rest. Seeing his icy expression, each man knew tonight's storm would be merciless. You all know what transpired today. I've already identified the hand behind it. He paused, voice dropping low yet resolute. I won't conceal it from you. My parents' deaths years ago may well be tied to this same man. What? Heilong jerked upright, eyes blazing crimson, white-hot rage surging straight to his skull. They revered Li Chang'an, not merely as a boss but as the architect who had transformed their destitute lives into dignity and purpose. Now learning that his employer harbored such a profound vendetta, how could Heilong possibly stand idly by? Whether out of gratitude or unwavering loyalty, he would never turn a blind eye to this matter. Zhao Feng and the others remained silent, yet their eyes turned glacial, cold lethal intent flickering beneath the surface. The air grew razor-sharp, taut as drawn steel. "Boss, tell us who it is. I'll have him erased before dawn." "Exactly. Leave it to us." Li Chang'an raised a hand, gesturing for calm. "Sit down, all of you. At present I possess no concrete evidence. I cannot definitively conclude whether my parents' fate was orchestrated by him. Yet, even setting aside old grudges, their actions today alone forfeit any further mercy from me. If the official channels are sealed, then we proceed by our own code. Heilong, you will immediately mobilize every available asset and await my next order. If I do not contact you by midnight tonight, initiate full operational suppression, cripple every one of their strongholds without exception. Zhao Feng, you accompany me. Tonight I intend to meet in person this venerable elder who straddles both the lawful and the lawless realms, and gauge precisely how formidable he truly is." In truth, this confrontation required neither his personal presence nor any risk. Yet he understood only by stepping into the light himself could he deliver true psychological shock to Wang Yu. He had to shatter Wang Yu's mental defenses in a single decisive strike, ensuring he dared not entertain treacherous thoughts for weeks, perhaps months. Otherwise, an endless cycle of retaliation would only impede his progress. He refused to squander time and energy on such a figure. "Understood, boss. I'll arrange it immediately." He long departed swiftly, footsteps echoing with urgency. Only Zhao Feng and a few others remained inside the room. "Boss, this is our duty, not yours. You must not go. Should there be an ambush, the consequences would be catastrophic." His voice was heavy, his brow furrowed with deep concern. They were confident they could extricate themselves unscathed, even under sudden assault. But if Li Chang'an were compromised, the entire situation would spiral beyond control. With Li Chang'an present, the balance of power shifted irrevocably. Zhao Feng knew it well, and feared for his safety. "I understand your reservations," Li Chang'an replied calmly, "but this time I must go myself. Regarding my parents, I must ask him face-to-face, did he issue the order? When life hangs by a thread, men seldom lie. Even should he lay a trap, he cannot hold me. I am certain Wang Yu lacks the audacity to detain me overnight. And even if he dares entertain the thought, I possess more than enough means to compel his retreat." Night deepened. The clock edged toward 11. Li Chang'an deliberately chose this hour, the witching hour when Hong Kong streets belonged not to law but to those who ruled the shadows. It was an open secret. In East Mong Kok, Kowloon, a realm where neon bled into darkness, stood Wang Yu's estate. His fortune vast, his household sprawling, 5 wives, 13 children. No ordinary villa could contain such a dynasty. Li Chang'an sat motionless in the car. A man who never smoked, he now lit a cigarette. Its ember glowed steadily, burning down until it neared his fingertips, then flicked away with quiet precision. "Move now. Secure everyone. Avoid surveillance, leave no trace. Harm no one. Only extract Wang Yu." "Understood, boss." Zhao Feng and his team dissolved into the night like phantoms, leaping, vanishing, slipping unseen into the mansion. Half an hour passed before the first stirrings emerged from within. 10 minutes later, the mansion's gates swung open. Zhao Feng's group emerged bearing a sack. They moved swiftly, depositing it into Li Chang'an's 7-seater vehicle. "Open it." His voice was calm, detached. The sack was untied. Wang Yu lay bound, gagged, with cloth face flushed crimson, thrashing wildly. "Mr. Wang, long time no see. I doubt either of us imagined our reunion would unfold like this. Remove the gag." As the cloth fell away, Wang Yu roared, "Li Chang'an, how dare you kidnap me? Do you grasp the price you'll pay for this?" "Price?" Li Chang'an's lips curled into a cold smile. "I merely invited you for a candid conversation. Compared to what you've done, I've been remarkably restrained. What do you want?" Wang Yu glared, eyes burning with raw fury. "What do I want?" Li Chang'an let out a soft, mirthless laugh. "That question belongs to me, Chairman Wang. If this stems from business rivalry, take your grievance straight to me. No subterfuge required." Li Chang'an studied Wang Yu's composed face, and felt suddenly a ripple of unease. Had he overlooked something? Then again, men like these were masters of deception. Flawless composure was their very armor. He steadied his mind. He remained certain his parents' deaths, and yesterday's violent raid on his store, were inextricably tied to Wang Yu and Meng Weimin. Especially Wang Yu. The ringleaders, street thugs, had confessed outright they belonged to the Zhongyi Hall, and Wang Yu stood at its apex. No matter how he traced the threads, responsibility circled back to him. "If you've forgotten, allow me to refresh your memory. My parents' fate. You surely recall it. You spoke earlier of commerce as warfare. I concede your tactics were superior. My father was outmatched, his defeat was honorable, silent. But to steal their lives through shadowed means, and then speak of decorum before me. Nonsense. I, Wang Yu, have walked the underworld for decades. Never hiding, never denying. If I had ordered their deaths, I would claim them openly. I harmed neither of your parents. How dare you slander me with baseless lies? When you a mere youth lack the courage even to utter truth, my conscience is clear. I fear no threat from you. Humph. Li Chang'an held Wang Yu's gaze, searching for cracks in his voice's eyes. Finding none, doubt stirred cold and insistent. Could he truly be innocent? Or is his deception simply flawless? Uncertainty gnawed at him, yet trust remained impossible. If you deny it, no amount of words will sway you. But today over 100 men stormed Geelong Electrical Department Store. That demands accountability. How do you intend to settle this account? Or will you deny even this? His stare pierced Wang Yu's eyes like a blade, searing relentless, as if seeking to cleave open the man's soul. Absurd. If you possess true courage, strike me directly. Don't cloak your cowardice in hollow pretexts. Strike or sever. I'll close my eyes and bear it. Spare me your empty rhetoric. Li Chang'an faltered. Not a flicker of falsehood betrayed Wang Yu. Not a tremor, not a breath out of place. What in heaven's name is happening here? He asked one final time, voice low, iron-edged. Were my parents' deaths your doing? Did you command the Zhongyi Hall's 100-strong assault on my headquarters today? At those words, Wang Yu's expression contorted violently. He surged upward, struggling fiercely. Release me. Let me sit up properly. Li Chang'an nodded. Zhao Feng loosened the restraints. Wang Yu slumped onto the car seat, breathing ragged. What did you say? The Zhongyi Hall attacked your store. Today. I knew nothing of it. And your parents didn't die in a traffic accident. They were murdered. Li Chang'an froze. He had come as the accuser, yet found himself utterly disarmed by the counter-question. Chairman Wang, are you now questioning me? He murmured, his mind reeling in disarray. Wang Yu's inner turmoil deepened. He did not believe Li Chang'an would fabricate falsehoods without cause. If the man had come in person to confront him, there must be grave reason behind it. I swear upon heaven I can clarify two matters. First, your parents' deaths bear no connection to me. Second, I issued no orders to incite chaos at your department store. Could it be? Their gazes locked. Inside the car, silence fell like a shroud. The air itself seemed frozen. After a long, heavy pause, Li Chang'an spoke. Chairman Wang, I offer my apology for today. But I will not so easily trust you. One final warning, should your hand prove entangled in my parents' deaths, I will ensure you vanish utterly from this world. Moreover, men from the Zhongyi Hall stormed my store and caused unrest. Whether or not you commanded them, they serve under you, and thus you owe me both an explanation and recompense. Lead the way. I need a telephone. Delay, and by tomorrow Shenka Electric may well cease to exist in the market. Li Chang'an's voice remained calm, yet carried an unmistakable chill. Wang Yu stood aside, his body trembling faintly. Gazing at Li Chang'an's retreating back, he felt for the first time the chilling weight of this young man's presence. Hello, this is Li Chang'an. Call off the operation. Withdraw all personnel immediately. He dialed the number from Wang Yu's residence. Hanging up, he turned and walked away with unhurried composure, never glancing back, uttering not a single word. In the car, he remained silent. A shadow stirred in his thoughts. His parents' deaths, Wang Yu's precarious position. Both seemed orchestrated by an unseen hand. Wang Yu's demeanor during tonight's exchange had borne no trace of pretense. When confronted with life and death, the eye's breath and posture betray truth unerringly. Deception may fool for a moment, but never fate. Who seeks to eliminate both my parents and Wang Yu? Is it Meng Weimin of Xinxing Electric? Li Chang'an's expression darkened. At present, Meng Weimin stood as the prime suspect, perhaps even unaware that he himself was but a pawn upon another's board. Zhao Feng, starting tomorrow, assign surveillance on Meng Weimin, chairman of Xinxing Electric. I require his full background and continuous monitoring of every move he makes. If Meng Weimin were indeed responsible, he could not be allowed to live. Not only for vengeance, but because such a man, hidden like an ancient fox lying in wait, would inevitably strike back with lethal cunning once empowered. Men like him inevitably become a blight. Understood, boss? All the way Li Chang'an turned the name Meng Weimin over in his mind, yet his knowledge remained scarce, so scant that even the man's face lingered only as a blur. At that same hour, deep into the night, lights still burned within a secluded mansion in Sim Sha Sui Kowloon, Meng Weimin's residence. Several black sedans slipped silently into the courtyard. Doors opened and men stepped out. Had Li Chang'an been present, he would have recognized them instantly. The very ringleaders who had led the thugs in today's assault on his electronics emporium. The Zhongyi Hall's decline had long been evident. Though Wang Yu retained nominal authority, real power had already been quietly usurped by Meng Weimin. That once glorious organization was now merely a piece on the Meng family's chessboard. 3 days later, October 25th, arrived as scheduled. Li Chang'an had set foot in this world for less than a month, yet his account balance now neared 400 million Hong Kong dollars. Upon arrival, he had shipped his father's reserve stock, 200,000 units, to the United States, securing $50 million US, equivalent to 350 million Hong Kong dollars. After deducting costs, his net profit stood at 180 million Hong Kong dollars. A single decisive transaction that laid the cornerstone of his capital empire. A precise wager at the racetrack yielded 110 million Hong Kong dollars. Subsequent electronic sales over several days totaled 150 million Hong Kong dollars. With RD expenses eliminated, profit margin soared to nearly 70 or pushing pure profits comfortably past 100 million Hong Kong dollars. The extraordinary returns on these new products stemmed from one key advantage: the technology was fully mature. No RD investment required. Lower costs naturally propelled higher profits. Within barely 30 days, cumulative revenue reached 390 million Hong Kong dollars, a fortune most mortals could not amass across 10 lifetimes. Yet he had claimed it in a single lunar month. By comparison, the so-called modest goal spoken of by Principal Huang and his son now seemed almost mundane. Born into privilege, armed with foresight and privileged access to resources, his ascent was inevitable. The electronics boom under Chang'an Group gradually settled into steady growth. Though public fervor waned, Li Chang'an's name had become synonymous with success across Hong Kong. He emerged as the brightest star among his generation. Media outlets vied to chronicle his meteoric rise, framing his story as one of relentless grit and inspiration. Among them, Ming Pao's feature stood out for its depth and vivid prose, portraying Li Chang'an almost as a luminous figure of his era. So fervent was the coverage that even he reading it felt a rare flush of modesty. He wondered privately, could this piece have been penned by Master Gene himself? If so, it would hardly be surprising. That master storyteller always bestowed upon his protagonists an aura of invincibility. His characters shimmered with legendary radiance, as though he wrote fiction not with ink but with awe, instinctively magnifying the hero's brilliance. Faced with such overwhelming acclaim, Li Chang'an remained unwaveringly composed. He understood the media's logic perfectly: when you rise they crown you, but should you stumble, those very hands that lifted you to the heavens will hurl you into the abyss, and perhaps even cast stones as you fall. Young Master Li, welcome. Mr. Bao, you're far too kind. I've come today to discuss long-term chartering of cargo vessels bound for the United States. To ensure seamless logistics for my expanding product line, I've made this visit in person. Long-term vessel chartering. Bao, the shipping magnate, raised an eyebrow, studying the young man before him. Knowing Li Chang'an dealt in home appliances, he grew instantly wary. Has he truly secured distribution channels in the U.S.? The thought struck him like lightning, prompting a jolt of genuine astonishment. Recent headlines had repeatedly featured Li Chang'an. He had taken note. This youth had stirred such turbulence in so short a time. Truly formidable. In just days, his account swelled by 150 million Hong Kong dollars. That sum alone sent shockwaves through Bao's mind. How many transoceanic voyages would he need to complete, round trip after round trip, to amass such wealth? Even more astonishing, Li Chang'an had already planted his flag in America, a market dwarfing Hong Kong in scale. If his products achieved similar success there, Bao faltered, speechless. A vision flashed across his mind, one so potent it left him restless, unsettled. The urge to step ashore and build real industry had never burned so fiercely. Young Master Li, forgive my boldness, but have you truly broken into the American market? Such a question breached the sanctity of commercial confidentiality. Normally outsiders dared not ask. Yet he could not restrain himself and pressed forward, bracing for resistance. Li Chang'an merely smiled. He had no intention of concealing it. His groundwork in the U.S. had been laid years ago. Local distributors already pledged allegiance. Any attempt by rival Hong Kong electronics firms to enter would be met with absolute exclusion. Indeed, even before I studied in America, I'd already paved the path for my father. Unfortunately, before he could personally go and realize his ambitions, that incident occurred. Li Chang'an spoke in a somber tone. It was my indiscretion. No worries, I've gotten used to it. After a brief moment of shock, the ship king quickly returned to the main topic and began discussing transportation cooperation. Transporting goods from Xinjiang to the United States involves a long journey with extremely high risks. During that era, pirates roamed freely, especially in the waters off Somalia and the Indian Ocean, which were perilous parts of the necessary routes. Li Chang'an had originally considered using the ships of Tycoon or Wharf Holdings. Both companies had deep backgrounds, strong escort capabilities, and high safety coefficients. However, he ultimately dismissed this idea. He did not want this money to flow into the pockets of future adversaries. Even though the individual shipping costs were not astonishing over the years, the annual shipping expenses would amount to hundreds of millions. Little by little, no one despises money that is readily available. Among the four great shipping kings of Xinjiang, he had no ties with the other three. Only with the ship king did he have a brief acquaintance on the day he started his business. Now, visiting in person was not only about discussing cooperation but also paving the way for the future. Young Li, how many items do you typically ship each time? What is the total weight roughly? I need to know these details to formulate a plan for you. After speaking, the ship king opened a drawer and took out a quotation sheet. It listed all fees, route arrangements, and security levels. After a quick scan, Li Chang'an had a clearer understanding. The escort capability of the other party met the standards, which reassured him. Although according to rules, if an incident occurred after the goods were handed over, the shipping company would be responsible for compensation. But he did not want to reach that point. Once the goods were lost, the loss would not only be the value of this batch of products. If his products failed to gain recognition in the American market, he would be unable to quickly seize a share of the local electrical industry, which was his true concern. The loss of a single shipment might only cost several hundred million Hong Kong dollars, but if he missed a critical opportunity and lost the qualification to enter the American market, the consequences would far exceed what could be measured in money. Thank you, Ship King, for your hospitality today. May our cooperation be long-lasting and smooth. I will send someone to follow up on the remaining matters. I have other matters to attend to. Let's schedule another meal in the future. Li Chang'an extended his hand and the Ship King quickly shook it, both men smiling at each other. All right, looking forward to dining with you again, young Li. One was nearly 60, while the other had just turned 22. After just a brief conversation, it felt as if they were old friends reuniting after many years. Watching the figure of Li Chang'an gradually recede, the Ship King sighed lightly. What a talented young man. At that moment, he truly understood why Shen Bai valued the young man so highly. Without in-depth communication, one could not perceive the depths of his mind. This was the conclusion drawn by the Ship King after an hour of conversation with Li Chang'an. Not to mention Shen Bai, even he himself had transitioned from being a bystander to genuinely believing in him. After leaving the global group, Li Chang'an instructed Zhao Feng to arrange a vehicle to the Far East Exchange in Kowloon. Before the stock market crash in 1973, as Yangjiang stock market could almost be described as chaotic. The trading regulations at that time were incomplete and the hardware facilities were outdated, particularly for retail investors involved in futures, oil, and other investment varieties. Due to the outdated equipment, while prices in the American market had already fluctuated, Shangjiang still relied on manpower to write quotations on a blackboard, often causing delays. By the time local quotes came out, the international market had already moved on to new trends. This information lag caused countless shareholders to suffer substantial losses. Many lost everything and were left severely wounded. Despite this, a significant number of investors continued to flock to this field. The allure of high returns could easily breach the defenses of rationality. Boss, two bodyguards stationed outside the exchange approached him. They were Zhao Feng's subordinates left behind specifically to monitor Dafa's movements. To put it bluntly, they were responsible for watching his every move. After all, Li Chang'an had entrusted over 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and it was essential to ensure that every cent was utilized effectively. Oh, young Li, why did you personally come today? Dafu was someone Li Chang'an had previously discovered at the dock holding a brokerage license, but unable to enter legitimate brokerage firms for various reasons, making him suitable for Li Chang'an's needs. If he were to operate through a formal brokerage, Li Chang'an's plans would easily be exposed, which was not what he wanted. I happened to stop by to see how things are progressing. Li Chang'an asked lightly. Since the last funding, he had not inquired about the details and was even unaware of how many shares of Kowloon Warehouse he actually held. Young Li, everything is going smoothly. Currently, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse is 18.62 Hong Kong dollars, and we have purchased 920,000 shares at an average cost of 17.96 Hong Kong dollars, with a total investment of approximately 16.52 million, achieving a holding ratio of 9:2. At an average price of around 18, you have secured 9.2 of the shares. Li Chang'an was slightly taken aback. He vividly remembered that during the fierce battle for control of Kowloon Warehouse between the Ship King and foreign firms, the stock price had once approached 170 Hong Kong dollars. Even if he entered the market slightly late, buying at an average price of 20 Hong Kong dollars would still yield potential returns of 7 to 8 times. This number just flashed in his mind, leaving even him stunned. No wonder countless people rushed into the stock market. The speed of wealth accumulation is indeed enticing. Li Chang'an pondered silently. As long as operations are handled properly, the situation could explode within a year at most. He was confident that it wouldn't even take that long for the Ship King to confront the foreign firm directly. At that time, cashing out at a high position would guarantee multiple returns. Even if he invested 100 million, he could net 7 to 800 million faster than robbing money. If he hadn't already had long-term plans in mind, he might have been unable to resist pocketing this windfall first before turning around to plot against Heji. As his thoughts swirled, his gaze gradually became clearer. Although Kowloon Warehouse was high-quality, possessing valuable core land, it was ultimately just a subsidiary. In contrast, Heji, as the parent company, had a complete range of industries covering shipping, retail, and other key areas with an overall structure far superior to the former. The more he compared, the more he felt that the latter held greater strategic significance. A higher price was fine, as long as he had more than half a year. He was confident in gathering enough funds to complete a full acquisition of Heji. At this moment, his choice had already taken shape. You did well. I won't treat you unfairly. Continue to accumulate shares without attracting attention. If funds are insufficient, I will make up the difference. My goal is the controlling stake at least over 50, Li Chang'an said contentedly to He Dafu. In just over half a month, he was close to a 10 holding exceeding expectations. He then left the securities exchange and drove towards the television station. At this point, the filming work had already commenced. He knew that the Xinjiang film industry had always pursued speed. In the past, Huang Jing had completed and released a drama in just half a month, an astonishing efficiency. Jiayi Television had its own filming studio located in the Shamshui area not far from his electrical factory. Damn it. Do you even want to act, you extra? Do you even want to be the protagonist? Keep your eyes forward on your rickshaw. Don't block Fatzi's shot. Fatzi, when you meet Aji next, your gaze must shimmer with the same flutter as first love. Understood. No problem. Suku stood at the center of the set, commanding with a resonant, authoritative voice. They were filming a pivotal scene from the television drama Shanghai Bund, where every gesture and every line unfolded under his exacting supervision. Zhao Yaji's appearance on the TVB production team was no coincidence. Privately, Li Chang'an had instructed Zhou Ruanfa to bring her into the fold. No one expected Zhou Ruanfa to actually succeed. And even more serendipitously, Zhao Yaji's contract with TVB had just expired, allowing her to transfer without any penalty or compensation. This maneuver saved Jiayi Television a considerable sum, prompting even Li Chang'an to praise Zhou Ruanfa's deft handling of the matter. A low rumbling engine sound approached from afar, cutting sharply through the ongoing shoot. Suku, already taut with tension, furrowed his brow at the intrusion. But the moment he recognized the license plate of the approaching sedan, his anger dissolved instantly. The car door swung open and Li Chang'an stepped out. He had just left the yacht Tycoon and stopped by casually to visit the set. In his former world, he had long been fascinated by film production, eager to witness firsthand how a drama coalesced from blank page to living image. Sister Ji, Sister Ming, look! Young Master Li has arrived. Crew members and actors alike turned their heads, eyes alight with awe and admiration. Chairman, welcome to the set. The producer hurried forward. Your director, Su. Li Chang'an appraised him calmly. Yes, sir. I'm honored you've come in person. No need to be nervous. I'm only here to check progress. What episode are you shooting now? We've just wrapped episode 3 and are preparing for scene 3 of episode 4. Excellent. Please carry on as usual. I'll simply observe. Li Chang'an smiled gently, then strode toward the actors' area. Fatzi, how's your energy? Zhou Ruanfa was a year or two older, but before this sovereign of industry, he responded with deference. Chairman, all is well. Thank you for this extraordinary opportunity. His posture was humble, his tone sincere. At this stage, he had yet to rise to stardom, and before Li Chang'an he stood as one gazing up a sheer, unscalable peak. Don't thank me. You earned it. Li Chang'an placed a firm, encouraging hand on his shoulder. Then he addressed the entire crew. Everyone's worked hard. Carry on. I'll just watch quietly from over here. Understood, Chairman. Suku instantly resumed command. Clapper loader. Episode 4, Scene 3, final take. Ready. Lights set. Camera. Rolling. At his command, everyone snapped back into position. Camera's word light converged at the air, thickened once more with cinematic gravity. Li Chang'an stood silently in the corner observing. The rhythm of the set tightened palpably with his presence. Each person striving with quiet intensity. Often what happened beyond the frame carried more truth than what appeared within it. Even a director like Suku harbored quiet hopes, yearning for the chairman's recognition, a single glance that might catapult him into the limelight. Action. At the cue, the actors plunged instantly into character. Li Chang'an stood off to the side, his gaze fixed on the charged exchange between Fatzi and the leading actress Fang Yenyun. Fatzi entered an exquisitely constructed street set, when suddenly several thugs emerged from the shadows and launched a brutal assault upon his character Su Wenxiang. Li Chang'an watched utterly absorbed. As scenes unfolded one after another, the entire episode wrapped swiftly. He remained on set for over an hour, not merely to observe filming but to seek out those still unknown yet destined for greatness. He knew full well in this era many faces soon to blaze across screens were even now moving quietly through studio corridors, unseen pearls awaiting discovery. And indeed, he spotted two familiar names, Wang Rihua and Ren Dehua. Wang Rihua, the future Brother Jing, whose portrayal would etch itself into countless hearts, the peerless Shao Grandmaster of the martial world, was now just an unremarkable face in the crowd. Ren Dehua, who had begun his career as a model, had entered the industry early yet failed to break through. For the past 2 years, he drifted between productions cast only as nameless extras. To be noticed by Li Chang'an today was pure serendipity. Who could have imagined that this very man destined to embody Mr. Jiang in young and dangerous and repeatedly portray formidable police chiefs now stood behind the set waiting for a single line of dialogue. Cut. Brilliant. Episode 4 is officially complete. Suku announced, beaming with delight. Applause erupted as the crew cheered. A smooth shoot meant an early wrap, cause enough for collective joy. Truly eye-opening. I had no idea filmmaking involved so many intricate layers. It's dizzying. Fatsi, your performance was utterly natural. Li Chang'an stepped forward with a warm smile. The moment you arrived, the whole atmosphere shifted. This morning we filmed only 3 takes in the entire session. But in under an hour since you came, all 3 passed flawlessly. Suku added smoothly, you really must visit more often. Our pace will skyrocket. Ha ha ha. Laughter rippled across the set. Li Chang'an laughed easily, effortlessly approachable. No trace of aristocratic aloofness, only genuine warmth and humility. Those present watched, moved inwardly. Everyone's worked hard. I won't linger. I've arranged meals. They'll arrive shortly. Push yourselves further. Once this drama airs, I'm certain you'll become household names across Southeast Asia. With those words of encouragement, Li Chang'an slipped quietly away. Before departing, he murmured softly to Suku, after work, bring Wang Rihua and Rin Dehua to the company office. Sign them on. They'll be valuable assets. With just those few words, he turned and left. Suku stood frozen, his gaze darting repeatedly between the 2 named extras. His mind churning with sudden turbulent currents. Had these 2 already been singled out by the chairman? Upon hearing Li Chang'an's announcement about the meal, the set erupted in excitement. Director, what exactly is the chairman treating us to? Finally. It's been ages since we've had proper meat. I bet, with his stature, he might even serve abalone. Shoo! Don't dream so wildly. The speaker was instantly met with good-natured laughter from the surrounding crew. Over 100 people, including extras, filled the set. If each received even 1 portion of abalone, the cost would be staggering. No one truly believed such luxury possible. Enough guessing. Whatever it is, it's a gesture of goodwill. Finish up and prepare. Shooting resumes promptly at 2 p.m. As he spoke, the director walked toward the 2 background actors Li Chang'an had named, whispering brief instructions. Their faces flushed, palms damp with nervous sweat. They could barely speak. In Hong Kong of this era, they were invisible cogs. Nameless extras drifting through alleyways and studios day after day, unseen and unremembered. Now summoned personally by the chairman, fate seemed to crack open, letting in a sliver of golden light. Having delivered his instructions, the director pivoted and made his way toward Zhou Ruinfa. He understood clearly Li Chang'an's visit today was no routine inspection. It was a pilgrimage aimed squarely at one-man Zhou Ruinfa. He wanted to take this opportunity to build a closer relationship. After all, the Jiayi television station was no longer what it used to be. As a director, he could also participate in the profit-sharing. Once a drama became a hit, the income could reach nearly 100,000. Compared to the past, when he would earn only 10 or 20,000 for a popular show, the difference was like heaven and earth. Suku also recognized this point and was calculating how to get connected. In his eyes, Zhou Ruinfa was the closest bridge to Li Chang'an. Unfortunately, he was not the only one who thought of this. When he approached Zhou Ruinfa, he found that the latter was already surrounded by people. What a joke! Usually they are all so lazy, yet they are running faster than anyone else at this moment. Suku cursed inwardly and could only give up planning to seek another opportunity another day. Fa Zai, how did you meet the chairman? Are you already familiar with him? You wouldn't be his relative, would you? Fa Zai, please introduce me to the chairman next time. I'd appreciate it. Zhou Ruinfa was overwhelmed by the crowd, his face forced into a bitter smile. Though he was inconspicuous, he was not foolish. How could he not understand these people's intentions? Even if he could talk to Li Chang'an, he wouldn't speak up for this group of opportunists. Moreover, he had only met the chairman a few times. There was no friendship to speak of. Around 2 in the afternoon, at the Geelong Wharf, hundreds of members of the Tycoon gang were busily and orderly moving crates of goods onto the cargo ship, all of which were electrical devices produced by the Chang'an Group about to be shipped overseas. A convoy of freight vehicles delivered the electrical appliances to the port, which were then transferred onto the ship. The Chang'an Electric Factory had been operating at full capacity, recently having manufactured over 100,000 electrical devices. As long as the first shipment went smoothly, subsequent orders would keep coming in. Li Chang'an was even considering establishing a production base overseas. He was determined to capture the American market and firmly believed in the competitiveness of his products. Although introducing 100,000 appliances into the American market was like a drop in the ocean, it was enough to serve as a fulcrum to leverage the market. After finalizing transportation arrangements with the shipping magnate in the morning, Li Chang'an immediately called Zhuang Shiqiang to arrange for loading and transportation to the wharf. Upon returning from the film set, he did not rest but headed straight to the company to handle the next step of the industrial layout. Manager Zhuang, do you think it is suitable for us to establish factories in the U.S. and Western Europe now? Li Chang'an inquired. He was concerned that taking too large a step might strain the capital chain. Although he was optimistic about the local market and trusted the product quality, he still worried about potential risks. Local electrical companies in Europe and America had advanced equipment and quick responses. Once his products hit the market, they could easily be imitated in large quantities within 2 months. After all, his products were crossing oceans, and in terms of supply speed and production capacity, he was inherently at a disadvantage. The most worrying aspect was that if sales were poor, the initial investment would be difficult to recover. He also realized that the patent application needed to be prioritized. Although the patent protection in the electronics field was limited and the regulations vague, it could at least prevent others from completely copying his work. Next, he planned to venture into the fields of computers and other electronic products where patent protection for such technologies must be implemented rigorously. As for game copyrights, they also needed to be registered globally. Li Chang'an intended to delegate this work to a dedicated person to promote it globally as soon as possible. Chairman, if we are to build factories locally, we need to establish at least 10 at once to achieve economies of scale, but this would greatly consume funds. I suggest we hold off for now. Zhuang Shiqiang replied, currently the cost of sea freight is high, but we do not need to rely on this model long term. I have another plan. It's not fully formed yet, but let me briefly report it to you. First, if our products sell well in the U.S., they will undoubtedly attract a large number of distributors' attention. We can supply as the manufacturer and they can act as agents handling transportation and pricing while we focus on dispatching the goods. Secondly, not everyone can qualify as a distributor. Each region must pay an agency fee, and I am still calculating the specific amounts. The third scenario must be flexibly addressed based on actual conditions. If in the future we choose a distribution model and have a considerable number of willing distributors, we could consider dividing the market by region and granting distribution rights to suitable parties through bidding. This would reduce operational burdens and ensure continuous sales of the products, potentially yielding greater overall profits than self-development. Applause erupted suddenly. Before Zhuang Shiqiang could finish his sentence, Li Chang'an couldn't help but start clapping. Zhuang Shiqiang's idea is astonishing. He sighed inwardly, even doubting whether the other party also came from the future. Such operations became extremely common later. Since the 1990s, most manufacturers began to auction or bid for agency rights, leveraging others to increase sales. Though the profit per item was shared, having 1,000 pairs of eyes watching the market and 1,000 hands delivering goods was far better than fighting alone. Under the model of low profits and high sales, the total revenue significantly increased. Entering the new century, this model evolved into a franchise system. The name changed, but the essence remained the same. The brand side provides a unified image design. The franchisee pays a fee and purchases goods from the headquarters, forming standardized operations. Very good, Manager Zhuang. Please refine this plan as soon as possible. Hold a press conference after completion and simultaneously publish the details in the newspaper. As a time traveler, Li Chang'an hadn't thought of the strategy immediately. Rather, it was Zhuang Shiqiang who pointed it out, highlighting his extraordinary vision and strategy. Understood, young Master Li. I will start advancing it immediately. Zhuang Shiqiang's face showed joy. Since Li Chang'an took power, many of his ideas had been realized and the work was going exceptionally smoothly. There is one more thing, Manager Zhuang. Here is a document that requires an international patent application. Please arrange for the administrative department to contact legal professionals to complete patent and trademark registration worldwide for me. These will become important assets in the future. Li Chang'an took out a stack of documents from the drawer, and Zhuang Shiqiang glanced at them before nodding in agreement. Ring, ring, ring. This is Li Chang'an. What? Okay, it'll be there right away. Young Master Li, what happened? Zhuang Shiqiang noticed his serious expression and thought the company had encountered a major change. There are disturbances at the wharf. Oh, someone is causing trouble and trying to seize the transportation business. The Tycoon gang has already taken action, and I need to go personally. Li Chang'an said as he walked out. Please connect me to Mr. Bao's phone, it's urgent. He turned to his secretary. All right, please hold on. Moments later. Hello, Mr. Li, what can I do for you? A deep voice from the shipping magnate came through the receiver. Li Chang'an stated bluntly. There is a conflict at your wharf. Someone is provoking the Tycoon gang, fighting for cargo rights. Please inform the relevant parties to stabilize the situation. The situation arose suddenly, and Li Chang'an's first thought was to find him to handle it. What worried him most was that batch of appliances. If the thugs caused damage, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the incident occurred at Boss Bao's wharf, and liability by rights fell upon the other party, Li Chang'an cared not a whit for compensation. Without the new shipment successfully dispatched to the United States, his entire overseas market strategy would collapse. A mere indemnity paled in comparison to the strategic value of breaking into foreign markets. It was precisely this that fueled his urgency. Chang'an Group's headquarters stood on Jordan Road, merely 3 streets away from Kowloon Wharf, exceedingly close. Li Chang'an arrived at the scene within 3 minutes. Peering out from his vehicle, he saw the cargo stacked neatly aside, intact and undamaged, and only then did his tension ease. Had the goods been compromised, he would have erupted in fury. Even if he could subdue those present, no amount of force could undo the commercial damage. Then his gaze shifted to the two factions locked in fierce combat. The battlefield raged with intensity. He Long's Tycoon gang numbered roughly 300 while their adversaries, whose origins remained obscure, outnumbered them 500 to 600 strong. Though gravely outnumbered, the Tycoon gang held their ground without yielding an inch. Li Chang'an refrained from immediate intervention, pausing instead to observe. He wished to assess firsthand the true caliber of He Long's men, and indeed his 30 most elite warriors proved exceptionally formidable. Each charged into the enemy ranks like tigers descending from mountain peaks. Wherever fists and feet struck, foes recoiled in disarray. Li Chang'an watched, inwardly satisfied. Drive forward and sound the horn. Order them all to cease immediately. Li Chang'an commanded Zhao Feng. Understood, boss. Zhao Feng replied, easing the car ahead with a series of sharp staccato honks. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing blare sliced through the chaos. Both sides froze mid-motion. Recognizing the vehicle, He Long instantly halted and stepped forward to greet. The opposing faction, seeing a luxury sedan materialize, dared not move rashly. Their leader too seemed to grasp that the true authority had arrived. As the crowd parted, Li Chang'an descended calmly from the car and strode toward He Long. Explain. What exactly transpired? His tone was icy. Boss, these are the Vietnam boys. Refugees who fled here. Many served in their army. We've clashed with them repeatedly. They rely on sheer numbers to hijack our business. He Long retorted bitterly. The Vietnam gang. Li Chang'an's brow furrowed. He feared neither their strength nor influence, but seethed at their brazen defiance of his territory. He harbored deep contempt for the term Vietnam. To him, such men were inherently rebellious. Stepping forward, he swept his gaze across their ranks. Who is your leader? Step forward and speak. Why did you sabotage my company's loading operation? At that moment, the Vietnam gang's chief emerged from the crowd and fixed his eyes on the man standing before him. Is this shipment under your command? Cooperate and we'll handle the unloading, guaranteeing safe boarding. Otherwise what? Li Chang'an countered with a cold, mocking laugh, a sardonic curl lifting one corner of his mouth. He had never held these Vietnam men in esteem. Not even before he assumed control of the Tycoon gang had he entrusted them with so much as a single menial task. The man narrowed his eyes, voice dropping to a venomous murmur. Otherwise your cargo will never board that ship in one piece. Ha! 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 Li Chang'an burst into sudden laughter, tilting his head slightly as his gaze flickered toward Zhao Feng. A silent, knowing glance. Can you handle these men? Zhao Feng remained impassive, offering only the faintest nod. Li Chang'an's smile deepened. Ha! 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 Before the final echo faded, he turned and walked back toward the car, tossing over his shoulder. Leave it to you. Just don't kill them. I'll take responsibility for whatever remains. The words hung in the air as he re-entered the vehicle. The Vietnam gang heard clearly, and instantly tensed, scanning frantically. Seeing no reinforcements appear, they cautiously relaxed their guard. Yet they gravely misjudged their opponents. Believing them mere hired thugs, they failed to recognize Zhao Feng and his companions as anything but ordinary. Only after Li Chang'an retreated to safety did Zhao Feng slowly pivot, facing the Vietnam gang's chief Heaton. A chilling smile surfaced on his face, so frost-laced it sent shivers down spines. Thud! A fist shot forth. Lightning swift. The man didn't even register the blow before collapsing. Before others could react, battle erupted. He Long roared, wipe them out. 13 figures surged forward like tigers bursting from cages, plunging straight into the enemy throng. Fists and limbs collided with bone-crunching precision, each strike delivered with ruthless intent. Who had granted them such audacity? Their adversaries numbered over 500, the Vietnam gang, while their own side, including the Tycoon gang, totaled barely 300. Yet those 13 carved a crimson path through the ranks as though blood-soaked deities of war had descended. In that instant a whisper seemed to stir in the wind. I once believed Lu Bu stood unrivaled among martial heroes. Yet today I witness warriors who under a single commander's banner can slay 100 alone. Inside the car, Li Chang'an nearly applauded. He'd already been impressed by He Long's prowess, but watching Zhao Feng lead the charge ignited a fierce, visceral thrill. That aura of solitary, unassailable might repelling legions washed over him like a tide. Mid-battle, 2 luxury sedans sped toward the scene from afar. Zhao Feng's eyes sharpened. He raised a hand and let loose a long, piercing whistle. At its sound, the 13 instantly broke off and converged around Li Chang'an's vehicle, bracing for possible threat. Yet Li Chang'an recognized the license plates and waved dismissively. No need. Boss Bao has arrived. The car doors swung open. Boss Bao strode out, brow furrowed, face dark with fury. Not at Li Chang'an, but at the affront to his own wharf's authority. Young Master Li, what is the meaning of this? Back then I was proud and unbending. I refused to swallow this insult even knowing their numbers dwarfed ours. Li Chang'an replied with quiet composure. These Vietnam upstarts dare cause trouble on my turf. Young Master Li, I failed in my duty. I shall deliver full restitution. Boss Bao offered a solemn apology. Li Chang'an gave a slight dignified nod. When a figure of Boss Bao's stature intervened personally, such courtesy could not be declined. Zhao Feng, stand down. With Boss Bao now present, the matter naturally passed into his hands. Li Chang'an had no intention of lingering. The priority remained securing the shipment's boarding. Dust rose ahead as dozens of sedans raced toward the wharf, followed closely by over a dozen freight trucks. Li Chang'an understood at once. Boss Bao's enforcers had arrived. As expected, men poured from the vehicles, matching the Vietnam gang in number, forming disciplined ranks. Their leader marched straight to Boss Bao. Boss Bao, I'm here. Boss Bao's expression hardened. Clean up this mess. Tonight strike their lair and eradicate them root and branch. Such men, those who endure in commerce, possess steel in their marrow. By day they wear tailored suits and exchange polished pleasantries. But when interests bleed, their lethality surfaces in an instant. The moment Boss Bao's men appeared, the Vietnam gang recognized them and shattered. In an instant they scattered like startled birds. No longer fighters, only fleeing shadows. Even their fallen leader and closest lieutenants were abandoned where they lay as though wings sprouted from their heels, desperate to outrun doom itself. Boss Bao, you still command respect. The moment you arrived, their spines turned to jelly. Li Chang'an said with a wry smile. Ha, 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 your tongue never fails you. Young Master Li, I offer my sincere apologies once more. Such an incident shall never recur. Boss Bao spoke with unwavering resolve. Li Chang'an nodded. Thank you, Boss Bao, for your support. You have pressing matters. Please attend to them first. Let us speak again soon. Boss Bao departed without delay, climbing back into his car. After assigning follow-up tasks to He Long and his men, Li Chang'an likewise returned to his vehicle and headed back to headquarters. In the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed. The goods arranged by Li Chang'an for shipment to the United States have just set sail, and a week has quietly slipped away. After the incident with the Yunnan gang, the Bao Chuanwang indeed kept his word. That night, the Kowloon Walled City was ablaze with fire and constant sounds of fighting. In the past, outsiders rarely dared to step into the Kowloon Walled City, considering it a forbidden zone. But this time it was the order of the Bao Chuanwang. Even if it were a den of dragons and tigers, they had to tread in. Moreover, inside were merely a group of desperate individuals. Although there were fierce characters among them facing thousands of men at their doorstep, they ultimately felt a chill of fear. At first, there was resistance within the walled city. However, upon learning that the Bao Chuanwang came to eradicate the Yunnan gang, many chose to retreat. In just one night, the stronghold was uprooted and the power was completely dismantled. Inside the research room of the Chang'an Group's gaming console factory, will the soundtrack be ready today? How is the recording progress on Haozi's side? Li Chang'an stood in the game factory of Yuan Long, facing a development team of 100 people. All of this is thanks to the complete game manufacturing system left behind by the Little Devils. He spent 80 million to acquire this place, feeling as if he had struck a bargain. Not only is the staff complete, but the equipment is also brand new, particularly suitable for his needs. He originally planned to produce arcade products, and the production line here is entirely made up of the latest model arcade manufacturing machines, with even the testing devices being the newest versions recently put into production. Everything he wanted was here. Li Chang'an knew well that if this factory had not happened to go bankrupt, it would never have fallen into his hands. In that island nation, the most advanced industrial equipment was never sold externally. Want to obtain the latest machinery? There's no chance. They have their own rules. Core technology is only reserved for insiders. This blockade continued until the mid-1980s before it loosened. Once it opened up, whether light industry or heavy industry equipment, it was immediately snatched up globally. Chairman, I guarantee the soundtrack will be delivered tomorrow morning, replied David Ning. What about Haozi? I might need another day, but I can finish it the day after tomorrow. Haozi said in a low voice, his tone somewhat awkward. This was the core area of the research and development laboratory. Qin Ming sat as the chief technical officer overseeing Haozi. David Ning, Xia Tian, Gao Shalua, Hien and Feng Shouting forming the main research and development team. They may not be the strongest technically, but they were all personally brought by Qin Ming, and he trusted them enough. Li Chang'an remained vigilant about the technical personnel left by the original factory. He couldn't let the things he worked so hard to create be easily taken away. Even if copyrights are registered and patents applied for, as long as others slightly modify the code structure, change the operating logic, and adjust the mode details, they would completely fall outside the legal accountability scope. Everyone worked diligently to finish the 2 games within a week. If the production schedule aligns, we can launch just before the new year. There are only over 3 months until the new year. Those who want bonuses need to work overtime and complete their tasks on time. The crowd responded in unison. Understood, Chairman. At this time, Qin Ming called out from the other side, Chairman, come here for a moment. He and several other core members did not participate in the final debugging of the 2 current games as the project was nearing its end. Li Chang'an did not let them idle. He directly took out a batch of development materials he had prepared for a long time and handed them to them. They were originally focused on game development, but Li Chang'an saw further. He hoped that these 7 would not just be engineers who could make games but also technical backbones capable of covering various product developments. So he personally imparted knowledge about computer development. After 10 days, these individuals demonstrated solid fundamentals, and their learning progress exceeded expectations. Although they could not yet independently complete the entire system development, the basic processes were already clear. As long as the core program framework is provided later, they would be able to take over the work of data optimization and detail completion. With him guiding them for a while, this group would soon be able to take on complete research and development tasks. What are you unclear about? Li Chang'an asked. Regarding storage capacity, how does it operate? For example, with CDs, is it like game CDs that compress data and then burn it? But I checked the information. The amount of data in computers is enormous and ordinary CDs can't hold it. How should this situation be resolved? Also, the materials mention that computers can connect to the internet via telephone lines, achieving information exchange. I don't quite understand this and need you to explain it. Li Chang'an brought over a stool, casually pulled out a piece of newspaper, and wrote down a series of complex formulas and diagrams for a full 10 minutes before handing it to Qin Ming. Take it to make copies, distribute it to others, and let them carefully understand this explanation. The memory issue is actually not difficult to handle. Just improve the hardware specifications. Such technical details he would gradually arrange to resolve in the future. However, he was satisfied that Qin Ming could raise this question. This showed that he was not only listening but also thinking, demonstrating exceptional understanding. As for the matter of networking via telephone lines, discussing it too deeply now is meaningless, because Hong Kong currently lacks the supporting network infrastructure. To truly achieve networking, he must first control the power and telecommunications companies. Only by mastering these 2 resources can a large-scale communication network be laid out. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the late 1980s. When public telephone lines become widespread to possibly advance. But that would be too late. Since he has decided to shift from games to electronic product development, then the layout for power and telecommunications enterprises must be prioritized. These 2 companies are core links in his future strategy, indispensable. Once acquired, he would immediately promote network construction. It is expected that pagers could be put into development by the early 1980s. By the mid-1980s, mobile phone technology would also not be out of reach. All progress will depend on the speed of telecommunications system construction. When the network operates stably and covers all of Hong Kong, the research and development of pagers and mobile phones will become the focus. Handheld gaming devices, portable music players, and home gaming consoles will be designed one after another. Once these electronic devices are launched into the market, it would be nearly impossible not to become the richest person. Li Chang'an clearly knows how great the potential of the electronic industry is. If he can dominate this field, relying solely on the development of electrical appliances, he is confident he can reach the pinnacle of wealth. He organized the key points into writing and handed them over to the team for self-study. Computers are highly precise technological products. Li Chang'an did not exert pressure, but allowed them to gradually digest the materials. Whenever they encountered confusion, he would personally explain. Under such guidance, the team quickly grasped the core content. Next, he planned to teach while practicing to deepen their understanding. Several hours flew by in an instant. The group simply had their meals in the laboratory. At this moment, Li Chang'an no longer cared about distinctions of identity. Whether he was the boss had become irrelevant. The urgent task is to quickly complete the development of the new computer. The system and hardware are the core of the entire machine. As long as these aspects are solid, there is no need for him to personally attend to every detail. Qin Ming, do you all understand the basics? Try writing a program. I will observe from the side and point out any issues that arise. Li Chang'an felt the time was ripe and signaled. All right, Chairman. The group excitedly organized their notes and moved toward the available computer equipment. They found that compared to game development, delving into computer science was far more exhilarating. The depth and breadth of the knowledge system captivated them deeply from the moment they encountered it. They worked tirelessly day and night. 3 days passed. The date was now November 6th. During these days, Li Chang'an frequently shuttled between the company and the research institute. Since the day before yesterday, he had arranged for the team to bring the finalized gaming hardware into the factory, initiating the mass production process. General Manager Zhuang was also busy scouting locations across Shanghai to prepare for opening game halls. Such venues are decorated very simply, a coat of white paint, a few adjustments, and enough power outlets, and they can basically start operating. In those days, there were no strict fire safety regulations. As the owner, the decoration methods were entirely at one's discretion with no one to interfere. Shanghai was his base. All game halls had to be under his direct control. Although currently only 2 games had been completed, subsequent projects were already underway. Over 100 people under his command were synchronously developing more than 10 new titles. It was only a matter of time before new products launched. All right, Qin Ming, this is in your hands now. Be sure to push forward the progress of the other games and don't neglect the computer development work. After leaving instructions, Li Chang'an turned to leave. He had already made everything clear. The rest of the journey had to be walked by them, accumulating their own experiences through repeated attempts. Li Chang'an exited the laboratory and turned towards the agreed meeting place. Today, he was to meet He Long from the Big Circle Gang, and the two would then visit another faction which he had specifically asked He Long to contact discreetly. In operating game halls in Shangjiang, Li Chang'an was well aware that one person alone could not capture all the interests. He needed to find a substantial organization to collaborate with in order to stabilize the operation. Although the Big Circle Gang was fierce and capable of fighting, it currently lacked the strength to cover the entire island. First, there was a shortage of manpower, making it difficult to deploy defenses everywhere. Second, even if they dared to fight, they remained a marginal character among the many local gangs. The real powers controlling the situation were the 14K, Sun Yi on the Triads, and Wuxing with these colossal entities. Of course, the underworld of Shangjiang was complex with numerous factions numbering at least in the hundreds. Even these few giants could not command them all. Apart from those top gangs, there were also many medium-sized groups scattered about. Hung Hing still existed and East Star had not disappeared, but both were merely inconspicuous minor players vastly outmatched by the aforementioned major forces. The person he was meeting this time was a core figure of Sun Yi-on. At this moment, Sun Yi-on was not yet under the leadership of Chung Kung. The one in power was his elder brother Chung In. However, the power transition was imminent, expected to be completed within a year or two. As for Chung Kung, he was likely busy with film matters alongside his brother Chung Xing. The meeting place was set at the Kowloon Hotel. At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Chang'an arrived on time with He Long, Xiaofeng, and others. He planned to leave the subsequent operations of the arcade business entirely to He Long. Such industries inevitably have some gray aspects, but Li Chang'an aimed for pure commercial expansion. If he became too entangled over the long term, it would inevitably lead to hidden dangers. He did not want to be at the pinnacle in the future and have others dig up past accounts that could affect his prospects. The moment he entered the private room, Li Chang'an glanced around and immediately recognized the silent man, Long Wu. He had a minor role in God of Gamblers, yet his stern demeanor captured the hearts of countless people. He did not expect all the brothers from the Chung family to be present. Li Chang'an's heart stirred. He sighed inwardly at the strong cohesion of the Chung clan, which was far beyond ordinary people's reach. Mr. Chung, it's an honor to meet you. Ha ha ha, literally no need for such pleasantries. Please take a seat. The one who spoke was the eldest brother Chung In, his tone hearty. Mr. Chung, you are too kind. After Li Chang'an took his seat, Chung In immediately introduced, this is my 10th brother Chung Kung, my youngest brother Chung Xing, and the old 10th. Please get to know them. Although the Chung brothers were overall united, there were still distinctions in their closeness. Chung In was closest to Chung Kung and Chung Xing. Although he had interactions with the other brothers, the connections were sparse and far less tight than with these two. Mr. Chung Kung, Mr. Chung Xing, how do you do? Little Li is being too formal. The two brothers responded in unison, their attitudes humble. To be honest, when I first received news from the Big Circle Gang's Long, I thought it was a trap to lure me in. Chung In spoke frankly. Now that I think about it, it was indeed inappropriate. Li Chang'an smiled slightly and did not take it to heart. No wonder my people reported that those seemingly ordinary faces outside actually hid identities. Turns out they were people you assigned, Mr. Chung. This? The moment the words were spoken, the atmosphere grew tense. Being exposed for secretly being on guard was one thing, but for the opponent to see through it at a glance shook the two brothers' hearts. If Li Chang'an truly held hostility, their ambush would have long been ineffective and life or death could hinge on an instant. This detail struck them like a heavy hammer, awakening their vigilance. Although Sun Yi'an's influence was widespread in Shangjiang, they had many enemies and a slight oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moving forward, they must not act so recklessly. Apologies, little Li, we judged you with petty minds. Chung In raised his hand to signal, waiter, bring the wine. We the brothers will drink 3 cups as an apology. This person was indeed extraordinary. Chung In, being able to hold power in a region, knew how to advance and retreat without dragging his feet, giving the other party ample face. In fact, upon receiving He Long's message and learning that Li Chang'an was interested in collaborating, he had pondered repeatedly. As a core figure of the organization, how could he possibly collaborate with one of the foremost figures of the young business generation in Shangjiang? Where could there be common ground? After much thought and unable to find a resolution, he decided to summon his quick-witted 10th brother Chung Kung to discuss it. The few of them deliberated for a long time but still had no clue. They ultimately decided to attend the meeting in person to find out. After all, Sun Yi'an was deeply rooted in Shangjiang with eyes and ears everywhere. Even if the Big Circle Gang wanted to take action, it would not be easy. Moreover, they were not unprepared. They had already arranged for subordinates to conceal themselves around just in case. Cautious action is the ironclad rule they had adhered to throughout their years in the Underworld. They had not anticipated that just after sitting down they would be exposed by Li Chang'an. Feeling both embarrassed and vigilant, How refreshing. The Chung brothers are indeed straightforward. Li Chang'an's expression relaxed, appreciating their forthrightness. Compared to those old-school figures who liked to beat around the bush and put on airs, this kind of straightforwardness was more to his liking. In the marketplace, one cannot always choose only what pleases. The dignitaries of Xiangjiang affect heirs, and if he hoped to put down roots locally, he would have to contend with such people. Mr. Xiang Yan, since you are all so candid, I will not beat around the bush. I invited you here to discuss a major business deal. I plan to roll out arcade halls across Xiangjiang, Aohai, and Shaowan. If you can also open up Dongnanya, the door to cooperation will be equally open to you. Arcade halls. Xiang Yan's brow tightened and his interest immediately cooled. Some of his men already ran such establishments, and he knew the profits were petty and the margins thin. Just as he was about to interrupt, his 10th brother Xiang Chong gave a slight shake of his head, signaling him to hold his tongue. Li Chang'an noticed the subtle exchange and inwardly took stock, yet remained outwardly composed. Mr. Xiang Chong truly is the Xiang family's most discerning strategist, he said with a faint smile, then turned to Xiang Yan. Mr. Xiang Yan, do you suppose this line will not yield great wealth, and therefore you lack interest? Taken to heart, Xiang Yan was momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze returning to Xiang Chong, as if awaiting instruction. Mr. Li, do not be offended, and my elder brother means no disrespect. Xiang Chong took up the thread. We know you never deal in small ventures. Please continue. Li Chang'an nodded, inwardly approving. This man was not undeserving of his reputation. No wonder he had stayed steady amid shifting winds. Good. Brother Xiang Chong indeed understands people. I am opening arcade halls because I built the machines myself and I personally designed the games. I am wholly confident in their appeal. Why partner with you? Because I am certain that once my machines go live, other arcades will be deserted, some even forced to close. The Japanese-style operation won't hold up here for long. Yet I understand that taking someone else's slice of the pie will invite the wrath of Xiangjiang's underworld. So I stand here not to beg for a share but to ask plainly. Do any of you Xiang brothers dare to bear this pressure with me? He spoke calmly yet with an unshakable conviction that made even Long Wu's heart stir. Mr. Li, your words are bold. Xiang Yan could not help but speak. Big brother. Xiang Chong cut him off sharply. Think carefully. When Mr. Li first pushed his appliances, who believed in him? And yet, just because you did not foresee it does not mean it would not happen. If he says it will succeed, then it will. He, long standing to one side, had long grown weary of Xiang Yan's vacillation. The Big Circle gang was small and few but never soft. Having battled Xinyan for years, they had never bowed. Xian Long, if you wish to die, no one will stop you now. Oh, want to make a move? He long sneered as he stepped closer. Come on, who's afraid? Shut up. Li Chang'an and Xiang Chong shouted in unison. He long immediately fell silent and chastened sat down. Zhao Feng made no sound either. Xiang Yan, however, flung himself into his chair in a fury, his face sullen with displeasure. Li Chang'an glanced at them, a faint smile lifting his lips. Outwardly unconcerned, he was inwardly pleased with He Long's reaction. Since Mr. Xiang harbors doubts, then this matter will end here. Partnership rests on mutual trust, and if that is absent, a forced alliance will only make enemies of us. Before the sentence finished, he rose to leave. Xiang Chong's heart tightened. Fearing a complete rupture, he hurried forward to block him. Mr. Li, please wait. His swift move prompted He Long and Zhao Feng to immediately position themselves before Li Chang'an, scanning the surroundings warily. Their sole task was to ensure Li Chang'an left unscathed. No potential threat could be overlooked. Li Chang'an waved his hand, signaling them to stand down. Xiang Chong strode closer, his tone earnest. Mr. Li, please do not misunderstand. My elder brother simply cannot see the crucial point. It was not meant as an offense. I believe you sought us out precisely because you value our capability. That being so, let us all cool our heads and negotiate anew. He paused, his gaze sincere. Mr. Li, what do you think? Li Chang'an was silent for a moment, a thoughtful crease crossing his brow. Meanwhile, Xiang Chong quietly shot Xiang Yan a look to hurry his response. In truth, Xiang Chong had already begun to waver. Recalling what He Long had once said, before Li Chang'an's appliances reached the market, no one would have believed they could spark a buying frenzy in Xiangjiang. Yet the facts were before them: 150 million in sales within a week. A staggering, almost unbelievable result. Having witnessed the miracle with his own eyes, he chose to believe. Understanding his younger brother's intent, Xiang Yan immediately forced a smile. Mr. Li, I am blunt by nature and spoke harshly. Please be magnanimous and do not take it to heart. Come sit, let us talk. Li Chang'an smiled slightly. Very well, continue. Mr. Xiang, every word I just spoke is true. Believe me, once this venture launches, it will yield enormous returns. Today, I will give you an outline, or in a few days, I will take you to the factory to experience the machines firsthand and see their performance with your own eyes. He knew that only by letting them experience it himself could their doubts be truly dispelled. Once these machines hit the market, they would surely provoke a sensation. And then, inevitably, the interests of other forces would be threatened. Without local backing, even the best product cannot stand. That sounds splendid. Ha ha ha. Xiang Yan laughed heartily. Then Li Chang'an laid out the method of cooperation, the implementation steps, the potential frenzy it would generate, and the scheme for profit distribution in meticulous detail. Xiang Yan still felt the matter somewhat ethereal, while Xiang Chong listened intently from start to finish, committing every word of Li Chang'an's speech to memory without omission. The night bell tolled 9 times and people dispersed. That night Xiang Chong moved his elder brother with a few words, and decided to take full charge of the cooperation with Li Chang'an himself. Xiang Chong acted decisively. Once resolved, he moved at once. Regardless of the hour, he summoned the various bosses to convene, and without hesitation stood on Li Chang'an's side. That very night he made a startling decision, ordering the closure of over 500 mahjong parlors under Xinyan's name, and their wholesale conversion into arcade halls. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Saturday, November 14th. The streets of Xiangjiang suddenly buzzed with activity. Lion dance troops hustled about, strained for manpower. It was the day the arcade halls jointly launched by Li Chang'an and the Xiang family officially opened. Nearly 700 stores across Xiangjiang opened simultaneously. Although the initial selection of arcade cabinets was limited, only 4 models in total, including 2 newly added this week. Each machine housed 6 to 8 games, offering ample variety. After personally trying the machines, the Xiang brothers gathered their subordinates to test them as well. Everyone became instantly engrossed, repeatedly operating the devices, reluctant to step away. They were now fully convinced that Li Chang'an had spoken the truth. Their gamble had been sound. So long as he continued releasing new products, wealth would flow in unceasingly. Regarding equity distribution, Li Chang'an allocated 30% to the Xiang family, requiring only manpower support, retained 50% for himself, and divided the remaining 20% equally among the Daquan gang and Zhao Feng's associates. Though it appeared he had surrendered half the profits, he was in fact a master of the principal, sacrifice minor gains to secure the greater whole. Gongs and drums resounded ceaselessly, echoing through streets and alleys. Except for a few remote corners of Hong Kong, the 710 chain, its outlets densely clustered, had virtually saturated the main thoroughfares of Kowloon and Hong Kong. Ordinary triads might squabble endlessly over territorial demarcation, a petty struggle among minor factions. But for the newly ascendant Sin on boasting tens of thousands of members, opening a shop on any street required no permission, and no one dared object. Brother Xiang, may fortune smile upon you. Big Brother Xiang, what unparalleled glory today. A colossal arcade in Kowloon served as the flagship store. Lavishly decorated, exquisitely appointed, it would henceforth be managed by He Long and others, evolving into a pivotal stronghold within the organization. Here you are, Fat Lai Lei Big Cannon Man. You're early. Come right in and take a seat. Tonight no one leaves sober. Xiang Yan warmly greeted arriving guests. Every person admitted that day was a figure from the underworld. No merchants, no civilians, not a single exception. As for Li Chang'an, the true mastermind behind the scenes, he remained conspicuously absent. Businessmen never publicly socialize with street gangs. Should such an association be witnessed, reputations would irreparably collapse. Well, Daquan gang, Brother Xiang, you've truly gone Allen this time. Partnering with them at the dinner table, impressive. Stop spouting nonsense, Fat Lai Lei. Watch your tongue. Daquan Long is my business partner. From now on we'll carve our path through the Jianghu side by side, and jointly command fortune's tide. Xiang Yan replied with a smile. The moment those words left his lips, the 2 newly arrived hall chiefs paled visibly. Partnering with the Daquan gang, Brother Xiang, is this your way of dismissing us? Their meaning was unmistakable. Xiang Yan preferred outsiders over his own allies. How could anyone swallow such an affront? Who wouldn't want a share of the wealth? At Xiang Yan's single command, hundreds of mahjong parlors transformed overnight, swiftly, decisively reverberating across the entire underworld. For these senior figures, the opening of hundreds of new arcades amounted to a banquet. Every man yearned for his portion of the feast. Yet now they learned Xiang Yan had already allied with the Daquan gang, leaving them no opening, no chance. How could fury be contained? Ha ha ha. Fat Lai Lei Big Cannon Man. Stop complaining. Don't you know he's backed by the big water pipe? Brother, the auspicious hour for worship has arrived. Before the sentence concluded, Xiang Chong abruptly interjected. Li Chang'an clearly wished to remain unseen, and yet his elder brother was about to expose him publicly. It was like stepping straight onto the blade's edge. Though the Xiang family wielded considerable power, and currently held no fear of Li Chang'an, what if he truly ascended to become a tycoon of the highest order? Money moves mountains. Even ghosts will push carts for gold. In Kowloon Walled City, men willing to die for wealth were never in short supply. Then 10 lives would not suffice to fill the abyss. Ah, right. Please sit. I'll go burn incense. Xiang Yan suddenly realized his misstep and hastily turned to leave. The big water pipe. No wonder Farid long dared launch such a massive operation. Someone's bankrolling him. The two exchanged glances and finally understood. Soon after, delegations from various factions began arriving. Faces grim, auras imposing, drawing crowds of passers-by who halted to watch. Hong Kong had long been a city ruled by Triads. Its citizens had grown accustomed to such spectacles, regarding them as part of the urban fabric itself. Hey, Farid long. 700 arcades in one go. That's ruthless. Such reckless spending. What if you collapse entirely overnight? Ha ha ha. Just as Xiang Yan and others prepared for the ritual worship, a large contingent strode boldly in. Dozens strong, striding with swagger as though the entire city belonged to them. This man possessed remarkable audacity, knowing full well Xiang Yan was the de facto leader of the Sin on, yet daring to behave so brazenly. His origins were clearly extraordinary. Hu Shuyong, have you been eating shit? That stench is unbearable. Tuck that foul mouth away. Spare yourself further shame. People might think the 14K is so destitute it survives on excrement. Xiang Yan did not flare with anger. Instead, a faint smile lingered on his face as he calmly replied. The man was Hu Shuyong, a leading figure of the 14K, whose status rivaled that of the Sin Eon in Hong Kong. No wonder he dared provoke Xiang Yan so openly. Hu Shuyong had long been famed for his brutality, as early as the 1960s and 70s, before he long assumed leadership of the Daquan Gang. A cohort of exceptionally fierce members had reigned supreme. At that time, the Daquan Gang's influence was immense, on par with any local triad. Hu Shuyong rose to prominence precisely through repeated heathen clashes, shattering rivals one after another. Today, within the 14K, only Hung Hani outranked him. But Hung, advanced in years, had long withdrawn from Jianghu affairs. In truth, the entire Hong Kong branch of the 14K now operated almost exclusively under Hu Shuyong's command. Oh dear. Brother Xiang, have you grown angry? Ha ha ha. I misspoke, didn't I? My apologies. I forgot today marks your grand opening. I shouldn't have said you'd all meet ruin. Let me save that for tomorrow, shall I? Ha ha ha. His entourage erupted in raucous laughter. Chaotic, boisterous. Even Xiang Yan's legendary composure nearly cracked. Fortunately, Xiang Chong stepped forward and gently restrained him, shaking his head in quiet warning. Then Xiang Chong himself advanced a step. Hu Shuyong, you're welcome to dine and drink with us. But continue this provocation, and tonight I won't hesitate to act decisively. He spoke with characteristic brevity and resolve. Hu Shuyong, well aware of Xiang Chong's reputation, had dared challenge Xiang Yan. But now, facing Xiang Chong directly, he fell silent. Instead, he threw back his head and laughed loudly, then strode inside, casually selecting a seat. He intended to observe closely why had Xiang Yan dismantled mahjong parlors to erect arcades, and what made this place truly exceptional. Who are those standing beside Xiang Yan? Hu Shuyong's gaze swept over He Long and his group, immediately sharpening with suspicion. Anyone granted the honor of joining Xiang Yan in the worship ceremony naturally commanded attention. They look familiar. Wait. They're likely the Daquan Gang's rising leader recently emerged in Kowloon. One subordinate murmured softly. Yes, it must be him. We crossed paths at Kowloon Wharf during a debt collection last month. Word is he's formidable in combat. Another confirmed. Humph. What was the Daquan Gang of the early 1970s? Scattered like chaff before my onslaught. What good is mere fighting prowess? This is no longer an age decided by fists. Strength lies in numbers, capital, and powerful backing. That is true mastery. Find out why Xiang Yan has drawn so close to the Daquan Gang. Though puzzled, Hu Shuyong chose not to pursue the matter further. As the incense burned low and firecrackers fell silent, the red cloths were unveiled, marking the official opening of arcades across the city. A large crowd surged in, almost filling the 1,000-square-foot venue to the brim. It was unclear whether these individuals were ordinary players or personnel specifically arranged by Xiang Yan. Only Xiang Yan knew for certain whether the bustling scene was deliberately staged or if business was genuinely thriving. Regardless, the constant influx of people at the entrance created a lively atmosphere. Today was Saturday, and many individuals entered in school uniforms, with a considerable number of young people resembling students. Clearly, this was not just a facade. There were indeed real customers spending money. Let's go see what the Furry Dragon is up to. I've heard that overnight he replaced all the mahjong parlors with gaming machines. Hu Shuyong led his subordinates into the store. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have bothered. However, this time Xiang Yan had opened hundreds of shops in one go, creating such a stir that he had to come in person. Initially, he scoffed at the idea of turning mahjong parlors into game halls, deeming it a distraction from the main business. Yet upon further reflection, he realized that Xiang Yan never engaged in unprofitable ventures. If there were no huge profits to be made, why would he go through such trouble? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy. He became unable to sleep soundly throughout the night. Now 14K and the new Yihan were secretly competing, each vying for control over the top seat in Xiangjiang. If Xiang Yan were to find a lucrative path first, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? He had to uncover the truth and ideally create some chaos in the process. Half an hour passed. Strangely, not a single person who entered the store had come out. This sight caught the attention of other gang leaders. They initially thought these customers were all plants arranged by Xiang Yan to bolster the scene, yet they observed these individuals continually spending money on tokens, fully engrossed with the machines never pausing since opening. What was even more perplexing was the long queue outside, with everyone waiting for a machine to become available, yet those inside refused to vacate their spots. This was illogical. If these were their own people putting on a show, they wouldn't hog the machines and prevent outsiders from playing. The current situation left several big shots exchanging glances, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Hu Xiong, who had initially intended to investigate, had completely forgotten the purpose of his visit. He sat in front of a machine, engrossed in a game called Chinese Blocks, his fingers dancing over the controls, a long-lost smile gracing his face as he became fully immersed. Fat Laoli, I feel something is off, as Xiang Yan might have really struck gold. Wen Depao furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, I noticed too. We need to check if the other branches are experiencing the same thing. Fat Lao Li's expression turned serious. Right, I'll send someone to find out. Not only they noticed the anomaly, but the other gang leaders were also privately exchanging opinions, and the atmosphere subtly shifted. On the other side, the Xiong brothers and He Long sat comfortably, smiling broadly as they observed the scene before them. They had not arranged for anyone to pretend to be customers. Every token dropped, every cheer, and every person in line was genuinely present. True popularity does not require disguise. It was precisely for this reason that they smiled with such ease. Brother Yen, all the gaming halls in Kowloon are full and not a single machine is vacant, and there's still a line outside. Ha ha ha, good. Go Zai, what's the situation on the Xiangjiang side? Xiang Yan asked with a smile. He had earlier appointed someone to oversee the feedback from various areas. Brother Yen, I am here, the harbor. Harbor? What harbor? Catch your breath first. Gozai rushed in, panting, heavily struggling to articulate his words. After a moment he reported, Brother Yen, the Xiangjiang is completely packed. All machines are in use and some are shouting to add more machines. What should we do? His face was flushed with excitement. Ha ha ha, well done. Upon hearing this news, even Xiang Chong, who usually wore a stern expression, couldn't help but break into a grin. He had made a correct bet this time. An hour passed, then 2 hours, then 3. The group sat in the gaming hall, observing their smiles never fading. For several consecutive hours, not a single machine became available, demonstrating the bustling atmosphere. In the meantime, reports flooded in from various gaming halls, all confirming the same fiery scenes without exception. Such a spectacle attracted even more passers-by, some hurrying over upon hearing the news. A crowd gathered around each machine, eager to try their luck. Many were accompanied by strategists guiding their operations, creating a lively scene. However, there were also some who came to blows over machine positions, but they were swiftly dragged out by new Yihan personnel restoring order. Meanwhile, Hu Xiong's face turned ashen. He had played for a whole hour before suddenly realizing he had become engrossed, recalling the purpose of his visit. A cold sweat broke out instantly. If I am like this, what about others? Looking around, the gaming hall was still packed. He furrowed his brow and quickly turned to leave. He then dispatched someone to investigate all the stores under New Yihan, only to find the same situation. Completely packed without exception. This trend made him restless. By 9 p.m., it was time for the day's settlement. They had opened for business at 9 a.m., and it was agreed that they would settle accounts at 9 p.m. every night, a rule long established. By around 10 p.m., after compiling the financial flow from over 700 stores, the final figure left everyone stunned. 216,000, and we haven't even counted the trivial expenses. In just half a day, not even a full day, they had raked in 216,000. This figure left even Xiang Chong dumbfounded. 200,000 in half a day. That means over 400,000 in a day. Over 20 million in 10 days, nearly 50 million in a month. I'll be damned. Xiang Yan sprang up, cursing furiously, then shouted at the 5 people beside him. Prepare to expand ad machines and roll it out across the entire harbor. Axe June, expand in the area around East Sim Sha Sui. Every gaming hall should open one after another, leaving no gaps. Do Lianshuan fill every space from Temple Street to Wang Tai Sin, then to Sham Shui Po, leaving no blind spots. Chun Yaoxing, you know Wan Chai best. Start work on the stores that can be changed immediately, and for those that can't find ways to replace them, every street must have our machines running. Zhu Tuxi, do the same in Suin Wan, push it through this route. Mai Zai, there's plenty of space in Taihang, and Sim Sha Sui, add more gaming halls there. You're in charge of this area. Also send word down that every gaming hall must increase personnel. Anyone causing trouble, regardless of their background, will be thrown straight into Victoria Harbor. Xiang Yan had completely lost his mind, and no one could blame him. In just half a day, the revenue surged to 216,000 and he stood to pocket over 60,000. This was just half a day. If it continued for 10 days, that would amount to 650,000. What about a month? A full 20 million. Even adding all his other businesses together, he had never seen such a staggering figure. If he truly filled the entire Xinjiang area with gaming halls, the profits would be beyond anything he dared to calculate. How could he possibly remain calm? How could he not fight desperately? Even Xiang Chong did not speak to stop him. Xiang Yan stared at the stack of financial reports on the table, his grin stretching from ear to ear. He long wore the same expression, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. 2 layers of profit belonged to them. He had never witnessed anything like this in his entire life. His heart churned violently, leaving only awe for Li Chang'an. If asked to take a blade for him now, he wouldn't so much as flinch. He knew full well that Li Chang'an didn't need them at all. With the XINE alone, he could swallow the entire operation whole. Their 300-odd men were, frankly speaking, utterly insignificant. Yet Li Chang'an had still carved out a full 20% of the profits for them, effectively giving it away. Such a master was worth laying down one's life for. With accounts settled and the situation stabilized, he long stepped into a corner and dialed a number. Boss, by 9 o'clock tonight, total revenue will reach $2 16 million. Not counting loose change. Xiang Yan is already mobilizing personnel for island-wide expansion. Let him proceed. Tell him the game parlors must be watched like hawks. Anyone who fails to maintain order will be replaced immediately. Also, new machines will launch in 15 days. These machines will triple or even quintuple daily income, and possibly more. The exact figure remains uncertain, but rest assured, it will exceed all expectations. On the other end of the line, he long froze completely. To him, current revenue was already astronomical. Yet Li Chang'an claimed it could surge 3 to 5 times further. Would that mean breaking 10 million Hong Kong dollars in a single day? 300 million per month. Holy hell. After the call ended, he long wandered back in a daze. His steps unsteady, his gaze vacant. When he sat beside Xiang Yan and his men, he uttered not a word, his face blank with bewilderment. That expression instantly tightened the atmosphere. Xiang Yan frowned intently at him. Even Xiang Chong, usually unflappable, held his breath. The arcade parlor was now their golden mine. Any tremor might shake its very foundations. Big circle long. What's happened? Xiang Yan slammed his palm onto the table, the sound exploding through the room. The thunderclap jolted he long awake. He drew a slow, deep breath and said quietly, "Whatever I say next, you hold yourself steady." Xiang Yan's heart clenched. "Spit it out." The boss said new machines arrive in 15 days. He long paused. "And we're to prepare in advance." Relief began to rise. Until they noticed, He Long's expression remained unchanged. These machines will multiply daily revenue 3-fold to 5-fold, or more. His voice dropped low yet rolled over their ears like distant thunder. "What?" Xiang Yan shot upright, his roar nearly shattering the ceiling. "Brother, calm down." Xiang Chong laid a hand on his shoulder. His own pulse hammered wildly, yet he kept his composure and asked, "Did Mr. Li give any further instructions?" He said. He Long's gaze swept across them. "Security at the arcades must be absolute. Any lapse, and he will neither intervene nor renew cooperation." He added, he emphasized. "He does not wish anyone to know he stands behind this." Pausing briefly, he continued. He also said, "If you cannot protect it, he'll find others to take over." Though layered with implication, this statement was meant solely to safeguard Li Chang'an's retreat. Xiang Chong fell silent, his expression shifting repeatedly. He understood. A businessman who shunned darkness valued discretion above all. Such caution signaled extraordinary sensitivity. These machines were certainly no ordinary affair. Lifting his head, he spoke with unwavering resolve. "Brother Long, please convey Mr. Li's words. Whoever dares threaten our arcade must first step over the bodies of my brothers. The XINE is no pushover, and this territory we will hold. As for Mr. Li's identity, I swear on my life not a single syllable shall escape my lips." Having spoken, he refused to glance at anyone else, waiting only for He Long's response. He Long nodded once, said nothing more, and departed. Behind him lingered the Xiong brothers and the 5 tigers of Xinan, the air thick with heavy breaths and simmering resolve. Old 10. Just what is Mr. Li planning? Can these new gaming machines truly multiply business several times over? Xiang Yan always deferred to his younger brother. Though puzzled, he instinctively sought clarity first. He knew Xiang Chong's mind worked faster than his own, and often waited for his brother's judgment before acting. 10 brother. I simply cannot fathom it. What gives Mr. Li such absolute certainty? If it truly came to pass, monthly revenue would soar into the hundreds of millions. At this pace, the title of Hong Kong's foremost tycoon would inevitably fall to him. Xiang Shang stood nearby, scoffing coldly. Xiang Chong glanced up at him. Little brother, do not underestimate this man. Elder brother, in my view, the machine's Mr. Li plans to roll out likely cross a legal line. Only such devices yield explosive profits. Otherwise, why would he repeatedly warn Big Circle Long to keep his mouth sealed? I understand businessmen well. Face matters, yes, but so does hidden wealth. If it weren't something illicit, he wouldn't exercise such extreme caution. Listening, the others gradually grasped the meaning. Xiang Yan, however, cared little for legality. He was a street-bred man unafraid of such trifles. After all, their father's work in the late 1940s involved either white-sack laundry powder or homemade explosives. Now installing a few untraceable gaming machines seemed trivial. Given sufficient reward, he'd dare far bolder deeds. Elder brother, from today onward you must muzzle your men, especially yourself. Never utter Mr. Li's name in front of outsiders. Xiang Chong continued, this man values loyalty deeply. Look at He Long. He follows him with absolute devotion. So long as we cooperate sincerely, he will never betray us. But one condition is non-negotiable: everyone privy to this secret must remain absolutely silent. Anyone who leaks a word will face no mercy. Otherwise, even the Xian cannot shield us. At those words, Xiang Yan said nothing, only gave a solemn, grave nod. 10 brother, you may rest easy. I know exactly what to do. He turned sharply toward his 5 lieutenants. You heard every word. Keep your mouths shut, and pull personnel from other venues to reinforce the arcade immediately. That place is our future livelihood. Understood, brother Yen. The 3 conferred deep into the night before departing. No one voiced it aloud, but each knew in his heart Li Chang'an was no longer someone to be taken lightly. Xiang Chong's faith in Li Chang'an had reached its zenith. He understood clearly, this man would soon ascend into Hong Kong's innermost circle of power. With his intellect, he fully grasped the weight of that truth. The all-night arcade, ablaze with light and teeming with people, hummed ceaselessly into the midnight hour. Hong Kong was famed as a city that never slept. But to see such a torrent of humanity converge upon their turf left even the Xiang brothers stunned into silence upon hearing the news. The next morning, the newly opened arcade hall of Cine and continued to gain popularity, stirring quite a ripple in the underworld. Some were envious while others were restless. Hu Xiong was among them. He sat in the grand chair at the entrance, his expression dark, and immediately ordered all the mahjong parlors to transform. He wanted to jump on the bandwagon and open an arcade hall, but searched every arcade factory in Shangjiang and couldn't find a single machine that matched Cineanis. Only then did he realize that those devices were probably not locally produced. He hurriedly sought connections to import goods from country R, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the same model. Trouble was brewing. Orders had already been given and many stalls were under renovation, progressing rapidly, yet the machines were still nowhere to be seen. Traveling to the East Japan for supplies was unrealistic, time, distance, and risks were all prohibitive. He could only sit idly worrying. After 2 more days, there was still no result. As the store was about to be completed, he reluctantly settled for second best and bought a batch of ordinary machines from local manufacturers as a stopgap. But to support so many stores at once, the demand for equipment was immense and funds quickly became tight. He found himself in a difficult situation, anxiously pacing back and forth in the entrance, smoking all day. Where did that furry dragon get his goods? How do they have so much money? Rotten boy Jia, keep a close eye on those brothers of his. Don't let them notice or watch who they interact with, and focus on tracking where the machines are coming from. Be quick about it. Understood, boss. In recent days, numerous arcade halls had suddenly popped up all over Shangjiang. Some hadn't even finished their storefronts before moving the machines inside and starting operations. Clearly, they were all riding the wave created by Cineanis' explosive opening. Kowloon headquarters of the Cine and Arcade Hall. Boss, other gangs are scrambling to open up. 14K is making the biggest move, transforming all their mahjong parlors into arcade halls all at once. The renovations are almost done. They should be able to open by tomorrow. A subordinate reported. A bunch of useless fools daring to come out and mix with such shoddy machines. Our equipment is simply not comparable to theirs. Ignore them, keep looking for locations, and expand our territory by another half. Got it, boss. Li Chang'an quickly learned of this news, yet only a faint smile appeared on his face. Those people were hardly a threat. Without their own gaming equipment, it would be nearly impossible for them to succeed on their own. If they truly had that capability, those Japanese arcade games would have swept the market long ago. That day, he had personally arrived at the television station. Tonight marked the premiere of his produced show Shanghai Bund. The crew had been working day and night, filming nearly 15 episodes in a short time. The film and television industry in Shangjiang had a habit of airing while filming, and Jia TV had just resumed broadcasting from the brink of bankruptcy, urgently needing high ratings to stabilize its footing. 3 days prior, the television station had completed the promotional short for Shanghai Bund and replayed it repeatedly at various times. Advertisements for the series were also everywhere in the newspapers. Li Chang'an spared no expense unleashing a storm of promotion across Hong Kong. Brother Fa's handsome image in the preview quickly captured the attention of a large audience. Many people on the streets were discussing this show. Just the name Shanghai Bund evoked memories for many. Many residents of Shangyang had origins in the mainland and were particularly fond of the stories from old Shanghai. The director also edited a segment of climax scenes as a preview at Li Chang'an's request, whetting the audience's appetite. Once the promotional video was released, it sparked intense discussions. In the conference room of TVB headquarters, all the executives were present. Let's discuss Jia Yi's new drama is here, how should we respond? Shaw Yifu finally spoke up. Initially he didn't care about this matter, but the overwhelming promotion from Jia Yi in recent days made it impossible for him to remain indifferent. He could clearly see that the production level showcased in that preview was far from ordinary. If they didn't act promptly, the consequences would be dire. I suggest we immediately rerun a past popular series to secure our viewer base. Once the new drama is completed, we can adjust the schedule. The general manager stood up and said, previously when Jia Yi had just released their promotion, Shaw Yifu had ordered an urgent preparation for a new drama to counter it, but the filming progress couldn't catch up to a release within a week. If this week was left unattended, Jia Yi would likely firmly capture the audience with Shanghai Bund. This was something he absolutely could not allow to happen. For now, we can only do it this way. You quickly select a well-reviewed old drama for rerun preparation. Shaw Yifu nodded. After a brief pause, he asked, what about Li's side? Any recent developments? He didn't believe that Li would remain unresponsive to Jia Yi TV's promotion. TVB might not want to see Jia Yi rise, but Li's side definitely wouldn't wish to see that either. After all, TVB had operated in Shangyang for many years and already had a stable viewer base. In contrast, Li's situation was different, with fluctuating ratings for a long time until the last 2 years when a few popular dramas barely stabilized their footing. With Jia Yi's sudden emergence, Shaw Yifu knew the other party would treat it as a serious threat. Those viewers they had painstakingly regained would not want to be taken away again. For this reason, he had posed that question. Li is also filming a new drama. I heard it's a war theme. The plot is still unclear, but it has already started, likely set to launch simultaneously with us. TVB's general manager responded. Good, let's settle on that. You all continue to think of ways to prevent Jia Yi from becoming an overnight success, catching us off guard. Also, thoroughly study Jia Yi's promotional strategies. I must say this young man truly understands marketing, or his ideas are endless. With that, Shaw Yifu stood up and left the conference room. At the same time, Li's television headquarters was also urgently deploying strategies to counter Jia Yi's new drama airing tonight. Old Mai, is the drama prepared to counter tonight's offensive ready? General Manager Huang Shizhao asked. Rest assured, everything is ready. Once our new drama airs, I am confident we can make Jia Yi taste some bitterness. My Dangxiang's tone was firm. Very good. Any movements from TVB? They are moving faster than us, already rushing to produce a new drama expected to air within a week. As for how to counter Jia Yi tonight, there is still no concrete news. However, we have learned that TVB is holding an emergency meeting, so they probably won't sit idly by. The assistant reported. All right, we can only focus on ourselves and do our best to retain the audience. Jia Yi's move was unexpected, and this young boss should not be underestimated. Huang Shizhao sighed softly. Li Chang'an was unaware that his new drama's premiere tonight had put the other two companies on high alert. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. Once Shanghai Bund was launched, there were only a handful of works in the history of Shangyang television dramas that could match it. Therefore, no matter how the other side countered, he remained unmoved. His confidence in this drama was as solid as a rock. At 6:55 p.m. At this moment, countless families in Shangyang were gathered around the dining table, finishing a day's work and enjoying a moment of peace. Quick switch to Jia Yi TV. Shanghai Bund is about to start. A worker had just come in and urged his family. Hurry up, change the channel. Shanghai Bund is about to premiere. Dad, come down quickly. The show is starting. On the streets and alleys of Shangyang, there is a peculiar quietness permeating the air. People pause their activities, gathering in front of the screens, as if drawn by some invisible force. A series titled Shanghai Bund has already seeped into the lives of every household through word of mouth. As evening falls, every home lights up and the television becomes the sole center of attention. Countless families sit together, their eyes glued to the screen, waiting for that familiar opening. This city, with a population of over 5 million, has transformed into a modern metropolis since the economic boom of the 1970s. By the end of 1978, television was no longer a rare commodity. Even families that had yet to purchase a set would rush to the square or a neighbor's house, unwilling to miss a moment. As the clock strikes 7, it seems as if the entire city simultaneously presses the play button. If one were to walk through the streets and alleys, they would find nearly every television broadcasting programs from Jia Yi Television. The broadcast is timely, and Shanghai Bund unfolds as the prelude begins. Waves crashing, waves flowing. In just the first few seconds, the figure of Fa Gu appears along with the melody, sending a jolt of excitement through countless viewers. Who is this person? So charismatic. He is Zhou Ruanfa. He played a few minor roles before. Don't speak it starting. The first episode is tightly paced with intense plot twists that instantly capture the audience's hearts. Meanwhile, in the control room of Jia Television, all the executives gather holding their breath in anticipation. Chairman General Manager SRG has sent over the preliminary data. A technician bursts into the conference room clutching a report in hand. Read it. Li Chang'an sits calmly, his expression nonchalant. He already anticipated that if this drama fails to explode in popularity, there may never be another work to do so. 6.3 rating at 6 o'clock rising to 10. 6 at 6:30 and reaching 45. 68 at 7 o'clock. As the words fall, the room erupts in uproar. What did you say? Liang Shuyi stands up abruptly, disbelief in her eyes. The accurate figure is 45. 68, nearly half of the registered users tuned in for the premiere. Upon confirmation, everyone falls into a brief silence. The previous record for Jia Yi was merely 38. Yet the first episode has exceeded 45, an unprecedented feat. Liang, did we actually do it? Suku stands to the side, his hands trembling slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. It's too early to declare success. We need to wait for the second episode's data. If we can stabilize the ratings, then we will have truly established our footing. Yes. A cheer erupts in the room, and everyone exchanges smiles, their faces beaming with uncontainable joy. Suke's emotions are nearly boiling over his eyes, sparkling with barely contained excitement. Jia Television operates on a performance-based bonus system. As a director, if the work becomes a hit, his income will be substantial. Thinking of this, he trembles uncontrollably, his cheeks flushing as if intoxicated. In the entire room, only Li Chang'an remains composed. He knows well that the current ratings are merely the prologue. By the time Shanghai Bund reaches its conclusion, the average rating will surpass 71. A fact that is already predetermined. To achieve such an average, the peak must undoubtedly soar above 80 or perhaps even approach 90 to be possible. This drama is a ratings myth in the present Xiangjiang. This is not about artistic standards, but rather the real choices made by the audience with their remote controls. Looking back, only works like Chenjin Hua Yuanjiajing Wu Men, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and Chu Liuxiang can stand alongside it in terms of influence. Chairman, with such high ratings, why are you showing no reaction? Liang Shuyi glances at Li Chang'an, who sits quietly on the sofa, staring at the screen, unable to hold back her words. There's no rush. I have confidence in this drama. It won't be too late to celebrate once it crosses 70. His tone is calm, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. But these words strike the others like a thunderclap. 70. Everyone is stunned, even Liang Shuyi is momentarily speechless. Just wait and see. Li Chang'an remains unfazed. Suku, however, breathes rapidly, his chest heaving violently. If he truly had a heart condition, he would likely have collapsed by now. Time quietly passes. In countless living rooms, people are firmly captivated by the plot, completely immersed. As the climax intensifies, waves crashing, waves flowing, the first episode abruptly halts. What the hell? What is Jia Television doing? How can it end here so soon? Hurry, keep playing. Countless families erupt in furious shouts and complaints, their curses surging like a tide. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Jia Television, all the management members suddenly begin to sneeze in unison, as if collectively afflicted by some curse. What's going on? Are we all catching a cold? Liang Shuyi rubs her nose in confusion. Hearing this, Li Chang'an laughs heartily. Ha ha ha, that's the audience cursing at you. The most exciting part just stopped. Who else would they curse if not you? The others exchange glances, rolling their eyes, yet they cannot deny the truth in his words. At TVB headquarters, Xiao Yifu slowly removes his glasses after watching an episode, leaning back against his chair in despair. We lost. We can't stop this battle. Hold on, he pauses, turning to his subordinates. Immediately hold a meeting. Let's plan a similar drama quickly. First call SRG and check their ratings data. Knowing the situation is dire, he still wants to see that number with his own eyes. Li Television is equally enshrouded in silence. The momentum of this drama cannot be stopped. Let TVB worry about it. Hold my contact SRG, check their ratings data, and see if we can surpass the record set by TVB. Understood, General Manager. 5 minutes pass. Jia Television swiftly obtains the latest ratings statistics. As the technician hands over the report, everyone in the conference room stares at those figures, speechless. Then cheers erupt from the conference room, the noise so loud it can be heard around the corner. TVB receives the news almost simultaneously. Chairman Jia Yi's ratings are. Why the hesitation? Speak clearly. Xiao Yifu furrows his brow, his tone stern. A peak of 62, with an average of 53. The entire conference room falls silent in an instant, as if the mute button has been pressed. Li Des side is not faring much better. When the ratings data arrives, everyone is stunned, left speechless for a long time. Huang Shijiao stands by the window, whispering the situation has changed. Under the watchful eyes of all, the second episode officially airs. The first episode of Shanghai Bund has already set astonishing records of 62, 75 peak and 53, 42 average. As this number emerges, it is akin to reaching the summit unmatched by anyone. The original competitive mindset between TVB and Li quietly crumbles at this moment. However, they have not completely given up. An internal emergency meeting is held, and the analysis suggests that the high ratings may stem from prior promotional hype. The real test lies in whether the second episode can retain the audience. Thus, when the second episode aired, they were even more anxious than Jia Yi. 5 minutes into the broadcast, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. For the television station, the first 5 minutes determined the audience retention rate. If the data remains stable or rises, it means the series has truly captured the audience's heart. Liang Shui has been deeply involved in the television industry for 10 years and has never produced a work with a viewership rating exceeding 50. Now, with the premiere hitting a peak of 62, her heart was already in turmoil, difficult to calm. Here it comes. Chairman General Manager, the latest data has arrived. Technical staff rushed into the room. Liang Shui quickly stepped forward to take it. Yes. She suddenly jumped up, raising her arms high. Su Ku and others immediately surrounded her, eager to see the report filled with numbers. Great, great. The room erupted into cheers, emotions surging like a tide. Upon seeing this scene, bystanders knew that the viewership results must be astonishing, but the specific numbers had yet to be revealed. Congratulations to director Su Ku, congratulations to all the creators. The viewership rating for the second episode of Shanghai Bund is 65, 62. Liang Shui stood in the center of the crowd, her voice clear. Our series has stabilized and is still climbing. Applause thundered like a storm. Su Ku lowered his head, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. No one spoke, nor did anyone stare at him for too long, but the excitement was already written all over his face. A director moving countless families with their work, such moments are indeed worth shedding tears. As fellow creators, other directors felt a mix of emotions. Who doesn't long for a work with a viewership exceeding 50? It represents not just honor, but also a symbol of industry status. Now Su Ku has achieved its soaring high, and his name will be remembered in the history of television in Shangjiang. Yang Fan stood in the corner, hands in his pockets, with a complex expression. He was once the top director at the station, and this opportunity should have been his. Liang Shui had let him choose the script first, but he chose another historical drama, missing out on Shanghai Bund. Later, the remaining scripts were decided by drawing lots, and Su Ku won the top prize. Now the results were laid out before him, everything settled. Shanghai Bund was on a rampage, and anyone could see it would break records. It's still too early to celebrate. Li Chang'an suddenly spoke, his tone calm, yet impossible to ignore. The room fell silent. Only then did everyone recall the goal he had previously set: viewership must exceed 70. This number loomed like a mountain ahead, making people both nervous and excited. He turned to Yang Fan. Your Chu Liuxiang must hurry up with the progress. I'll approve your budget. I want data that doesn't fall short of Shanghai Bund. Then his gaze shifted to Gao Xiong. Variety shows are the foundation of our future. TV dramas may fade away, but variety shows can remain evergreen. The program you hold is the project I value the most. As these words were spoken, the air changed. The previous envy dissipated, replaced by new expectations. Especially for Gao Xiong, this young director, who had just entered the industry, his heart raced. He had originally thought it was lucky to take over this program, but he never expected the chairman to value it so highly. Even more unexpectedly, this heavy responsibility was not given to a veteran but fell on his shoulders. Chairman, I will give it my all. Gao Xiong's voice trembled, but it was incredibly firm. He knew this was not an ordinary opportunity, but a trust being bestowed upon him. Jiayi Television did not underestimate him for being a newcomer, nor did they replace him halfway. This showed that what mattered here was truly ability and loyalty. From this moment on, his heart completely belonged to this television station. The atmosphere inside was warm, an orderly hope burning in everyone's eyes. TVB and Li's atmosphere felt particularly cold. Originally expecting Jia Yi to be a fleeting star quickly fading, everyone was stunned when the viewership data for the second episode came back. In TVB's conference room, Xiao Yifu did not appear, and the meeting was hosted by the general manager instead. We cannot stop this series, he said softly. Now we can only think of ways to retain the audience with our upcoming works. A drama that breaks through 60% in viewership is almost impossible to suppress with high-quality content from competing organizations. Even if they forcefully arrange strong programs to compete, it would be tantamount to wasting their own resources. This approach is like mutually assured destruction, not worth the loss. Television stations usually only dare to directly confront each other when a competitor's new drama has viewership below 30%. Now that Jia Yi has reached a height of over 60%, the outcome is no longer in question. Even if there were a chance of winning, Xiao Yifu would not be willing to risk a fine product. Li's situation was equally grim. Huang Shijiao had already given up on the idea of countering after hearing the response to Jia Yi's new drama. He only hoped this drama would finish airing soon so his station could quickly release new content and regather the audience. Where did this script come from? It's astonishing. By the second episode, it has already surpassed 60%. If it continues airing, it might even break 80%. My Tangxiong's tone was filled with shock. This number far exceeds any previous record. Even Jia Yi's broadcasts of the legend of the Condor Heroes and the return of the Condor Heroes did not reach such heights. Its popularity is due to the protagonists being crafted so accurately, capturing attention and vividly restoring the social landscape of that era. Someone responded, "Old to you overlook one point. The story itself is too captivating. The theme of Shanghai inherently carries heat, and many families in Shanjiang come from the mainland resonating emotionally. Releasing such a drama at this time combined with various factors makes it hard not to explode." Huang Shijiao summarized. "Enough talk, everyone should keep a close eye on the details of this drama. We need to produce a work that does not fall short of it." Time passed day by day. The second episode had already aired. Jia Yi adopted a double update model, with a total of 25 episodes expected to finish airing within 12 days. 12 days later, Chu Liuxiang would take over the schedule. To maintain momentum, Li Chang'an would inevitably have the team prepare more new dramas simultaneously. Soon, the final viewership ratings for the first 2 episodes of Shanghai Bund were released. When the news reached Jia Yi, everyone gasped after reviewing the data. Li Chang'an's prediction came true. After the second episode aired, the viewership peaked at 69.86, just shy of the 70 set by Chairman Li. This number shocked everyone, making them feel as if they were dreaming. 70% of the audience watching a single drama sounds like a plot from a novel. The next morning, Jia Yi Television's Shanghai Bund created a stir throughout the city. Whether at street corner tea houses or neighborhood alleys, people were talking about this drama. "Xiaoxian, did you watch Shanghai Bund last night?" Su Wenxiang was simply too handsome to describe. "Of course I watched it. I was completely captivated by him. Ding Li is also great, he has a masculine charm. They're all good, but who can compare to Su Wenxiang?" Su Wenxiang became a hot term on the streets, sweeping across Xiangjiang like a gust of wind. A large number of citizens surged in front of the Jia Yi Television building, not to protest but to catch a glimpse of their idol. Zhou Ruinfa. Fa Gu experienced for the first time what it meant to have a crowd of thousands so frightened that he didn't even dare to step outside. "Ha ha ha, Fa Zai, you are now the most popular person in the entire harbor." Director Suka laughed as he patted his shoulder quickly. "Get ready, let's take the back door to the film set." Shanghai Bund has not yet wrapped up. There are still 10 episodes left to shoot. Due to other film crews temporarily using the location, production was halted for 2 days, but today it resumes. "Director, please don't make fun of me." Zhou Ruinfa smiled bitterly and shook his head. The fans surrounding him were not the worst of it. A greater storm was coming from the media. Last night's viewership data was quickly grasped by major newspapers. Once the news was released, it instantly ignited public opinion. The morning papers all featured front-page reports on the phenomenon of Shanghai Bund. The Ta Kung Pao, a masterpiece, is born. A series depicting the tumult of old Shanghai has ignited the passion of the entire city. Viewers unanimously praise it as the best television drama in recent years. Gang conflicts and love-hate entanglements under the protagonist's charming appearance and superb acting have sparked such a fervent response, which is truly rare. Ming Pao, I have been following Shanghai Bund continuously. The plot is tight, the characters are well-rounded, and each actor delivers an outstanding performance. Its success is by no means coincidental. Sing Tao Daily, in the realm of martial arts with swift vengeance, Shanghai Bund touches the heart with its blood-stirring stories. The scene of Su Wenxiang meeting Feng Chengcheng for the first time has become iconic. The Su Wenxiang in a black top hat, trench coat, and white gloves, along with the Feng Chengcheng with braided hair, have both left a deep impression. Other characters also shine in their own right, making the entire drama a masterpiece. Xinhua Daily, Financial News, Oriental Daily, Sydney Daily, hundreds of newspapers across the harbor have uniformly given high praise. Such a grand occasion is unprecedented. Li Chang'an sat in his office, unconcerned about the storms outside. Everything was within his expectations. Suddenly 3 batches of visitors arrived, one after another, coming so swiftly that even he was caught off guard. Chairman Li, to be honest, if it weren't for the interference of Xian Shell and Xan Xing back then, our cooperation would never have gone awry. This time our boss has personally given the order. We will no longer have dealings with those 2 companies. We sincerely wish to collaborate with Chang'an Electric for the long term. That's right, Chairman Li, you know well that at that time we were also powerless. Please show mercy and let us start anew. I have known your father for over 10 years. Alas, it is truly regrettable. Li Chang'an listened to these words, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. People in the capital market indeed can say anything with heartfelt sincerity. Their skins are as thick as reinforced concrete. These three are distributors who had cooperated with his father years ago. One from Shawan, another from Singapore, and the last from the Asen region. You all have worked with my father for many years as Manager Zhuang has already described the past to me in detail. Since we are all old acquaintances, I am willing to restart our cooperative relationship. As soon as he finished speaking, joy appeared on the faces of the three. However, before their smiles could fully unfold, their expressions suddenly turned grave. Li Chang'an's next words felt like a wall blocking their way. However, the company now has new rules that must be clarified first. Firstly, the cooperation model has changed. It is no longer simply taking goods for sale. Secondly, anyone purchasing from Chang'an Electric must first obtain regional agency rights and meet the specified purchase volume. Thirdly, distributors are classified into levels with the level determining the purchase price. Fourthly, the agency rights are divided into 3 levels from level 1 to level 3 with discounts ranging from 50% to 70%. Let me give you an example. If you are a level 3 agent, the sales rights in your city belong exclusively to you. Any customer purchasing our products within that area will be priced and delivered by you. The company will no longer take orders. Level 2 agents cover an entire province or state, and all sales affairs within the jurisdiction are under your control. No one else can intervene, and the company will not interfere. Level 1 agents oversee larger regions, managing all subordinate agents. The payments for goods and agency fees are all handled by you. Oh! As the plan was presented, the three immediately fell into silence, each repeatedly calculating the pros and cons in their minds. Li Chang'an took over the optimized plan from Zhuang Shiqiang, unable to hide his joy. This plan far exceeded expectations. Not only could it yield considerable profits from regional distribution rights, but it could also ensure that partners continuously pushed product sales, benefiting both parties. He made precise divisions in the agency levels, with level 1 agency rights priced differently based on regional differences. For economically developed areas like the United States, obtaining level 1 agency qualification costs at least $100 million. In contrast, areas like Shawan are controlled at around 100 million Hong Kong dollars. If the price is raised any further, it is likely that no one would be willing to take it on. After a moment of silence in the room, the businessmen's eyes gradually lit up. They had understood the enormous business opportunity contained within, and their expressions revealed the fluctuations in their hearts. Li Chang'an observed this, but said nothing more. Chairman Li, I would like to know the specific cost to secure the level 1 agency rights for Shawan. A businessman from Shawan spoke up to inquire. Although Shawan is not large in area, it is economically vibrant with strong purchasing power and a considerable population base. Manager He, our pricing for that region is 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Chang'an replied calmly. 100 million. The other party blurted out, a thought flashing through their mind. This is simply daylight robbery. Manager He, please don't rush. Let me finish. Li Chang'an's expression was calm. Firstly, every electrical appliance our company launches is a generation ahead of the current market. You all know this. Secondly, do you think 100 million is high? But think about how many districts and stores can be covered in Shawan. The speed of return on investment will be far quicker than you imagine, even possibly exceeding expectations. Thirdly, we supply you at 50% of the cost, and as for the local selling price, we will not interfere. More importantly, all subordinate agents within Shawan must purchase through you. Under such conditions, do you still think 100 million is expensive? His tone was firm but not aggressive. He knew these people would come back. Even if they did not sign this time, once the product gained fame in the United States, naturally more people would come seeking them out. Sure enough, after the 3 groups of guests left, they did not go far. The next day, they stepped into Li Chang'an's office once again. After a night of calculations and discussions, they confirmed the feasibility of this model. What attracted them most was the autonomy in pricing and control over cash flow. All the purchase funds from subordinate agents in the region would flow into their hands. The profit margin was substantial, making it hard to ignore. This time, their eyes reflected determination. After much deliberation and repeated discussions, they finally made up their minds to place a bet. They believed that Chang'an Group's products were more than capable of maintaining a leading position in the electrical appliance market for the long term. As long as the direction is correct, future profits will flow continuously. Compared to the previous scattered agency model, the current scale is evidently more attractive. Who does not yearn to elevate their career to greater heights? The opportunity lies before them now. If they do not strive hard for it, how could they possibly touch success? Even if the outcome does not meet expectations, at most they would lose 100 million, a sum that is not enough to shake their foundation. Mr. Li, Chairman, could the fee for the distribution agency rights be lowered further? I've consulted with our senior management. We're prepared to sign immediately at 50 million yuan. Though cooperation was nearly assured, merchants from Shawan continued pressing for a lower price. Every saved dollar counted. Manager He, I sincerely regret to say this figure is our absolute floor. I pledge my personal reputation on it. You need only wait and see. Very soon you'll realize how astutely you seized this agency right today. I can candidly inform you all that our product has already secured an agreement with the largest electrical appliance distributor in the United States. Within half a month, it will launch locally and ignite an unprecedented sales surge. By then, prospective partners will flood our headquarters clamoring for collaboration. I shall allocate regional agency rights exclusively through competitive auction. When that day arrives, do you truly believe you'll still secure these rights at today's price? A few well-chosen words left the opposition speechless. The three representatives exchanged glances, then could only sigh wryly and accept reality. Very well, we'll trust Chairman Li this once. We hope you won't disappoint us. In the end, the electrical appliance merchants of Shaowan agreed to the deal, securing the regional master agency for 100 million yuan. As for the Indian subcontinent, vast in territory and populace, Li Chang'an set the price at 300 million yuan. Though immense by local standards, the sum was accepted with gritted teeth, given the region's extraordinary market potential. Singapore followed suit, closing the deal at 100 million Hong Kong dollars, thereby transferring full agency rights smoothly. An hour later, all three parties departed fully satisfied. At parting, Li Chang'an voluntarily shared strategic insights on market promotion. After all, robust sales by agents directly fueled sustained growth in factory output. Within a single morning, and without investing a single cent, Li Chang'an saw 500 million Hong Kong dollars deposited into his account. Such velocity of wealth creation defied imagination, pure profit unburdened by capital outlay. Back in his office, he laughed heartily across the desk from Zhuang Shiqiang, elation unrestrained. General Manager Zhuang, your strategy is truly brilliant. The world is vast. Agency fees alone across countless regions promise staggering returns in the years ahead. Li Chang'an's joy was palpable. Unbeknownst to him, his personal net worth had already surged past 1 billion yuan. Yet even this fortune remained insufficient to underpin the grand vision taking shape in his mind. Still, certain enterprises were indispensable to his long-term ascent, and now was the perfect moment to begin laying the groundwork. Telecommunications firms, power utilities. These were assets he intended to claim without compromise. Young Master Li, you flatter me excessively. This plan succeeded only because our appliances captured market favor. Ultimately, it is the foundation you built that made it possible. Zhuang Shiqiang spoke with genuine humility. Haha, General Manager Zhuang. Since when have you mastered such modest rhetoric? Li Chang'an replied, laughing warmly. Enough banter. Go ahead and register those companies. We're flush with capital now, it's time to expand into new domains. Li Chang'an handed over a document listing every enterprise slated for incorporation. Once Zhuang Shiqiang departed, he rose, took another dossier, and strode toward the Far East Exchange. With capital now at his command, his next moves could accelerate dramatically. Unaware of it, 10 figures sat cloistered together inside a VIP box at the Hong Kong Happy Valley racecourse. Each commanded influence capable of reshaping Hong Kong's entire business landscape. The four shipping magnates were present: Li Ka-shing, Kwok Tak-sang, Li Zhaoji, and Feng Jingxi. Alongside Zheng Yutong and their host Mr. Ho, they formed Hong Kong's most clandestine circle of tycoons. Unknown to the public, rarely seen together, and almost never convened as a group. Yet whenever they assembled, seismic shifts inevitably followed. I've summoned you all today on urgent, weighty matters. Please recall the solemn covenant we swore upon founding this circle. Brother Bao, everyone's here. Speak plainly. Ho's voice resonated with calm authority, the sole figure among them entrusted to steer consensus. Indeed, this sudden summons startled me. I feared some crisis had erupted. Zhang Yutong remarked, faint displeasure edging her tone. Patience. Perhaps a truly momentous move is underway. Li Zhaoji added with a light chuckle. Bao Yugong showed no irritation. Decades of camaraderie had taught him each man's temperament. My apologies for the abrupt interruption. But I bear momentous news, one destined to alter Hong Kong's entire commercial equilibrium. I have resolved to go ashore. An agreement has been reached with Shun Bai of HSBC Bank. I shall mount a full-scale bid for the Kowloon Canton Railway Corporation KCRC. Should this endeavor inadvertently encroach upon any of your interests, I ask your forbearance. Silence fell. Then Li Ka-shing, seated quietly in the corner, stiffened visibly. His own meticulously crafted KCRC strategy had just been preempted. The normally unflappable Tycoon faltered, momentarily speechless. Others registered surprise, but no immediate threat to their stakes. What stunned them was Bao Yugong's audacity, challenging a cornerstone asset of the foreign trading houses, backed by HSBC's top executive. A chill breeze seemed to ripple through the room. Faces tightened, beneath composed exteriors minds churned. Bao Yugong stepping ashore signaled tectonic realignment. A titan with unparalleled capital entering the arena would inevitably unleash turbulence. Old Bao, if you go ashore, who'll helm worldwide shipping? Zhao Zongyan asked. The shipping magnate's voice betrayed quiet calculation veiled beneath concern. I know precisely what you're calculating, Bao Yugong replied coolly. We'll discuss it later. His gaze swept the room, voice steady. What's been said here today must remain sealed within these walls. I seek no assistance. Only your non-interference. No one stirred. Bao Yugong's reputation, his staggering financial might, and the sheer audacity of targeting foreign house assets placed this venture beyond most men's reach. Rest assured, Brother Bao. We sail the same sea, share the same fate. This matter will not leak, nor will anyone disrupt it. One voice paused, then shifted tone. There's another matter I wish to raise with you all. Since we stand aboard the same vessel, let us not quarrel over petty gains. The property market runs deep and treacherous. Step back and the path ahead widens. Though Ho named no names, several property titans at the table understood instantly. Though their leader, he held no formal authority. His influence rested solely on reason, unity, and shared ambition. Brother Bao, please wait. After the meeting dispersed, Li Chang'an hurried after Bao Yugong. Having laid meticulous groundwork for KCRC, he refused to cede ground without a fight. Internally, he'd already resolved if negotiation failed, he'd confront the issue head-on, even at the cost of rupturing relations. Mr. Li, what's the urgency? Brother Bao, may I borrow a quiet space? A matter of grave importance requires discussion. Li Chang'an's expression turned grave. Bao Yugong paused, considered, and nodded assent. They proceeded to HSBC Bank. Li Chang'an instructed his group's general manager to retrieve the KCRC shareholding documents, then led Bao Yugong directly to Shanbai. He knew well Bao Yugong's entry into this contest could only mean one thing: Shanbai's backing. Only by compelling Shanbai to acknowledge that the Whampoa dockyard was Li Chang'an's prior target could the storm possibly subside. He had no desire to oppose Y.K. Pao. The other party possessed formidable capital and a sprawling industrial empire. Should hostilities erupt, he alone would bear the losses. Negotiation, whenever feasible, was the wisest course, avoiding direct confrontation at all costs. Mr. Li, you've remained silent all this way. What matter could be so urgent? Y.K. Pao finally spoke, his tone steady. We've weathered decades of storms. Even the gravest crisis must be borne. The shipping magnate's voice remained calm. Beside him, Shanbai, chief executive of HSBC, gave a slight affirming nod. Mr. Shanbai, Mr. Pao, please review this dossier first. Li Chang'an withdrew a single sheet from his file folder, clearly detailing his current stake in the Whampoa dockyard. What? The composure vanished instantly from Y.K. Pao's face, replaced by unmistakable shock. Ever since witnessing Li Chang'an's extraordinary profits in industry, he had quietly resolved to withdraw from his existing sector and seek a new foundation. Over recent weeks, he had repeatedly consulted with Shanbai on strategic realignment, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the Whampoa dockyard, long undervalued by the market. Yet now Li Chang'an had already moved with stealth, holding 12% of its equity. The revelation struck like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly unprepared. Mr. Li, this. A bitter ache welled within Y.K. Pao. He had scarcely seized a perfect opportunity, only to find himself walking straight into an opponent's meticulously laid trap. Mr. Pao, my sincerest apologies, Li Chang'an replied, unruffled. The Whampoa dockyard holds exceptional significance for Chung Kong Holdings. He fully grasped the asset's intrinsic worth, especially after learning of the vast tracts of prime land concealed beneath it, and immediately launched a covert acquisition campaign. To prevent leaks, every step was executed with extreme discretion, progressed deliberately slow, so that even the current 12% stake represented a painstaking, methodical advance. Ah! Y.K. Pao sighed softly, brows deeply furrowed. After a pause, he lifted his gaze and met Li Chang'an's eyes directly. Mr. Li, might I ask a personal favor? I understand how vital the Whampoa dockyard is to you, yet you have already secured firm footing on shore, while I at this very moment desperately need a springboard. Might you cede a portion of your stake to help me cross this threshold? You may rest assured Y.K. Pao gives his word. I shall exert every effort to secure for you another foreign trading house, or any enterprise you set your sights upon. This requires no concealment. We have conducted thorough due diligence with Mr. Shen. Today, the 4 major foreign houses hold fragmented ownership. With precise execution, the opportunity is immense. And with HSBC standing firmly beside us, we shall certainly secure far more favorable resources for you in the future. As for me, the situation is acute. I urgently require a foothold. The Whampoa dockyard is the ideal choice. Other prospects, though promising, demand too much time. I simply cannot wait. His tone was earnest, urgency flickered in his eyes. He dared not miss this turning point. Should he falter, who knew when another chance would arise? His drive to transform stemmed not solely from Li Chang'an's influence, but from utter disillusionment with the shipping industry's bleak horizon. The market's persistent lethargy gnawed at his peace of mind. Each passing day felt like slow torment. Mr. Pao, you. Li Chang'an's brow tightened as inner conflict surged. The Whampoa dockyard was too rich a prize to relinquish. but to cling to it stubbornly risked provoking both HSBC and the shipping magnate, plunging the situation into perilous complexity. Mr. Li, if you'll hear me out, perhaps yield the Whampoa dockyard to Mr. Pow. I pledge to you in return I shall deliver an enterprise of even greater magnitude. Never will you be disappointed. Shun Bai spoke slowly, his voice resolute. He understood why K. Pow's predicament, and held deep respect for the man, making him naturally inclined to intervene. Simultaneously, he recognized Li Chang'an's foresight and meticulous intellect. He was no stranger to grand strategy, thus justifying this candid intervention. At these words, Li Chang'an fell silent, lost in contemplation. Minutes ticked by. Over 10 elapsed in absolute stillness, undisturbed. He knew this was not merely a transaction of interests but a test of vision and stature. If he could not endure even a brief moment of restraint, how could he ever earn genuine concession from others? After more than 10 minutes he raised his head, his gaze clear and unwavering. Very well. I accept. I will cede the Whampoa dockyard to Mr. Pow. Yet should I later set my sights on another enterprise, I trust both of you will extend your full support. His words were crisp, decisive, no hesitation, no equivocation. In that profound silence he had already charted a far deeper course. Surrendering the Whampoa dockyard was no retreat. It was the opening move in a far grander design. Just days earlier he had learned critical intelligence a British firm was preparing to divest its core Hong Kong assets. That was the true prize he intended to claim. This strategic withdrawal paradoxically brought him squarely into HSBC's field of vision. To be regarded by the bank as an ally carried weight far surpassing any immediate gain or loss. HSBC's influence in Hong Kong was paramount, capable of shaping tides across the entire commercial sea. Today's alliance was in truth tomorrow's launchpad. In less than 15 minutes, Li Chang'an had mapped out his decade-long strategy. Such depth of thought, such breadth of ambition. Few could fathom. Ha ha ha. Magnificent. Truly Mr. Li possesses unmatched audacity. Why? K. Pow laughed heartily. Rest assured, Mr. Shun Bai and I shall render you our fullest support. Moreover, I shall acquire your Whampoa dockyard shares at double the market price. Not a single cent shall you forfeit. Why? K. Pow's spirits soared. With this single maneuver, he secured 12%, combined with HSBC's 15%, totaling 27%. Control over the Whampoa dockyard now lay within reach. Yet he refrained from announcing a full takeover. Though speed was possible, the cost would be prohibitively steep. In capital warfare, victory lies not in haste, but in precision, timing, and cost efficiency. He sought surgical accuracy, not reckless expenditure. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an stood within the Far East Exchange. Hidafu, you've moved swiftly indeed. Just days and already 15%. Impressive. A light smile played upon Li Chang'an's lips as he added, his tone buoyant. At this pace, by the time Mr. Pow initiates his bid for the Whampoa dockyard, my stake may well exceed 40%. He calculated inwardly, should that moment arrive, he would pay HSBC a visit, to speak with Shun Bai directly, and seek to acquire the bank's holdings in the Whampoa dockyard as well. Once secured, the Whampoa dockyard promised boundless potential, sufficient to propel him forward with unprecedented momentum across the commercial seas. Young Master Li, I sense something amiss. Indeed, Hidafu replied. Someone is quietly accumulating shares. Exquisitely discreet, like a young lady savoring her meal bite by delicate bite. What did you say? Li Chang'an paused, turning sharply toward him. You've also detected someone secretly acquiring stock. Precisely. Hidafu nodded. Their caution is extreme, but having monitored the Whampoa dockyard closely, I discerned faint traces of their activity. For this extended period they have purchased only, never sold. If they are not pursuing the same strategic positioning as we are, could they truly be ordinary retail investors merely waiting for prices to rise? Li Chang'an immediately envisioned a person in his mind. Li Chang'an. Who else could have started laying the groundwork for the Geelong warehouse so early? His opinion of Hidafu quietly changed. This person is observant enough to capture even such subtle actions truly worthy of further use. Dafu, do a good job. Li Chang'an spoke firmly. We are not far from our goal. Once the matter is accomplished, a generous reward will be yours. Also, besides continuing to acquire stocks of the Geelong warehouse, help me keep an eye on these two stocks. You can determine the price as long as it doesn't exceed 10% of the market price. If it goes higher, ask me first. Furthermore, pay attention to the stock price of He Jiang Hang. Record the fluctuations daily and notify me immediately if there are significant changes. He was aware that the true crisis of He Jiang Hang wouldn't erupt until mid-next year, with signs only beginning to appear early in the year, but proactive defense is never a mistake. Past data may not be completely reliable, or who knows if hidden changes are brewing. Understood, young Master Li, Hidafu replied. Earlier I asked you to find a few reliable helpers. How's the progress? Li Chang'an inquired. One person is indeed too busy. Don't worry, I will cover all expenses. As long as you get the job done, you won't be shortchanged. After all, there will be more actions in the stock market in the future, so cultivating a team in advance is essential to avoid hasty decisions. I'm already looking for them, Hidafu responded. I tried 2 before, but they didn't seem reliable, so I didn't use them. However, rest assured 2 more will come in for interviews this afternoon, and I'll arrange everything. Good. Li Chang'an nodded. Then I will take my leave first. Saying this, he took out a check worth 100 million from his pocket and handed it over. This is a check from HSBC. Keep it safe and deposit it into the account. Before leaving, he casually greeted the 2 men standing beside him. Dashin Xiao Jie, thank you for your hard work. I will leave first. Boss, take care. The 2 replied in unison. Li Chang'an nodded slightly and turned to leave. After leaving the stock exchange, the image of Anren emerged in his mind. It had been a long time since they last met. He knew in his heart that she had helped him before, and that he had promised her his expectations. The warmth of human feelings should not be forgotten with the passage of time. He glanced at his watch. It was just noon. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Zhao Feng, go to HSBC. Understood, boss. Wait, stop by the flower shop first. He knew that girls always liked a little surprise. A bouquet of flowers meant nothing but could brighten someone's mood. After such a long time without contact, he also sensed a hint of guilt. On the way, he suddenly asked, any news from the private detective? Boss, there is indeed none, Zhao Feng replied. That day, he said that he had checked all the people named Liang Xinru in Xiangjiang and found no suitable candidates. There were about 10 people from the mainland, all older. There was only 1 person close in age, but their physique differed too much from your description. Li Chang'an fell silent for a moment. That name had long been buried deep in his heart. He was not obsessed with old feelings. He simply wanted to understand why she had disappeared without a trace back then. But this city is as bustling as a dream, with light and shadow intertwining. Even he himself was quietly changing. In just 2 months, his mindset had already transformed. How could he expect her to wait in place? Forget it, let's leave it to fate. He said softly, if I can find her, it's fate. If not, I won't force it. If we really meet, I wouldn't even know where to start the conversation. The car smoothly stopped at the entrance of HSBC. Li Chang'an got out holding flowers and walked leisurely into the lobby. When a wealthy person sends flowers, others simply see it as elegance. If it were anyone else, it might be viewed as absurd. But he didn't care. He came today for just 1 person. Sir, may I ask what you want to handle? Before the receptionist could finish, Anren looked up and froze at the sight. Realizing it was Li Chang'an standing there with flowers, she instinctively covered her mouth. Her colleagues noticed the unusual scene and turned to look. Excuse me, sir, who are you looking for? Another staff member stepped forward to ask. Li Chang'an smiled. I'm here to see my girlfriend, thank you for your concern. He walked straight towards Anren and handed her the flowers. Would this beautiful lady care to join me for lunch? Her eyes instantly filled with tears. All the grievances, waiting, and suppressed emotions turned into tears at this moment. She grabbed the flowers, disregarding the surrounding gazes, and hurriedly stepped forward to embrace him tightly. There were no words, only the warmth of their embrace. She just wanted to linger for another second, immersing herself in his familiar scent. Don't be angry anymore, it's all my fault for being too busy and not coming to see you. Let's go, let's have a good meal. The commotion in the lobby had already attracted the attention of everyone inside. Who doesn't love to see something fresh? Just then the Boat King and Shun Bai walked out together, and the scene before them stunned them. Li Chang'an was actually being affectionate with a girl. Haha, mister. Shin, your company's employee is quite remarkable. Even Xiao Li is moved. Haha, isn't that so? The 2 exchanged smiles, their tone filled with teasing. But I still have to be on duty. It's my turn to work today. Anren spoke softly, her cheeks flushing. Go ahead. A voice suddenly rang out and everyone turned to look. Anren was startled. She quickly released Li Chang'an's hand, straightened her clothes, and respectfully said, Good afternoon, General Manager. The other party responded lightly. Xiao Li, we meet again. Shun Bai smiled. I didn't expect it to be in such a setting. Young people really have enough energy. The company has a lot of tasks, yet they still have the mind for romance, which is truly enviable. Bao Yugong chimed in with a smile. Since Li Chang'an rented his boat last time, their interactions had increased. Mr. Shin, Mr. Bao. Li Chang'an remained calm, showing no embarrassment at being caught. Liking someone does not require concealment. Go ahead, the beauty is waiting. Shun Bai lightly patted his shoulder. We'll talk again another day. After finishing, he turned and left with Bao Yugong. Li Chang'an smiled and looked at Anren. Did you hear that? The leader has already approved. What are you hesitating for? Anren bit her lip and nodded, allowing him to take her hand as they walked out of the HSBC building together. Behind them, colleagues watched the departing figures with envy in their eyes. Until the figures disappeared around the corner, she suddenly turned and rushed into the lobby, eager to share this exciting news. The ambience in the Western restaurant of Geelong Grand Hotel was soft and warm. Li Chang'an chose this place as a date naturally needed some romance. What would you like to eat? You can order. He handed over the menu. You decide. I'm fine with anything, Anren replied softly. He gazed at her. We aren't outsiders anymore. Please don't be so polite from now on, okay? She lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, gently agreeing, and then took the menu, ordering 3 dishes. In a few days, you can come work at my company. Li Chang'an said slowly, how about starting as my secretary? He knew he truly needed a reliable person by his side. Okay, she replied softly, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. Anren remained accustomed to relying on others to make decisions, obediently following Li Chang'an's arrangements, while Li Chang'an never considered making her independent. By the way, Anren, I want to send you back to school. What do you think? Li Chang'an asked. This was not a whim. As his business continued to expand, he would inevitably need reliable personnel to assist in management. Anren's gentle and pragmatic nature perfectly met his needs. As for Zhang Mali, with whom he had a brief relationship at the television station, Li Chang'an would never allow her to come even a step closer to his life. Such a woman was merely someone he could dismiss with money. Keeping her around would only bring trouble, like a bomb that could explode at any moment, not to mention bringing her home to meet people. He didn't want to witness petty jealousy playing out daily. In this new life, he only sought a life of ease and stability. As for life and death, he could deal with it later. In fact, Li Chang'an had long harbored a desire to personally meet Yi Deli Zhao Shizing and that charming Fan Lu. These individuals were truly worthy of his admiration. With a wife firmly seated at home, he could still enjoy freedom outside, especially now that he faced no constraints. A perfect opportunity to showcase his abilities. Where would I study? Anren asked softly. I'm fine as I am. I don't need to study anymore. She hurriedly declined. Li Chang'an did not back down. In the future, my business will expand to many cities. While I can't say it will be global, we will have a presence in major locations. At that time, I will need your help. His tone was sincere, causing Anren to momentarily freeze, unsure how to respond. But my parents might not agree. They are already under a lot of pressure, she said softly, a hint of difficulty evident on her face. You don't need to worry about that. Just tell them the company is sending you abroad for work. Rest assured, I will deposit money into their account every month. I will cover your tuition and living expenses entirely. You can also send some money home each month. They will surely agree. Li Chang'an stated firmly. After hearing these words, Anren began to waver. If this could truly happen, it would not only lessen her family's burden, but also support Li Chang'an while allowing her to complete her studies. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. Let me think it over. I will discuss it with my family and then let you know. She finally nodded. Okay, then come to my company to work tomorrow. Whether to pursue further studies can be discussed later. After seeing Anren off, Li Chang'an drove to the electronics factory to check on the research progress and to hand over the new product he had recently designed to the team. The factory had been operating round the clock, and although there was some inventory, it still fell short of demand, especially after just securing cooperation with 3 new regions. Once the partner stores completed their renovations, orders would surge, and the current production capacity would be far from sufficient. Expanding the factory was now an urgent matter, but the new site had yet to be determined, and it would take at least a few months to finalize. Chairman, you're here. Is Qin Ming here? Li Chang'an inquired. Chief Engineer Qin is in the small room testing new equipment. New equipment? Li Chang'an's heart stirred. Could it be that this guy had managed to produce the core components of the computer in just 2 days and had entered the experimental phase? He quickened his pace, pushed the door open, and indeed saw someone inside disassembling an old computer with the table cluttered with parts and wires busily engaged. Qin Ming, what are you working on? Chairman, what brings you here? I was just passing by and wanted to take a look. Li Chang'an observed the device he was fiddling with, his eyes gleaming with interest. You're just in time. We are trying to use the hardware of the existing machines to load our own program code to see if it can run. Li Chang'an was taken aback. Did they actually come up with this idea themselves? This method was something he frequently used in his previous world, validating self-developed programs with existing equipment which was highly efficient. He had intended to teach them slowly, but he didn't expect this group to have already taken the initiative to reach this step. Their insight was indeed astonishing. Have you tried it? What were the results? His tone was calm, yet his heart was already filled with anticipation. This process had been refined by him over decades. As long as it was executed correctly, it would not fail. The only variable was whether the operation was executed properly. Not yet, you came in just as we were about to start. Qin Ming smiled. We are now ready to initiate. Then let's get started. Li Chang'an leaned against the side, quietly observing. He wanted to see how far these people could go and what they could achieve without guidance. Please hold on. Half an hour later, the connections were established and the main unit started up. The familiar program logo slowly appeared on the screen, which was uniquely designed by Li Chang'an. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It worked. There was no need for him to intervene. They were able to reproduce to this extent solely based on the existing information, which was enough to prove their capabilities. Minutes passed. Qin Ming repeatedly verified the data and ultimately confirmed there were no errors, his voice slightly trembling. Chairman, we succeeded. Joy was written on everyone's faces. For them, nothing was more exhilarating than breaking through a technical bottleneck. Very good. Li Chang'an nodded. Without my guidance, you already understood to leverage existing platforms to advance research and development. Your thinking is clear. Qin Ming, since the hardware scheme has been validated, next gather all the parameter documentation. I will expedite the establishment of the factory and immediately enter the mass production phase. He also needed to send someone to country R. Globally, there are only a handful of places capable of producing this batch of precision components. Apart from Western Europe and the United States, only country R has a complete supply chain. Additionally, he would purchase a batch of industrial machinery locally. The portable music player he brought today could also serve as a reference sample to take along. Li Chang'an's factory did not yet have the equipment to produce portable music players. He must travel to country R to customize specialized machinery. Although he intended to delve into precision machinery technology, time was tight, making it difficult to immerse himself in in-depth research. If he could master this process, he would no longer need to purchase equipment from country R and could complete the entire manufacturing process himself. In the future, I must definitely acquire precision machinery technology. He silently resolved, otherwise I would have to go abroad for orders each time, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. After leaving the laboratory, he returned to the company and completed the design drawings for the new machinery in just 2 hours. He then notified the procurement department to set off for country R to order the components needed for the computer. Meanwhile, the issue of factory land was also pressing. Whether it's electronics, game consoles, computers, or portable music players, or the machine tool factory plan, for the future each project requires ample land support. We can't wait any longer. If necessary, we will go through an intermediary. Li Chang'an's tone was firm. We need too much land. We cannot afford to delay. Zhuang Shiqiang had looked at several plots of land, but the results were unsatisfactory. The areas were either too small or the prices too high, making it challenging to meet their needs, which greatly troubled him. Young Master Li, perhaps try Huifeng Bank, he suddenly suggested. I have heard they hold a number of idle land resources. If they are willing to cooperate, we might find a suitable plot. Huifeng. All right, I'll go now. Without hesitation, Li Chang'an set out at once. Expanding production was the urgent priority. Only by building factories swiftly could he advance his entire industrial layout. To him, the real economy was the foundation. Although internet enterprises in later times erupted rapidly and yielded quick profits, he knew full well the many risks within and the faint glimmer of a bubble. Short-term speculation was permissible, but to adopt it as a long-term strategy would run counter to his trajectory. Half an hour later, he reappeared in the Huifeng Bank's main hall. When the receptionist saw him arrive, her immediate reaction was to assume he had come for Anren again. The entire bank seemed to know of the composed, capable Miss Anren, who was reportedly seeing a handsome young man of substantial means. The news elicited envy among many women of Xiangjiang and quietly elevated Anren's status. Even her superiors treated her differently now. Mr. Li, are you here to see Anren? I'll fetch her. The receptionist who had lunch with Anren smiled. Thank you, no need. Li Chang'an smiled faintly. This time I'm here to see Mr. Shenbai. With that, he walked straight toward the inner offices. He no longer needed appointments or notice to enter Huifeng Bank's senior areas. Such privilege was rare. Only figures like Bao Daheng and Li Chang'an enjoyed the same special treatment. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded. Please come in, came the response from within. Mr. Shen, I apologize for the sudden visit. Li Chang'an opened the door and entered, his tone steady. Shunbai was somewhat surprised by Li Chang'an's sudden arrival and rose immediately to greet him. Li, what brings you here? She asked with a touch of puzzlement. There is a matter I need Mr. Shen's assistance with, so I came personally. Li Chang'an spoke candidly without circumlocution. What could require you to come in person? Shunbai asked softly after sitting down. To be frank, I want to expand my factories and urgently need a large swath of land. Ideally over 100 mu. Li Chang'an was direct. Good heavens, Li, such a large plot. If you truly intend to operate factories, why not consult the colonial government? Shunbai widened her eyes slightly. Your factories will create substantial employment. They would likely be willing to allocate land. The colonial government. Li Chang'an repeated softly, indeed. Land of that scale is only within their purview. If I had it in hand, the price would certainly not be cheap. Shunbai explained patiently. Applying to the government for land. This avenue had never occurred to him before. He did not even know it was a feasible path. Mr. Shin, could you make an introduction for me? I'm concerned my personal standing won't carry enough weight, Li Chang'an said earnestly. Shunbai thought briefly and smiled. No problem, I'll call and arrange it right away. 20 minutes later, Li Chang'an stood before the colonial government building with Zhuang Shiqiang waiting at the door. "Young Master Li, what brings you here?" Zhuang Shiqiang wore a puzzled look, clearly unaware such land could be obtained this way. "It was Shun Bai at Huifeng, who reminded me for factories you can apply to the government for industrial land. Prices are reasonable and procedures clear. Of course such land may only be used for production and cannot be converted to commercial or residential development," Li Chang'an explained briefly. "Apply to the government for land." Zhuang Shiqiang's expression grew slightly embarrassed. He blamed himself that as general manager he had been ignorant of this. "Let's go and see for ourselves," Li Chang'an said, patting his shoulder. They entered the Land Resources Department and were courteously received by the official Shin Bai had arranged. "Mr. Li, hello, I am Wan Jinxing." The man extended his hand. "Director Wan, a pleasure." Li Chang'an returned the greeting. "Please come in and have a seat." Wan Jinxing ushered them into his office. Once seated, Li Chang'an got straight to the point. "I intend to build factories. What approval procedures are required?" "No rush," Wan replied. "First tell me your specific needs. How many jobs do you expect to provide?" The question left Li Chang'an momentarily speechless. He had never tallied labor requirements. He could not even state the total number of employees at his existing plants. Zhuang Shiqiang stood aside and, seeing Li Chang'an's expression, understood that he had no concept of workforce size. "Young Master Li, by our present estimation you must prepare at least 20 to 30,000 workers. And that is merely the initial phase. Should you expand later you will need even more personnel." Director Wan's face changed at the figure. "Mr. Li, are you planning to establish a large number of factories? Why require so many people?" "Exactly. The initial plan calls for no fewer than 10 factories, each occupying at least 10 mu. If conditions permit, I hope to secure about 200 mu to build a complete industrial park." "What?" The remark nearly made Director Wan rise from his seat. 200 mu. Converted, that is 120,000 square feet, approximately 133,000 square meters. Approval for land of this magnitude was well beyond his authority. He hastened to say, "Mr. Li, I'm terribly sorry, but for demands of this scale, I cannot decide. You must speak personally with the governor." "The governor?" Li Chang'an nodded slightly, his tone composed. "Director Wan, would you kindly arrange a meeting with the governor for me?" Though inwardly he already shook his head at the time wasted by layers of official deferral, Wan replied, "Of course. Please wait a moment, Mr. Li." 10 minutes later, Li Chang'an and Zhuang Shiqiang ascended to the 5th floor and arrived at the governor's office. When the door opened, my Li Hao himself came forward to greet them. At the sight of the governor, a stream of impressions about the man raced through Li Chang'an's mind. This man was no simple figure. At the very least, he appeared genuinely intent on contributing to Xiangjiang's development. He assessed the impression silently. "Mr. Li, welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming. Please be seated," my Li Hao said with a warm smile, extending his hand. "Apologies for the intrusion," Governor Li Chang'an replied with a return gesture. "Not at all," my Li Hao laughed heartily. "Mr. Li, your name has long been known here. If more industrial talents like you were here, Xiangjiang's progress would surely accelerate." After the pleasantries, he moved to the point. "I understand you require a large tract of land. Will it be entirely for factories?" "Exactly. I wish to concentrate production in a single industrial park to enable more efficient management," Li Chang'an answered calmly. "I see." A flicker of approval crossed my Li Hao's eyes. "In that case, I should be the one to thank you. Your project will bring tens of thousands of jobs to the area. Its significance is profound." He paused, then asked, "Mr. Li, do you have a preferred area for the land?" "Location is flexible, so long as transport is convenient and heavy trucks can pass." Li Chang'an replied. "Mr. Li, there happens to be a vacant plot in Lam Tin. The government originally planned to auction it publicly. Since you've come in person today, we can arrange a direct transfer if you're interested." "Really?" Li Chang'an could barely conceal his excitement. "Absolutely no problem. However, the plot spans over 300 mu. May I ask whether you possess sufficient capacity to take it on?" Hearing this, Li Chang'an exchanged a glance with Zhuang Shiqiang, their hearts swelling with even greater delight. A scale of 300 mu aligned perfectly with his vision, far more suitable for long-term strategic planning than fragmented parcels. After several rounds of negotiation, the Hong Kong government ultimately agreed to transfer the land to Li Chang'an for 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Though substantial, he deemed the investment not only justified, but exceptionally worthwhile. Upon receiving the land deed, the two immediately drove to inspect the site. The plot lay in Lam Tin Kuen Tong district, just about 1 kilometer from his gaming company, and nestled adjacent to the Tseung Kwan O coastline, offering broad vistas and a serene environment. Its proximity made commuting between the two locations remarkably convenient, saving both time and effort. General Manager Zhuang, quite a fine location, isn't it? Let's also drop by the factory to check on progress. Agreed. Let's go together. In truth, Li Chang'an had already visited that morning. This trip was merely intended to familiarize Zhuang Shiqiang with the surrounding area. After a brief tour of the facility, they hurried back. Their most urgent task now was launching construction on the new Lam Tin site. Even under full acceleration, the factory construction timeline would still require at least 2 to 3 months. With no expertise in architectural design or construction management, Li Chang'an had no choice but to engage a professional construction firm. Among Hong Kong's major property developers, Sun Hung Kai Properties stood preeminent. Li Ka-shing's Cheung Kong Holdings, China Resources Land and Henderson Land were likewise formidable. Yet Li Chang'an had no intention of contacting Mr. Li Ka-shing. General Manager Zhuang, let's head to Henderson Land now. Earlier during a dinner with Chow Yuanfat, he'd happened upon Uncle Li Zhaoji. Seizing this opportunity to deepen ties was undoubtedly prudent. This figure would later achieve extraordinary success and earn the moniker Stock God. Though reserved in demeanor, he possessed exceptional strategic acumen. To endure unshaken in the cutthroat world of commerce was proof enough of his extraordinary caliber. By now, it was nearing 6 o'clock in the evening. Li Chang'an knew well that entrepreneurs like Uncle Li kept schedules far removed from ordinary working hours, rarely leaving the office on time. A titan of his generation, he devoted virtually every waking hour to his enterprise. Li Chang'an had heard tales of men who labored 16 hours daily, and still felt it insufficient. Even past 90, he refused full retirement, retaining firm command over his empire. For such a man, not to achieve greatness would have been the true anomaly. Li Chang'an dialed Henderson Land's office and secured an appointment without difficulty. Learning that Uncle Li remained at work, he promptly set off with Zhuang Shiqiang. Li Zhaoji, the fourth-born son, had dissolved his partnership with Feng Jingxi and Guodeshing at the end of 1972. Shortly thereafter, he co-founded Wing Tai Construction with barrister Hu Baoxing. The company launched steadily and expanded rapidly. By 1975, Li Zhaoji spearheaded Henderson Land's comprehensive growth. Propelling himself into the ranks of Hong Kong's elite tycoons, his status firmly cemented. 20 minutes later, Li Chang'an arrived at Henderson Land's headquarters, gazing upward at the imposing tower soaring over 30 stories. His heart stirred by quiet awe. He too yearned for the day when his own conglomerate would command such a majestic headquarters. His stride did not falter, his purpose was clear. Accelerate relentlessly without delay. Hello, I'm Li Chang'an of Chang'an Group. I have an appointment to meet Uncle Li. Could you please announce my arrival? Mr. Li, the chairman has instructed that you be taken directly to his office. Please follow me. Thank you. Li Chang'an followed the receptionist inside. Glancing around, he noted the spacious, luminous offices, fully equipped and far surpassing the facilities of his current company. A wave of profound reflection washed over him. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Sir, Mr. Li has arrived. Oh, do invite him in at once. Li Zhaoji set aside his documents and rose warmly, his face alight with genuine delight. Young Master Li. Welcome, welcome, both of you. And who is this? His gaze settled on Zhuang Shiqiang. Uncle Li, this is Zhuang Shiqiang, my late father's longtime associate, now general manager of my group. General Manager Zhuang. Pleased to meet you. Please do sit down. Li Zhaoji extended gracious hospitality, personally guiding them to their seats. Once all three were settled, Li Chang'an broached the matter directly, wasting no time. Uncle Li, let me speak plainly. I've come seeking your help. I've just secured a plot of land and urgently need to expedite construction. After careful thought, I could think of no one better than you. Oh dear. You're being far too formal. Your willingness to collaborate is my good fortune. This isn't assistance. It's business coming to my door. Li Zhaoji's laughter rang hearty and sincere. His impression of Li Chang'an deepened further. The young man, though already accomplished, remained humble and composed, his words courteous and his bearing refined. Such a successor was destined for greatness. A quiet resolve stirred within Li Zhaoji to draw closer, to nurture this bond. Uncle Li, under normal circumstances, I'd never stand on ceremony. But here I'm the one asking a favor. If I still acted aloof, I fear you'd simply wave me out the door. Ha ha ha. That tongue of yours remains as sharp as ever. Come, come. Let me see the site plans first. And when do you anticipate needing the facility operational? Li Zhaoji took the documents and asked attentively. As soon as possible, Li Chang'an replied with a smile, his eyes clear and candid. You still play these games with me? Li Zhaoji shook his head, chuckling softly. Wait a moment. I'll summon our engineering team to assess the timeline. Minutes later, a civil engineer entered, dressed in a crisp shirt, notebook in hand. After reviewing the plans, he turned to Li Chang'an. Mr. Li, may I ask what your intended development direction is for this plot? I intend to construct 16 industrial buildings on this land, for game development, electronics manufacturing, and related projects. Naturally, the architectural design will be your responsibility. Then, Mr. Li, do you prefer steel frame or reinforced concrete structures? Li Chang'an paused, briefly realizing such iterative discussions were inefficient. Why outsource when he could draft precise blueprints himself and deliver them directly? Engineer, perhaps there's a misunderstanding. What I require is a complete, meticulously detailed design proposal, optimized for minimal cost yet uncompromising in material quality. That is precisely your role. If every minute detail must be dictated by me, then what value does my payment hold? I pay for peace of mind, not added complication. I trust you understand. His tone was forthright, expressing his thoughts without reservation. Only then did he notice Li Chang'an observing quietly beside him. He quickly touched his nose, slightly embarrassed. Uncle Li, my apologies. I'm habitually lazy and my demands tend to run high. Ha ha ha. Young Master Li, you're absolutely right. Mr. Gao Jian, you ought to thank him. He's just delivered you a masterclass. Well said. Clients pay for assurance. We accept fees to deliver flawless service. That sentiment deserves to be engraved in memory. Secretary Zhou, transcribe Mr. Li's remarks just now and draft a new service standard based on them, to comprehensively optimize our company's service system. Understood, Chairman. This left Li Chang'an both amused and exasperated. His words had been offhand, spoken only to avoid the trouble of overthinking. Yet Li Chang'an had treated them as golden counsel, even adopting them as the foundation for corporate reform. He nearly asked for royalties. Shortly thereafter, the designer contacted him, confirming that a preliminary proposal would be ready by tonight, while the precise timeline and quotation would follow tomorrow. Li Chang'an nodded in understanding. He knew such matters could not yield immediate results, and he felt no urgency. Soon after, he departed Hengji Holdings with Zhuang Shiqiang. Though Li Chang'an invited him to stay for dinner, Li Chang'an had no time to spare. The land parcel had been secured and subsequent affairs piled up relentlessly. Every moment counted. Time passed. 3 days slipped by. During those days, Li Chang'an was nearly crushed beneath the weight of preparing the new factory, overseeing every detail, exhausted to the brink of collapse. Only last night did all tasks finally reach completion, granting him true rest. He slept straight through until noon. Starving, he jolted awake, hastily dressed, washed, and rushed downstairs. Uncle Long, is there anything to eat? I'm starving. Hearing his voice, Uncle Long, who had been trimming flowers outside, set down his tools and entered the house. Young master, please wait. I'll prepare something for you at once. Thank you, Uncle Long. Within this household, he had never fretted over trivialities. Uncle Long's presence spared him countless worries. Long Chong and Long Ji had already been sent away for advanced training. Li Chang'an knew well he must act decisively, lest history repeat itself. The agony of betrayal in his past life remained searingly vivid. The anguish of being abandoned by those closest to him was a wound he refused to suffer again. In this life he would forge his own power. Ran and Zhuang Shiqiang, Zhanglan Zhaofeng, and Uncle Long's family. These were the people he trusted enough to turn his back on without fear. Alas, Zhaofeng and the others were too old to enroll in academies. Had it been possible, Li Chang'an would have arranged for them to attend together. Half an hour later, having finished his meal, his strength began to return. Uncle Long then approached quietly. Young master, He Long came looking for you this morning. But seeing how utterly exhausted you were, I didn't dare wake you. He left word, call him as soon as you're awake. Uncle Long spoke softly. He Long. What did he say? A chill gripped Li Chang'an's heart. His instincts flared something grave was afoot. He Long rarely visited uninvited, unless calamity struck. He didn't specify, but judging from their expressions, it's almost certainly something serious. I understand. You may go about your duties, Uncle Long. I'll make the call right away. Li Chang'an rose and strode toward the telephone in the corner of the room. Hello. Please connect me with He Long. Hello, this is He Long. It's me, Li Chang'an. You came looking for me this morning. Has something happened? Boss, the arcade has been unstable these past 2 days. Several individuals suddenly caused disturbances. Sensing danger, I instructed Xiang Yan to heighten security. Last night it erupted. Dozens, perhaps even over 100, stormed into multiple outlets, simultaneously attempting to forcibly clear the premises. Fortunately, our early preparations thwarted their attempt. Xiang Yan is now investigating the mastermind behind this. How shall we proceed? Shall we join forces, or entrust him with full authority to resolve it? Li Chang'an's brow furrowed deeply. To brazenly attack territory under the new Righteousness Association's jurisdiction implied the adversary's power rivaled, or even surpassed, theirs. What troubled him more was a chilling possibility: had Hong Kong's major triads secretly united to encircle and crush the new Righteousness Association. If so, the situation would grow exceedingly complex. Dealing with a single syndicate allowed for maneuvering, but confronting a coalition of powers, even he could not easily defuse such peril. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to face, but petty demons are hard to evade. He Long, hold off for now. Once Xiang Yan identifies the puppeteer, notify me immediately. Also closely monitor the movements of the 14K and Wuxing Hua. Their involvement is all but certain. Understood. At that moment, Zhao Feng entered with several brothers. Xiao Luo's back. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up, his voice trembling slightly. Did he uncover anything about my parents and the riot at the electronics store that day? Xiao Luo had served in an elite special operations unit specializing in reconnaissance. Li Chang'an himself had entrusted him with a covert investigation into the truth behind his parents' deaths and the shadowy orchestrators behind the sudden assault on the department store. That matter had remained unresolved as the store's losses had yet to be addressed. They hadn't even confronted Wang Yu. Yet regardless of whether he'd ordered it, the rioters were undeniably members of the Loyalty Righteousness Hall. Since it was the Loyalty Righteousness Hall that struck Wang Yu, the Hall's senior figure bore direct responsibility. Boss, it's all confirmed. Everything's here. Take a look. Xiao Luo handed Li Chang'an a thick stack of documents. Li Chang'an seized them and flipped through rapidly. Half an hour passed. His face had turned ashen and cold fury blazing unmasked in his brows. Humph. What extraordinary ants they are. Father, your own sister truly outdid herself, and her husband played his part flawlessly. Upon reading the dossier, Li Chang'an let out a laugh, but it held no mirth, only bone-deep frost and wrath. Meng Weimin, it really is you. You've hidden well. Truly impressive. The mastermind behind the entire scheme was none other than Meng Weimin. And shockingly, his aunt and uncle were also implicated, his father's own sister and her husband. Their cruelty knew no bounds. His parents' deaths were no accident. They were the result of a joint conspiracy between this pair of blood relatives and Meng Weimin. More precisely, his parents had been led to their doom by their own kin who set the trap, while Meng Weimin personally executed it. The motive was simple: his aunt's family coveted the Heji Electronics enterprise, while Meng Weimin coveted its distribution network. United by greed, they conspired to murder. He longed to select a few sharp operatives and raise every single establishment owned by the Meng family. As for Meng Weimin and his wife, let them reunite permanently. And as for his extended family, starting tomorrow they will vanish from Hong Kong, leaving not even a shadow behind. My dear aunt and her husband, break their limbs. No need to end their lives just yet. This is far more interesting than mere execution. Let them spend the rest of their days bedridden, helpless, tormented by ceaseless pain, terror, and remorse. An indescribable sorrow surged forth, echoing from the very depths of his soul. It was the residual emotion of the original host, and now that Li Chang'an inhabited this body, that hatred had become his own. It was not cruelty. He simply bore the flesh and blood he inherited, and thus those parents were his parents. When blood vengeance looms, heaven and earth themselves cannot absolve it. Moreover, theirs was the debt of nurture, the sacred bond of kinship. These perpetrators deserve 1,000 deaths, and still justice would fall short. Understood, boss. I'll arrange it immediately. Zhao Feng did not show any dissent upon hearing Li Chang'an's decision. Although such methods contradicted his usual principles, he was not unaware of human affairs. In this world, one should repay kindness and avenge grievances. This is the basic principle of being human. If someone were to provoke trouble and indiscriminately kill the innocent, he would never agree with that. However, this matter was different. It was rooted in blood debts. And one more thing, Li Chang'an coldly added. Have he long handle it cleanly. I do not want anyone tracing the clues back to us. If it cannot be resolved, go to Kowloon City and find someone to handle it. Money is not an issue. He did not want to get into trouble over these scoundrels, as it was simply not worth it. Li Chang'an returned to the company to organize the recent operational data. The profits of the domestic electronics market had significantly shrunk, with sales far below previous levels. In contrast, the arcade and television sectors had become the company's most profitable business segments. The goods from the United States were expected to take a few more days to arrive, and Zhang Lan would update on the specific progress in a timely manner. Her current task was primarily to lay the groundwork. The collaboration with Alan's father was limited to a consignment model with platform profits shared proportionally. The real power still lay in Li Chang'an's hands, and advertising promotion had to be driven by him personally. Zhang Lan had set off to the United States early to seize the opportunity and make a name for the products during the market's warm-up phase. Li Chang'an knew that promotion could not be neglected. Only by quickly establishing brand recognition could they win market response. To this end, he invested a staggering 20 million Hong Kong dollars in an intensive advertising campaign across the United States. With over 100,000 products at hand, provided everything went smoothly, the returns would easily surpass $100 million. It was around 3 in the afternoon. After the meeting concluded and the work arrangements were set, he thought he could take a breather, at least until the new game was released or the American goods arrived at the port. But fate seemed to never allow him to relax. Sometimes the life of a boss was less comfortable than that of an ordinary employee. Ring, ring, ring. The office phone rang suddenly. This is Li Chang'an. Young Master Li, this is He Dafu. You need to come to the exchange immediately. There has been unusual activity with Kowloon warehouse stocks, and many parties are scrambling to buy, causing the stock price to surge. Li Chang'an was taken aback. Could it be that Li Chao Run has started to act and the shipping king is also getting involved? No, that doesn't make sense. According to the original trajectory, this event should not occur for another month. Why has it happened early? He was momentarily dumbfounded. Young Master Li, are you listening? Hello? On the other end, Daff's tone was urgent, and his emotions were tense, clearly sensing the market's violent fluctuations. I'm here, don't panic. I'll be right there. Zhao Feng, prepare the car. We leave immediately. Understood, boss. Li Chang'an grabbed his coat and briefcase, quickly heading out. And ran, I have urgent business to attend to. Anyone who comes to see me should be scheduled for tomorrow. Okay. And Ran was now working at the company, and Li Chang'an had also asked a classmate in the United States to help find a suitable school for her, preparing to send her for further studies. Though these days were tough, they were also mixed with satisfaction and joy. In daily life, she often assisted with various tasks, and such a life was quite pleasant. From the company to the Far East Exchange, it was merely a few blocks through Jordan Road to Nathan Road. At that time, the streets were not yet congested, and there were few vehicles, making it possible to arrive in just 3 minutes. He did not wait for the driver to catch up and swiftly entered the exchange alone, heading straight to his exclusive box. Dafu, what's the situation now? Young Master Li, it has only been 10 minutes since the market opened this afternoon, and I noticed someone quietly buying in. At first I thought it was the previous buyer and didn't pay much attention. I also slowly started to absorb some stocks. But 10 minutes later, suddenly another group appeared, sweeping up stocks. As soon as they entered the market, nearly swallowing all the Kowloon warehouse shares available, their actions were very direct. Afterward, the stock price surged upward, so I paused my operations and contacted you immediately. Li Chang'an walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fixed on the electronic screen of the exchange. At this time, it was 1978, and the exchange in Hong Kong had already adopted electronic equipment in 1976. They no longer used the outdated blackboard method for transactions, but the system was only semi-automated. Although electronic screens had become widespread, transactions still needed to be completed via phone or on-site orders. If one wanted to buy or sell stocks, they still relied on manual transmission of instructions. He stared at the screen and saw that the orders for Kowloon Warehouse were frequently fluctuating. Initially, there were retail investors gradually selling at high prices, but soon these individuals seemed to sense something and stopped selling. What was the price for Kowloon Warehouse this morning? Li Chang'an inquired. $95. TSK. He looked at the current price. $68. This meant that within an hour, the stock price had soared nearly $5. Li Chang'an felt a tightness in his chest, sensing that something was amiss. Could it be that the shipping king had made a move? But that did not make sense. He remembered clearly that the shipping king had initially also acquired shares secretly. It was only later that they discovered Li Chang'an was also laying out plans for Kowloon Warehouse, and after the two sides privately agreed, the shipping king took over Li Chang'an's shares before officially launching an attack. However, the current situation was clearly not matching up. He could not grasp the situation for a moment. Dafu, for now, ignore the noise outside. How many Kowloon Warehouse shares do we have? 18. 62. Totaling 1,862 million shares with an average cost of about $19 and an investment of approximately 38 million. Good. While the market is chaotic, push our holding to 20 and then hold steady. Also find a way to investigate who is buying in large quantities. Li Chang'an said in a deep voice. Understood, boss. I will do my best to find out. Li Chang'an walked back to the window, gazing at the fluctuations in the electronic board. The scattered circulating stocks in the market had been basically absorbed by two unidentified forces. Even more astonishing was that one party had directly posted a purchase order at a unit price of $27. They aimed to buy 3 million shares, equivalent to 30% of the total shares. Wow! This purchase order shook the entire exchange. All holders of Kowloon Warehouse stocks were elated. In just over an hour, their assets had almost doubled. How could they not be happy? From the current momentum, the upward trend was likely far from over. The investors were not foolish. They had already sensed the unusual movements in the market, clearly noticing that someone was making large purchases targeting Kowloon Warehouse. Who was behind this push? Everyone speculated. After all, Kowloon Warehouse belonged to the Jardine Group, one of the most significant foreign firms in Hong Kong with a profound background, and no one dared to easily shake it. Now someone actually dared to take action, and once the news spread, the entire financial circle was shaken. Whether ordinary investors or leaders of major enterprises, they couldn't help but focus their attention here. Especially those holding Kowloon Warehouse shares, who not only anticipated profits, but also witnessed a capital gain, were naturally excited and closely watched the developments. Kowloon Warehouse had a total capital stock of 10 million shares, while the Jardine Group, as the parent company, only maintained a holding ratio of around 15. In earlier years, their holding had reached 30%, but due to funding needs, they had pledged part of their shares to HSBC to obtain liquidity, resulting in a significant reduction in control. Currently, Bao Yugong has seized 27 of the shares, becoming the largest shareholder. Yet this alone does not put his mind at ease. Heir Group has been operating in Wharf for many years, deeply rooted. Even with Bao Yugang's leading shareholding, he cannot easily take over the board. For him, this contest is not about dividends but a quest for complete control. The rumors in the stock market quickly spread throughout Hong Kong. Many retail investors made excuses to take leave and rushed to the trading hall eager to witness the unfolding drama. Inside Yi's headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. Chairman Liu Bijian had just learned of this matter from his subordinates and immediately rushed to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, his face barely concealing his anger. To him, how could the empire he controlled allow others to covet it? He immediately ordered the mobilization of funds to initiate a comprehensive buyback right after the market opened in the afternoon, vowing to absorb all circulating shares in the market. Any challenger daring to oppose him would not be tolerated. Chairman, I'm back. An assistant pushed the door open. Have you found out who is behind this? Initially suspected to be Li Chang'an from Cheung Kong, but subsequent actions indicate the mastermind is now Bao Yugong. Another retail investor is also buying, but signs show he is merely optimistic about the market with no ill intent. Liu Bijian snorted coldly. Full-scale buyback. How dare the Chinese capital forces take action at this time? They must not succeed. At the same time, in a secret room at the Far East Exchange, Tycoon Li and the Ship King faced each other in silence. Originally planned to be conducted covertly, but unexpectedly their identities were exposed. Now there was no choice but to confront directly. Bao Yugong already held nearly 30 of the shares, so he no longer concealed his intentions and publicly entered the market to acquire, opening the curtain on a full-scale contest. He only needed to acquire an additional 21 of the shares to gain dominance. According to Hong Kong's equity rules, holding 51 of the shares would grant control over the company. To achieve absolute control, one must exceed a 67 shareholding ratio, at which point they could legally dismiss any individual from the company. However, the law stipulates that a single shareholder's stake in a listed company cannot exceed 75, otherwise they would face mandatory equity restructuring or be required to release some shares to the public. At exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, only 30 minutes remained until the market closed. The trading hall was already packed with people, including well-dressed tycoons, casual onlookers, and ordinary investors holding Wharf stocks. Li Chang'an's eyes were glued to the market trends. The speed at which Wharf's stock price soared was astonishing, every fluctuation tugging at the nerves of everyone present. The numbers on the electronic screen were continuously refreshing. The opening price in the morning was less than 21 Hong Kong dollars. Yet it had surged to above 29 Hong Kong dollars, soon approaching the 30 Hong Kong dollars mark. Everyone understood that breaking through 30 Hong Kong dollars before the market closed was a foregone conclusion. Once it hit 31 Hong Kong dollars, it meant that the stock's value had nearly doubled in just one afternoon. The unusual movement of Wharf's stock price also directly propelled the Hang Seng Index upwards. As a core enterprise under Heir Group, every move it made affected the entire market. When the market opened, the Hang Seng Index stood at 1477 points, and now it had risen to 1578 points, an increase of over 100 points. Although the percentage did not reach 10, the Hang Seng Index encompasses the vast majority of listed companies in Hong Kong, and its fluctuations always have far-reaching effects. As the market rose, the stock prices of other listed companies also climbed, this trend making local investors ecstatic. It felt as if time had reversed back to the prosperous days before the 1973 stock market crash. In those times, as long as one invested, profits seemed guaranteed almost every day. Such prosperity began in the early 70s and lasted until early 1973, for a full 3 years. However, extreme prosperity led to decline, resulting in a stock market crash that plunged to the depths difficult to recover from. At 1620, yes, it's broken. The index has surpassed 1,600 points. We've struck gold. Wharf has reached 31 Hong Kong dollars. I bought at an average of 15 Hong Kong dollars. Holding 50,000 shares, it's doubled. I'm really rich. The exchange instantly erupted, cheers and shouts echoing everywhere. Wharf stock price broke through 31 Hong Kong dollars, and the Hang Seng Index also crossed the 1,600-point mark. Such a scene was undeniably thrilling. As the index rose, the stocks in hand appreciated and wealth naturally surged. For retail investors, with the entire market climbing, it meant that buying any stock would guarantee profits, with the only difference being the amount earned. Investors holding Wharf stocks were undoubtedly the most satisfied group today, with a paper profit nearing 50 in a single day. Many could already be considered overnight millionaires. As the clock pointed to 1625, people thought the trading was coming to an end and began discussing tomorrow's trends. At 1629, an anomaly suddenly appeared. A buy order for 35 Hong Kong dollars was suddenly posted with a staggering quantity of 2 million shares. Wow! In the final moments before closing, such a large order entered the market, causing an instant frenzy among investors. Ding, ding, ding. The closing bell rang, but no one in the hall dispersed. Everyone was talking about the colossal order that appeared just before closing. The price of 35 Hong Kong dollars was strikingly impactful, Everyone sensed that when the market opened tomorrow, the Hang Seng index would certainly react and other stocks would fluctuate accordingly, while Wharf stock price was destined to soar. Li Chang'an watched this scene, gently shaking his head, a faint bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Let's go to Fu. I will be back tomorrow morning. After working hard for a while, you will certainly reap the benefits. He made a promise to Hidafu, knowing well that the other party had contributed significantly during this time. Since he had made a fortune, it was only right to give back some. Mr. Xiao Li. Just as he descended the stairs, a voice called from behind. Turning around, his heart tightened. I really can't avoid this. He muttered to himself, quickly thinking about how to explain his presence at the stock exchange. Currently, he held nearly 20 of Wharf's shares, and he could not let the Ship King notice too soon. The stock price had yet to reach the desired level. If the other party learned the truth, they would undoubtedly try to make contact, negotiate, or even exert pressure. If he refused to sell, the relationship would inevitably change. If he sold at a low price, he would lose billions. Such a losing deal he would never entertain. He could only temporarily conceal his identity and wait for the right moment to reveal his cards. What puzzled him was how Li Chang'an and the Ship King happened to appear here together. Could it be that the share transfer had already been completed? Then who was operating the other mysterious buying force in the market? A group. This thought flashed through Li Chang'an's mind, causing him to shudder. He suddenly realized that the battle over Wharf had likely already begun ahead of schedule. Mr. Li, I didn't expect to run into both of you here. He feigned surprise, speaking calmly, betraying no hint of anxiety. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Mr. Xiao Li is here today for something? The Ship King asked with a smile. In a moment of panic, Li Chang'an thought of a reason. It was a spuro-themed idea, yet he articulated it flawlessly, leaving no room for doubt from the Ship King and Li Chang'an. So that's how it is? Congratulations, Mr. Xiao Li. Once your company goes public, I will definitely invest. If you don't mind, I would like to acquire 20 of the shares. What do you think? The Ship King spoke. If this were to be heard by others, they would probably jump up and celebrate, spreading the news everywhere. To gain the favor of the Ship King before going public is something countless enterprises dream of. Of course, no problem. With your support, which company in Shangjiang would refuse? It is my greatest honor to have your favor. Li Chang'an cooperated, throughout his tone warm, as if he were genuinely excited. Li Chang'an, standing beside him, was not willing to be outdone. Xiao Li Shang, this is unfair. Your Chang'an group is so prestigious, how can you only benefit old Bao and leave me out in the cold? What I want is fairness. No matter how it is divided, I want 2% of the shares. I truly have confidence in you. Relying on these shares to become rich is not just a dream. He replied with a smile, his tone relaxed yet with hidden significance. He never expected that years later this very statement would become a reality. The 15 shares of Chang'an Group that they each held eventually became worth almost equal to the wealth they had accumulated over half their lives. Haha, great. As long as my company goes public, I will be the first to notify both of you. Thank you for your trust in me. Li Chang'an continued to play along, each exchange filled with unspoken flattery. After a few exchanges, the three of them dispersed. As Li Chang'an walked out the door, he finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Walking along the road, his thoughts gradually deepened. Since the king of charter boats and Iha had already taken action, with the wheels of history turning ahead of time, should he not also give it a push to make the situation at Geelong Warehouse even more heated? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Why not make money when one can? Since the flames of war had already ignited, he might as well add some fuel to make it burn brighter. When the stock price soared, he would quietly unload his shares. He knew that Geelong Warehouse was already out of reach. But he had long planned his future path, and Heji Shipping was his true target. That place was a must-have for him. Even if Li Chang'an was also interested, he would never give way an inch. Once he secured Heji Shipping, he would truly step into the ranks of the wealthy and cross the threshold of a tycoon. Only in this way could he have the capital to hunt in the Shangjiang business world and the confidence to step into a broader world. The next morning, Li Chang'an came back to the company to address a few matters before heading straight to the stock exchange. Last night, he had already calculated everything, preparing to personally ignite the fire. But upon arriving at the scene, he realized that his worries were completely unnecessary. He did not need to intervene. The competition between the king of charter boats and Iha had already escalated to a white-hot stage, with flames soaring. That morning, major newspapers rushed to publish the news. The front page of the Dagangbao boldly stated Iha Group officially announced its intervention in the Geelong Warehouse dispute. Iha Group Chairman Yo Bijiang publicly stated, as an international publicly listed company, Iha operates stably, with continuously rising profitability. Any attempt to seize the assets under our group by improper means is destined to fail. I specifically warn those maliciously acquiring Geelong Warehouse to recognize reality. If you are willing to admit your mistakes readily, I can be magnanimous and buy your shares of Geelong Warehouse at market price. Otherwise, all consequences will be borne by you. Yes, financial strength is formidable, and it is absolutely impossible for anyone to lay their hands on our industry. Here I would also like to formally announce to all investors holding Kowloon Warehouse stocks in Hong Kong EHA Group will repurchase shares at a price of 37 Hong Kong dollars, each for 3 days with limited slots available on a first-come, first-served basis until full. After the Daging Bayo published this news, it quickly caused a sensation with major newspapers scrambling to reprint it. Within an hour, the entire city was aware. The time was 8:30 in the morning. The stock exchange would open in 30 minutes. Bao Yugong saw the statement early in the morning and immediately rushed to HSBC. He knew that only by leveraging HSBC's strength could he compete with EHA and prevent retail investors from selling their stocks to the other side. Mr. Bao, what do you want me to do? Shunbai asked. The situation had developed far beyond expectations. He initially thought that in a few months the change of ownership for Kowloon Warehouse would be a foregone conclusion. Now, with the sudden turn of events, they could only compete based on capital strength to see who could win the trust of the shareholders. Mr. Shin, I need you to publicly disclose the Kowloon Warehouse shares currently held by HSBC and simultaneously publish it in the newspapers. I will also immediately release a statement. Only this way can we offset Yes Media advantage this morning. Bao Yugong spoke urgently. Shunbai lowered his head in thought. As the helm of HSBC, he could not disregard the interests of the bank for personal friendship. Although EHA was strong, HSBC was not weak either. The key was whether this move was worthwhile. Seeing the other party hesitate, Bao Yugong reiterated his point. Mr. Shun, you should have realized that the determination from the mainland is very clear and the trend for the future is already evident. I can say frankly that Xinjiang will eventually return to an era dominated by Chinese people. Today's EHA may be unshakable, but in a few years the situation will certainly change. I believe you understand this in your heart. This statement finally moved Shunbai. Shunbai stood in front of the office window, and after hearing Bao Yugong's words his body trembled slightly. As the actual leader of HSBC, he naturally understood the weight behind every change in shareholding. I support you, Mr. Bao. He only said this one sentence before turning to the phone on his desk. Amy, contact all media immediately. I want to hold a press conference within half an hour. His words were crisp and decisive with no hesitation. The weighing of interests was complete and the action was as swift as a blade. At 9 o'clock the bell of the trading hall rang, and the red and green numbers began to jump. The market was as boiling as expected. Before the market closed yesterday, there was news that someone had placed an order to purchase 2 million shares of Kowloon Warehouse at $37, and this news was still fermenting. Today at the opening the stock price directly jumped to $36.82, with the Hang Seng Index also rising to 1,685 points. Almost all blue-chip stocks were rising and investors were beaming with smiles, with the traders' shouts echoing back and forth. At the same time, inside the HSBC headquarters in Central, the flashlights were constantly flashing. The press conference was packed with reporters from all over. Every move of HSBC captured the nerves of all of Hong Kong, and such a spectacle was not surprising. Shunbai stood behind the podium calmly, discussing the economic outlook and the bank's strategy, speaking with composure and clarity. He did not throw out heavy news from the start. He knew that timing was more important than content. Once the groundwork was laid and the audience quieted down, he slowly began. I would like to announce a matter regarding the transfer of shares. Yesterday morning, HSBC had transferred its 15% stake in Kowloon Warehouse to Mr. Bao Yugong of Global Shipping Group at a price of $35 per share. As soon as the words fell, the scene exploded. Gasps, questions, and shudder sounds intertwined into a chorus. This news swept through the crowd like a hurricane, drowning out all previous statements in this explosive revelation. Thank you all for attending. This concludes today's announcement. Shunbai nodded slightly and then left the stage. Amidst the uproar behind him, he did not look back. The stock market continued to rise. The price of Kowloon Warehouse approached $38, with buy orders still surging. Shareholders clenched their stakes, silently thinking just a bit higher, wait until it breaks 40 to sell. Selling to EHA isn't too late. They still did not know that a storm was approaching. The press conference has just concluded and the journalists have rushed out. Articles are being hastily written, printing machines roar to life, and the special edition is being urgently typeset. The newspaper is about to hit the streets with the headline glaringly bold: HSBC withdraws from Wharf Holdings. Bao Yugong takes over. Ming Pao, the land of Xinjiang, is ultimately in the hands of the Chinese. Bao Yugong, the shipping magnate, has silently laid out his strategy, striking openly while scheming covertly. He not only publicly acquired shares in Wharf Holdings, but also indirectly secured key stock rights through HSBC. As of now, his control over Wharf Holdings shares is nearing 30%. This is our territory, declared the king of charter boats. Who will hold the reins in the future should be clear. If you and I are of the same root and blood, please stand with me. He announced a comprehensive acquisition at a price of $40 per share, limited to 3 days, targeting 210,000 shares, first come first served while supplies last. Once the news was released combined with HSBC's subsequent official statement, the entire Hong Kong was shaken. Discussions erupted on the streets with many Chinese shareholders concerned about national sentiment actively responding by transferring their shares to Pao Yugong. Though many were small shareholders, by the end of the morning, they had managed to gather less than 5%, yet the king of charter boats still felt gratified. Little by little, every share is a brick and a tile in the fortress. His alliance with HSBC severely undermined the foundation of Jardine Matheson. Jardine's top executive Nyo Bijian was furious, roaring incessantly in his office, with no subordinates daring to approach, fearing they might catch his wrath. The emotional appeal of the morning bore fruit, as Pao Yugong secured about 5% of the shares, causing Nyo Bijian to feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market's opening bell rang. Nyo Bijian ceased to engage in verbal disputes, waving his hand to mobilize substantial funds, directly offering a high price of $45 per share, targeting 400,000 shares of Wharf Holdings. This move struck like thunder, instantly disrupting the situation. The previously cautious retail investors were stirred into action, and the market sentiment was ignited. Fight on, let them battle to the ends of the earth. A bystander sneered softly. They've truly gone mad this time, they've really overstepped. A young man accompanying a friend to the exchange looked on with envy in his eyes. It's nothing, just a small matter. The other party feigned modesty but could not hide the joy on his face. Within just one day, the price of Wharf Holdings skyrocketed from around $20 to $45, more than doubling, leaving one dazzled. Young Master Li, it has doubled. It has more than doubled. Dafu in the box trembled with both hands, nearly losing his composure as he stared at the numbers on the screen. He had personally built a position for Li Chang'an at an average price of less than $20, and now the market value had soared, resulting in astonishing profits. Holding nearly 20% of the shares with an investment of about 20 million, if he were to sell now, his net profit would approach 20 million Hong Kong dollars. This wealth came too quickly, akin to climbing to the heavens for him. He had never witnessed such rapid returns, and his heart was racing out of control. Don't rush. We are still far from my target price. It's too early to discuss results now. Li Chang'an slowly spoke. How could Wharf Holdings be worth only $45 per share? Initially, when the original shares were issued at 10 million, calculating the market value would only be 450 million, which was evidently too low. Far from enough. We are still a long way from our goal. Don't worry, Dafu, this amount of capital flow is nothing in my eyes. Let's observe the changes. The best show is yet to come. Li Chang'an's lips curled slightly, his tone calm. Jardine's Nyo Bijian suddenly took swift action, and this move caused him, situated at the Far East Exchange, to furrow his brow in seriousness. Originally thinking he could smoothly take over by spending a few billion, even though Wharf Holdings' actual value had long exceeded 20 billion, he was confident he could retreat unscathed. Now the situation has reversed, and he realized his judgment was flawed and his actions too rash. Mr. Li, with the current situation, how do you think we should respond? Pao Yugong turned to Li Chang'an, his tone exploratory. At this point, what else can we do? The water has already been spilled. We can only move forward. Li Chang'an replied, but a sense of pride quietly arose within him. This joy was not born out of malice, nor did he wish for Pao Yugong's failure. It was purely a psychological advantage from seeing the other party in a passive position. That's right. Since we have already taken the plunge, there's no turning back. Pao Yugong was inherently a decisive person. Once he understood, he immediately took action. Go offer a price of $55 and publicly declare it in the trading hall immediately. Whoever wants to sell can complete the transaction on the spot. If you miss today, there will be no opportunity again. Understood, Chairman. The assistant swiftly executed the order, ascending to the high platform of the exchange and raising his voice to announce, please listen up. The king of charter boats announced that $55 is the highest bid for this acquisition. If anyone wishes to sell, they can complete the transaction now. He also declared that if someone insists on waiting for a higher price, they would have to regretfully let go. If the bid exceeds $55, and the acquisition is still not completed, the king of charter boats will immediately terminate this action. By then, the value of Wharf Holdings stock will also drop to zero. As soon as these words were spoken, the retail investors holding Wharf Holdings shares in the entire Far East Exchange were instantly stirred. Everyone looked at each other, no one daring to make a rash decision, all observing the actions of others. Calculating in their hearts, if the king of charter boats really withdrew, wouldn't the stocks in their hands become worthless? With this thought, fear began to spread. Many had already developed the notion of selling. The current price of $55 compared to the purchase price had nearly doubled with considerable profits. Why not take the opportunity to secure their gains? In the VIP room, the king of charter boats observed coldly. Having seen countless people, his sharp eyes swept across the hall, knowing that the psychological defenses of the shareholders were beginning to weaken. Quickly send someone down to create a trading atmosphere, encouraging them to follow suit and sell. Pao Yugong decisively ordered. I hold 80,000 shares of Wharf Holdings and have just completed the transaction. One of Pao Yugang's subordinates rushed into the trading hall, standing in the center of the crowd, and shouting loudly. Soon after, a second person squeezed forward even louder. 90,000 shares, I sold them too. Another person followed closely. 120,000 shares already sold. I have some too. The noise erupted like boiling water in the hall. The crowd began to stir. The previously silent retail investors could no longer contain themselves, pulling out their stock certificates and inquiring about the situation. Pao Yugang's assistant watched coldly, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, immediately gesturing for the others to continue raising their bids. If you don't sell now, it will be too late. We are only 15 percentage points away from our goal. Someone spoke in a low voice, but each word was clear. Once the acquisition is completed, the original shares will be immediately increased, and the stocks in hand will quickly lose value, making it difficult to even break even. Before the voice had faded, several originally hesitant shareholders had already quickly walked toward the counter. The flow of people quickly gathered like a tide, surging in the same direction. Time passed second by second. As the clock pointed to 4:10 in the afternoon, the latest data arrived. Pao Yugang had once again secured an additional 8% of the shares. His total shareholding ratio rose to 38%. Only 13 percentage points remained to reach the controlling line. Old Bao, this move is truly brilliant. Li Chang'an stood by, his tone filled with admiration. Initially, he never expected that such a method could stir the market's emotions. His gaze narrowed slightly, and his judgment of Bao Yugang quietly changed. This person not only possessed extraordinary courage, but also had a meticulous strategy, no longer to be regarded as an ordinary opponent. It's a forced method born out of desperation. Bao Yugang replied with a smile, unable to hide his delight. With a 38% stake in hand, the path to success was already laid out. As long as they took one more step, they could completely turn the tide. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the closing bell rang. Tomorrow was Saturday, and the stock market would take a 2-day break. But this brief respite would undoubtedly not be peaceful. The battle for Kowloon Wharf was not yet over. Until either side achieved 35%, stock prices would only soar with no possibility of retreat. This contest had ignited the passion of the entire Hong Kong market. The Hang Seng Index closed at 1862 points, an increase of over 300 points compared to the previous low of 1477, nearly a 30% rise. Such a rapid ascent had not been seen since early 73. Those investors holding Hang Seng Index-related assets were grinning from ear to ear. The leaders of major listed companies were also frequently raising their glasses in private. They understood that it was the competition between Bao Chuanwang and Jardine Matheson that had boosted the market heat, lifting their own stock prices and expanding their wealth. This game involved not just the fate of Kowloon Wharf. The public was more eager for the conflict between Bao Chuanwang and Jardine Matheson to escalate further. The fiercer the struggle between the two sides, the greater the profit margins for those behind the scenes, allowing them to share in the gains. The next morning, as expected, the newspapers reignited the flames of war, with Bao Chuanwang and Jardine Matheson exchanging barbs, their words sharp as blades. Li Chang'an glanced at them a few times, feeling inadequate. Those statements were truly piercing and heart-wrenching. Yet he secretly rejoiced. The more intense the quarrel, the more chaotic the market, making it easier for prices to rise. He only hoped that this showdown would reach its climax soon, allowing him to swiftly reap hundreds of millions in profits from the gaps. However, these disputes were no longer worth his excessive attention. Today, his mind was entirely focused on the other side of the ocean, where Zhang Lan, the vice manager in the U.S., was about to deliver crucial news. The electrical goods sent to the U.S. 20 days ago had arrived last night. In the early hours, Zhang Lan had called to confirm that they would officially go on sale locally today. Hong Kong is 12 hours ahead of the U.S. At this moment, it was 8:30 in the morning in Hong Kong, while it was 8:30 in the evening there. This timing was critical as the sales launch approached and news could arrive at any moment. At this time, Li Chang'an was holding a meeting with the senior management of the group, deploying follow-up plans while waiting for the phone call. Next, we must accelerate our electrical layout in Hong Kong. The marketing department must push forward. The land in the industrial park will be ready for use in 2 months. By then, the newly developed products should also be completed and immediately put into mass production. Once launched, we must quickly distribute them to major retailers. In summary, ring, ring, ring. The phone suddenly rang. Everyone in the conference room perked up, their gazes collectively fixed on the machine. They all understood it must be news from the U.S. Tension and anticipation filled the air. Hello, this is Li Chang'an. Chairman, this is Zhang Lan. Vice Manager Zhang, thank you for your hard work. How's the situation? Li Chang'an's voice tightened slightly. This batch of goods totaled 1 million items with a total price exceeding 150 million US dollars and the cost reaching $50 million. If they could sell out in a few days, it would indicate that the product was viable, or otherwise not only would this investment carry significant risk, but the future path into the U.S. market would also be shrouded in shadow. Chairman, good news has arrived. Across 2 continents, 16 major cities will launch simultaneously. As of 7 o'clock local time, 36,600 units had been sold, accounting for 36% of the total, with over $52 million in recovered funds. Yes. The phone was on speaker and the entire conference room could hear clearly. When they heard this number, smiles instantly blossomed on everyone's faces, and the long-repressed tension was finally released. On the first day of sales, reports of success came in with 1/3 of the total product sold, and the recovery speed far exceeded expectations. In the days to come, every income would directly translate into profit. This news not only excited the team, but even Li Chang'an couldn't hide his joy upon hearing it. Such sales in just 1 day meant that the remaining inventory would surely be cleared soon. Thank you for your hard work, Vice Manager Zhang. You should go rest for now. Once the delivery time for the next batch is confirmed, find an opportunity to discuss our new plan with Alan's father. If he agrees we can pay $100 million in advance, he should accept. If he has any concerns, I won't let him suffer. I will personally discuss it with him. Understood, Mr. Li. Also, when can the second batch of goods arrive? Given the current momentum, market demand is high and we must accelerate the replenishment pace. No need to worry, the third batch is already on its way with an interval of 5 days between each batch. Great, then I can rest assured. Mr. Li, I'll take my leave. After hanging up the phone, Li Chang'an maintained a smile at the corners of his mouth, unable to conceal his inner excitement. Zhuang, has the 4th batch been sent out? He immediately dialed another number. The U.S. market was responding enthusiastically and future demand would only increase. With over 1 million items per batch, 5 batches totaled only 5 million. Facing such a vast market, this quantity was far from enough. Fortunately, he was full of confidence in the product quality. As soon as the factory completed a shipment, he would arrange for it to set sail, or otherwise future supplies might become tight. The 4th batch has already set sail, and the 5th batch is being prepared for loading. Zhuang Shiqiang replied. So soon? Li Chang'an was slightly surprised, calculating the time 5 days per batch, more than 20 days for turnover was indeed within a reasonable range. How much has the overall production capacity improved? The original output had long been unable to meet demand, and the U.S. alone was in short supply, not to mention 3 other regions that had already signed contracts. The specific data has not yet been compiled, but based on recent shipment volumes, the increase is estimated to be between 25 and 35%. So currently all factories and brands combined have a daily output of about 300,000 items. 300,000. Not enough, far from enough. Are the workers fully staffed? Can all factories operate around the clock? He finally asked this delayed question. Mr. Li, are you planning to have the factories operate non-stop? The other party seemed hesitant. Zhuang, the new factory will be difficult to put into production in the short term, and the market is tight on goods. Why not consider operating the production lines around the clock? Actually, there's no need to force employees to work overtime. Those willing to stay can apply voluntarily, and we can recruit another batch of hands to implement a 2-shift system. Once the new factory is completed, this batch of people can be transferred to continue working, and the labor costs won't exceed the budget. What's wrong with this arrangement? Li Chang'an offered a suggestion. Zhuang Shiqiang's eyes brightened as he realized this was indeed a feasible plan. Young Master Li is right. I will proceed to implement it right away. He immediately ordered Human Resources Administration and Logistics departments start the recruitment plan at once, prioritizing experienced workers. All new hires' information must be registered completely, and the budget should be planned in advance. Understood, General Manager. With the commands issued, the meeting ended swiftly. The entire Chang'an group quickly entered an efficient operational state. The sales feedback from the American market was enthusiastic, with products in high demand, which was uplifting news. Everyone was mentally prepared for the upcoming busy days. Dealers from various regions would soon come knocking, and once orders increased, work pressure would naturally follow. However, at the same time, revenue would also rise accordingly. Being busy meant opportunities, and everyone began to look forward to the forthcoming changes. After the meeting, Li Chang'an turned his attention to another matter: organizing the movie script. Tonight marked the last night of Shanghai Bund. This drama aired 2 episodes daily, totaling 25 episodes over 12 days. The final 3 episodes would air consecutively tonight. For the other 2 television stations, this ratings battle was finally coming to an end. For a full 12 days, Jai Television had kept TVB and Li's competing station at bay with Shanghai Bund. Watching the rising ratings of his rivals, Xiao Yaifu's expression remained gloomy. In the drama, the character played by Fa Gu Su Wenxiang had become a hot topic on the streets of Hong Kong. The keen fashion merchants quickly captured the trend. Once Su Wenxiang's long coat and black hat style became popular, similar attire was swiftly brought to market. Now, walking the streets of Hong Kong, one could see sunglasses, black outfits, and black hats everywhere, with everyone emulating the look, radiating confidence. The chill of late November in Hong Kong was intensifying, particularly in the mornings and evenings. The surge in coat sales was perfectly timed. At 10:30 in the evening, Jai television was brightly lit. As Shanghai Bund concludes tonight, is the airing preparation for Chu Liuxiang ready for next Monday? Upon arriving at the station, Li Chang'an convened a meeting. Besides following up on the drama's progress, he also began planning for the establishment of a film company. Although the film sector would not yield profits as quickly as the real estate sector in the short term, the industry layout must be strategically positioned. He held countless memories of the past in his mind. If those classic works were not filmed by his own hands, it would not only be a waste of resources but also a relinquishing of opportunities to others. Chairman, there is no need to worry. The advertisements will be launched immediately after tonight's episode ends, and newspaper promotions will be fully rolled out by tomorrow morning. Liang Shui spoke calmly. As long as the arrangements are proper, you can manage the specific details. Now let's talk about the data regarding Shanghai Bund. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ku stood up holding a stack of materials, his expression excited. In recent days, he had been in the limelight, reaping both fame and fortune. With Shanghai Bund, he had firmly established himself as a top director in the Hong Kong film industry. Chairman, as of now, Shanghai Bund has aired up to episode 22, achieving a peak rating of 82 with an average of 68.53. Once tonight's finale airs, surpassing a 70 average rating is without a doubt. Applause immediately erupted, crisp and enthusiastic. Excellent. Do we have specific figures regarding the revenue? Li Chang'an turned to Liang Shui, his gaze focused. There are already accurate statistics available. Xiao Ling, bring my briefcase over. Yes, General Manager. Liang Shui took out the documents from her bag, unable to hide her joy. As the general manager of the television station, she was extremely satisfied with the current situation. Achieving profitability just a month after resuming broadcasting was almost unimaginable in the past. With Shanghai Bund, the entire television station gained the strength to compete with its peers. Chairman, before the airing of Shanghai Bund, our primetime advertisement price was 2,000 Hong Kong dollars. After the series launched, it was quickly adjusted to 16,000 Hong Kong dollars for a short segment. Starting from the third day, the price for each segment of advertisement had soared to 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. Each episode contains 4 advertisement slots with 8 short segments, each totaling 32 advertisement segments. A daily airing of 2 episodes generates a total of 64 advertisement segments. Just from the evening drama's advertisement revenue, the daily average has already reached 320,000 Hong Kong dollars. For 9 days, this amount remains stable, while the other 3 days accumulated approximately 420,000. Moreover, the popularity of Shanghai Bund has also boosted the advertisement value of other programs. Currently, the total advertisement revenue from non-prime time slots is approaching 10 million. Overall, since the airing of Shanghai Bund, the total revenue is approximately 43 million Hong Kong dollars. Applause erupted once more, lingering for a long time. This figure stirred excitement in everyone present in the conference room. A single television drama within just a few weeks had brought over 40 million in returns to the station. Very well, as I mentioned before, since the television station is profitable, the funds will not be withdrawn. How to utilize them will be entirely up to the general manager's discretion. Upon hearing this, Liang Shui was taken aback. Initially, she thought Li Chang'an was merely soothing the crowd and did not take it seriously. Yet now it seemed that he truly intended to leave the money behind and let her allocate it freely, which left her momentarily unsettled. Chairman, can I use this money as I wish? She blurted out, her tone filled with excitement, even failing to notice the flaws in her statement. Li Chang'an smiled slightly. General Manager Liang, you have the authority to allocate these funds for the development of the television station and necessary projects, but they are not for personal use at your discretion. She instantly realized her slip of the tongue, a hint of embarrassment appearing on her face. Let's leave it at that. Next, I have several arrangements to announce. First, I will establish a film company under the unified management of the television station, and you all need to start preparing the personnel. Second, since we are going to do this, we must do it thoroughly. General Manager Liang, I am assigning you the task of acquiring a cinema line. If the acquisition cannot be completed, then you must build one yourself. Third, the preparation of variety shows must be expedited. Once this project launches, it will bring considerable revenue and a stable audience base to the television station. That's all I have to say for today. Does anyone have questions? Chairman, I have a question. Su Ku stood up. Go ahead. After the film company is established, can our television station's directors go over to shoot films? He asked cautiously, his expression revealing tension. You should discuss this with General Manager Liang. The film company is part of the television station system, and the related arrangements should be coordinated internally by you. Understood, thank you, Chairman. Any other questions? Yes. Liang Shui spoke. I would like to hold a celebration banquet tomorrow night. With the drama's tremendous success, the entire station should celebrate together. Li Chang'an thought for a moment and realized it was indeed worth celebrating. Not just the television station, the headquarters should also participate. Alright, I approve it. However, for this celebration, I hope it will be jointly hosted with the headquarters, using this opportunity to foster mutual understanding. If General Manager Liang hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten about this matter. That was my oversight. Oh, thank you for the reminder. It's settled then, and this matter will be handled by General Manager Liang and General Manager Zhuang from the headquarters. Tomorrow night will not only be a day to celebrate the company's significant achievements, but will also reward and recognize outstanding employees. Wow! And as soon as Li Chang'an finished speaking, a murmur rippled through the crowd, and whispers spread quietly as people speculated on the criteria for this commendation. Groups of 3 or 4 conversed animatedly, the atmosphere steadily warming. And after concluding his remarks, Li Chang'an gestured for Liang Shuyi to accompany him out of the venue. And since this was a celebration banquet, it had to be both dignified and grand. The banquet would not only include all in-house employees, but also invite influential figures from beyond the company to elevate its prestige and scale. And those deserving recognition would be honored publicly, basking in the limelight before their peers. December 1st, Sunday, 6:00 p.m. And the ballroom of Kowloon Grand Hotel shimmered under brilliant lights radiant with starlight. Naviri artist and executive from Jia Television attended without exception. A constellation of handsome men and beautiful women drew passers-by to a halt, curious about the extraordinary event unfolding. Why had so many celebrities gathered here? The entire hotel floor had been reserved exclusively by Li Chang'an for tonight's corporate celebration banquet. And though prepared in just one day, everything proceeded with flawless order. The banquet's scale and investment were extraordinary, even unprecedented within the industry. And Li Chang'an personally extended invitations to several heavyweight figures from Hong Kong: Li Ka-shing, Sir Y.K. Pao, Li Xiao, Qi Shin-bai, and even his father's longtime friends. He even paid personal visits to invite Sir Run Run Shaw of TVB and Huang Shizhao, general manager of Rediffusion Television. And naturally, the media were also among the invited guests. To transform the banquet into a landmark event, it had to appear across newspapers and echo through every alleyway. And through this ripple effect, he aimed to attract outstanding talent to notice his enterprise and proactively seek employment. Though Hong Kong had long entered the era of modern metropolis, reality remained stark. Many workers, especially top-tier creative professionals and technical specialists, had long received compensation far beneath their contributions. Take Jia Television as an example. Before Li Chang'an reformed its remuneration system, even General Manager Liang Shuyi received only a fixed salary. Directors and producers earned merely 10 to 20,000 HKD per completed project. Screenwriters faced even greater hardship. And even after penning a blockbuster series, their income seldom exceeded 15,000 HKD. In that era, screenwriters held low status. Their scripts sold outright to television stations or film studios with no residual royalties whatsoever. And actors faced similar constraints. Only a handful of A-list stars enjoyed substantial earnings. Most newcomers survived solely on meager base salaries. And earning tens of thousands HKD for a single production already counted as elite pay within the industry. Exorbitant fees belonged exclusively to those already perched atop the summit, or ordinary performers. Even those starring in record-breaking hits could hardly expect overnight stardom from a single role. Li Chang'an hailed from a future world. He understood the systemic flaws behind this phenomenon. And he neither intended to squander wealth nor pursue radical reform, but instead quietly introduced a novel distribution mechanism. He allocated a portion of each production's total revenue to reward the creative team according to merit. And for a fledgling television station, this model stabilized core talent while igniting staff enthusiasm. The better the script, the more refined the direction, the higher the returns. And each individual's compensation directly mirrored the work's performance. Li Chang'an firmly believed this approach surpassed fixed salaries in efficacy. Wealth gains meaning only when shared, not hoarded. To go further, one must know how to distribute wisely. And he stood as the first practitioner of this system, the pioneer who dared tread this uncharted path, inevitably drawing extra attention and advantage. Even if TVB or Rediffusion Television later emulated his model, they could never erase his identity as its originator. And the influence borne by a trailblazer remains irreplicable by followers. Time slipped forward. By 6:30 p.m., employees from Li Chang'an's company began arriving, and all Jia Television personnel had taken their places. The venue glittered with stardust. Chow Yun-fat appeared as Su Wanqiang, Olui Weiliang embodied. Ding Li Ozhao, Yaji Feng Tingting, and other luminaries graced the hall together. Mi Shui, Jia Yi's leading lady, stood among them. Yet her presence was nearly eclipsed by Zhao Yaji's commanding aura, and reporters swarmed Zhao Yaji, cameras flashing incessantly, questions flying thick and fast, while only a handful lingered near Mi Shui. Miss Zhao, how have you been lately? Rumor has it your marriage to Mr. Huang Hanwei is strained. Does this involve Mr. Huang Yuanshan? Have you and Mr. Huang Hanwei decided to divorce? Or are you developing a relationship with Mr. Huang Yuanshan. Faced with these incisive questions, Zhao Yaji did not flinch. Her face remained composed, adorned with a poised, graceful smile. Hello, dear journalists. Tonight marks a joint celebration banquet between Jiayi Television and Chang'an Group. I hope personal matters won't overshadow this festive occasion. Thank you for your concern. The banquet is about to begin. I must take my seat now. Thank you for your interviews. And with that she turned and departed. In that instant, her back turned to the crowd. Her complexion drained of color, her vision blurred, and her expression shattered, utterly unlike her earlier composure. She was deeply affected. Not indifferent at all, each question pierced straight to her heart. And yet, as a professional artist, company policy strictly forbade discussing private affairs in public lest brand image suffer collateral damage. Professional discipline compelled her to maintain calm. But reality matched rumor. Precisely, her marriage to Huang Hanwei had reached an irreconcilable impasse. She wore a long-sleeved evening gown tonight. Were she to expose her arms, back, or legs, reporters present would likely be left speechless. For scarcely a patch of unblemished skin remained upon her body. Her flesh was marred entirely by scars. Never since Huang Yuanshan's love letters had been exposed, her marriage had spiraled into crisis. Now reconciliation was impossible. Zhao Yaji had already endured 3 physical assaults from her husband, and she had moved out to live alone, entrusting her 2 children to her mother's care. The clock struck 6:45 p.m. And good heavens! I'm not mistaken, am I? Who is that? Na Sharpied reporter gazed toward the entrance, voice trembling with disbelief. Sir Y.K. Pao is here, and so are billionaire Pao and Shin Bai of HSBC. And another cried out spontaneously. N, is that Li Chang'an behind them? Look further. Aren't those Li Daheng, Guidaheng and Feng Daheng? And Sir Run Shaw of TVB has arrived too, and executives from other major conglomerates. Why have they all gathered here? Once the identities of the arrivals became clear, the venue erupted. Reporters surged forward en masse as shutter clicks exploded like rapid gunfire. Click, click, click. Mr. Pao, Mr. Li, may we ask just 2 questions? N. Why have you attended Chang'an Group's celebration banquet? Have you already invested? Mr. Pao, Mr. Li. N. Reporters encircled Sir Y.K. Pao and Li Chang'an, walking at the forefront, and jostled to pose questions. Friends, please forgive us. We're here solely as honored guests tonight and shouldn't speak at length. Let's converse properly another time. Thank you very much. Li Chang'an smiled gently in reply, then strolled calmly into the hall alongside Sir Y.K. Pao, and seeing no further opportunity for insight, reporters instantly pivoted, rushing instead toward the cluster of magnates behind them. Alas, none of those eminent figures paused to grant interviews. Soon more affluent guests arrived from diverse backgrounds. Much to Li Chang'an's surprise, even Wang Yu, who rarely accepted invitations, appeared at the doorway, prompting only a wry, resigned smile. Mr. Bao, Mr. Shin, Mr. Li, welcome. It is our profound honor and privilege to receive you today. Li Chang'an, accompanied by a cohort of senior executives from his corporation, warmly greeted the guests at the entrance. The presence of such heavyweight figures sent shockwaves through Chang'an Group's internal ranks. No one had anticipated that an ordinary celebration banquet would draw so many top-tier tycoons into one hall. Especially the actresses, meticulously groomed and poised, could barely contain their excitement. Before them now stood the very opportunity they had long fantasized about, a chance to ascend. Such an occasion, where they could stand shoulder to shoulder with billionaires otherwise unreachable, was nothing short of extraordinary. And look, nearly every magnate had brought along a young protege. Young heirs stood beside Mr. Li Chang'an, or several business titans and longtime friends of Li Chang'an's father likewise arrived with promising youths from their families. The moment these scions appeared, they instantly became the focal point for the female talents employed by Li Chang'an's television network. Their glances flitted hesitantly, betraying ambitions too eager and too carefully concealed to ignore. Haha, young Master Li. You came in person to invite us. How could we possibly decline such an honor? Mr. Bao, the shipping magnate, beamed in reply. His attitude toward Li Chang'an had transformed utterly. No longer one of polite distance, but of genuine admiration. The reason was simple: Li Chang'an's electronics exports to the United States were being handled exclusively by Bao's logistics empire. Out of curiosity, he had discreetly tasked associates in the U.S. to monitor the sales performance of those shipments. When the report returned, he scarcely believed his own ears. Upon launch, Li Chang'an's appliances ignited a frenzy across American retail shelves, sold out within hours. Mr. Bao knew instinctively this was no fluke, but the unmistakable surge of an unstoppable ascent. To achieve such dominance at so tender an age, this was no ordinary prodigy. To miss the chance to forge a deep alliance with him would mean forfeiting perhaps the most consequential young mind one might ever encounter. Congratulations, young Master Li, on your phenomenal success in the U.S. market and on your television dramas sweeping every street and alleyway, said Mr. Shun by extending his hand with sincere warmth. Li Chang'an blinked, puzzlement flickering across his face. How could Shin Bai possibly know about my U.S. sales? Beside him, Mr. Li Chang'an wore the same stunned expression. He had no knowledge of Li Chang'an's foray into the American market, let alone its explosive reception. His decision to cultivate this relationship rested on two convictions. First, his own foresight. He sensed this youth would rise to greatness. Second, the conspicuous esteem shown by both Shin Bai and Mr. Bao Yugong, which only heightened his interest. Yet now, standing here, he wondered, had he underestimated Li Chang'an after all? Shin Bai never spoke idly. If he affirmed something, it carried weight. His gaze shifted between Shin Bai and Li Chang'an, filled not with doubt but with quiet, unspoken inquiry. Indeed, Mr. Shen, you truly possess ears that hear across continents, Li Chang'an replied with a wry smile. Ah, but you've misjudged me this time. That intelligence did not come from me. It was Mr. Bao who shared it. Shun Bai offered no evasion, naming Mr. Bao outright. So it is you, Mr. Bao, who commands such far-reaching intelligence. Li Chang'an turned, teasing lightly. Am I to blame? You moved so boldly. Within a month your fifth shipment had already sailed. Naturally, I grew curious, and sent word to observe on site. What I learned left me nearly paralyzed with astonishment. On launch day, my man reported crowds surging like a bustling marketplace, racing to buy, clamoring for more. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Mr. Bao shook his head in awe. You speak of... Mr. Li Chang'an interjected, his brow furrowed in confusion. Yet a faint thread of memory stirred whispers of new ventures in the Americas larger than imagined. You'll have to ask young Master Li himself. I'm unaware of the finer details, though I've heard profits are substantial. Substantial? Mr. Bao, have you uncovered another golden path? Count me in, may I join? A voice cut in from the side. Li Chang'an turned. Mr. Li Zhaoji had arrived, but his eyes swept past him, immediately spotting two others beside Li Zhaoji, and he hurried forward with respectful haste. Uncle C, your esteemed presence honors us beyond measure. Mr. Feng Jingxi and Mr. Guo Desheng. Your arrival elevates this humble gathering to celestial heights. This junior is profoundly honored. His tone remained deferential, his posture deeply humble. He had not expected Li Zhaoji to bring both Feng Jingxi and Guo Desheng. Truly an unforeseen development. Haha, young Master Li, no need for such formality, chuckled Mr. Guo Desheng. After hearing old Li sing your praises as a rare talent, we two old men couldn't resist coming uninvited, just to share a warm meal. Pray don't think us presumptuous. Renowned throughout Hong Kong's business circles as the benevolent one, Mr. Guo's gentle words struck Li Chang'an with unexpected weight. Sir Guo jests. I've long yearned for your presence. How dare I show even a trace of negligence? Enough, enough. Fewer pleasantries, interjected Li Zhaoji, eyes gleaming with intrigue. What were you discussing just now? Was Mr. Bao telling you how to make your fortune? Does it include me? Hearing this, Mr. Bao Yugong burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Young Li, spill it. What exactly have you built in the Americas, and how much have you earned? His impatience was palpable, refusing to relent until he heard the full account. Though the others stood bewildered, all eyes converged upon Li Chang'an, awaiting his next word. It's far too early for conclusions. The first sales cycle has only just begun. Results remain pending, Li Chang'an sighed, shaking his head wryly. Then how many units sold in that first round? Pressed Mr. Bao. Well, approximately 5,000. 5,000. 5 million. 5 million in a single day. If this pace continues. Mr. Bao's eyes widened. He nearly leapt to his feet. Those around exchanged baffled glances, uncertain whether the figure referred to units or currency, yet too cautious to interrupt. Actually, I meant dollars. What? $5 million? Mr. Bao shot upright, voice soaring in disbelief. Even Shun Bai, who had known the truth, could not suppress his astonishment, his expression shifting subtly. The outburst drew immediate attention. Across the hall of guests, turned puzzled by the shipping tycoon's sudden loss of composure. Yet Mr. Bao paid no heed, seizing Li Chang'an's arm urgently. Tell me, beginning from the very start, how did you do it? Gentlemen, if I may suggest, we find seats and continue this conversation there. Otherwise, I fear tonight shall never end. He knew well, without laying bare the full story, none of them would release him. Once seated, Li Chang'an recounted with measured clarity his venture into the U.S. electronics market. Before he finished speaking, the faces of those seasoned tycoons, normally unflappable, had shifted repeatedly, culminating in unified expressions of utter incredulity. This spectacle did not go unnoticed. Onlookers whispered among themselves. wondering what manner of discourse could so profoundly unsettle Hong Kong's most battle-hardened captains of industry. You mentioned earlier that 36% of the initial shipment alone recouped the entire batch's production cost. Is 46 of the sales entirely profit? If we calculate it this way, isn't each shipment netting nearly $100 million? The shipping tycoon was stunned, and the wealthy guests around him were also left speechless. Shen Bai, as the head of HSBC, was usually calm and composed, but at this moment even her pupils slightly contracted. A revenue close to $100 million from a single shipment is simply suffocating to hear. Li Chang'an smiled faintly. The shipping costs need to be deducted. The distributors in the United States take a share, and there are various expenses such as customs and taxes. I haven't even accounted for labor costs, and I estimate that what can actually be netted is at most $50 million. $50 million, which is equivalent to 350 million Hong Kong dollars. Are you still dissatisfied? Someone couldn't help but interject. Jealousy, unwillingness, and shock intertwined in the hearts of each tycoon. They had never imagined that an appliance company could achieve such astonishing profit margins, completely overturning their business perceptions. Li Chang'an was not unintentionally boasting. He understood that in Shangjiang status dictates resources. Today, revealing these figures was precisely to elevate his own weight, especially to make Shen Bai reassess his value. If he were to engage in a strategic game with Hutchison Whampoa in the future, the heavier the chips in his hand, the more confidence he would have in negotiations. As for whether he was worried that these people would turn around and enter the appliance industry to snatch his market, on the contrary, he welcomed it. One person's strength is ultimately limited, the market is vast. Why monopolize? More importantly, he was well aware that the golden sales period of his products was only the first 2 months. Once the window closed, counterfeit products would inevitably flood in and sales would certainly decline. Rather than facing the wave alone, it was better to pull these giants into the game. Even if they did not take action, others would. It was better to lay the groundwork in advance, making them allies rather than rivals. When everyone stands on the same front against overseas competitors, they can form a united force. This pattern would be more beneficial to him. At 7 o'clock the bell rang. The host on stage interrupted the intimate discussion. The noise gradually subsided and the banquet officially began. Zhang Yuling, known as Sister Dudu. Li Chang'an looked towards the stage. He had indeed seen Sister Dudu, and she was quite pretty in her youth, but as time passed it was hard to compliment her now. Welcome everyone to the Chang'an Group's celebration banquet. On behalf of all my colleagues, I extend my sincere greetings to everyone. As a member of the Chang'an Group, I am filled with gratitude and feel honored to stand here today. Sister Dudu, you seem so happy. Did Boss Li give you a bonus? The male host beside her interjected with a smile. The person was named Feng Suifan. His name might not often be mentioned, but he had appeared in The 5 Fortune Stars and The Intimate Adventures of an American Girl. Tall with a beard, anyone familiar with Hong Kong films would recognize him. The opening of such parties always follows an old routine, and Li Chang'an had no intention of doing otherwise. First, the preparation was rushed, and second, he was inherently unwilling to waste energy on formality. The focus of tonight was clear: to let everyone see that his company valued employees and was warm like home. He was a generous helmsman, valuing ability over seniority, willing to pave the way for newcomers, and giving talented individuals a stage to shine. This was the reputation he wanted to attract more elites to gather under his banner. Only by continuously injecting new power could the company break through bottlenecks and keep moving forward. As the host finished the small talk, the main event slowly unfolded. As the highest person in charge of the group, Li Chang'an naturally had to take the stage to speak. Time isn't early. Let's not delay everyone's meal. Next, please welcome Mr. Li Chang'an, chairman of Chang'an Group, to the stage to give a speech and open a brighter tomorrow for us. Now let's give a warm welcome to Chairman Li. Clap, clap, clap. Li Chang'an walked steadily onto the stage, his pace calm, with an irresistible smile on his lips. That face was handsome, as if stepping out from a magazine cover, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he was the heartthrob of all girls in Hong Kong. Many female artists from TV stations in the audience stared wide-eyed, their hearts racing, almost wanting to rush forward and embrace this charismatic entrepreneur immediately. Thank you to every friend present, and more importantly to all my colleagues at Chang'an Group. It is your hard work that has made us who we are today. I sincerely express my respect here. Many people know that the predecessor of Chang'an Group was Hutchison Electrical Company. When my family suddenly faced misfortune and my parents passed away, I was forced to interrupt my studies and took on the family responsibilities alone. At first, the pressure was immense, and I wanted to give up several times. But whenever I thought of my parents' appearances, while they were alive, a sense of unwillingness surged in my heart. How could I retreat? How could I face them beneath the 9 springs? With this obsession, I persevered. Fortunately, the team left behind by my father did not disperse. General Manager Zhuang Shiqiang always remained on duty, and Vice President Zhang Lan, who was working in the United States, also never wavered. Additionally, the experienced craftsmen in various factories silently supported the entire foundation. They gave me strength, allowing me to firmly take over the business left by my father. You may wonder why a company on the brink of collapse could revive itself. The key lies in one of my classmates in the United States. Through him, we opened up the market for electrical exports, which allowed the company to have a turning point. The new product line was not my initiative, but rather a project that my father had already begun developing during his lifetime, only interrupted due to the sudden misfortune. I, Li Chang'an, do not possess the ability to change the world, nor am I the so-called legendary figure who rises against adversity as the outside world claims. All of this is merely inheriting the foundation laid by my father. Today, sharing this is not to boast, it is simply because I have suppressed my feelings for too long and wish to express a few heartfelt words. Now let's get back on track. Today's banquet is not just a celebration, but also to announce a new system. Jia Television under Chang'an Group will implement an unprecedented incentive mechanism. We adhere to the principle of appointing the talented, rewarding contributions, and ensuring that merit is recognized. This system, which I call the profit-sharing reward system, applies to all core positions in the television station. As his speech, lasting over 10 minutes, concluded, Xiao Yifu and Huang Shijiao exchanged glances. Li Chang'an's words were akin to dropping a massive stone. Not only the frontline stars and senior executives would participate in profit-sharing, but even directors, producers, and screenwriters were included in the distribution system, which completely broke the industry's conventions. Numerous reporters gathered on site, and the news would undoubtedly spread throughout the city by tomorrow. Jia Yi's bold approach left their own television station still adhering to old systems. How would they cope in the future? Would talent be drained overnight? Xiao Yifu's expression darkened, alarm bells ringing in his heart. Although Huang Shijiao, as the general manager, felt pressure, this decision was made by the boss and he could not interfere. On the contrary, deep down, he had a slight recognition of Li Chang'an's approach. I won't say more. I won't delay everyone's meal. Later we will commend the employees who have contributed to the group, so please enjoy the banquet. Applause surged like a tidal wave. Li Chang'an returned to his seat and the banquet officially commenced. Dear media friends, Chairman Li has specially arranged seats for you. Please move over here to join us for dinner. The reporters were stunned. After years in the industry, they had grown accustomed to standing in corners recording the feasts of others, but had never been invited to sit at the table as guests. When had they ever received such respect? Some even doubted their own hearing. Did Chairman Li really invite us to dinner? One reporter whispered in disbelief. That's right, table no. 5 is reserved for you all. Please go ahead and take your seats. As soon as the reporters heard this, they hurriedly gathered their belongings and quickly made their way to their seats. They were ordinary people too, already famished, and with a feast laid out before them, the enticing aroma was irresistible. They immediately picked up their chopsticks to enjoy. Little Li really pulled out all the stops this time. Li Chang'an whispered to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an smiled slightly and did not respond. As the meal concluded, the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air. The two hosts returned to the stage. Time flies, and now we come to the highlight of the celebration banquet. Without further ado, let's invite the staff to bring out the main attraction of today. Zhao Feng and several others worked together to push a small cart covered with bright red cloth, drawing curious glances from the crowd as they speculated. I'm sure everyone is eager to know what lies beneath this cloth. To be honest, even I have longed for it. Now it's time for the reveal. As the red cloth was lifted, the audience erupted in astonishment. Piles of cash were neatly arranged, and the brand new banknotes gleamed under the lights. Hundreds of thousands of yuan in cash were laid bare before them, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Someone murmured, "With so much money, what exactly does Li Chang'an intend to do? He can't possibly distribute it all, right?" The question soon found its answer. The host began to call names, and the first to step onto the stage was Liang Shui from the television station. Manager Liang has led her team to numerous achievements, successfully launching the sensational series, Shanghai Bund. According to the new regulations, she is entitled to one of the total profit from the TV station. Since its relaunch, after deducting all costs, the net profit reached 35.8 million. Therefore, this month's bonus amounts to 358,000 yuan. Wow! Applause erupted like thunder mixed with waves of amazement. Huang Shijiao, also a leader in the television station, changed expression slightly as he sat in the audience. The amount earned by Liang in 1 month equaled his entire year's income, leaving him with indescribable feelings. Holding an envelope filled with cash, Liang Shui smiled and stepped down after giving a brief speech. Next, please welcome the director and producer of Shanghai Bund, Mr. Su Ke. Applause erupted once more. Su Ke, unable to contain his excitement, walked steadily onto the stage. As both the director and producer, Su enjoys a 1 share of the total income from the drama, plus an additional 0.5. The total income of Shanghai Bund was 48.5 million, totaling a bonus of 687,000 yuan. The audience was in an uproar again. In 1978, Ajayi once earned nearly 50 million from a single drama, which was already astonishing. Now, not only had Li Chang'an's project achieved great success, but he also lavishly distributed hundreds of thousands of cash, on the spot, an unprecedented display of generosity. All the employees felt a surge of warmth in their hearts, their eyes shining with excitement. At the celebration banquet, names were read one by one, and each recipient returned with their hands full. Fa Gu and Zhao Yaji also received honors, with bonuses reaching 5 million. Li Chang'an left nothing for himself, distributing everything to those who had contributed. As the grand feast came to an end, everyone still felt as if they were in a dream. The generosity and demeanor of the Chang'an group were astonishing, the employees were filled with enthusiasm, and the journalists' pens flew across the pages. Who wouldn't yearn for such a company? After the banquet concluded, the real drinking party quietly began. The media had been politely escorted away, leaving only esteemed guests and key figures. Li Chang'an was well aware that such occasions were the key moments for networking and mutual understanding. He raised his glass, mingling among several business magnates, chatting easily. "Little Li, your bold move has truly shaken the industry. Aren't you afraid of being discussed behind your back by your peers?" The boat king took a sip of his drink, his tone relaxed yet probing. He was quite interested in the incentive mechanism just announced, already calculating how to adapt it for his own use. He wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Shen Bis' eyes were also shining with excitement. With the large staff of HSBC, if such a dividend model could be introduced, efficiency might drastically improve. But the current occasion was not suitable for such discussions, or otherwise, he would have already sought advice. Discussion. I do my own thing and walk my own path. If anyone has an opinion, they can certainly propose an even better system. Li Chang'an smiled calmly, his expression open. What a forthright person. The boat king laughed heartily. Let's not discuss business today, just camaraderie. Come, let's drink to this, my old bones can't take too much longer. Several elder attendees also stood up to raise their glasses. Let's drink to this, it's time to rest. As the drinks were emptied, Li Chang'an personally saw them off. He did not try to keep them, knowing well that these elders had a strict routine. They ruled the roost by day and returned home early at night to rest. Watching the elders leave, the hall remained brightly lit. As the gathering of the younger generation was about to heat up, Li Chang'an turned back to the venue and walked straight toward Xiao Yifu. "Uncle Lu, will you join me for a drink? You still have the nerve to invite me for drinks. After what you just did, how could I possibly sit still?" Xiao Yifu reproached him, though there was no anger in his eyes. His presence here was precisely to await an answer. Given his status, if he were not concerned, why would he linger? "Uncle Lu, I am not intentionally causing trouble. It's just the situation demands it. Such systems have long been implemented in the United States. We are merely riding the wave. Moreover, if you think about it, allowing creators to share in the success will surely inspire the birth of more quality works. Want it?" "Uncle Lu, to be honest, some expenses are unavoidable. Your experience is deeper than mine. You know better than I do about the balance between giving up and gaining. Letting go of some immediate benefits in exchange for greater achievements with better works and higher returns, isn't this path better than clinging to old rules? I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. You must have long thought about adjusting these rules, right? Though I don't know why you have delayed. Perhaps it's due to concerns about external pressures and fears of being targeted by peers. But I don't care about that. I will take this first step." After hearing Li Chang'an's words, Xiao Yifu suddenly trembled, his gaze firmly locked onto his face. How could he not understand these principles? Yet he chose to remain silent precisely to avoid standing at the forefront. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. He did not wish to be that conspicuous bird. Now that his thoughts had been pointed out, how could he not be moved? He suddenly realized that this young man before him was far from simple, as if he could see through the most secret corners of a person's heart. He did not express anger nor intent to blame. He merely wished to discern what kind of person this nominal junior truly was. Now he had seen clearly. His opinion of Li Chang'an had completely changed. He could no longer regard him as just a rich young master living off his family's fortune. "You little rascal. No prize for guessing right. Let's go. I'm getting on in years. Places like this aren't meant for me anymore. See me out, would you?" Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an's lips curved faintly upward as he rose and gently offered his arm to support Xiao Yifu toward the exit. He knew the invisible barrier between them had dissolved. Henceforth their rivalry within the television industry would be open, honorable, and unclouded by hidden agendas. Then one by one, he raised his glass in solemn toast, personally escorting each elder guest to the threshold. With no senior family member present to preside, these duties fell solely upon his shoulders. Exhaustion was no excuse to cut corners. This was tradition and reverence. Nearly 10 o'clock passed before the final guest departed. Only then did he slip away, his steps slightly unsteady as he returned to the banquet hall and quietly sank into a corner seat, craving solitude. Alas, he remained the brightest star in the room. Many had already noticed him. yet had refrained from approaching, wary of interrupting his earlier earnest exchanges with the industry elders. Just as several female television artists prepared to step forward and strike up conversation, a slender figure slipped ahead, swift and decisive. A murmur of resentment stirred among the onlookers. Even Zhang Mali, who once shared a fleeting intimate night with Li Chang'an, frowned faintly. "Mr. Li, may I sit here and share a drink with you?" A clear, honeyed voice chimed softly. Li Chang'an lifted his drowsy gaze. "This?" He rubbed his eyes hard, then looked again. His heart jolted. "Good heavens, it's Guan Jilin. What on earth is she doing here? Something's off. I recall the Guan demoness should still be only 16 or 17. Yet she looks utterly grown up." His mind fogged, alcohol surging through his veins. Yet awareness clung tenuous and trembling as he stared at her in bewildered disbelief. "Who are you?" Feigning first-time acquaintance, he asked aloud, while inwardly musing, could she possibly have an identical twin sister? Could this woman before him be her? "Mr. Li, I am Guan Shan's daughter, Guan Zhehui. A pleasure to meet you." At that time, she hadn't yet adopted her stage name. The moniker Guan Demoness came later after entering the entertainment industry. Goodness. She's even more stunning in person. Li Chang'an marveled silently. Where was the childlike air? This was unmistakably a mature woman. His thoughts churned, tangled with unanswered questions. Guan Jilin sensed his lingering gaze fixed upon her face, and instantly a sweet, knowing smile bloomed at the corners of her lips. That smile struck him like lightning, nearly stealing his breath. Truly a bewitching little sorceress. No, I must not entertain such thoughts. He sternly reminded himself, inwardly swiftly reining in his unruly mind. "Oh, you're Mr. Guan Shan's daughter. I had no idea you'd grown so tall. It's truly an honor. Please have a seat." He'll just greet someone over there, then return to chat. "My apologies." Before the last word left his mouth, he'd already turned, poised to depart. He felt no inclination whatsoever towards secluded intimacy. Though he'd never been involved with her, rumors abounded. Both the Guan Demoness and the Li Demon were seasoned veterans of romance. He refused to risk his reputation on such perilous ground. Besides, her actual age remained unclear. If they were separated by a decade or more, the scandal would become fodder for ridicule. Better to extricate himself. Promptly and gracefully. Slightly unsteady on his feet, he strode away, seeking casual conversation elsewhere rather than remaining alone with her. His retreat darkened Guan Jilin's expression, while others watching rejoiced inwardly. Yet Li Chang'an marched onward without glancing back, ignoring every attempt to engage him, leaving those hopeful onlookers once again adrift in disappointment. He suddenly spotted a solitary figure on the balcony, quietly sipping wine. A closer look revealed Zhao Yaji. Her expression was hollow, as though the world held nothing worth clinging to, an unsettling sight that instantly piqued his concern. A moment's reflection clarified the cause. Her engagement had unraveled. He sighed deeply then, despite his mild intoxication, found himself drawn instinctively toward her. By now much of his drunken haze had lifted, though another drink or two might well floor him. "Miss Zhao, why are you drinking alone out here?" "Oh, the chairman's arrived. Come, let's have a drink together." Zhao Yaji swayed slightly, her words slurred, the unmistakable signs of deep inebriation. "You've had too much. Let's go inside. It's chilly out here." Li Chang'an's tone carried genuine concern. "I'm not drunk. Not at all. It's you who's tipsy, isn't it? Never mind. I'll drink alone." Her voice dripped with quiet irony. This, a subtle prick to his masculine pride. How could he let a woman best him in sheer stamina? A spark of defiance flared in Li Chang'an's chest. "Very well. You claim I'm sober. Then let's settle it." In one swift motion, he seized the wine bottle from her hand and poured himself a full, brimming glass. Zhao Feng and the others immediately understood, dragging chairs and a small table onto the balcony, then standing guard in silent, watchful attendance. Thus began the duel of drinks between two souls adrift in twilight consciousness. Time slipped away, swift and unrelenting. Midnight approached. The crowd outside had long since dispersed. Couples vanished into the night, the unpaired retreated home to rest. Only in the balcony's farthest corner remained two silhouettes, slurring fragmented words, minds adrift in fog, barely aware of their own actions. "Drink up. Hey, why've you slumped over? Still going?" Li Chang'an nudged Zhao Yaji, who lay motionless across the table. Unable to hold himself upright any longer, he too bowed his head and collapsed beside her. After a while, Zhao Feng and his companions noticed the silence from the balcony and stepped inside. "Team leader, what do we do now?" Zhao Feng frowned. "What choice do we have? Feng Hao, call the staff. Take Miss Zhao to the boss's room." "And the boss himself, team leader?" "Don't be ridiculous, of course he's going to. Straight to bed." Zhao Feng shot him a sharp glance, then strode forward, effortlessly hoisting Li Chang'an onto his shoulder before turning and walking out. Feng Hao stood frozen for a beat, then broke into a wry, knowing grin watching Zhao Feng's retreating back as he murmured under his breath. Turns out our team leader knows how to handle things after all. The next morning at dawn, Li Chang'an habitually rose early to exercise. His body obeyed an internal chronometer, no matter how late he'd slept the night before he awoke precisely on schedule. He'd been immersed in a blissful dream, vivid, pleasurable, though the heroine's face eluded memory, leaving only a deep, ineffable sense of fulfillment. Reality, however, showed no mercy to reverie. He jolted fully awake, his skull pounding as if about to burst. He slammed a palm hard against his temple, desperate to rise, rinse, and flee the throbbing aftermath. A soft, delicate sound drifted from nearby, freezing him mid-motion. Who's there? Dawn light barely seeped through tightly drawn curtains. The room remained steeped in dusky gloom. Li Chang'an forced calm, tracing the sound with cautious hands. Ah, ow. Instantly recognizable. A woman's voice. Then, like shards of broken mirror, fractured memories of last night crashed violently into his mind. Disaster. Utter disaster. His heart plummeted. He understood at once. Who else but Zhao Yaji, or perhaps Feng Tingting, could possibly be lying beside him? But how had she ended up in his room? Damn it, Zhao Feng. When I get my hands on you, you'll wish you'd never been born. He instantly deduced the culprit. Zhao Feng and his cohorts had orchestrated the whole thing. If it were someone else, he wouldn't care at all. If the other party were reasonable, they could still get along in the future. If they were after money, a single check would suffice. But the problem is she is someone else's daughter. Given his status, what would this night mean for him? If word got out, the image he had built over the years would be completely ruined. After all. He was at a loss for words, feeling embarrassed beyond measure. This was not a dream. This was truly happening, and he could neither advance nor retreat. Don't be nervous, it's not your fault. I drank too much. Don't worry, I won't put you in a difficult position. Li Chang'an was momentarily speechless, only responding softly, sitting stiffly, afraid to move, or to leave lest Zhao Yaji misunderstand his intentions. I want to go to the bathroom, can you? Not look at me. Zhao Yaji spoke softly. I'm okay, I'll close my eyes. He obediently closed his eyelids. The room was so quiet that he could hear the rhythm of their breathing. He vaguely sensed her rising, the rustling sound brushing past his ear. For some reason, he quietly opened a slit in his eyes. The dawn light had slightly filtered through the window, though not bright, it was enough to outline her figure. In the hazy morning light, her silhouette appeared, embodying a grace refined by the passage of time, interwoven with maternal tenderness and mature charm, causing his heart to shudder. His thoughts abruptly halted. Deep within the human heart lies a side known only to oneself. In that moment, reason seemed to be swallowed by some impulse. He suddenly reached out, pulling her closer. She struggled in panic, but before she could utter a word, her lips were sealed, her voice drowned in silence. More than an hour later, he no longer lingered on right or wrong. Since he was living this life anew, why should he constrain himself? Living should be about following one's heart. What others thought was never a consideration for him. How could you do this? I won't hold it against you for what happened when you were drunk, but now that you're sober. Her voice trembled, mixed with grievance and helplessness. Shoo! He did not respond, only gently embraced her, his movements tender, as if afraid to break anything. Don't say anything. I know you are not doing well. Find an opportunity to leave. Being alone is actually easier. After speaking, he offered no further explanations. He would not easily make promises, not to anyone. Even toward Ran, he had always kept his mouth shut. Promises were too heavy. He couldn't bear them, nor did he want to. Zhao Yaji opened her mouth, but ultimately swallowed her words. She was acutely aware of her situation with a child to care for. Many emotions could only be buried deep within her heart, unable to express them nor daring to. At 8:50 am, Li Chang'an appeared punctually at the entrance of the Far East Stock Exchange. He did not linger over the warmth of the previous night. A larger game awaited his move. The fierce struggle between the King of Shipping and the He group was at its height. He not only had to participate, but also subtly stir the pot to escalate the conflict, ensuring the stock price soared. He had already made arrangements yesterday. Newspaper articles were about to be published claiming that He and the Bao family were secretly negotiating with shareholders of the Kowloon warehouse stock, offering a high price and determined to acquire it. Once people's hearts become embroiled in competition, it becomes difficult to distinguish truth from falsehood. He intentionally stirred the situation, aiming to prompt both sides to continuously increase their bids, pushing the competition into a heated frenzy. Moreover, the Kowloon warehouse shares he held must be sold off quickly. The longer he delayed, the greater the risk. The King of Shipping would eventually trace the direction of these stocks. Within HSBC, this authority was sufficient to trace any account information holding Kowloon warehouse stocks, which meant those operating behind the scenes were easily identifiable. The stock exchange was already teeming with people. In the early morning, the crowd so dense that it was nearly impossible to pass through. Such a scene had not been seen in years. The last time it was this lively was back in 1973. At that time, several consecutive years of bull markets kept the stock market on fire, with the trading hall packed daily and the atmosphere as festive as a celebration. To describe the scene back then as everyone is a stockholder is no exaggeration. In the early 1970s, daily stock transaction volumes in Hong Kong often surpassed 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Investors' enthusiasm was nearly frenzied, especially during the property milk incident, where daily transaction amounts once approached 20 billion. Such numbers were astronomical for that era. Just recalling that history left Li Chang'an feeling an indescribable shock. Young Master Li, I believe that once the market opens today, the stock price will definitely soar to 60, doubling our investment. It's truly exhilarating. Hidafu said, his face filled with joy. 60 should be no problem, but that's still far from my goal. Do you have any methods to push the price up further? Li Chang'an asked with a steady gaze. Hidafu was silent for a moment, his brows furrowed. There is a method, but it might expose your involvement behind the scenes. I plan to place high-priced buy orders specifically to acquire Kowloon warehouse shares. The other party will certainly not be willing to let go of control. As long as we keep raising the price, they will be forced to follow suit, and the stock price will naturally rise. After listening, Li Chang'an thought for a moment. This strategy was feasible. Even if his identity was exposed, it would be fine. If it came to that, he could just confront Bao Yugong directly and negotiate terms. All right, if the market trend remains stable in the morning, you can try it this way. He nodded in agreement. At 9:00 sharp, the bell rang, and the stock market officially opened. When the market closed last Friday, the Kowloon warehouse stock price was still below 45. But the king of shipping absorbed a batch of retail shares at a high price of 55 right at the last moment. On that day, the Hang Seng Index was also pushed up to close at 1862 points. It can be said that the current boiling situation in the entire Hong Kong stock market was ignited by this battle. At 9:01, real-time data popped up. Wow! Heavens, it's skyrocketing. I'm getting rich. I'm getting rich. The first to show was the Hang Seng Index. 1950 points, just a step away from the 2,000 point mark, already surpassing the historical high of the 1973 bull market. Following that, the stock prices of various listed companies began to refresh on the screen. Every shareholder, upon seeing the names of their holdings flash up, could not help but cheer in excitement. The entire trading hall was instantly drowned in cheers, with joy and excitement permeating the air. Years later, it seemed as if the bull market had returned to Hong Kong, with the entire market caught in a rising tide, every stock climbing. Li Chang'an did not pay attention to other developments, or his gaze was fixed on the Kowloon warehouse stock price on the electronic screen. Seeing it had risen to 56, he couldn't help but smile. At that moment, his head Nyo Bai Jian and the king of shipping were each holding a newspaper, their expressions serious. The article precisely analyzed the power struggle between him and Nyo Bai Jian, hitting the nail on the head. After reading the report, Bao Yugang's heart tightened. Every action he had taken since entering the Kowloon warehouse was completely disclosed with no omissions. Find out who wrote this article and figure out a way to stop them from publishing further. Also investigate the source of the information. This content could not have been fabricated out of thin air. His greatest worry was whether this journalist also held secrets about him that had not been exposed. If more insider information were to leak, the consequences would be unimaginable. He did not want his reputation to be ruined in his later years. Continuing to read, his breath suddenly quickened. Reports mentioned that Jiangnan Holdings Nyo Bijian had secretly arranged high-priced repurchases of Kowloon warehouse shares throughout the port in just 2 days, intending to regain control. This revelation left Bao Yugong astounded. The earlier descriptions about him were so accurate that he firmly believed the upcoming information regarding Nyo Bijian. Set off immediately. I want to go to the exchange in person. He had initially planned to have his assistant monitor the trading, but now that he learned that Jiangnan was acting in secret, he could no longer sit still. At the same time, Nyo Bijian was also reading another newspaper. Li Chang'an had already sent the news to 2 media outlets simultaneously. One was Sing Tao Finance, and the other was a publication run by Eagle Country People, issued entirely in Eagle language. Due to the lack of a Chinese version, it was usually only noticed by a few sheep people in the port. The article in Nyo Bijian's hands was published by that Eagle language newspaper, with the content authorized for release by Li Chang'an. As he delved deeper into the reading, his expression gradually paled. Eileen, you must send someone to that newspaper immediately to find that journalist and warn him not to publish such content again. The article was 90 accurate, shaking him to the core. He was all too aware of what he had done and the shady dealings he had engaged in. He feared that deeper secrets would be uncovered and felt compelled to act first to suppress them. When he read the latter part, noting that Bao Yugong was also secretly contacting shareholders of Kowloon warehouse stocks to further increase his holdings, his heart sank even more. The report stated that Bao Yugong currently held approximately 43 of the shares, and was expected to spare no expense in pushing his holdings to 51 in the coming days, completely controlling Kowloon Warehouse. Nyo Bijin abruptly closed the newspaper and stood up. Prepare the car, head to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange immediately. He could not calm himself as the article was too precise. The remaining Kowloon Warehouse shares in the exchange were mostly held by some long-term steadfast retail investors. These individuals had weathered storms and were not easily swayed by a few slogans. Without real cash actions in front of them, it was nearly impossible to take shares from their hands. Bao Yugong arrived at the trading hall earlier than Nyo Bijin from Jiangnan. He was determined not to lose to the opponent who had always been in open and covert competition with him at this critical moment. Raise the price immediately by all we can. We must reach the minimum controlling stake as soon as possible. Notify all locations to publicly announce the bid. $70 cash transaction. Execute immediately. Understood, Chairman. Just past 9:35 a massive buy order suddenly appeared in the market, $70 to acquire 2 million shares of Kowloon Warehouse. Upon hearing the news, the entire venue was in uproar. Some were overjoyed while others found it hard to believe. $70. This figure was more than 3 times the original price. Even the seasoned veterans were shaken at such a price point. Attention, all holders of Kowloon Warehouse shares, stop holding back. Bao Chuanwang is just 6 away from reaching the target. Once accomplished, the stocks in your hands will be worthless. This opportunity comes only once, on-site delivery, don't miss it again. The veteran investors began to feel restless. $70 was indeed tempting, but even more terrifying was the thought that if it were true, with only 6 left, they would lose everything. I'll sell. I have 200,000, but I want 75. I'll sell 230,000, $75, or I'll turn to Jiangnan. 75 is fine. Sell to Bao Chuanwang, it's better than worthless paper. The hall immediately turned into a marketplace, with the crowd bustling and the sounds of bargaining rising and falling. This scene was familiar to those who had watched the Hong Kong drama The Great Era. It was a picture that had truly occurred. Back then, the exchange lacked electronic systems, and buying and selling relied entirely on vocal transmissions. Everyone crowded into a single hall where information was both transparent and chaotic. The louder one shouted, and the higher the bid, the more likely they were to grab the chips. Bao Chuanwang watched all of this quietly from the second floor. He was weighing whether to accept the $75 price. The morning's news floated in his mind. Nyo Bijin had already been secretly accumulating shares, while he was still short by 13. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tell them $75, buy it all." Understood. His subordinate hurried down, whispering a few words to those shouting the price. The person nodded and then loudly announced, "Bao Chuanwang has agreed. $75 cash transaction, take it all. Hurry to complete the deal." Bao Yugong was unaware that all his actions arranged at the Far East Stock Exchange had already fallen into other sites. In a corner of the exchange, a man was contacting Jiangnan Group's Nyo Bijin. "Chairman, the other party has agreed to buy at $75 per share, and many retail investors are planning to sell. If we delay any longer, it may be too late." Understood. Immediately stop the transaction. No matter how much the other party offers, we will raise the price to intercept. I have already sent Eileen with people. We will simultaneously buy back at high prices. Understood. I will execute this immediately. After hanging up the phone, the man quickly ascended to a high point in the exchange and, once stabilized, shouted loudly, "Please do not sell for the moment. Jiangnan Group is now proposing a higher bid to acquire Kowloon Warehouse shares. Please wait a moment, our people are on their way. I can guarantee that our price is higher than any other party. $75. Too low. If you don't want to miss this opportunity, please be patient for a few minutes. The chairman's secretary Eileen is already on her way." As soon as this was said, the veteran investors who had originally planned to sell their stocks to Bao Yugong began to hesitate. These savvy individuals who had experienced the market's ups and downs instinctively understood what the change in the situation meant. 2 fierce beasts were in confrontation, and the prey became the most composed one. They were the beneficiaries of this conflict. The more fiercely Jiangnan and Bao Yugong fought, the more valuable their chips became. It would be best if both parties fought to the bitter end, as that would allow them to truly make a profit. Bao Yugong on the second floor witnessed this scene, his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that Nyo Bijin had already taken precautions and sent people to wait for an opportunity. He realized that success today was unlikely. Continuing to bid like this, even with significant financial strength, he could not endure the endless consumption. He felt he must talk to Nyo Bijin. Even if they were adversaries, it seemed to him that the other party would not wish to fall into such a situation where both sides were destroyed. More importantly, Bao Yugong's cash was running low. Currently, he was short by 13 of the shares, and with the previous investments, his funds had been stretched to the limit. If he raised the price again, he would not be able to pay the subsequent payments. From any angle, contacting Jiangnan had become imperative. He did not order to raise the price again, but turned to the assistant beside him. "You go contact Jiangnan Group's Nyo Bijin. I want to speak with him." Yes, Chairman. The assistant immediately took action inquiring about Nyo Bijian's whereabouts. Minutes later, he finally confirmed his location. At that moment, Nyo Bijian, who was at the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, was deploying funds for mobilization. He was determined to regain control of Kowloon Warehouse with an overwhelming bid. For Jiangnan, $1 billion or 800 million was merely a number on paper with no pressure at all. Even if only for the sake of face, he would never allow anyone to take his assets from him. Mr. Nyo Bao Yugang's assistant is calling requesting to speak with you. Bao Yugang. This name caused Nyo Bijian to pause, slightly standing still with a furrowed brow, his thoughts swirling around without clarity. After a moment, he stepped towards the telephone, wanting to understand why the other party suddenly contacted him. Chairman Nyo Bijian's line is connected. As the words fell, Bao Chuanwang nodded slowly and walked towards the phone. Hello, Mr. Nyo Bijian. To boldly acquire at $75, Mr. Bao certainly has a flair for boldness. Nyo Bijian's tone was slightly cold, his words laced with sharpness. We are both reasonable people. Raising prices against each other benefits no one. Bao Yugang calmly responded. It would be better to cease here, locking the price at this point. How to strategize moving forward depends on our respective abilities, and there is no need to further inflate the stock price. This proposal was reasonable. As long as the two did not compete in bidding, the market would naturally stabilize. Who ultimately secured Kowloon Warehouse would depend on how discreet and swift their actions were behind the scenes. Suddenly laughter erupted from the other end of the line. Ha ha ha. Nyo Bijian laughed heartily, not hiding the mockery in his tone. Bao Yugang's expression remained unchanged. Decades in the business world had taught him what to heed and what to forget. Mockery was merely a breeze in his ears. As long as he could minimize actual losses, everything else was inconsequential. Mr. Bao, you certainly know how to count your profits. Nyo Bijian leisurely spoke. But unfortunately, can your financial chain hold up? You Chinese have a saying, don't wear a hat that doesn't fit your head. Laughter echoed once more as if he had already grasped victory. Now I offer you a way out: withdraw from the competition and transfer your shares to me. Otherwise, it won't just be a matter of losing your investment this time. He will fully suppress your global shipping in the future, leaving you no room to maneuver. Bao Yugang remained silent. The threat reached his ears but sank like a stone into the sea. He was not afraid, for he knew that behind him stood the formidable HSBC. Mr. Nyo Bijian, that's impossible. If you do not accept my proposal, then this conversation never happened. Goodbye. His finger just touched the receiver, preparing to hang up. Wait. Nyo Bijian suddenly spoke, his tone urgent. Nyo Bijian's heart stirred slightly, sensing a possible shift. Could it be that the other party had finally wavered? Mr. Bao, if you insist on this, don't blame me for being impolite. I will show you what true commercial power looks like. He is not an adversary you can easily provoke. Do. The cold response from the other end made Bao Yugang's chest tighten. He originally intended to have a calm conversation with Nyo Bijian to avoid excessive resource loss on both sides. But the other party continued to mock him as if he held no weight. He abruptly hung up the phone, standing up, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at his assistant beside him. Immediately begin acquiring Kowloon Warehouse shares at $80 per share. We must secure that 13% equity in the shortest time possible. I have a feeling he won't sit idly by. Just as he finished speaking, several neatly dressed professional women entered the hall downstairs, led by Nyo Bijian's personal secretary from He Group. Her appearance confirmed Bao Yugang's judgment. Ladies and gentlemen, please note, I am the representative of Nyo Bijian, chairman of He Group. We officially announce that we will repurchase all circulating shares of Kowloon Warehouse at a price of $100 per share. This is a one-time opportunity, and those interested in selling, please register immediately. Wow! The crowd instantly erupted. The doubling of the offer crashed in like a giant wave, and the entire trading hall fell into chaos. This was truly a significant move, with funds so abundant it was astonishing. The assistant sent by Bao Yugang was just preparing to convey the instruction when he heard this and froze on the spot. The $80 offer hadn't been initiated yet. The other party had already raised it by 25%. He could only turn and rush back upstairs to report. Bao Yugang on the second floor had already seen everything. Sitting in his chair, his expression was grave, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table. The development of the situation had long deviated from the initial plan, and now every step felt like walking on a tightrope fraught with difficulty. The water has already reached my neck. Since we are on board, there is no turning back. Even if it is I will not retreat again. He slowly stood up and walked towards the phone in the corner. Do. Hello, it's me, Wu Guangjing. Guangjing, listen to me. Immediately tally all the available funds of the group and transfer everything that can be moved to the Kowloon Warehouse acquisition account. This battle we must win. Bao Yugang's voice was low yet resolute. Dad, what's happening? Wu Guangjing noticed the urgency in his tone. He has offered $100 for a full repurchase. They want to force us to let go. But we have no way back. We can only charge forward. Go deal with it now. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. Meanwhile, the female secretary from Ehe Group stood among the crowd calmly, recording the registration list as if victory was assured. The swift and resolute woman quickly found a desk, sat down, and waited for the stockholder to come for the transaction. The seasoned retail investors in the exchange had not made any rash moves. At this point in the development of the situation, they understood that $100 was by no means the end. Bao Chuanwang had yet to express his stance, and no one dared to act recklessly. Everyone understood that the shares they held were now the focal point of contention, and both sides were determined to possess them. Missing the opportunity was no longer a concern. How to push the profits to their peak was the pressing thought. In a hidden box of the Far East exchange, Li Chang'an's lips curled into a smile. He laughed loudly without restraint. The situation was gradually falling into the trajectory he had set. He had not anticipated that Niu Bijian, the head of Ehe Group, would be so decisive, boldly raising the offer to $100. But this still fell short of his target. He was calculating whether history would be rewritten, whether the stock price of Geelong Warehouse could surge to $200. The actual assets of Geelong Warehouse had long surpassed 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, and $200 per share was the true reflection of its value. Li Chang'an was already pondering how to apply further pressure if the opponent stalled, forcing them to raise their bid. His holdings were nearing 20%, just a step away. If the deal were truly made at $200, he would pocket over $300 million in profit. The funds would multiply tenfold in a month or two. Such rapid profits were intoxicating. No wonder countless people eagerly dove into the stock market. The allure of wealth was indeed hard to resist. Young Master Li, it's $100. Should we wait? Daff's voice trembled, nearly speechless. 5 times the return, over $100 million in hand. This money came too unrealistically in just 30 days. What are you panicking about? 100. Ha, let's double it. Li Chang'an spoke with an air of indifference, as if he were the master of the storm. His words left Dafu speechless, unable to utter a single word. Time swiftly reached 10:30 in the morning. Bao Chuanwang finally made his move. He sent someone into the trading hall to publicly announce an acquisition price of $110. The news broke, igniting the market. 2 high-priced deals struck down consecutively, not only failing to quell the flames of battle, but instead provoking even greater waves. Within just over an hour of the market opening, the Hang Seng Index suddenly broke through the 2,000 mark, soaring to 2058 points. The market surged wildly, with countless listed companies' market values skyrocketing, allowing shareholders to reap the rewards. Teacher Lu, it's at 110 now. Should we sell? Yes, Teacher Lu, we're all following you. Can we let go? It's over 5 times now. Oh, my heart is racing. As long as I sell, I will have completely turned my fortunes around. The shareholders of the Kowloon Warehouse had quietly gathered, led by a figure known as Teacher Lu. This person had a bit of knowledge about the financial market, exuding confidence in his speech. Sell what? It's still too early. He spoke with certainty. Trust me, this time it's a guaranteed profit. His face was filled with desire, clearly indicating that the current stock price had yet to meet his expectations. Teacher Lu, can it go up more? An investor pressed excitedly. Of course. The Jardine Matheson Group and the King of Chartering are now at odds, and they must compete for supremacy. We hold 11 of Kowloon Warehouse shares collectively, and it's rumored that both of their firms have taken over 40 each. There's hardly any scattered shares left on the market, which means that no matter which side wants to achieve control, they cannot bypass us. As long as we unite, no one can smoothly gather enough shares. The initiative is in our hands. Since we have the upper hand, how can 110 be the end point? Even if they don't raise the price anymore, we are fully capable of sitting down and negotiating terms. Teacher Lu elaborated on his judgment, explaining it to the 10 or so people present one by one. If the situation truly unfolded as he predicted, this operation was indeed the best strategy. Unfortunately, he had misjudged key information. Jardine actually held only 25, while Pak Yugong had merely 38. Li Chang'an held close to 20, and combined with the 11 held by these shareholders, there were still 6 to 7 points of shares unaccounted for in the market. Wonderful. We're all following Teacher Lu. If we can sell at 150 or above, it would truly be a windfall. One person responded first, and the others immediately echoed. Faced with such a golden opportunity, no one was willing to back down, and everyone hoped to profit greatly from it. On the other side, the competition between Jardine and Pak Yugong was intensifying. Despite continuously raising prices, the gains were meager. The remaining 6 or 7 points of scattered shares had basically been absorbed by Jardine at around 130. Now only Li Chang'an and this group of joint shareholders were still waiting to see. When the news arrived, the Pak Yugong camp immediately became tense. Is Jardine determined to fight to the end? Dad, we can't keep pushing like this, or otherwise the funding chain will eventually break. Wu Guangjing, having just arranged the funds, hurried to the trading floor. Guangjing, what do you think we should do? Pak Yugong asked in a deep voice. Wu Guangjing bowed his head for a moment before responding. Dad, have you seriously assessed the actual value of Kowloon Warehouse? I've roughly calculated that the overall value should be around 2.5 billion. Alright, let's proceed as planned. Father has already hinted that for each share at 150, with a 30% premium, we should buy 15 to 20 of Kowloon Warehouse. You must show a firm attitude, making it clear to the outside world that this price is our bottom line. If the deal does not go through, we will not make any further acquisitions. Pak Yugong was taken aback by these words. 150 plus 30% approaching 200 per share, such a price was shocking, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He turned to his son-in-law Wu Guangjing, his gaze filled with confusion, seeking a reasonable explanation. Father, this is a psychological game. If we raise the price little by little, our opponents will gradually adapt without any vigilance. But once we suddenly raise it significantly, Jardine will surely hesitate. We need to use their moment of hesitation to quickly acquire at least 13 of the shares. Pak Yugong remained silent for a moment, feeling that this strategy was indeed brilliant. However, he was also calculating the practical issues. Acquiring more than 13 at close to 200 per share would require at least 300 million. This amount of money is not something that can be mobilized at any time. If we want to raise funds even through bank adjustments, it would take a day or two. Guangjing, please wait a moment. I will go to HSBC. Pak Yugong said as he stood up. Wu Guangjing nodded in understanding. A few minutes later, Pak Yugong returned to the office, gently nodding to his son-in-law. The two understood each other perfectly. Wu Guangjing immediately stood up, preparing to take charge of the next steps personally. The morning quickly passed and the stock market closed. Li Chang'an originally thought that this battle for Kowloon Warehouse would last for several more days. He never expected that the king of chartering would be so decisive. Shortly after the afternoon market closed, the opponent officially announced at 150 plus, a 30% premium, they would comprehensively acquire 13 to 20 of Kowloon Warehouse's shares. As soon as the news broke, the market was in an uproar. Li Chang'an realized that Pak Yugong had revealed his trump card. Those small shareholders holding scattered shares were even more excited, wishing they could immediately sell their stocks to the Pak family. Human hearts are hard to predict. Greed often leads people astray. Some were eager to wait for even higher offers. Everyone, please don't rush. Let's observe Jardine's reaction first. If they stay quiet today, we will contact Mr. Pak immediately. An investor with the surname Liu persuaded the crowd. Others found this reasonable and chose to hold their positions. But they did not know that Li Chang'an had decided not to wait any longer. He knew that 200 was already the limit, any higher, and the acquisition would lose its significance. He immediately dialed the king of chartering's phone number, understanding that his shareholding had now become the key bargaining chip that would determine victory. Whichever side he chose would win. You truly know how to play your cards right. Li Chang'an walked into the headquarters of Global Shipping, facing the king of chartering directly, and stating his intention straightforwardly. Pak Yugong and his son-in-law Wu Guangjing faced the situation before them, feeling a mix of emotions. If Li Chang'an claimed to be unaware of the struggle, no one would believe him. Yet this person had remained silent at the celebration banquet yesterday, only emerging to lay his cards on the table today, when the stock price soared to 200. Such maneuvering left Pak Yugong with nothing but a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Mr. Pak, at that time the situation was chaotic and no one could see the direction. I never expected it would reach this point. In fact, I was still planning to acquire Kowloon Warehouse entirely. Li Chang'an spoke candidly with no hint of guilt on his face. He did not care how others viewed his actions, and certainly did not believe Pak Yugong would be angered by it. If the other party truly turned against him over such a matter, then it would not be worth cultivating a deeper relationship. When did you set your sights on Kowloon Warehouse? You have quite the audacity and your vision is sharp. Pak Yugong spoke with a hint of admiration. He had envisioned various possibilities, but had never considered that the true setup had long been laid by Li Chang'an. He never expected that he as a latecomer would end up being the one to take over. Upon hearing this question, Li Chang'an responded nonchalantly. I started paying attention over a month ago. The land docks and real estate projects held by Kowloon Warehouse. Aren't they all solid assets? You know well enough that my company's operations are slender. We must constantly seek new avenues. When such a prime opportunity arose, I naturally could not let it slip. Bao Yugong gave a slight nod. Xiao Li Shang, to be candid, I now feel a certain debt toward you. I am desperate to secure stable footing, and the Wharf Holdings share is precisely that lifeline. This favor I shall remember well. The 2% stake you hold I'll settle at exactly 200 Hong Kong dollars per share. The funds will be transferred to your account by Guangjing tomorrow. These past days have been sheer chaos. Yet fortune smiled at the 11th hour thanks to your timely intervention. Even if you pocketed a tidy sum along the way, you've effectively pulled me back from the very edge of the precipice. As you wish, Mr. Bao. With a smile, Li Chang'an rose. I won't overstay. Let's continue this conversation over dinner another time. Once the transaction was complete, he exhaled in profound relief. The weight that had pressed upon his heart for countless sleepless nights finally settled. Anchored at last. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a piece of news detonated like thunder across Hong Kong's financial world. Utterly unforeseen without warning. Elton Yair of Hutchison Whampoa froze in stunned silence. The local Chinese capital camp erupted into shock and disbelief. No one had anticipated that Bao Yugong would actually succeed in the acquisition. Shen Bai was equally astounded. In his calculations, Bao Yugong would require several more days, or risk collapse altogether due to funding shortfalls. Now that the outcome was confirmed, however, his brow relaxed. Transferring the shares had not been misplaced trust after all. A faint smile touched Shen Bai's lips. A quiet, genuine sense of satisfaction. Even amid mounting tension, Bao Yugong had surged against the tide and drawn Wharf Holdings into his grasp. Such audacity and resolve had at last lived up to his expectations. What intrigued him further was the reemergence of Li Chang'an's name within this high-stakes contest. Like a shadow cast by moonlight, this man had moved with silent precision. His influence no longer ignorable. A subtle tremor stirred in Shen Bai's heart. He found himself increasingly eager to discern the full contours of this young entrepreneur's true nature. Inside the Cheung Kong headquarters office, the air hung thick with gravity. Chairman confirmed intelligence reports that Mr. Bao now controls 58% of Wharf Holdings shares. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an paused mid-gesture, the documents in his hand momentarily stilled. He had watched Wharf Holdings closely, yet never imagined the outcome would arrive so abruptly. That ship king, Bao, had reversed fortune in mere days and formally assumed command of Wharf Holdings defied all expectation. With the adversary now immersed in integration, he could only dispatch discreet investigators to unravel the hidden mechanics. From where did he acquire such a massive block of shares? It was Mr. Li Chang'an of Chang'an Group who intervened. He personally held 20% of Wharf Holdings shares and transferred every last share to Mr. Bao. Li Chang'an. The name struck his mind like lightning. Adjusting his spectacles, Li Chang'an fixed his assistant with a piercing gaze. Are you absolutely certain this intelligence is accurate? Utterly reliable, source verified. Once confirmed, a memory surged forth during his own covert accumulation of Wharf Holdings stock. Another force had moved in parallel. Calm, deliberate, unobtrusive. He had thoroughly scrutinized major brokerage accounts, finding no trace of institutional involvement. So he dismissed it as mere coincidence among retail traders, never probing deeper. Now in hindsight, that concealed presence had been Li Chang'an, waiting patiently, biding his time. Truly a young man not to be underestimated. Li Chang'an sighed softly, his tone laced with quiet respect. At that very moment, in the Sun Hung Kai boardroom, 3 elders sat in solemn circle. Though long independent in their enterprises, their bond, forged across decades, had transcended ordinary kinship. Who could have foreseen that old Bao would stage such a reversal under these circumstances? Remarkable indeed. One spoke slowly. It also proves that those venerable foreign firms are not impregnable fortresses. Cracks do exist. Suddenly Guodeshing interjected. Wasn't our intelligence indicating old Bao held only 38%? How then did he seize controlling interest in a single afternoon? He turned to Feng Jingxi and Li Zhaoji. Both were veterans of finance, Li Zhaoji in particular a master of market currents. Their deep connections within the exchange meant they accessed insider knowledge far more swiftly than he ever could. Thus his gaze lingered on their faces, awaiting answers. He. Li Zhaoji chuckled low, his expression inscrutable. This matter, well, it's rather difficult to judge. Was old Bao simply blessed with extraordinary luck, or standing on the threshold of calamity? The remark left Guodeshing even more perplexed. Brows knotted, eyes clouded with confusion. What do you mean by that? Li Zhaoji shook his head gently. Old Feng, you explain it. Very well, I'll lay it out. Brother Gua, even if old Bao secures Wharf Holdings, the path he walked was anything but smooth. Yet none of us foresaw that a brilliant young talent recently risen in Hong Kong had already set his sights on this very prize. Knowing he couldn't outmatch old Bao or Hutchison, he simply handed over his entire 20% stake, at 200 Hong Kong dollars per share, directly to old Bao. You mean Li Chang'an? Guodeshing's face registered pure astonishment. His brows furrowed tightly, unable to process how Li Chang'an had entered the equation yet again. Who else could it be? This young man is extraordinary, having discerned Wharf Holdings' latent potential so early. Alas, time ran short. Had he been granted just a few more months, Wharf Holdings might well bear the Li surname today. Regret tinged Li Zhaoji's voice. Feng Jingxi nodded silently beside him. Guodeshing leaned enwrapped, refusing to miss a single detail, demanding every nuance. At the stock exchange, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast. Over a dozen retail investors sat slumped on the floor, hollow-eyed, like souls stripped bare. Despair etched itself across their faces, as though the world itself had crumbled. It's all your fault. If you hadn't stopped me, I'd have sold earlier. I've lost over 1 million. You and I aren't done. It's him. He shouted, don't sell. Just now claiming prices would rise. My money. Kill him. Beat him. Make him pay with his life. A mob surrounded a bespectacled middle-aged man raining blows upon him. Yet he neither flinched nor cried out, motionless as stone. He stood like a puppet vacanted, trapped in a dream from which he could not awaken. That singular chance to alter destiny had slipped through his fingers. Gone forever. They were Wharf Holdings retail investors. The man beaten was Lou Lauscher, their de facto leader. Their original plan had been to wait until Hutchison raised its bid in the afternoon before acting. But fate is fickle. When opportunity knocks repeatedly, and one hesitates each time, it departs without a backward glance. In truth, they could have exited safely when Hutchison offered 130 Hong Kong dollars. Yet greed stayed their hands. By the time Ship King, Bao unveiled his astonishing offer, 150 Hong Kong dollars plus a 30% premium, they still fantasized about higher bids. Greed destroyed everything. A beautiful dream dissolved into mist. Had they sold then, at near 200 Hong Kong dollars, they would each have walked away with at least $1 million in cash. 1 million in the 1980s, enough to ascend into Hong Kong's middle class. In this golden age, wisely managed, such wealth promised lifelong security and comfort. Not mere fantasy. The Wharf Holdings contest reached its decisive conclusion. Bao Yugong of Global Group delivered the masterstroke, sealing victory at the final hour. Hong Kong's financial landscape convulsed, sending ripples far and wide. Bao Yugong became the first ethnic Chinese to acquire assets from a foreign trading house, shattering an enduring status quo. Even more astonishing, he accomplished this with Hutchison Whampoa fully aware and powerless to intervene. The outside world cared little for process, only result. Success crowned its bearer as sovereign. This matter struck like a bell, awakening the long silence of many Chinese merchant families. They finally realized that the foreign powers, once invincible, had long since lost their former strength. Once someone takes the first step, the subsequent pursuit surges like a tide. Observers begin to feel tempted and the silent start to scheme. The office of Chang'an Group was quiet and still. Hidafu, you did well this time. Li Chang'an handed over an envelope. This is for you. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Next, I want you to quietly arrange a few investments. Be sure to exercise caution. Especially with hedgy trading, you must keep a close watch. Li Chang'an's gaze fell between the tall buildings outside the window. He had secretly planned to intervene in hedgy trading. Even if the stock price was currently high, it did not deter him. Money is not the issue. The real problem is that he needs a substantial enterprise as a foundation to support the expansion of the entire business landscape. Chang'an Group currently appears thin. If it goes public hastily, it might struggle to sustain itself, let alone protect other businesses. Missing the opportunity with Geelong Warehouse was already a lesson learned. Now hedgy trading had become the target he was determined to acquire. According to the original trajectory, the turmoil with hedgy should manifest early next year, with intense competition starting mid-year. However, since the situation with Geelong Warehouse had exploded early, the changes at hedgy might also come sooner than expected. Preparing early is always better than dealing with things on the fly. Even if the situation changes suddenly, he is confident in maintaining his footing. Young Master Li, I will definitely take your instructions to heart. Hidafu took the envelope, his heart racing. He was unsure of the amount inside, but just this reward mechanism was enough to satisfy him. His current salary far exceeded the past with additional incentives, and the work was agreeable and easygoing. Go ahead, Li Chang'an said lightly. Keep an eye on the stock market trends, and recruit 2 more people to assist you. Understood, boss. After Hidafu left, he walked briskly into the restroom. He carefully opened the envelope, murmuring to himself, 100,000, just 100,000 will do. Then I can buy a car. His fingers slowly pulled out the check, his gaze sweeping over the string of numbers. 1 followed by 5 zeros. It's done. Hidafu couldn't contain his joy. The boss is really generous. It's actually 100,000. Wonderful. Now I can get a new car. He casually pulled out the check, his eyes sweeping over it, and suddenly froze. There was an extra 0 at the end of the number. It was as if he had misread, and he stared at it for a few more seconds. 1 million. His heart stopped and his mind went blank. 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. He had imagined those amounts, even dared to dream. But 1 million, that was an amount he wouldn't dare touch even in his dreams. After repeatedly checking and confirming it was correct, his eyes began to well up. Emotions surged within him, a blend of sweetness and bitterness all mixed together. He wasn't at the point of sacrificing himself for Li Chang'an, but at that moment he no longer felt this was merely a job. This was a sense of belonging, a realization of bearing responsibilities for a person worth serving. At 6:50 in the evening, Li Chang'an arrived at the television station after dinner. This day was significant for Jai. On Saturday night, after Shanghai Bund concluded, the follow-up Chu Liuxiang immediately took the stage. With just 2 days of build-up, the promotion was overwhelming. Jai made successive moves causing other stations who thought the trend would subside and were preparing to catch their breath to tense up once again. TVB and Li's television station regained their vigilance. Xiao Yifu had just changed his view of Li Chang'an and now began to angrily criticize daily. The role of Chu Liuxiang originally belonged to Zheng Xiaoqiu. In that era, there were very few actors who could portray Chu Liuxiang as free-spirited and carefree, as the wind Zheng Xiaoqiu was one of them. But he was affiliated with TVB and Uncle Xiao would never let him go. Director Yang Fan had to turn to the popular young actor Wu Weiguo. Wu Weiguo had risen to fame for his role as Jia Baoyu in Dream of the Red Chamber, his popularity rivaling that of Zheng Xiaoqiu. Being selected as the lead role excited him beyond measure. Previously, Shanghai Bund had achieved great success, and it was well known that the series introduced by the chairman was of high quality. Being the lead actor, he was thrilled for an entire day, unable to calm his emotions. Meanwhile, Jiai's top actress Mi Shui took on the role of Su Rongrong, originally belonging to Zhao Yaji. Despite the changes in lead and supporting roles, the plot itself was solid enough, and the character replacements did not diminish its charm. What truly determined success or failure remained the director's skill and the story's tension, whether it could firmly capture the audience's attention. Time quickly arrived at 7 o'clock. The first episode of Chu Liuxiang officially aired. 5 minutes passed, and the technical staff hurried into the conference room, holding the pre-broadcast viewership statistics. Seeing his flushed face and hurried steps, everyone knew the situation was promising. But when the data actually reached their ears, everyone gasped in shock. Director Yang Fan's supervisor Lu Tianxi, Mr. Wu Weiguo and Miss Mi Shui, you haven't succeeded this time. The preliminary viewership data before the premiere is out and the rating is 57.68, higher than the beginning of Shanghai Bund. As long as the second episode maintains this momentum, another classic drama will soon be born. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as Liang Shui finished speaking, a round of applause erupted in the conference room, with everyone beaming with joy. Other directors looked at Yang Fan with envy. The three directors who had just received the script from Li Chang'an were even more filled with anticipation, calculating the grand scenes when their own shows aired. Su Ke's success was right before their eyes, and now within Jai, whether directors, producers, or screenwriters, everyone was actively putting in effort. After all, income is directly tied to the performance of their works. The scene at the last celebration banquet where Su Ku took home 360,000 Hong Kong dollars was still fresh in everyone's memory. That was an amount many people wouldn't earn in 1 or 2 years. Now achieving this with a single drama, if it could be done every year, even if only 3 or 4 dramas were produced, it would be enough to enter the ranks of the wealthy. With such an example before them, who wouldn't be tempted? The temptation of money and fame intertwined is something no one can easily resist. The first episode of Chu Liuxiang aired with the final rating soaring to 67. After Li Chang'an confirmed that the changes in the plot had not affected the quality, he left the television station. In recent days, his products had stirred a frenzy in the American market, with more and more electrical distributors flying to Xiangjiang eager to meet him. The company entrance was almost trampled daily, with visitors coming and going. Yet he did not immediately agree to any collaboration requests, only allowing Zhuang Shiqiang to introduce Chang'an Group's distribution mechanism to the visitors. He wanted to wait for more businesses to come through, then sell the regional agency rights through an auction. He knew that to attract more people he had to wait until the next batch of goods was hot selling in America. But things did not go as planned. Tuesday, December 15th, 8:30 m. As Li Chang'an stepped through the company's main entrance, Zhuang Shiqiang hurried forward to meet him. Young Master Li, distributors from several European regions have arrived jointly, and they demand an answer today. We can no longer delay. They've banded together and issued a warning: if we refuse them distribution rights, their channels will shut us out entirely. Our products may never enter the European market. Zhuang Shiqiang's expression was grave, his voice trembled with unease. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an's face darkened. The sensation of being coerced filled him with profound displeasure. Take me to see them. As Li Chang'an walked down the corridor, a chilling possibility surfaced in his mind. If these parties united to pressure him into surrendering distribution rights at a pittance, or even for free, he would rather abandon expansion into the Western European market altogether than yield under such terms. The markets of the United States and Southeast Asia alone were already sufficient to sustain his current growth trajectory. Moreover, his factory's current production capacity was simply insufficient to supply both the U.S. and Western European markets simultaneously. Thus, he had already resolved inwardly in this negotiation he would not concede, even to the slightest price reduction. Hello, I'm Li Chang'an, chairman of Chang'an Group. Welcome all of you on your long journey. He entered the reception room with a warm, composed smile. Chairman Li, hello. Greetings, Chairman Li. Their responses were polished and respectful. The atmosphere remained cordial throughout the initial pleasantries, leaving Li Chang'an favorably impressed by their demeanor. Once seated, he surveyed the room and spoke calmly. Thank you all for traveling such great distances, and for your recognition of our group's electrical appliances. I trust General Manager Zhuang has briefed you on our distribution framework. Originally, I had no intention of entering the Western European market in the near term. Yet your repeated personal visits demonstrated extraordinary sincerity. To continue refusing would appear unreasonable and ungracious. Now please tell me, what level of distribution authority do you seek? This decision had been made spontaneously, since they had come repeatedly in earnest. Outright rejection would indeed have been indefensible. He had briefly considered auctioning the rights for maximum return, but then reconsidered prolonged negotiations might allow competitors to launch similar products. Should rival offerings match his in quality, even marginally, his competitive edge would evaporate instantly and the Western European market would slip away. He therefore acted decisively so long as terms were reasonable and trusting them with distribution rights was acceptable. Mr. Li, we've thoroughly studied your distribution system, and unanimously agree it is exceptionally well designed. I choose Tierra Master Distribution Rights for the entire United Kingdom. Henceforth, all operations across the UK will fall exclusively under my authority. Pricing authority rests with me. I approve all sub-distributor fees, and no further payments to you are required. Is that correct? The British distributor delivered all questions in one swift breath. Li Chang'an listened, and felt a subtle internal jolt. Far from resisting high franchise fees, these men deeply admired the tiered authorization model. He could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. Were their minds always so remarkably forward-looking? To them, novel concepts were embraced instantly without hesitation or resistance. Li Chang'an set aside his curiosity. Yes, and may I ask your name, sir? My apologies. I neglected the introduction. I am Sean Charlison. Mr. Charlison, as one of the world's most advanced markets, the UK's distribution rights naturally command a premium. I must state this up front. Under standard pricing, the fee stands at no less than 150 million. Yet your evident sincerity has deeply impressed me, and I welcome the prospect of forging friendships with distinguished individuals such as yourselves. Therefore, I offer you a special friendship rate for the UK distribution rights, just 100 million. Likewise, France, Germany, Italy, and Switzerland shall each be priced uniformly at 100 million. For the remaining Western European territories, fees will range between 50 and 80 million, with smaller markets subject to individual negotiation. Do any of you have further questions? No sooner had he finished speaking than the 7 European electrical merchants exchanged uneasy glances. Though all recognized the partnership's immense potential, the quoted fee far exceeded their expectations. Their original budgets, capped at 30 million at most, had mentally allocated only around 10 million. This figure was nearly tenfold their initial estimates. Mr. Li, is this price perhaps excessive? $100 million equals roughly 700 million Hong Kong dollars. Surely that seems unreasonable. Sean Charlison frowned. Li Chang'an smiled faintly. Mr. Charlison, how many counties and cities comprise the 4 major administrative divisions of the United Kingdom? His tone remained calm, his eyes gently amused. Charlison hesitated, then replied, Mr. Li, the total certainly exceeds 100. I cannot give the precise number offhand. Very well. Let us conservatively estimate 100. If you secure the entire UK market, surely each county yields at least $1 million in returns. I am confident it will exceed 1 million, and likely far more. Even using a conservative average of $2 million per county, you may calculate the outcome yourself. And that excludes profits from product sales, and pricing authority remains fully in your hands. Viewed thus, does this investment truly seem exorbitant? Li Chang'an did not argue over price. He laid bare the arithmetic, revealing the underlying returns with crystalline clarity. The numbers themselves spoke louder than any rhetoric. A hush fell over the room as his words settled. Each man's gaze flickered, rapidly weighing risk against reward. Moments later, they retrieved notebooks and pens from their bags and began calculating projected returns for their respective regions. Soon, unmistakable excitement bloomed across their faces. Every calculation confirmed the venture's profitability, without even factoring in downstream sales revenue. An hour later, Chang'an Group formally signed 7 cooperation agreements, securing distribution rights across the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Switzerland, Sweden, the Netherlands, and Spain. Within half a day, the group's balance sheet swelled by 620 million. Pure profit earned without a single cent invested. Zhuang Shiqiang sat silently in the corner of the conference room, witnessing every moment. Each of Li Chang'an's statements struck precisely at the psychological core of the negotiators, prompting not resistance but eager signatures. Zhuang Shiqiang was profoundly shaken. He realized that in his place such mastery would have been impossible. To him, Li Chang'an was no longer merely a business partner, but an almost legendary figure. Securing 7 European markets instantly alleviated Chang'an Group's financial constraints, yet it also imposed immense production pressure. Its 10 existing factories struggled even to fulfill orders from the United States and Southeast Asia, let alone absorb the vast new demand from Europe. Thus, the moment the contract was signed, Li Chang'an immediately set off for Bao Yugang's office. Young Master Li has arrived. What an honored guest. Every time you visit, you bring good news. Bao Yugang stepped forward with a rare, relaxed smile. These words sent a jolt through Wu Guangjing standing nearby. He knew his father-in-law's temperament better than anyone. Normally stern and reserved, rarely indulging in banter even with titans of industry. To see him so affable toward a young man was truly unexpected. He instinctively reassessed Li Chang'an, as if the young man now stood on equal footing with Bao Yugang. Please don't flatter me, Master Bao, Li Chang'an smiled. First, let me congratulate you on your successful entry into the new real estate project. Ha ha ha. Your tongue remains as silver-tongued as ever. After the laughter subsided, Bao Yugang grew serious. Speak plainly. What urgent matter brings you rushing here? He had already sensed the urgency in Li Chang'an's voice during their earlier phone call. Over the years, he had long viewed this young man with exceptional regard. Sometimes as a protege, more often as an equal, a rival, or ally worthy of respect. Master Bao, this is indeed urgent. I need you to accelerate the factory construction schedule. Immediately deploy additional manpower and shorten the timeline as much as possible. Li Chang'an's smile vanished. His expression turned grave. Noticing his demeanor, Bao Yugang instantly sobered, his brow furrowing slightly. What's happened? Sudden acceleration is no trivial matter. Doubling labor and resources will sharply inflate costs. You're aware of that, aren't you? Nighttime construction will inevitably disturb surrounding residents. We must coordinate and communicate well in advance, and those expenses are unavoidable. Moreover, overtime wages for workers must rise accordingly. No one labors through the night without fair compensation. Factoring in all such expenditures, the total cost will be substantial. You must bear that in mind. Bao Yugang methodically laid out every foreseeable challenge before Li Chang'an. He wished to avoid future misunderstandings over funding. Such friction would betray the very spirit of their partnership. None of these are obstacles, Master Bao. Entrust everything to you. Simply submit the budget. I'll approve any amount. My sole priority is seeing the factory completed without delay. Also, please dispatch a vessel to Country R. Within 5 days, my equipment batch will be finished and must be shipped back immediately. The cargo volume is immense. No less than a 300,000-ton freighter. You'll determine the precise arrangements. All related expenses will be settled directly with me. I won't detain you further. I have pressing matters elsewhere. Let's dine and discuss details at our convenience. Li Chang'an strode out of Global Group Tower, his pace brisk. Indeed, he had another urgent engagement. To negotiate the acquisition of a cinema chain with the chairman of Kowloon Construction Development. Though many may not recognize Kowloon Construction Development, the names Kowloon 8 Scholars and Golden Princess Company instantly evoke familiarity. His meeting today was with Li Chang'an, the de facto helmsman of Golden Princess. According to the original timeline, Li Chang'an would join forces with Baldi Lau and Huang Baoming in 1980 to rebrand Golden Princess as New Artist Motion Pictures, launching a new cinematic era. Yet that moment had not yet arrived, and yet Li Chang'an had agreed to meet, signaling his willingness to divest part of his cinema assets. As for terms, so long as he was open to negotiation, room for compromise certainly existed. Li Chang'an understood the future landscape. Even if Li Chang'an demanded a premium price, he might still accept, provided it remained within reason. Golden Princess owned 76 cinemas across Hong Kong Island, Kowloon, Sham Shui, Pawang Tai Sin, and Tsuen Wan. Among them, 16 flagship theaters occupied prime locations on Hong Kong Island. In terms of geographical advantage, even Shaw Brothers Cinemas, under Sir Run Run Shaw, could scarcely rival them, let alone Cathay Organization. The land value alone held incalculable potential for the future. Therefore, so long as Li Chang'an was willing to relinquish control, and his asking price remained reasonable, Li Chang'an was prepared to acquire the entire portfolio. Kowloon Construction Development Tower rose majestically on the city's periphery. By this time, the Lei family was already one of Hong Kong's most prominent clans. Wealthy across generations, their fortune deeply rooted in ancestral enterprise. As early as 1931, the 20th year of the Republic of China, the Lei ancestors founded Bashi Automobile. By 1944, the 33rd year, they formally listed the company, becoming among the earliest Chinese-led dynastic conglomerates to ascend in Hong Kong society. Though the family's prominence had waned somewhat under Li Chang'an's stewardship, surpassed by newer forces, their foundation remained solid, their heritage intact, and their industrial scale still formidable. Master Li, your presence is a true honor. Please be seated. Thank you, Master Li, for your warm welcome. Master Li lives up to his reputation. Meeting you in person reveals how faintly the rumors capture your true stature. Li Chang'an gazed at Li Chang'an and suddenly uttered these words. Li Chang'an smiled faintly. Such praise is undeserved, Master Li. Public acclaim is merely generous exaggeration. Hong Kong teems with talent, and I am but a single grain amid the vast sea. Haha, why so modest, Master Li? By the way, Miss Liang mentioned you've expressed interest in Golden Princess cinema chain. Might you be considering entering the film industry? Li Chang'an's tone carried quiet inquiry. He harbored long-standing fascination with cinema yet had never grasped its inner workings. Precisely. Having secured a television network, it's only natural to complete the entertainment ecosystem. Might Master Li consider transferring this segment to us? Li Chang'an broached the subject cautiously, inwardly on guard. He knew Li Chang'an's deep passion for film, and feared precisely this, that he might seize the opportunity to insert himself. Should he propose collaboration, control would swiftly slip from Li's grasp. Master Li, if I cede the cinemas, may I also participate as a co-stakeholder? True to expectation, Li Chang'an immediately proposed equity involvement. It struck Li Chang'an's most vulnerable point. His heart sank, mingled with resignation and absurdity. Frankly, though I own a television network, I remain a novice in film, still struggling to discern profit from loss. Moreover, my film operations will be fully integrated into the television group's unified structure. Thus, at this stage, external partnerships are simply not feasible. Not feasible now. Could you clarify further, Master Li? You said, at this stage. Does that imply future possibility? Li Chang'an pressed relentlessly. Absolutely, it will happen. I never abandon what I begin. What I say next may strike you as audacious. My film empire will not stop at Hong Kong. Southeast Asia will be our second frontier, and Hollywood our ultimate destination. Should you truly wish to join upon our company's public listing, I pledge you no less than 30% equity. Silence lingered long after those words fell. Southeast Asia was merely a stepping stone. The target was Hollywood itself. Had another spoken such words, Li Chang'an would have scoffed, walked out, or mocked outright. But Li Chang'an's gaze held something different. Not jest, but quiet, deliberate conviction. After a pause, Li Chang'an spoke. Very well. I accept your terms. I only hope your word holds weight. Thank you, Master Li. May our partnership flourish. Li Chang'an offered a subtle smile. 2 hours later, all documents were signed. For 120 million Hong Kong dollars, Li Chang'an officially assumed ownership of the 76 cinemas. The instant the deal closed, elation surged within him. Uncontainable, unfeigned. It was akin to purchasing radishes and walking away with a gold mine. Even returning to the 1990s, the property value alone would have appreciated dozens of times over, let alone entering the 21st century. Li Chang'an's maneuver was nothing short of a staggering windfall. As he departed Kowloon Construction Development, his step was light, his smile unwavering. The next morning, after securing the entire theater chain the previous day, Li Chang'an immediately handed over subsequent matters to the television station team. His film company was still just in its infancy. He did not pause in his actions, directly instructing Liang Shui to begin renovating the cinema, replacing old seats and completely refurbishing the decor style. With ample funds available, there was no need to hesitate. The second batch of goods for the American market was set to launch that day, and he awaited good news from Zhonglan across the ocean at the group headquarters. As for the development of the film company, he temporarily let go, allowing Liang Shui to independently select management candidates. Once the structure was in place, he would personally hand over a few treasured scripts to the team. A newly opened company would find it difficult to establish itself in the market without a few standout works leading the charge. The stories lingering in his mind would be a waste to leave unused. It was better to utilize them all. In the Chang'an Group conference room, the construction team led by Mr. Bao at the Lantian Industrial Park has confirmed their schedule, working day and night, and is expected to be ready for use in about half a month. All departments must immediately get into action. Currently, the labor pool is sufficient, but technical personnel are in short supply. The HR, administrative, and logistics departments need to work together to quickly fill the gaps. Manager Zhuang, you are to select suitable technical backbones from the existing factories and promote them to serve as chief engineers at the new plant. Core positions must be filled with trusted individuals. Additionally, any information related to confidentiality is strictly prohibited from being disseminated across departments. The third matter, the marketing and sales departments should prepare for battle. The factory announced that the first batch of new electronic products would officially go on sale in 3 days. I am confident in this product. It is destined to become a symbol of the era. Starting today, you will use the materials to train all store employees and sales representatives. Everyone must be clear on the product's full capabilities. Only then can we drive a comprehensive sales explosion. The publicity department will immediately launch a promotion plan for the new product with all links prepared in advance to ensure the company can smoothly advance overseas investments after the Spring Festival next year. The 4th item, the 10th item, Li Chang'an assigned a large number of tasks in one breath. His enterprise was thriving, with the electrical business already bringing in considerable profits. With new products about to be launched, he was confident in this device. In the original historical trajectory, it had once been all the rage in the 1980s, becoming a hallmark of the times. Just like after 1983, the pager was a symbol of fashion in the early 1990s. Possessing a Big Brother phone was a reflection of status. In this era, he was the first to invest in the research and development of electronic products. After acquiring the telecommunications company, he planned to accelerate the deployment of telephone networks, construct signal towers, and the production of pagers would also be prioritized. My speech ends here. Is there anything else to add? Chairman, as the scale of the group continues to expand, I suggest establishing a complete job hierarchy and accompanying promotion and reward mechanisms. This idea is good. Since Manager Tang proposed it, he must have had a preliminary concept. The HR department would take the lead on this work with the final plan subject to the general manager's approval. What about others? Chairman, you just mentioned the need to train the store marketing staff. I have a suggestion. We could establish a dedicated training department requiring all new employees to undergo systematic training before starting work. Very good, this proposal is excellent. Li Chang'an looked at the heads of HR and logistics. In terms of personnel recruitment, the three departments need to collaborate. Understood. Is there anything else? Chairman, I have a proposal. Currently the workload at the managerial level is gradually increasing, and I suggest equipping each manager with an assistant or secretary to ensure that tasks are handed over without omissions, improving overall efficiency. Agreed. Li Chang'an nodded. This matter will be your responsibility to implement, and you can just get the Prime Minister's signature later. Any further questions? A minute passed with no one speaking, and the meeting was about to conclude. Ding ding ding. Ha ha ha, it's finally here. If you were any later, I would have called the meeting to an end. Li Chang'an chuckled as he picked up the phone. Smiles appeared on the faces of everyone present. This ringtone indicated a call from the United States, often representing the arrival of good news. This is Li Chang'an, please go ahead. Hello, young Master Li. Vice President Zhang, it's you. Hello. Young Master Li, there is something that needs to be conveyed, Mr. Laris has just arranged for 3 cargo planes which have already set off for Shangjiang. Mr. Laris hopes you can arrange immediately preparing at least 2 million goods to be delivered to the airport within about 16 hours for expedited air transport. The second batch of goods totals 1.2 million units, and we sold 760000 units in just one day. Several key cities are already out of stock, and the launch day was extremely lively. Some customers are emotionally charged, expressing strong dissatisfaction with the supply quantity, and some have even gathered to protest at the shopping malls under Mr. Laris. At this remark, everyone in the conference room was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. Selling 760000 units in a day was an incredible figure. Even in the United States, with its strong consumer power, such sales figures seemed astonishing. But as Li Chang'an reflected, it also made sense. Back then, Shangjiang had only a few million people, yet it broke through 1 million sales within days. Now, facing such a vast market in the United States, explosive growth was merely a matter of time. Has Mr. Laris mentioned anything about agency rights? Li Chang'an asked. He felt grateful towards Laris. Without Laris' early support, his products would not have opened the market so quickly. Now that the United States market was exploding, he was even less willing to let this partner suffer losses. Once the agency relationship was established, he could rest assured about subsequent developments. Laris has agreed to cooperate with us as an A-level general agent effective from this batch of airlifted goods. The goods sent through maritime transport will still be settled according to the original agreement. One more thing, young Master Li. Mr. Laris insists on signing at a price of $200 million. He said he does not want to take advantage of the situation. This condition made Zhang Lan cautious. The amount was too enormous, and any judgment could affect the overall situation. He could only leave the decision to Li Chang'an. Acceptable. After a moment of thought, Li Chang'an replied, since he is so sincere, we need not decline. You tell him we will organize the shipment immediately and ask him to wait patiently. Understood, young Master Li. I will end the call now. Thank you for your hard work, Vice President Zhang. You flatter me. Goodbye. After hanging up, Li Chang'an's brow furrowed. The demand for 3 million goods weighed heavily, while the factory's current inventory was only about 3.5 million. These were originally reserved stock for 3 agents in Dongnanya, but they now had to prioritize fulfilling Laris' order. Fortunately, the production line was operating around the clock day and night. Otherwise, he would have long been caught in a supply crisis. A hint of self-mockery surfaced in his heart, so it turns out that having too much business is also a kind of trouble. It really is tough. It was past midnight. At Cheetah Airport, a convoy of heavy trucks entered the loading area utilizing the freight passage that Li Chang'an had applied for in advance. Late at night, multiple departments were still busy handling affairs for him. The arrival of Laris' flight was delayed, making it necessary to wait until this time to complete the handover. Li Chang'an had to pay extra fees to smooth out various processes, even arranging for staff responsible for export inspection in Shangjiang to come assist at this late hour. At that time in Shangjiang, as long as the procedures were compliant and the payment was in place, there were naturally people willing to work overtime. Hundreds of members from the Daquan gang and the New Yayan arrived one after another, transporting boxes of goods onto 3 large cargo planes. Fortunately, there were forklifts available, otherwise moving 3 million items solely by manpower, even with a few hundred additional workers, would have been exhausting. Be careful and gentle. These are all fragile items. He long stood on site directing operations, having repeated this phrase countless times, his voice already hoarse. Despite the recent financial gains of the Tycoon gang, no longer needing to do manual labor for a living, He Long would never decline any request made by Li Chang'an. Let alone moving goods, he was willing to take on even more difficult tasks. Young Master Li, after this batch of goods is shipped out, what if those 3 places in Shaowan suddenly need to restock? How do we respond? What can we do? Just hold off for now, Li Chang'an replied helplessly. The current production capacity was limited, and even the newly built factory was uncertain if it could meet the demand. Zhuang, I suggest we acquire a few more electrical appliance factories for security. Although the cost is higher, we are not short on funds now, Li Chang'an said with a smile. Just the agency rights for 7 regions in Europe had brought in $620 million. And with the $200 million from the American Laris, a total of $820 million had been accounted for. This huge sum was enough to support his large-scale expansion. In the past, limited by financial constraints, he could not act freely, but the situation had completely changed now. Young Master Li, if you really plan to make acquisitions, you might as well contact the people at Xinqing Electric. Ever since Meng Weimin had the accident, Xinqing's internal situation has been chaotic, with several shareholders vying for power, causing the business to plummet. Xinqing. Li Chang'an was taken aback, almost forgetting about the company he had indirectly brought down. Xinqing owned more than a dozen factories, and if he could take them over entirely now, it would solve the current capacity problem perfectly. Great. Zhuang, take your team to negotiate first thing tomorrow, and make sure to acquire all their factories. Li Chang'an could hardly contain his excitement. He did not plan to show his face himself. He felt guilty thinking he would be uncomfortable facing old matters. However, Xinqing was already a leaderless group like scattered sand and would eventually be sold off. Understood, I will start handling it tomorrow. It was nearly 3 in the morning when the loading at the airport finally concluded. Li Chang'an and Zhuang Shiqiang had left by around 1. There was no need to worry about leaving He Long in charge. Such matters did not require their direct supervision. The next morning around 10. After getting up, Li Chang'an went to the game development department to check on the situation. Currently, Qin Ming had dispatched some staff to work on the technical replication of the old gambling machines. Since they had decided to launch arcade-style products models such as coin-eating slot machines, horse racing machines, big 3 bonuses, 3 little fortunes, and the life and death roulette could not be omitted. Without these, it would be hard to talk about being the king of gaming machines. Although manufacturing such devices is morally controversial, Li Chang'an knew that even if he did not act, others would eventually take the initiative. Moreover, compared to those giant entertainment cities in Aohai that easily drained players' savings, his machines still left some leeway. Qin Ming, I have arrived. The chairman is here. How is the progress on the machines we discussed earlier? Li Chang'an inquired. The hardware itself was not complex. What truly took time was setting up the internal programs. Li Chang'an had not pushed the win rate to the extreme. He set the rule to win 6 out of 10 games, giving the system a 60 advantage, and leaving 40 to the players to compete for luck. This was already considered lenient. He had heard of cases where the odds were set at 99 in favor of the house, leaving only 1 for the customers, which was truly ruthless. Everything has been debugged. Now He Long is training the newcomers with several Mr. Xiang. There are many operational points they need to master, so I arranged for them to come familiarize themselves with the process. Oh, they have already arrived. They are inside, just went in a little while ago. Li Chang'an was startled. Could He Long really not sleep? When he left the company last night, it was already 4 in the morning, yet he was now appearing on site so early, which was truly impressive. He thought to himself, how is everyone doing? Have you got the hang of it? Li Chang'an walked into the room with a smile. Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Li. Boss. You all continue. I just came by to take a look on my way. I thought this batch of machines would take a few more days to prepare. Li Chang'an said casually. Mr. Li, these machines are incredible. No wonder you mentioned the profits could increase 3 to 5 times. Xiang Yan spoke with barely concealed excitement. Not just him, even Xiang Chong and Xiang Shang were astonished after witnessing the operation of these machines. These were not mere entertainment devices. They were clearly money-making tools. Mr. Xiang and others in business, one must understand long-term planning. Do not expect to get rich overnight. Being too ruthless will only accelerate one's own decline. These machines, I suggest keeping the split at a maximum of 7030. It cannot be higher. If players see no chance of winning for a long time, even the wealthiest will withdraw, right? And one more thing, this matter should not be in the open to handle what needs to be done first. In any case, remember, no matter what situation arises, I do not want to be pushed to the front stage. Li Chang'an still said a bit more. After all, those from the Xiang family were merely partners, not his subordinates, making it difficult to issue direct commands, so he could only hint. Mr. Li, don't worry. I will take care of this personally and will not let you get into trouble. Xiang Chong immediately responded. By noon. Everyone had already mastered the operational process of the 730 model machines, with large trucks coming and going, continuously transporting the blood-sucking machines out of the factory area. Li Chang'an shook his head, slightly feeling somewhat complicated. He felt as if he had done something guilty yet wanted to appear as a good person. The feeling was not pleasant. He casually checked the production progress of the portable music player, learning that it had entered the batch production phase and would be available for sale in 2 to 3 days, which relieved him. Then he tested Qin Ming and others on their grasp of computer technology, and the results were satisfactory. These people could operate independently without excessive intervention. Once the new factory was officially operational, he would be able to let the team start large-scale production of computers. He was confident that once the portable music player and their computers were launched, they would become new profit engines. In the future, if they could also produce pagers relying solely on these products, Li Chang'an would be able to sit securely among the wealthy without needing to venture into other fields. Soon after, he left the factory and returned to the company. No one noticed that hidden deep within the grass pile outside the factory, 2 figures had been lying in wait. Even Zhao Feng, who was beside Li Chang'an, did not sense anything unusual. These 2 individuals were exceedingly experienced. They not only concealed their bodies with dry grass but also patiently waited for over 10 minutes after the convoy left before slowly rising. "Let's go. We finally figured out the source of the Xiong family's goods. We need to hurry back and inform Brother Yong." They acted cautiously, keeping their footsteps light and their movements discreet even when no one was around. Clearly, they were not ordinary characters. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, Li Chang'an was busy drafting several scripts for the film company during his free time in the office. Zhuang Shiqiang went to negotiate a partnership with Xinqing Electric. If the negotiations went well and the factory resumed operations, his affairs would increase accordingly. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in. Chairman, there's a person named Pan Jiong outside who wants to see you. He seems quite aggressive with the people he's brought. Should we have the security throw them out?" Since Li Chang'an sent and ran to study in the United States, he had hired a new secretary. This newly appointed secretary dressed brightly every day with heavy makeup that even made Li Chang'an shake his head in disbelief. Pan Jiong. The name circled in his mind but stirred no waves. As for the secretary's mention of the unfriendly visitor, he didn't take it to heart at all. This was his territory, and with Zhao Feng and others guarding outside the office, even a formidable figure would not stir up trouble. He had always acted discreetly and restrainedly. Aside from the incident where he sought justice for his parents, he had never proactively made enemies. Now that his wealth was stable and his foundation solid, what need was there to fear a few unfamiliar faces? Let them in. His tone was calm as he placed the documents in his hands down. After all, Zhuang Shiqiang was not present, and if they were merely ordinary distributors, it wouldn't hurt to meet them. 2 minutes later, 3 knocks sounded at the door. "Come in." The door opened and several tall figures entered in succession, their brows clouded with hostility, carrying an unmistakable aura of the underworld. Zhao Feng followed closely behind, his expression vigilant. It was clear that these individuals were not friendly. "Mr. Li, greetings." The leading man spoke first, his voice deep. "Mr. Li." The others echoed in unison. "Greetings to you all, welcome to Chang'an Group, please take a seat." Li Chang'an smiled faintly and turned to his female secretary beside him, saying, "Secretary Chen, please bring some tea." "Yes, Chairman. No need for formality, let's sit down and talk." He placed his hands together on the table, his gaze steady. "Thank you, Mr. Li. I apologize for the abrupt visit." The man began slowly after taking a seat. "You may not know me, I am Hu Shuyong from the 14K gang." The air suddenly thickened. The visitor was actually the leader of the 14K gang from Shangjiang. The 2 individuals who had been lurking by the grass pile outside the factory in the morning were indeed his subordinates. Hu Shuyong had a clear purpose for coming this time. He had just learned that the source of the Xiong family's game consoles came from Li Chang'an's factory, and was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. For days he had watched the Xiong family raking in wealth daily, while his own casino and game hall were suffering massive losses, causing him great distress. He had long harbored deep hatred for the Xiong family brothers, sending people to create chaos, engaging in street fights, and even teaming up with other forces to blockade them. However, the new Yayan was no pushover, and after several clashes, he not only gained nothing but also suffered heavy losses. All day long, he could only sit in the hall smoking in frustration, his mind consumed with thoughts of why can they make so much money. Now he finally figured out the source of the supply, Li Chang'an. He initially planned to directly raid the place and force the factory, but some subordinates advised him to investigate the owner's background first. If he kicked a steel plate, the price would be too high. He heeded the advice and upon investigation started sweating profusely. It turned out that behind this factory was none other than the recently rising star in Shangjiang, Li Chang'an. This person not only revitalized the nearly bankrupt factory, but also monopolized the electrical market with overwhelming force, accruing over 100 million in just a few days, earning media acclaim as the model of a commoner's counterattack. Though Hu Shuyong was a figure from the underworld, He also knew that this person was now a prominent figure in the public eye. Challenging him would mean offending the police, media, and business circles simultaneously. Thus he changed his mind. Not to rob, but to negotiate. Mr. Li, he lifted his teacup and took a small sip. I came today to discuss a business deal with you. Li Chang'an had hosted a grand celebratory banquet, making a splash by generously distributing money. More importantly, he maintained close ties with several top tycoons in Xiangjiang, which made Hu Shuyong feel a sense of apprehension. 14K. Hu Shuyong. Li Chang'an frowned, filled with confusion. He was just a businessman. Why would a gangster suddenly come to see him? What could he be after? Could it be that my relationship with the Xiang family has been exposed? His expression darkened. All this time he had been careful to conceal his connections, not wanting the slightest hint to leak out. But now it seemed someone had caught on to his details. He felt displeased and was eager to know. Had the Xiang family brothers betrayed him, or did Hu Shuyong have other intentions? Mr. Pan, what brings you to me? I'm a legitimate businessman, and I doubt we have any overlap with your organization. Li Chang'an's tone was cold, his demeanor aloof. Even though the other party was a powerful figure in 14K, he did not show any courtesy. Mr. Li, please don't be angry. I'm here to ask for your help. I want to purchase some game consoles from you and see if we can go down this path together. Hu Shuyong quickly explained, lowering his tone. He referred to himself as the big boss, but in reality he knew he was just a marginal character in front of these truly wealthy individuals. Game consoles. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an's anger intensified. How did you know I was in this line of business? Speak clearly, or we won't discuss it further. He had thought his secret had been exposed, and his heart was swirling with anger over betrayal. If it truly was the Xiang family that leaked information, he would rather abandon this deal than remain entangled with them. Once trust was shattered, cooperation would be impossible. Even if it meant earning less money, he would never work with those who were restless. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. I sent someone to keep an eye on the Xiang family brothers for a while, which is how I discovered the goods came from you. I truly did not mean to offend you. If I made you uncomfortable, I will apologize in person. Hu Shuyong thought Li Chang'an was angry because he had been investigated and quickly lowered his head to admit his fault. However, after hearing this, Li Chang'an relaxed somewhat. It turned out it was not a betrayal by the Xiang family, just an unfortunate oversight leading to someone tracing the source. This incident also reminded him to minimize the entrance of those people into his business in the future. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. You wait here for a moment. I will call the Xiang family brothers as well. I have a new idea. Let's all sit down and talk. If they are willing to cooperate, we can work together. If not, then it's fine. Mr. Li, this. Upon hearing Li Chang'an's words, Hu Zuyong's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly called someone to contact the Xiang family brothers. Would they agree to join forces? He felt uncertain and anxious. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Li Chang'an. You need not overthink this matter. I have the final say. Li Chang'an's tone was resolute, his gaze as firm as iron. This is my game, and it doesn't concern others. Upon hearing this, Hu Shuyong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He settled back onto the sofa, but his heart raced. He knew that the gaming arcades owned by the Xiang family made a fortune daily, and if he could get a share, his future would be completely transformed. Thinking of this, he could hardly contain his excitement. When they met later, he would bow low if necessary. As long as he could board this ship, what harm would it do to walk a distance on his knees? In this fragrant harbor, no matter how powerful a gang was, they were merely pieces on a chessboard. Today they might be thriving, but tomorrow they could be ousted. Before him lay a straight path to wealth. Not to mention bowing his head. If he had to call someone father, he would accept it. More importantly, 14K was already struggling under the pressure from the new Yayan. If this continued, his subordinates would soon seek other paths. At that point, not only would his prestige vanish, but his life could also be at risk. It wouldn't be impossible for the streets to turn against him. This time he had made up his mind. Even if the Xiang brothers beat him with sticks, he would smile and endure it. Clinging to the big tree that is Li Chang'an is 1,000 times better than guarding an empty title of a gang leader. Better to be a rich man's dog than a poor man's king. This was his most genuine thought at the moment. Half an hour later, the Xiang brothers arrived. As they pushed open the office door, the two paused in their tracks. Hu Zuyong's massive figure sat on the sofa like a stone, pressing down on the air. The brothers exchanged a glance filled with confusion, and the atmosphere instantly stiffened. Xiang Chong felt a tightness in his heart, sensing that something was off, yet he couldn't pinpoint what. You're here. Sit down. Li Chang'an said, casually picking up a teacup and blowing on it. How could Hu Shuyong be here? Just as Xiang Yan was about to ask, Li Chang'an smiled. You didn't know. You didn't even realize someone was tailing you. I almost thought you sold me out. His tone was relaxed, but it cut like a knife through the eardrum. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chong's mind immediately clicked. He glanced at his still bewildered older brother and leaned in to whisper a few words in his ear. Damn, Hu Shuyong, you scoundrel, how dare you send someone to keep an eye on me? Xiang Yan exploded with rage, ready to throw punches. Li Chang'an frowned, his expression turning colder. Big brother, calm down. Xiang Chong grabbed him, his heart racing. He knew his older brother had a fiery temper, but where were they now? This was Li Chang'an's territory, his office. He could no longer regard Li Chang'an as an ordinary businessman. At that television station's celebration banquet, although he wasn't invited due to his sensitive identity, he understood from that day forward. This person had powers far beyond imagination. Now there could be no room for error. Yet Xiang Chong was well aware that the significance of Li Chang'an's celebration banquet was immense. Half of Hong Kong's top 10 tycoons were present, even the big boss of HSBC Shin Bai made an appearance. What did such a lineup signify? If Li Chang'an were truly just an ordinary figure, how could those top-tier characters gather in one place? Just this alone was enough to explain the issue. Xiang Chong realized without needing to think deeply that Li Chang'an was not someone the Xiang family could easily provoke. They had no qualification to engage in equal dialogue with him. Prompted by Xiang Chong, Xiang Yan finally realized where he was. He turned to Li Chang'an and lowered his tone, saying, Li Shang, I apologize for losing control just now and for disturbing you. Upon hearing the apology, Li Chang'an's expression softened slightly. He had indeed been angered earlier. This was his own territory, the company he built with his own hands, not a bustling street. He was engaged in legitimate business and would not tolerate baseless commotion. Xiang Yan's behavior had truly disappointed him. Let's not dwell on the past. Let's all get along well in the future. After a pause, Li Chang'an continued, Since Hu Shuyong is here, I've changed my mind. Let's include you as well. Li Shang, this. Xiang Yan was about to speak. Let me finish first. Li Chang'an raised his hand to interrupt. He didn't care how the other party felt and said directly, I have two plans, listen to them. First, the gaming arcades in Hong Kong will still be operated by the new Yayan. As for Hu Shuyong, do you have the confidence to open up a market in Aohai? Hu Shuyong shook his head upon hearing this. Li Shang, the forces over there are complex. We 14K cannot uphold the situation alone. Then let's go with the second plan. Li Chang'an continued, I will entrust the entire gaming machine industry to you for agency. You will manage it on your own and expand the market. I will only charge for the machines themselves. The profit distribution will be divided as follows. New Yayan will take 40, the 14K will take 40. And He Long and his group will take 20. I will not participate in the dividends. What do you think of this arrangement? This was not a spurofement decision. Li Chang'an had planned his exit strategy long before, in the early stages of starting up. Once the company was on a stable track, he would gradually withdraw from this industry. Initially, he ventured into gaming arcades because he was cash-strapped and needed cash flow to support the company's operations. Now that the business was stable and funds were abundant, he naturally no longer felt attached to this profit. This industry was too murky, and the atmosphere was not clean. Coupled with the recent flood of slot machines, continuing to meddle would only lower his status. He had long since lacked avenues for making money. It was understandable to hustle for cash when starting out, but there was absolutely no need to touch these matters again. Li Shang, are you serious? Xiang Yan asked, excitedly calculating in his mind how much more benefit he could gain, naturally filled with joy. However, Xiang Chong's expression was grave, his brows knitted tightly. He knew very well that in the past, with Li Chang'an's support, the gaming arcades were stable. Even if they earned less, he felt secure. I never issue empty promises in business. Li Chang'an smiled lightly, his tone firm. He then turned to Hu Shuyong. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing that he could step into the gaming machine industry, Hu Shuyong was practically beaming with joy, his heartbeat quickening. How could there be any reason not to nod? Of course I am willing. Thank you, Li Shang, for this opportunity. His tone was sincere and his eyes sparkled. Even if Li Chang'an didn't take shares and merely supplied goods, Hu Shuyong understood that without this backing pushing him forward, he wouldn't even be able to touch the door. He knew the temperament of the Xiang brothers too well. Then it's settled. Starting tomorrow, the three of you will sort out the details of the cooperation. As for the accounts before today, once you gentlemen from the Xiang family confirm them, just transfer them directly to my account. Regarding how to expand in Aohai, you can discuss among yourselves. I will arrange for someone to calculate the machine costs, prepare a list for you, and you can pay according to the list. Understood? Li Shang is magnanimous. We are immensely grateful. Now that the matters have been settled, I won't trouble you any longer, Xiang Yan said respectfully. Go ahead and plan the Aohai situation well. I hope you two families can work hand in hand. Although I will no longer invest, I will not allow internal strife. If conflicts arise and affect the overall situation, I will immediately cut off supplies. With this matter settled, he felt much lighter in heart. There was some money he didn't want to touch. Selling machines with peace of mind was the life he desired. After several people left the Chang'an group building, Huxiong, you lucky guy. You've caught Li Shang's attention. Come, let's find a place to discuss the opportunities in Aohai. Who would have thought that one day we would fight side by side? It's truly something I wouldn't dare to dream of. Xiang Yan chuckled, gripping Huxiong's shoulder. Huxiong merely smiled, allowing the teasing, without retorting, his heart surging like waves, happiness arriving too suddenly. Only Xiang Chong remained silent. He knew that without Li Chang'an overseeing the arcade, it would be like an empty shell of a building, outwardly intact yet lacking a backbone. Business might continue as usual, but he always felt something was missing. Unfortunately, the ship has sailed, and he could only accept it no matter how unwilling he was. Shortly after everyone left, the secretary entered with a gold-embossed envelope. Chairman, this is an invitation letter, just sent from the Hong Kong government, specifically addressed to you. The Hong Kong government? Inviting me? Li Chang'an was slightly taken aback, his gaze sweeping over the envelope. Just place it on the table. Yes. Li Chang'an took the envelope, his brows slightly furrowed. The invitation from the Hong Kong government puzzled him. Could it be a change of governor? Or did he do something that attracted the attention of the higher-ups? Dear Mr. Li Chang'an, thank you for creating over 10,000 job opportunities for Xiangjiang, and for your outstanding contributions to the local economy and social development. We are scheduled to hold a New Year celebration on December 19th, Saturday at 6:30 p.m., and we sincerely invite you to join us in this grand event. Sincerely, Governor Maclehos. He stared at the calendar. Today was only the 17th. Isn't it a bit too early to be organizing a New Year gathering? He had never heard of such an arrangement. The room was very quiet. Li Chang'an sat on the sofa, flipping the gold-embossed invitation back and forth. Although he was seen as a newcomer by many, he had no elders to support him, and he had almost no experience in such formal occasions. This kind of banquet should not be attended alone, right? He thought, his gaze falling on the faces that appeared in his mind. Those truly affluent figures. I might as well ask Bao Yugong. He got up, picked up the phone, and dialed the little-known number. Hello, this is Bao Yugong. A low and steady voice came from the receiver. Bao Shang, it's me, Li Chang'an. His tone was slightly reserved. Little Li, what a rare call. What's the matter? The other party's tone was gentle and somewhat familiar. I just received an invitation from the Hong Kong government saying they are hosting a New Year banquet. Isn't it too early? I'm not very clear on the customs. What should I wear? How should I respond? I have no idea at all. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, then the voice became serious. It's indeed difficult for you without anyone at home to teach you these things, Bao Yugong said slowly. I received it too, and I'll be going tomorrow night. Everyone of importance in Xiangjiang will be there. In that case, I'll pick you up on the way. It's easy to be overlooked when you go in alone, especially as you are now fighting against the odds. Let me take you along. Remember, here it's not about who has more money, but whether there are roots behind you. Every big figure is connected to a group of people, fellow townsmen, peers, old friends, all tied together. If you go in alone, even if your worth is high, you will still feel like an outsider. Without an introduction, the circle will not naturally open to you. His words were slow yet clear. Li Chang'an held the receiver, feeling a sudden weight on his shoulders, hard to tell whether it was pressure or the start of something new. As soon as Bao Yugong finished speaking, Li Chang'an felt enlightened. In this era, powerful figures in Xiangjiang almost all had their own network of connections behind them, intertwining and supporting each other. Uncle Bao, thank you. He stopped calling him Bao Shang and changed his address, his tone sincere and heartfelt. He was well aware of the rules in these circles. Unless you were a trusted disciple, very few would be willing to lend a hand. Firstly, no one is keen to nurture someone who might surpass them in the future. Secondly, even without blood ties, there are precedents for mentorship. For example, the story of Li Chang'an supporting Lu Yi spread widely in later generations. But such choices are never made lightly. Why must they be approached with caution? It is simply because once the supported person goes astray, later becoming infamous, the elder who extended a helping hand will also be discussed, criticized for their poor judgment and inability to recognize talent. In that era, the upper-class families in Xiangjiang valued their reputation above all. Once their reputation is damaged, it is more fatal than losing money. For this reason, elders are unlikely to pave the way for outsiders. Ha ha ha, this is rare. Just because of your Uncle Bao. I've already reaped the rewards today. Bao Yugong responded with a smile. To be honest, having the opportunity to guide you as an elder is my blessing. From another perspective, even if I don't nod, I believe the other big shots will also take the initiative to reach out tomorrow night. No one will overlook a young talent as outstanding as you. Uncle Bao, please don't flatter me. Li Chang'an chuckled and then asked, but why is the Hong Kong government holding a gathering at this time? Is there some significance to it? Nothing particular. Bao Yugong replied. The foreigners are accustomed to celebrating the Gregorian New Year. Their year-end is approaching. Every year around this time, the Hong Kong government and HSBC hold a banquet together. It has long been a tradition, so there's no need for alarm. I see. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an felt enlightened. Should I bring some gifts tomorrow or prepare something in advance? He inquired. No need to bring gifts. There will typically be a charity auction at the banquet, and since it's your first time attending, it would be good to bid on something. It supports a good cause and leaves a good impression in the circle. Bao Yugong spoke in detail and without reservation. Having a benefactor leading the way makes all the difference, or otherwise going alone would leave one blind and likely a target of ridicule. Understood, Uncle Bao. Thank you for your guidance. I will wait for you at the company tomorrow night. See you then. All right, see you tomorrow night. After hanging up, Bao Yugong sat on the sofa, a slight smile on his lips, unable to hide his delight. Dad, you look so happy. Is it because there's been new progress with Li Chang'an? Bao Yugong had just been discussing the upcoming strategic arrangements for Jilong Warehouse with his son-in-law Wu Guang when the call from Li Chang'an came in. He immediately put the topic aside and shifted to take this important call. Wu Guang sat beside him listening to the entire conversation. Seeing his father-in-law hang up with a cheerful expression, he casually asked a question. How truly a joyous occasion for such an extraordinary young man to be treated as a nephew. Guangjing, would you not say this is a most splendid thing? Father, it is plain you hold great admiration for Mr. Li. Since he has no elders left, why not simply take him as your adopted son? Bao Yugong felt a jolt in his chest. The proposal was undeniably alluring. A few years earlier, he would have advanced it without hesitation. But Li Chang'an now rode a powerful tide, his career at its zenith. Would he welcome another formal bond? He could not be sure of Li's feelings and did not wish to appear overbearing. This matter may wait. Let fate decide. Wu Guangjing nodded and fell silent, steering the conversation back to their original plan as they continued to discuss the future course of Zhejiang. In Shangjiang, taking on God relations was commonplace. The rumors that many artists had influential patrons were merely one facet of the social mores of that era. At precisely 6 o'clock outside the Gongfu banquet hall, the streets buzzed with traffic and luminaries gathered. Those present were none but figures who had shaped the region's development. Gentlemen wore impeccable suits and moved with urbane poise. The ladies vied in splendor and presence. From attire to aura, it was a silent contest of stature. At the Chang'an group's side. I'm leaving now, 10 minutes. All right, I'll wait at the door. Li Chang'an swiftly closed the 5 film scripts he had just been refining. Though he possessed complete memories, restoring them with clarity still demanded effort. He recalled while he wrote, pruning implausible threads, the process far more tedious than he had imagined. Those few pages had cost him nearly 2 full days. Were it not for his plan to establish a film company, he would never have meddled personally in such matters. As the helmsman of a conglomerate, he ought to be directing strategy, not bent over screenplays. Every minute of his time was worth millions, yet it had been spent on such trifles. A fact others might find puzzling. Zhao Feng be ready to depart. Though the bodyguards could not enter the banquet, they would wait outside, giving him peace of mind while he drank. Understood, boss. Minutes later, the car eased forward. Bao Yugong's vehicle drew up to the entrance. Tonight, Li Chang'an required his accompaniment to an important occasion, so they would ride together. Zhao Feng and the others would simply follow behind. Xiaoan, since you called me Uncle Bao, I won't stand on ceremony. From now on, I'll address you that way. There are matters your parents perhaps never had time to explain, but in Shangjiang, without a group to belong to, one finds every step difficult. I will see to those things for you. The hometown association your father joined years ago no longer suits your station. Joining it would do little for you now. All the while, Bao Yugong spoke in a calm, avuncular tone, his words carrying the concern of an elder as he outlined the rules and unwritten codes of Shangjiang's upper circles to Li Chang'an. Though Li Chang'an hailed from the future, these hidden particulars were new to him. Each revelation seemed to overturn his prior assumptions, forcing him to reassess the power dynamic of this land. He learned that the so-called rich men's club did indeed exist, yet it was nothing like the brash, all-controlling cabal depicted in later films. The group's original intent was to prevent internecine wreckage that would harm collective progress. The first iron rule was simple: no member may be maliciously crushed by another. Should anyone breach that rule, the remaining 9 would immediately unite in counteraction. Crucially, when foreign capital threatened to invade the Shangjiang market, they would set aside their differences and present a unified front. These stipulations were rigid thresholds. No matter how vast your wealth or how formidable your background, if you fail to meet the conditions, do not dream of stepping inside. Uncle Bao, what if members of the club enter the same industry? Shangjiang's market is limited. Businesses must inevitably overlap. Wouldn't that spark conflict? Li Chang'an could not help but ask. He knew that the 10-person roster surely included several titans: Li Chang'an, Li Zhaoji, Zhang Yutong, and Bao Yugong himself, all to become dominant forces in real estate. He found it hard to believe these figures had never planned similar ventures simultaneously. When their paths crossed, how could strife be avoided? What truly intrigued him was how they reconciled such inevitable friction. Bao Yugong listened, and a look of approbation crossed his face. He nodded gently. That you ponder this reveals a keen eye. Having said that, he cast a sidelong glance at Wu Guangjing. Wu's expression shifted minutely, and he lowered his head in silence. Years earlier, Bao had posed the same test to him, and then he had failed to perceive its deeper meaning. Now Li Chang'an had pierced to the heart of the matter before being asked, and his acuity left Wu Guangjing slightly embarrassed. Why is it that despite overlapping enterprises, the club's members have coexisted peacefully for so long? That question touched the very foundation that sustained that secretive circle. There are certainly troubles, but there is one weighty figure who steadies the room. This person may not be the wealthiest among us, yet his prestige and status eclipsed us all. As Bao Yugong spoke, Li Chang'an immediately understood to whom he referred. In Xiangjiang's history, only two figures could truly be called preeminent among the Chinese. The first was He Dong, active from the early 20th century until the 1950s. A saying once circulated in Xiangjiang: if one lacks He Dong's prowess, do not speak of astonishing feats. Such was his lofty standing that few dared challenge him. In the present era, only Hua Yingdong could be said to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Uncle Bao, do you mean Boss Hua? Li Chang'an asked softly. Bao Yugong inclined his head. You are not muddled. Indeed. In all of Xiangjiang, there is no second who can rival him. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Bao, for your guidance. So some lessons cannot be learned from books. Having elders at one side spares much fumbling. How you young man have awakened quickly. They walked and talked, and before long, had arrived at the Gongfu banquet hall's entrance. If you meet those who cling to old age as authority, do not take offense. Some people only enjoy face when it is conferred by others. They never strive for it themselves. Bao Yugong's admonition put Li Chang'an somewhat at ease. An usher led them and matters proceeded smoothly. Rest assured, Uncle Bao, I know how to comport myself. They stepped into the hall where hundreds of guests and dignitaries had gathered. Welcome, Mr. Bao. Mr. Li, this way, please. A Gongfu attendant greeted them to guide their entry. Old Bao, why the delay today? A young Mr. Li has arrived as well. Mr. Feng. Mr. Guo, greetings. Though Li Chang'an had his own fortune in the presence of these elders, he remained a junior and offered respectful salutations to each. Very good, Mr. Bao, please to the inner seats, Mr. Li, this way. The attendant turned and addressed Li Chang'an. Upon hearing these words, Li Chang'an's brow twitched slightly. He could tell that the other party was clearly implying that he was unworthy of entering the VIP area. You go attend to other matters, Bao Yugong spoke lightly. Li Shang gets along well with me, so he can sit with us. Who doesn't know Bao Yugong's temperament? How could he allow anyone to belittle his junior? Since he personally brought Li Chang'an to attend tonight, he would not permit anyone to remove him from the core position. Well, that's fine, I won't disturb you all further. The person said awkwardly and had no choice but to withdraw. Such a snob. Bao Yugong coldly threw a remark at the government reception staff. Xiaoan, come here, I will introduce you to a few seniors. His action caused the dozens of elders present to fall silent, each wearing different expressions. Li Chang'an exchanged a glance with Li Zhaoji, surprised. Old Bao is actually so invested in bringing along a junior today. This kid is truly exceptional, but unfortunately lacks support from elders at home. Otherwise, a new force would emerge in Xiangjiang again. The surrounding people nodded in agreement with Li Zhaoji's words. Li Chang'an followed Bao Yugong respectfully to greet each person in turn. Bao Yugong walked earnestly, introducing each person in detail, as if he genuinely cared for his junior. This is Mr. He Hongxin from the Ao Hai Pujing Entertainment City. It's fine to treat him to a meal, but don't actually go play with him in Ao Hai, just keep your distance. Bao Yugong joked with a smile. Li Chang'an had already heard of this person. In later years, rumors about the big boss were countless, especially regarding the turmoil surrounding the 4 wives in his household fighting for inheritance, which had long spread widely. Upon hearing this, He Hongxin did not get angry. Instead, he laughed even more heartily. This indicated that their relationship was indeed special, or otherwise such words would not be lightly spoken. Ha ha ha. Old Bao, do you think I would really swallow a junior? He Hongxin spoke lightly, showing no signs of discomfort. Mr. He, I hope you will take care of me in the future. Li Chang'an spoke respectfully. Young man, I've heard your reputation in Ao Hai. With old Bao supporting you, you will surely achieve great things in Xiangjiang in the future. He Hongxin patted his shoulder, speaking with expectation. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. He. Then Bao Yugong continued to lead Li Chang'an, introducing one after another. The other 3 kings of shipping, followed by the Li family, the Rong family, the Luo family, the Chou family, the Lin family. After a round, there were dozens of people without a single omission. Finally, he stopped in front of a man of short stature and composed demeanor. Li Chang'an knew exactly who this was. He quietly observed the other party. Though small in stature, his gaze was as sharp as a knife and his aura was intimidating. Xiao, and you probably don't need me to say much about this person, but courtesy must not be neglected. Hua Yingdong, you can call him Uncle Hua, Mr. Hua, or President Hua. Mr. Hua, I am Li Chang'an, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Li Chang'an spoke cautiously. He originally wanted to address him as uncle, but fearing it might be too presumptuous and offend, he opted for a respectful title. Good lad Xiangjiang has produced another remarkable figure. Your achievements are truly outstanding, and with old Bao's support behind you your future is boundless. Mister, will you flatter me? I only hope to contribute to Xiangjiang in the future. Li Chang'an replied calmly, his attitude humble. The guests present were all top tycoons of Xiangjiang. Although Li Chang'an had already begun to make a name for himself, he still took the initiative to greet each person respectfully. His actions were not out of a desire for dependence or flattery. It was purely a matter of expressing courtesy as a junior. After all, he came from another era possessing countless pieces of information and opportunities about the future. How could he truly need to rely on these people? Even though they currently held sway and power while he was merely starting out. But so what? If he held the advantage of foresight and still could not surpass these individuals before him, if he could not reach a higher position, then this reincarnation would be utterly meaningless. After the pleasantries, Li Chang'an was just about to step aside to find a seat, when he suddenly heard a light call from beside him. Xiao Li Shang, may I have a word with you? He turned to look, immediately breaking into a smile. Since Li Shang personally invites me, how could I refuse? His tone was warm, his smile natural. It turned out to be Li Chang'an approaching on his own. Although he did not know the other's intentions, since he had spoken, the answer would soon be revealed. I apologize for intruding today. I specifically came to seek your advice. Li Chang'an's expression was sincere. Seek advice. Li Chang'an was slightly taken aback. He was puzzled that this business magnate would actually seek advice from a young man in his early 20s. Moreover, he took the initiative to approach. It was truly perplexing. Indeed, I have great admiration for your business judgment. Outsiders believe you opened the market with a new appliance, but there are no less than dozens of similar companies in Xiangjiang. Why is it that you stand out? I have privately studied your methods, especially your approach to promoting products, and I came today to seek some insights to develop a marketing strategy for my own project. Li Chang'an quietly stared at him. Although Li Chang'an maintained a smile throughout, he could feel that his seriousness was genuine and not an act. What project does Li Shang plan to promote? Li Chang'an asked with interest. To be honest, I have developed a residential community in the Wangtai-san area, and 3 months have passed with sales at less than 20%. I have tried various methods, but the market response remains cold. Seeing you here tonight, I suddenly thought of your expertise in marketing and decided to come over and learn a bit. I see. However, Li Shang is too modest. I really haven't delved much into real estate. Promoting something in the end is about highlighting the product's strengths and stimulating everyone's desire to purchase. For instance, the rice cooker I launched has multiple functions, so I deliberately target the housewife demographic as they are the ones who use it most frequently. The same principle applies to real estate. What is the core advantage of Li Shang's development? What do customers value most when choosing your property? If the project is close to schools, shopping malls, or even a vegetable market, you can completely integrate these resources into a concept of a community, continuously emphasizing its convenience, making it seem that living there is both worry-free and comfortable. As Li Chang'an spoke, he observed the other person's reactions. Li Chang'an listened intently, his expression serious, showing no signs of indifference. This left Li Chang'an somewhat shaken. He had initially thought that someone like Li Chang'an would merely engage in polite conversation, but unexpectedly, he was genuinely seeking advice. At first he hesitated whether to hold back, but seeing this attitude, he felt he should not withhold. Since Li Shang is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. For plot 733, have you considered linking the housing with schools? Li Chang'an's tone suddenly became serious, as if he was dropping a heavy bomb. This idea had been swirling in his mind for a long time. Currently no one in Xiangjiang was mentioning the concept of school district housing, and the policy had yet to take shape, making it the perfect time to seize the opportunity. The future logic driving real estate sales hinges on just a few fundamentals: investment appreciation and owner-occupancy demand. Yet the most inelastic of all is securing school admission for one's children. Tied to schools. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow, momentarily baffled. The notion struck him as utterly novel. What did property sales have to do with education? Li Chang'an sensed his confusion and offered a faint, knowing smile. With proper coordination among relevant authorities, your residential development could be incorporated into the enrollment catchment zone of nearby schools. Each unit then carrying guaranteed admission eligibility. What people rush to acquire may not be the apartment itself, but the coveted enrollment slot. And when that happens, how could you possibly lack buyers? These words detonated like thunderclaps within Li Chang'an's mind. His eyes narrowed slightly, his breathing deepened. Clearly he was already racing through the implications. Li Chang'an said no more, merely remarking coolly, "This is but a passing thought. Take it as idle speculation, Mr. Li, nothing more." At that precise moment the hall lights dimmed and the stage illuminated. Distinguished guests, welcome to tonight's gala. The Hong Kong government banquet officially commenced. Li Chang'an rose smoothly and withdrew, unwilling to pursue the matter further. At center stage, Governor Murray MacLehose delivered his address. Li Chang'an took a seat in a quiet corner, Soon after Sir Y.K. Pao approached. "What did Li Chang'an discuss with you just now?" he asked softly. "Nothing of consequence. Merely some questions about marketing." Li Chang'an replied with effortless nonchalance. Sir Y.K. Pao nodded, asking no further. As speeches cycled across the stage, their voices resonating through the grand hall, no one noticed how a single seemingly offhand remark had quietly sown the seed that would reshape Hong Kong's entire property landscape. Standing alone in a corner of the banquet hall, Li Chang'an felt utterly detached from the surrounding clamor. He gazed blankly at the glittering throng, glasses raised, laughter ringing, and a quiet weariness stirred within him. Their banter flowed effortlessly, yet never strayed far from power and profit. After hearing it long enough, even the most polished discourse began to sound hollow, as empty as running water. Yet this very setting, so superficially dull, remained the coveted gateway for countless aspirants. Those granted entry were either fabulously wealthy or profoundly influential. Nearly every heavyweight name in Hong Kong was present. Who wouldn't seize such an opportunity to forge a vital connection, laying bricks for the path ahead? Some young women had gone to extraordinary lengths merely to gain access, hoping only to leave a lasting impression upon a figure of authority. To be chosen, even once, could mean instantaneous elevation, a life secured beyond want. We thank you all for attending. Tonight's inaugural charity auction is about to begin. A calm voice emanated from the stage. The host ascended with poised grace. All auction items have been generously donated by members of society, or proceeds will be fully allocated to welfare initiatives across Hong Kong, supporting vulnerable communities. He smiled faintly. The bidding now commences. The first lot is... Li Chang'an listened for only a moment before losing interest. He pulled out his checkbook, casually inscribed 1 million Hong Kong dollars, acquired an unremarkable painting, and turned to leave without another glance. "Uncle Bao, I'll step outside for some fresh air." "Go ahead. The night air is crisp, a short walk will do you good." Sir Y.K. Pao nodded warmly, his gaze gentle, as if he had long perceived the youth's inner restlessness yet chose not to name it. Li Chang'an stepped out of the hall onto a broad expanse of lawn. Night breeze brushed his face. In the distance, clusters of young people gathered, some laughing boisterously, others speaking in hushed tones. Mostly children or companions of the dignitaries inside. "Isn't that the newly crowned Best Actress over there?" He glanced up briefly, then relaxed. The film industry contributed significantly to Hong Kong, or her presence therefore was perfectly natural. He dismissed the thought and lit a cigarette, leaning against the railing as his thoughts drifted freely. In this fleeting stillness, he needed to retrace and refine his group's strategic trajectory. Hong Kong's core industries fall into several categories: manufacturing, real estate, finance, entertainment, hospitality, and catering, telecommunications, shipping, retail, and construction. Currently, his manufacturing arm encompassed consumer electronics and was gradually expanding into electronic R&D. In time, industrial machinery would also need to be integrated into the portfolio. His media and entertainment division was already well established, while real estate, telecommunications, and hospitality awaited a pivotal opportunity: the acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa. And retail, integrated commercial plazas. Suddenly, a subtle smile flickered across his lips. A spark flashed in his eyes. Once he held approximately 20% of Hutchison Whampoa's shares, he would immediately contact Shin Bai. Hutchison's extensive network of department stores across the region represented an exceptional asset. If comprehensively redeveloped into multifunctional commercial plazas, blending shopping, leisure, and entertainment, rental income alone would generate a robust, sustainable cash flow stream. It's settled. He exhaled a slow plume of smoke. Under the night sky, the blueprint unfurled before him like a living vision. With electronics, home appliances, and large-scale malls, revenue-generating ventures acting as solid anchors, his expansion path became both seamless and formidable. "Mr. Li, it really is you." Lost deep in thought, Li Chang'an hadn't noticed anyone approaching. This greeting jolted him back to awareness. "Apologies. I saw you deep in contemplation and hoped not to startle you." A flicker of irritation crossed his face, until he turned and paused, startled. "Wait. What are you doing here?" Before him stood Guanjilin. He was utterly perplexed. This was a gathering of Hong Kong's elite. How had she gained entry? The question lingered stubborn and unresolved. Her very presence felt like an enigma. "I came with a classmate to see how the world works," she said, smiling. "I couldn't believe my eyes when I spotted you. I thought I'd mistaken someone else entirely." Her smile was radiant, eyes crinkling with vivacity, so vivid it nearly unsettled him. Yet the instant he recalled her age, that fleeting resonance dissolved, replaced by calm detachment. "Such a bewitching creature," he murmured inwardly. "You're still so young. Don't you have school? What brings you here?" The words tumbled out. He still regarded her as a child. "I'm not that young. I turned 18 today. No one's home and I finally managed to go out with friends. Why does everyone treat me like a nuisance?" Before she finished speaking, tears welled up. "Wah! Li Chang'an froze. Wait, did she just say, today's her birthday? A bizarre notion flashed across his mind. Could my arrival have warped the timeline itself? Jiahui, what's wrong? A young man rushed forward, stepping protectively in front of Guanjilin. His gaze sharp and hostile as it locked onto Li Chang'an. Who hurt you? Speak up. I'll settle it for you. Li Chang'an's brow tightened, but he did not retreat. Hold, we haven't clarified anything yet. Don't act rashly. His voice was low yet carried undeniable authority. He feared no confrontation, but he understood the weight of his current position. Every word, every gesture reflected upon his enterprise's reputation. He could not afford the spontaneity of an ordinary man. This was not pretense. It was simply that conflict had no place in this realm. You bullied someone and still act so composed. The man glared angrily. When did I ever lay a hand on her? I do not have time to waste here. Li Chang'an finished speaking and turned to leave. He had no desire to be drawn into this juvenile quarrel. Yet the other man took his departure for an admission of guilt. Guanjilin crouched to one side, did not rise to explain. She merely lifted her eyes and watched the situation unfold in secret. You stay right there. The man bellowed, drawing the attention of nearby guests. Many paused to watch. A sudden bang echoed. Ah! A girl nearby witnessing the outbreak shrieked in alarm. The commotion quickly summoned security, and those in the hall craned their necks to see what had happened. Luo Chirui, stop. Li never did anything to me. Guanjilin had only meant for a classmate to rebuke Li Chang'an briefly to vent her indignation. She had not expected him to come to blows. A heavy fist struck Li Chang'an's face, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Fury kindled like wildfire. He nearly discarded decorum to retaliate on the spot. Xiao, and what happened? Bao Yugong stepped forward at the sound. Spotting the blood at Li Chang'an's lip, his expression darkened instantly. Uncle Bao, it's nothing. There are too many people, let's speak elsewhere. Don't disturb Governor May's banquet. Li Chang'an scanned the crowd, countless eyes were fixed upon him. He hated being the center of such scrutiny and felt only humiliation. He turned to leave but was blocked by a man standing in his way. The man's face brimmed with malice and arrogance. There was nothing in his bearing to suggest depth or stature. More absurdly, he failed even to recognize Bao Yugong. An astonishing lack of awareness. You hit someone and think you can walk away. No matter who you think you are, kneel down and apologize right now. Otherwise, I will make sure you do not leave here tonight. I mean it. Luo Chirui stood before them, his voice loud and unrestrained. Bao Yugong was about to argue when Li Chang'an gently gripped his arm to stop him. He fixed the man with a calm look, as if gazing down upon someone already condemned, and a faint cold smile curled his lips. What is your name? Which family do you belong to? His tone was even, yet it carried an iciness that cut to the bone. Seeking revenge. Ha, very well. Luo Chirui threw back his head and laughed. My name is Luo Chirui. My father is Luo Ingdong, the helmsman of Ingdong Group. If you have the guts, come find me. Chirui, shut up. A furious shout rang from within the hall. A bald, stout elder strode out and slapped Luo Chirui across the face with fierce force. Blind fool. You can't even recognize Mr. Bao, yet you dare swagger. Li Chang'an recognized the man. Not long before, Bao Yugong had personally introduced him. Luo Ingdong, founder of Ingdong Group. Good, he filed the name away. Li. Luo Ingdong forced a conciliatory smile and prepared to apologize. He believed that with his stature, a single bow would make the matter vanish like smoke. Yet, Li Chang'an raised a hand and cut him off. His gaze did not rest on Luo Ingdong but turned to Guanjilin. I do not know you well. Do not use such base tricks again to insult my judgment. Then he looked at the Luo father and son, his voice hardening. The Luo family. Interesting. Uncle Bao, I will take my leave. Please extend my greetings to Governor Mai and the others. Go and rest well. Remember, whatever happens, Uncle Bao stands with you. The final words were plainly addressed to Luo Ingdong. Li Chang'an left the governor's banquet hall and climbed into his car. Zhao Feng saw the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes reddened in an instant, brimming with murderous intent. Drive. Go home. Li Chang'an's voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority, steadying the beast at his side from erupting. He was not retreating. Some debts need not be settled immediately. 10 years is not too late, eventually someone will pay. Revenge need not always be resolved with fists. To strip an opponent of everything may prove more effective than violence. Li Chang'an had already etched this incident into his memory. Luo Ing Group. Perhaps it was time for a new owner. He thought coldly to himself. 2 days later at 8 in the morning, Xiangjiang streets once more buzzed with the same fervor as when Chang'an Group's electronics first debuted. This day marked the launch of a new portable music player from Chang'an Group's electronics division. The group had begun an intensive publicity campaign days earlier. The The device in the advertisements exuded a sense of cutting-edge technology, boasting a novel appearance and distinctive features. The visuals alone were striking. Upon release, the promo immediately ignited widespread discussion among citizens. People were full of curiosity and anticipation for the new product. Chang'an Group then held a dedicated launch event explaining the player's performance and uses through Xiangjiang's major media, and the information quickly spread throughout the city. Inside the global group office, Xiao and that boy. Why does everything he does cause such a stir? The moment a new product appears, the whole city is agog. Bao Yugong could not help but say, "Indeed, I reckon Xiao Lishang will make another fortune this round. Why does his earning always seem as effortless as picking up loose change?" Ha! Mind your own business. There are always talents among men. Extraordinary people emerge from time to time, nothing surprising about that. Wu Guangjing spoke with evident envy in his tone. At the same time, many of Xiangjiang's tycoons turned their gazes to Chang'an Group. When their emissaries returned with news, many were left stunned on the spot. Reactions varied. Some licked their lips in covetousness, some flushed with anger, and others felt genuine admiration for his knack of drawing crowds. Each new release could whip up a frenzy. In short, Chang'an Group had once again sparked a sales mania across Hong Kong, despite advertisements and the press conference having thoroughly outlined the product's functions. Some citizens remained skeptical, or having not seen it with their own eyes, they could not help but hesitate. Outside Chang'an electronic stores across Xiangjiang, "Please line up calmly. Sales start promptly at 8:30. One at a time, no pushing." Staff kept reminding the crowd. He Long had already deployed Tycoon gang members to various stores to maintain order. There were too many people. If things spiraled out of control, the consequences would be dire. If anything happened on his turf, Li Chang'an would not be pleased. The Tycoon gang had grown to 500 members, each carefully screened. Those who did not meet the standards were not cast out but reassigned to stores or factories as security. As the business expanded, Li Chang'an's considerations for his personal security became increasingly meticulous. For that reason, He Long and his cohort carried ever more weight in Li Chang'an's estimation. The future electronics factory would not stop at manufacturing. It would evolve into a group centered on technological research and development. When that time came, core data and technologies would be highly confidential and would require dependable people to guard them. Zhao Feng's abilities were beyond doubt. He was one of Li Chang'an's most trusted lieutenants. But manpower was ultimately limited. Personal bodyguards could handle close protection, yet they could not simultaneously manage the comprehensive security layout required for all operations. 8:25 a.m. Li Chang'an arrived at the Geelong Electric Appliance Department store, personally inspecting the operational status. Before him, crowds surged, customers lined up in an orderly fashion, and the sales atmosphere was vibrant, giving him a sense of reassurance. "Please queue properly, no pushing or shoving, we will start the sale shortly." He Long, holding a megaphone, walked back and forth beside the line, his voice loud and clear. Li Chang'an watched from a distance, feeling satisfied. Though this group of people had embarked on a new path and held income in their hands, they remained diligent and hardworking, devoid of any impatience. "Zhao Feng, what do you think of He Long and his group?" Li Chang'an suddenly spoke. He had already made plans to establish a dedicated security company. This would not only ensure these brothers had long-term work and income, but also lay a solid safety foundation for future expansion. "Pretty good. They come from the military, have a tough demeanor, and I have interacted with them a few times. Their character is reliable." Zhao Feng answered succinctly. "Then I'll leave it to you and the brothers to take turns leading for a while." He added, "I will have General Manager Zhuang start the company registration, and then you will also be able to formally apply for gun permits." Li Chang'an looked at the crowd outside, lowering his voice. "Boss, do you mean you can help us get gun permits?" Zhao Feng's eyes lit up, his tone barely concealing his excitement. He had thought that after taking off his military uniform, he would never again have the chance to touch those familiar pieces of equipment. Now a simple promise seemed to reignite a sense of belonging. "Exactly. Hong Kong is still relatively peaceful, but my business cannot be confined here. In the future, as we venture beyond local borders, the situations we face will be much more complex. How can we deal with them empty-handed?" Li Chang'an's tone was calm, but carried a sense of resolution. "That's true. Boss, as long as we have the tools, even if the other side sends an entire squad, we can guarantee a full retreat." Zhao Feng's gaze was sharp, exuding confidence. Li Chang'an smiled. He believed in this statement. If even they could not achieve it, it would be hard to find a more reliable team in this world. That secret force of Longhua, which had never been publicly revealed, would be abnormal if it lacked true capability. "All right, I'll find a piece of land to build a dedicated training ground, so you can practice any time." He paused and added, "Zhao Feng, I'll leave He Long and the others to you. Training can be strict, standards can be high, but the first rule must be loyalty." "I understand." This aspect was more important to Li Chang'an than anything else. No matter how capable someone was, if their heart was not in it, they would not be an asset but a hidden danger. "Boss, rest assured I will train you a tough team." Zhao Feng's lips curled into a sly smile. That smile contained a hint of malice, and Li Chang'an understood with just one glance that he Long and the others would not be facing an easy time ahead. At exactly 8:30 a.m., major electrical appliance stores opened their doors on time and customers flooded in like a tide rushing towards the display stands just to witness whether the legendary portable music player was indeed a reality. This product was personally designed by Li Chang'an, incorporating his keen sense of fashion. Its overall lines were smooth, its shape avant-garde, exuding modern aesthetics. Currently, he had launched only 6 basic styles, but the color variations were abundant. To attract female consumers, he had specially requested the factory to produce a pink version. Each style was further divided into 3 levels. This was the market segmentation strategy that would later become commonplace. The entry level was called the Fashion Edition, the mid-tier was the Luxury Edition, and the high-end was termed the Prestige Edition, all available for public sale. Additionally, he privately commissioned the factory to create 100 special models named the Limited Edition, which would not be sold. These limited editions would be used as gifts for friends or important individuals. If the gifts were identical to those sold in the market, the sentiment would naturally lose its value. The so-called portable music player is essentially a miniaturized version of a tape recorder, equipped with a memory module that allows for sound recording by inserting a tape supporting repeated playback, perfect for preserving moments of life. From a technical perspective, the production is not complex. The real challenge lies in the memory hardware. For those in the know, the other components can be easily assembled. However, if an ordinary person wishes to replicate it, they must obtain Li Chang'an's permission. This product has been patented and officially approved. In the future, any organization or individual wishing to produce such devices must obtain his authorization. Let's go in and see how the salespeople are performing. The service issues raised during the previous meeting had prompted the Chang'an Group to complete a systematic training for all sales staff. Today was a perfect opportunity to test the results. He needed to confirm whether his instructions had been effectively implemented and whether the frontline staff met the standards. Not bad, the explanation is clear and the attitude is appropriate. They meet the standards. Let's head back to the company. Li Chang'an felt pleased. Although he hadn't checked other places, he believed that employees from the same training system should be of similar quality. After leaving the store, he returned to the company and was just about to plan a response to the Eagle Group when his phone suddenly rang. Li, young Master Liu, come to the exchange quickly. Hidafu, what happened? Li Chang'an was startled. He had never heard such a panicked tone from the other party. The answer was quickly revealed. Li Shang, it's you. Shen Bai. Li Chang'an was taken aback. Shen Bai unexpectedly appeared in Hidafu's private room. After a moment's thought, he realized, nowadays it was HSBC that held the largest share of He Jitonghang. Shen Bai had probably already noticed Hidafu's covert acquisition of He Jitonghang, which is why she had suddenly shown up here. This was not surprising. In Hong Kong, there were hardly any matters that could be kept hidden from HSBC. Zhao Feng, prepare the car, we're going to the Far East Exchange. During the drive, Li Chang'an silently calculated his subsequent countermeasures. What he feared most was whether this incident would shake the trust between him and Shen Bai. Once a rift formed, the consequences would be unpredictable. Although his Chang'an Group had developed rapidly in recent years in many key matters, it still relied on HSBC's support. Until he established his own banking system, he was unwilling to confront HSBC directly. The current situation was truly a dilemma. Forget it, with HSBC's capabilities, any cover-up would be futile. If I conceal it further, it might instead raise Shen Bai's suspicions. It's better to meet frankly. With a decision made, Li Chang'an resolved to confront the issue directly. As for the outcome, he would no longer force it. He would let nature take its course. A few minutes later, he pushed open the door to the private room. Mr. Shen Bai. Before he could finish, Shen Bai gently raised her hand, signaling him to stop. Li Shang, please sit down and talk. Li Chang'an complied and sat down, his expression calm. Even if he felt guilty, he did not show the slightest hint of panic. Li Shang, I want to know, is your action aimed at HSBC or is it merely to acquire shares in He Jitonghang? Shen Bai got straight to the point. Since their acquaintance, Li Chang'an had never seen Shen Bai so stern. The oppressive feeling emanating from the financial titan of Hong Kong weighed heavily on his shoulders for the first time. Mr. Shen Bai, if I say that I plan to acquire 20 of the shares of Hutchison Whampoa, and then approach you to request the acquisition of the 33 stake held by HSBC, would you believe me? You should be well aware of the current situation of the Chang'an Group. The industry is singular. Although the electrical business is sizable, it lacks a core pillar, making it difficult to form a true force and easy to be swallowed by others. In the early years, the battle for the Kowloon warehouse was foundational for the king of chartered ships. It was also important for me, but at that time my strength was insufficient to compete, so I chose to withdraw. Thus, I turned my attention to Hutchison Whampoa. I know that HSBC is primarily a financial institution and has little interest in real industry. I never intended to be an enemy of HSBC. Li Chang'an spoke earnestly, his gaze resolute. Shunbai quietly observed him, attempting to discern any trace of insincerity or hesitation from his expression. The room fell silent. Time seemingly paused. Mr. Li, I am willing to trust you once. However, one thing puzzles me. Given the strength of the Chang'an group, why not build a large-scale industry on your own? Just as the words left his mouth, Li Chang'an responded. Time. Mr. Shun, I do not have the time to wait for an industry to grow from scratch. If we proceed step by step, by the time it takes shape, the golden window of Xiangjiang will have long since closed. Given the circumstances, we need not beat around the bush. I believe that Xiangjiang is on the brink of an explosion. That old gentleman's presence here this year speaks volumes. Moreover, look at Eagle Capital's actions in recent years, continuously withdrawing and relocating assets. This is the perfect opportunity for Chinese capital to take over. I would rather rise with the momentum than toil away and miss the chance to ascend to the top. That is not my goal. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause erupted. Shunbai looked at Li Chang'an, and the doubts in his eyes completely dissipated. The young man before him had already gained the same weight in his heart as characters like Bao Yugong and Li Chang'an. He felt invigorated. Li Chang'an was right. HSBC indeed operates within a finance-dominant system and has never shown interest in industries that return slowly on investment. More importantly, a young man in his 20s without family backing could perceive the overall situation so accurately. This vision impressed him. At this moment, he had decided to take Li Chang'an under his wing. With HSBC's standing in Xiangjiang, as long as he nodded, no one could shake this relationship. Since he took charge of HSBC in 1971, he has consistently supported emerging Chinese capital, promoting local rise, while ensuring long-term benefits for the bank. Now Li Chang'an was precisely the candidate he envisioned. Shunbai nodded slightly, his expression satisfied. Mr. Li, can I trust you? He suddenly asked. Li Chang'an smiled. He knew that he had not only passed the test but perhaps had also received that entry ticket ahead of time. Mr. Shun, in the future no one can guarantee anything. No matter how sincerely I speak, you may not fully believe me. But I can make one thing clear: as long as you are in office, HSBC will be the most steadfast partner of the Chang'an Group. Good, very good. Mr. Li, please wait a moment. Shunbai rose to approach the phone, picking up the receiver. Notify the finance department to activate my authority and transfer the shares of Hutchison Wampoa to me. Li Chang'an stood by, unable to suppress the turbulence within him, even though he had experienced the ups and downs of the previous life. Shunbai's actions were clear. Anyone with eyes could see how the situation would unfold next. Li, I hope that together we can transform Xiangjiang into the international metropolis we envision. I am willing to transfer the shares of Hutchison Wampoa to you. You are right. Our HSBC focuses on finance and has no obsession with industry. May this old brand rejuvenate under your leadership. Shunbai acted decisively, even foregoing any bargaining, and the deal was concluded. Li Chang'an's heartbeat almost broke through his chest. He had never imagined that things would go so smoothly, nearly dreamlike. Had he known it would be this easy, why would he have bothered scheming in secret back then? He should have come directly to negotiate. Mr. Shun, is this price really appropriate? Mr. Li need not worry, HSBC only seeks not to lose. 33 of the shares were originally to be repurchased at $25, but now $30 will be fully paid to you. Shunbai's tone was flat, as if merely handling a routine business matter. Yet this statement struck Li Chang'an like a thunderclap. Hutchison Wampoa was far from an ordinary asset, with a total share capital of $1 billion and a market price of $65 per share. Now the other party was offering it at half price, giving away the 33 stake worth nearly $2 billion for just $1 billion. He almost doubted if he had misheard. But upon reflection, in the previous life, Shunbai had also transferred Hutchison to Li Chang'an at an extremely low price, and he felt relieved. 2 hours later, Shunbai departed. The shares in Li Chang'an's hands had been transferred. HSBC relinquished 33%, and with the 12% he secretly acquired, he now controlled 45%. Currently, Hutchison Wampoa had no board operations, and its daily management was handled by a manager appointed by HSBC Wei Li. This person was not a decision-maker. He merely held an administrative role. Li Chang'an was well aware of this. He had long been familiar with the details of the sensational merger case in Xiangjiang. Shunbai had promised future priority handover, and now that promise was being fulfilled ahead of time. Since I have already entered the game, whether Wei Li is discontented or not is no longer important. He immediately instructed He Dafu to publicly buy shares in the market, targeting the controlling stake of 51%. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Chang'an led Zhuang Shiqiang and a large entourage to the headquarters of Hutchison Wampoa. The finance administration and legal teams totaled more than 30 people, a grand procession. He could not wait any longer. The sooner he moved in, the better his chances of seizing the initiative. There was no need to wait until he held a majority of shares. He needed to grasp real power at this moment. As the crowd entered the building, several security guards quickly stepped forward to block them. Who are you? What are you doing here? Manager Tang. Li Chang'an gestured for the head of the finance department to take out the documents, offering no further explanation. There was no need to negotiate with the security guards. This is the latest proof of shareholding. The control of Hutchison Whampoa has already transferred. We are the new owners here to handle the handover today. Please cooperate. Relevant personnel must be on standby at all times. As Manager Tang finished speaking, several security guards exchanged glances at the entrance. Though they were merely responsible for security, they were not unfamiliar with such legal documents. Upon reading the contents, their attitude changed instantly. Please come in, come in. Li Chang'an stepped into the lobby. The 42-story building stood at 209219 Wanchai Road in Wanchai, Shangjiang, just a street away from Central. Completed in 1974, it was one of the few skyscrapers in Shangjiang at that time. Though not as prominent as the buildings under Swire or Jardine Matheson, it was firmly situated in the core of Wanchai, where land was as valuable as gold. What thrilled him even more was that the assets under Hutchison Group almost encompassed the ideal commercial landscape in his mind. In the telecommunications sector, there was Hutchison Telecom. In retail, it included brands like Watson's Fortress and Taiwo, covering both import-export trade and wholesale retail chains. As early as 1969, Hutchison Whampoa ventured into the shipping industry by acquiring a 30% stake in the Whampoa dock, becoming its largest shareholder. In the 1970s, it further expanded by acquiring the Hong Kong Cargo Group and the Junyi Group through this subsidiary. These two companies held a substantial amount of inexpensive land resources in Kowloon and Hong Kong, allowing Hutchison to quickly rise to become the largest landholder in Hong Kong. In 1974, the Hutchison Tower was completed, increasing its floors from the original 25 to 42, making it the third tallest building in Hong Kong. In the same year, Hutchison leveraged the Whampoa dock as a springboard, collaborating with companies under the Jardine Matheson Group to invest in the construction of Container Terminal No. 4 in Kwaichung, subsequently acquiring facilities such as Terminal No. 2. Additionally, it controlled a total of 4 terminals along the route from Hungham Pier to Chengdu Pier. After integrating the newly acquired port resources, Hutchison had become the largest terminal operator in Hong Kong. From the late 1960s to the mid-1970s, its rapid expansion was so intense that even established conglomerates like Jardine Matheson and Swire avoided its brilliance. It was precisely due to this aggressive development strategy that, after experiencing the stock market crash in 1973 and the oil crisis in 1974, its capital chain broke, forcing it to pledge 33 of its shares to HSBC. This allowed Li Chang'an to take over at a low price. Hutchison not only had a mature real estate system, but also stable income across various industries. These were exactly the strategic resources urgently needed by his Chang'an Group. Now several cash cow industries had been integrated into the system, just waiting for time to ferment. If managed properly, surpassing Jardine Matheson was not an unattainable dream. Everything was in place. The only thing lacking was the last gust of wind before reaching the peak. On the 38th floor of Hutchison Tower Office 264 was where Wei Li handled daily affairs. Li Chang'an and his group directly entered this area. Who are you? Who allowed you to enter here? Where are the security guards? How did these people get in? Wei Li had just turned out of the corridor and encountered this scene, while the surrounding employees stopped their work and focused their attention. Zhuang Shiqiang stepped forward with a smile. General Manager Wei Li, hello. I am Zhuang Shiqiang, the General Manager of Chang'an Group. With that, he gestured for someone behind him to step forward. The man in the suit stood firm, speaking in a steady tone. Mr. Wei Li, I am He Lily, a lawyer from the legal department of Chang'an Group. According to official documents, Chang'an Group has completed the acquisition process of Hutchison Group. This is the latest share certificate. Please assist us in completing the handover process immediately. What? Wei Li snatched the document, quickly flipping through it, his face instantly turning pale. Impossible. You only hold 45 of the shares, which does not meet the controlling standard. Hutchison belongs to HSBC. Even if you are the largest shareholder, you have no right to demand that I vacate immediately. If you want to take over the management, you must legally convene a board meeting and obtain the consent of the majority of the directors. Until then, I have no obligation to hand over management rights to you. Wei Li spoke firmly, though he still held onto a glimmer of hope. His hope rested on HSBC. In his view, Shinbai would never allow Hutchison to fall into the hands of others. He firmly believed that the other party would intervene and turn the situation around. This belief had been his last support. Unfortunately, it was all just a fantasy. He never realized that in HSBC's eyes, he was merely a shadowy figure executing orders. Since Shinbai took power, the strategy had long shifted to supporting local capital forces. How could they possibly return Hutchison to its original foreign managers? Wei Li's loyalty and trust held no weight in the face of reality. Mr. Wei Li, I suggest you call Mr. Shinbai to confirm the situation, lest you resist in vain. Zhuang Shiqiang's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable strength. The facts could no longer be changed. Unless someone could present evidence of holding over 51 of the shares, at this moment Chang'an Group's takeover of Hutchison was already a fait accompli. When Wei Li heard these words, his body trembled slightly. A certain premonition surged in his heart, but he was unwilling to accept it. He had once heard Shen Bi's promise. That voice still lingered in his ears. He almost stumbled to the desk, grabbing the phone. "Hello, I am Wei Li, General Manager of Hutchison Group. Please connect me to Mr. Shen Bai. Please hold on." A few minutes later, he slowly walked back to the hall, his face as dull as ashes. He knew he had been completely abandoned. HSBC had long since transferred its shares to Chang'an Group. This meant that all obstacles had been cleared, allowing Chang'an to legally take full control. General Manager Wei Li, Zhuang Shiqiang, spoke again. "Please cooperate with the current work and immediately notify the heads of all departments to return to their posts. Additionally, is the financial manager and the head of the administrative department present?" Zhuang Shiqiang glanced at the onlookers standing nearby, knowing that those working on this floor were mostly core personnel of Hutchison Group. "I am Zhou, hailing from the finance department. Lin from the administrative department. Very well, now both of you please cooperate with us to complete the transition in finance and administration." Zhuang Shiqiang's tone was calm yet unyielding. "Understood, please follow me." Before long, the team brought by Li Chang'an had fully initiated the handover process. Every transaction, regardless of size or source of funds, was meticulously verified and documented. What projects are currently underway at Hutchison? Which companies have signed contracts but have not yet fulfilled them? Which projects are still in progress? Li Chang'an needed to grasp this information immediately. He did not want future parties to shirk responsibility, leaving him with a pile of confusion to sort out. To take over a company, the first step is to clarify the accounts, personnel, and project progress. That night, Li Chang'an convened the management teams of both Chang'an and Hutchison for the first meeting. He did not rush to adjust the original Hutchison management team. Although he was wary of them, a large-scale personnel change right after taking over would only provoke unrest. "From today onwards, we are one. The era of foreign firms has ended and past practices are no longer applicable. From now on, everything will be according to Chang'an's rules. Other matters will be discussed later. Now I would like to hear from everyone present, especially from the former Hutchison employees. If there is anything you would like to say or any questions you may have." He slowly scanned the crowd with his gaze, waiting for a response. Understanding their thoughts was crucial for deciding the next steps. "Chairman, I am Zhou, hailing the finance manager." A woman stood up saying, "I want to know if people like us old employees will be laid off." Upon hearing this, many people's expressions shifted. This was the question weighing on everyone's mind. Past experiences had taught them that when the boss changed, the management team often faced a major reshuffle. In Hong Kong, finding a job that was both stable and well-paying was no easy feat. This position was tied to mortgages, children's education, and the living expenses of the entire family. No one dared to take it lightly. Manager Zhou Li Chang'an paused slightly. "I am not sure why you would have such concerns." He did not respond directly. Instead, he looked towards the corner. "Please have the HR department bring me the salary records of all management personnel." The atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze. This action only deepened the unease in everyone's hearts. Could it be that they found the salaries too high? Were they planning to start with costs and force people to resign voluntarily? Manager Lin felt like many others that she had an inkling of what was about to happen, yet she continued with her usual routine, submitting the payroll data. Li Chang'an finished reading, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he turned to the HR manager beside him. "Manager Huang, please bring over the salary list for our management team." "Understood, Chairman." After receiving the two documents, he gently pushed them toward the Yuan Heji team. "Manager Zhou, start with you and then circulate it. Everyone might as well compare the differences in compensation between the same positions in the two groups." His tone was calm and his smile mild, but he had already planned everything clearly. Changing personnel is not an impulsive act. The premise is to investigate backgrounds and assess value. Those who came through connections, made no real contributions, have ambiguous backgrounds, or are not committed to their duties will not be retained. More than 10 minutes passed. The management members of Yuan Heji finished reading one by one, their expressions quietly changing. They had previously thought that working in the foreign firm placed them among the high salary ranks, but now they realized they were merely in a limited corner. In contrast, the salaries for equivalent positions at Chang'an Group exceed those by more than 30%, leaving them speechless. Now I will respond to Manager Zhou's earlier question. At Chang'an Group, fairness is a strict rule. We only look at ability and value loyalty. Those with ability will rise. Those who occupy positions but do not work will naturally not deserve those positions. How you operated in the past is not my concern. But from today onward, Heji will be integrated into the Chang'an system and the rules must be unified. The next 3 months will be an evaluation period. There will be designated personnel to follow up on everyone's performance. Those who meet the standards will be retained. Those who excel will be promoted. and those who do not meet standards or have issues with conduct or qualifications will have to leave. I sincerely hope that all of you can stay. The group is expanding and what we lack are talents, not positions. I hope that, in the future, some of you can take charge of a branch company. Regarding compensation starting next month, we will fully integrate with our system. The current figures are merely foundational. Once you understand the bonuses, dividends, and long-term incentives that accompany these benefits, you'll find that the base salary is only a small part of it. Is there anything else you would like to ask? He scanned the crowd and saw the excitement on the faces of the former Heji management team, their eyes, shining emotions nearly spilling over. Li Chang'an smiled faintly. This was precisely the result he had desired. The appropriate salary increase led to a surge in morale among all employees. A calculation that couldn't be more favorable. No matter how high an individual salary is compared to the growth brought by the entire team, it is merely a drop in the bucket. Only by sharing benefits can a company go far and stand firm. Chairman, I have no objections, but I would like to make a suggestion. I am the head of the internet branch named Gao Zhongxing. I believe we should quickly increase our investment in internet infrastructure. In the future, Hong Kong, and even the entire world, will undoubtedly see the internet become a core pillar. He added, I have repeatedly applied for this issue in the past without success, and I even prepared a complete planning proposal, but there has been no follow-up. I hope you can truly pay attention to the development of the internet field. Li Chang'an looked at the speaker, and after hearing these words, he felt a deep impact within himself. He didn't expect that someone inside the company would share such similar thoughts with him. The internet would be the crucial lifeline of the future, and this employee clearly possessed foresight. Such talent belongs to his own team, which is truly gratifying. Please show me your proposal. Yes, Chairman. As soon as it involved internet matters, Li Chang'an immediately set aside the meeting process and began to read the plans submitted by Gao Zhongxing on the spot. He had long-term plans for internet layout, and now that someone had actively presented a blueprint that aligned with his direction, he naturally would not take it lightly. For a full 30 minutes, the meeting room was silent. Good, very excellent. Ha ha ha. After reviewing the materials, Li Chang'an couldn't contain his excitement, laughing heartily, completely disregarding the formal occasion. Gao Zhongxing, I am now officially notifying you that you are no longer required to undergo the 3-month probation assessment of the group. I have decided to separate the internet business from the original structure, establishing a wholly owned subsidiary, and appointing you as the general manager of this internet company. I will fully support your work, and all necessary funds will be approved as long as the purposes are reasonable. I will first allocate 200 million as startup funds, and starting tomorrow the comprehensive network layout will begin. Chairman, are you serious? Gao Zhongxing's voice trembled, slightly, hardly believing it. He had intended to resign, but decided to give it one more chance only because of the new leadership's arrival. Now not only was he understood, but he was also entrusted with a significant responsibility, with his department even elevated to an independent company, initial investment reaching 200 million and development authority nearly limitless. The usually resolute man had reddened eyes, nearly choked up. Other executives witnessing this scene were also moved. They thus saw through Li Chang'an's vision and courage. Everyone no longer doubted his earlier promise. The salary increase combined with a clear outlook greatly boosted the morale of the entire management team. That night, the integration meeting of the two companies lasted until nearly 11 o'clock at night. After successfully taking over this diversified parent company, Li Chang'an finally felt at ease. In the short term, he would no longer pursue external expansion. The urgent task was to complete the deep integration of the two groups as quickly as possible, achieving full control and then plotting the next strategic move. During that night's meeting, he additionally announced injecting 200 million into the real estate sector to restart all previously stalled engineering projects. The layout in the retail sector was also not neglected. He invested 300 million to fully upgrade the department stores in the core urban areas, aiming to create a commercial plaza that integrates shopping, entertainment, and leisure. This was a bold attempt. He was the first to take such a step. The Heji Group owned two high-end hotels, one located in the bustling area of Kowloon, and the other in a prime position in Wanchai, Hong Kong. Li Chang'an allocated an additional 100 million to start comprehensive renovation projects, replacing all facilities with the latest models. The dock at Whampoa Dock remained unchanged, continuing to be leased to external companies. These areas do not currently align with his development plans, so temporarily leasing them out is no issue. At the same time, he began negotiations to reclaim the usage rights of Heji's formerly rented factories one by one. With such a vast industrial land resource in hand, how could he allow it to fall into the hands of others? He himself was not even enough. Heji's factories were numerous, with 9 covering over 100 acres, 21 exceeding 50 acres, and nearly 50 under 50 acres. What surprised him the most was that the group still operated 3 CNC machine tool factories and several machinery manufacturing plants. This discovery was exhilarating. Although the equipment was outdated, Li Chang'an was no ordinary person. He had been a senior mechanical engineer in his previous life, so transforming machine tools was a piece of cake for him. The only regret was that the existing factories were only equipped with small machine tools and lacked large-scale processing equipment, so they could not undertake the production tasks for automobiles or heavy machinery. However, the current capabilities are sufficient to support the demands of the electrical and electronics industries, at least covering all the components required for their own products. In the past, most of these parts were imported from country R. He had always worried that with the soaring sales of their appliances and the rapid market entry of gaming consoles, if the three major companies, Nintendo, Sony, and Panasonic, became vigilant and cut off supplies, the supply chain would collapse immediately. Now this hidden danger has been eliminated, and Li Chang'an felt completely at ease. Even when facing the three giants from country R, he was unafraid. Thinking about how all these industries would soon belong to him, he could hardly contain his excitement. Just the land resources he controlled were enough to ensure decades of security. From the late 1960s to 1975, Heir Company operated with great effort and continuous expansion, only to end up benefiting others. Through acquisitions, Li Chang'an gathered all the results into his hands. The next morning, he returned to the office of Chang'an Group to handle affairs. He would keep this building while the headquarters of Heir would become the new center of the entire group. Manager Zhuang, as the group has expanded, I have decided to appoint you as the executive president and general manager. Additionally, has the newly acquired Xinjiang Electronics factory started operations? Can their equipment be adapted to our products? Li Chang'an inquired. Chairman, the equipment at Xinjiang is still running the old production line, which does not match the specifications of our new products. I have already sent someone to make adjustments, and it will be completed within 3 days, ready for production soon. Good timely execution of the task. The security company's procedures should be expedited by the administrative department. Also notify to gather the technical personnel from highest CNC machine tools and mechanical factory to the headquarters. I have something to discuss tomorrow. Zhao Feng, come in. Boss. Manager Zhuang, please compile a report on the technical personnel from those factories and give it to Xiao Luo for a thorough background check on each individual. Understood, boss. Li Chang'an had plans in mind, intending to gradually build his own technical team. But the people must be reliable before they could access the core techniques he possessed. Those techniques were far ahead of the current standards, and even the most advanced Soviet technologies could hardly compare. Such machine tool manufacturing techniques placed in any corner of today's world could change the landscape. For this reason, all regions have been extremely cautious about the outflow of new machinery, fearing the leakage of core technologies. There's one more thing, Manager Zhuang, allocate a piece of land from Heir Group for Zhao Feng and them to build a security base. You two can directly coordinate on the equipment. All right, young Master Li, I understand. Okay, it's about time. Let's head to the venue. Li Chang'an stood up and said. The afternoon of the previous day, He Dafu had completed the acquisition of shares in Heir Group for him, reaching a 51 stake. Although the last 6 of the shares came at a considerable premium, there was no turning back even if the other party raised the price. He Dafu's frenzied buying actions once shook several major exchanges in Shangjiang, causing the market to stir. Many investors thought another large acquisition battle had begun, recalling the scenes of the Kowloon warehouse competition, and their emotions were immediately ignited. Many hurriedly withdrew their listed Heir stocks, unwilling to sell easily, fearing they would miss the opportunity to get rich. However, after He Dafu quickly locked in target shares, within a short time the trading calmed down. The entire afternoon saw no further movements, leaving countless onlookers exchanging glances, realizing they had misjudged the situation. Since he had already taken control of Heir Company, Li Chang'an naturally needed to hold a press conference to announce this change to the public, while also disclosing other important matters of the group. Currently, the company's operating condition is stable, with profits continuing to grow. This statement would help stabilize or even boost Heir's stock price. Although Li Chang'an was not aiming for short-term, cashing out healthy fluctuations in stock prices would be beneficial for the company's long-term development. At 9 o'clock sharp, Li Chang'an, Zhuang, Shiqiang, the financial manager of Chang'an Group, and the financial and HR heads from Heir were all present. Thank you to all the media friends for attending this Chang'an Group press conference. Today, Chang'an Group has 3 important messages to release to the public. Firstly, yesterday, the portable music player project under Chang'an Electronics successfully achieved the company's target with sales exceeding 10 million. Secondly, we have officially developed a computer product belonging to Chang'an Group. After several days of hard work, the new operating system has also been completed. The functionalities of this computer will be revealed in subsequent press conferences. Thirdly, the core content of this press conference. Chang'an Group acquired 33 of Heir Company shares from HSBC at a price of 30 yuan per share. Simultaneously, we purchased an additional 18 of shares on the open market at an average price of 65 yuan. As of now, Chang'an Group holds a total of 51 of Heir Group's shares, completing the controlling stake, and officially took over yesterday. Next, I invite the heads of our relevant departments to introduce the specific situation of Heir Group. Thank you all. Wow! The sound of applause echoed. As the words fell, the scene erupted instantly. The flashes of cameras flickered in succession, and the emotions of the reporters exceeded those during the acquisition of Kowloon Warehouse by the Shipping King. Kowloon Warehouse was merely a subsidiary of Jardine Matheson, while Heir Company is one of the four major trading companies, a true industry giant with a massive foundation. Based on market value estimates, Heir is worth at least 6.5 billion. Even with substantial funds, it is difficult to easily touch its shares. Yet now it has been completely acquired by Chang'an Group. Such news is enough to shake the entire financial world. At 9:30 in the morning, after all departments disclosed the relevant data, the QA session began. The person in the middle of the front row, please ask your question. Li Chang'an pointed to a reporter who quickly raised his hand. Hello, Mr. Li, I am a reporter from the Business Daily. As I understand it, when you took over Chang'an Group, which was originally Heir Electronics, the company was facing financial difficulties. May I ask how you accumulated enough funds in just 2 months to complete the acquisition of a company valued at 6.5 billion? This question echoed the doubts of most journalists present. Li Chang'an smiled slightly and turned to look at Zhuang Shiqiang, signaling him to respond. Friends from the Business Daily, I will answer. Chang'an Electronics has fully launched in the U.S. market with sales exceptionally strong. Currently, the third batch of a total of 3.6 million appliances has sold out, achieving profits of over $1.5 billion. Additionally, the group has implemented a regional agency distribution system, selling the agency rights for 11 regions including the U.S., Taiwan, Singapore, India, France, the UK, and Germany, accumulating over $900 million. Just these two sources of income have more than covered the acquisition costs of Heir Group. Next question. A collective gasp rippled through the press corps. Suddenly the atmosphere ignited. The distribution rights for electrical appliances across 11 regions fetched a staggering 907 million. Combined with other sales revenue, this single segment alone generated 1.5 billion, excluding entirely the earnings from Hong Kong itself. In total, Chang'an Group had amassed at least 1 billion in just 2 months. Its liquid assets now stood at 7 Hong Kong dollars, 7 billion, and that figure did not even include its undisclosed business divisions. Camera flashes erupted in rapid succession as journalists jostled to capture the moment, their excitement palpable. The impact of this announcement rivaled that of Chang'an Group's recent acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa Limited. Two earth-shaking announcements, 1 day apart, had shaken Hong Kong to its core. Who could remain composed? Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. Zhuang Shiqiang stepped forward. The press conference continues. We have just finalized our acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa. The follow-up work is immense and time is precious. His tone remained steady, yet pride shimmered unmistakably across his face. He had led Hutchison Electrical for over a decade. Yet now, witnessing Li Chang'an achieve in 2 months what had eluded him for years, he was left speechless with, Mr. Li, I'm from the Tsingtao Daily. A journalist raised his hand. With Chang'an Group's formidable financial strength, will you pursue further acquisitions to expand your empire? I can answer that unequivocally. Li Chang'an took the microphone. For the foreseeable future, our focus lies squarely on integrating and developing our existing businesses. There will be no new acquisitions. We must ensure every acquired enterprise is fully absorbed into our system and placed firmly on a path of stable growth. Only then will we consider our next move. He had instructed Zhuang Shiqiang to disclose these figures for one clear purpose: to shape the narrative. He knew well that even without his disclosure, news of Hutchison Whampoa's acquisition would inevitably trigger intense media scrutiny into Chang'an Group's funding sources and profitability. And such information was neither obscure nor difficult to verify. Rather than wait passively for speculation to spread, he chose to seize control of the story himself. Mr. Li, I'm from Takung Pao. Another journalist rose. You priced the distribution rights for 11 regions at 900 million. Over 120 million per region. Such an extraordinary sum. Where does your confidence come from? Is anyone truly willing to pay it? Li Chang'an smiled faintly. A colleague from Takung Pao, am I right? My confidence springs from faith in my own products, from the name Li Chang'an itself, and from the simple, unshakable certainty that I possess. As for whether anyone has purchased them, I'll present the original contracts shortly. You'll see for yourselves. The rights are already sold. So tell me, asking whether anyone would buy them now, isn't that rather belated? He shook his head lightly. Should my distribution rights ever hang unsold, for a month, a year, or even 10 years, then by all means ask me that question again. Thank you. Next question. With those words, the Ta Kung Pao reporter quietly retreated, his head instinctively bowed. Around him, fellow journalists suppressed smiles, eyes gleaming with quiet acknowledgement. Many understood clearly the distribution rights had long been snapped up. To now question their price, or suggest no one would buy them, was profoundly ill-timed. Such a query was less an inquiry than a deliberate provocation. By 1030 M. Summaries of Chang'an Group's press conference were rapidly compiled and rushed into print. Newspapers flooded the streets and alleys of Hong Kong. Just past noon, the city erupted anew. Barely days after the first major Chinese-led acquisition of a foreign firm, another venerable British conglomerate had changed hands. This time its parent company swallowed whole. Even more astonishing was the identity of the acquirer, Hutchison Electrical, a firm recently teetering on bankruptcy. Now reborn as Chang'an Group, steered by Li Chang'an's unwavering hand. In just 2 months, it had vaulted from the brink of extinction to becoming a titan capable of absorbing a foreign enterprise valued at over $6 billion. An act bordering on the miraculous. Had anyone claimed 2 months earlier that a cash-starved, near-bankrupt enterprise could pull off such a feat in so short a time, no one would have believed it. Yet there it stood. Undeniable, irrefutable. Hong Kong citizens stood in awe. Tycoons across the business world recoiled inwardly. This was not merely a commercial triumph. It signaled the quiet closing of an era. Chinese enterprises were rising with unstoppable momentum. The age once dominated by foreign capital appeared at last to be drawing to a close. Newspapers flew off stands in near-frenzied demand. Crowds surged at kiosks. Freshly printed copies vanished within seconds. Many waited patiently on the spot, hoping for the next reprint. At Chung Kong Holdings headquarters, Li Chang'an sat motionless in his office, brow furrowed, lost deep in thought. He too had been preparing a bid for Hutchison Whampoa, turning to the British giant after missing out on the Kowloon Canton Railway Corporation. But he had hesitated, just a fraction too long. And Li Chang'an seized the prize first. Truly remarkable. You foresaw the value of KCR, and snatched Hutchison ahead of everyone else. Youthful brilliance. Fully deserved. He murmured softly in the silence of his study, then rose and walked to his safe, retrieving a black notebook. Flipping to a page, he drew a heavy decisive X across the words Hutchison Whampoa. Beside it, Kowloon Canton Railway had already been similarly marked. Dozens of industry names dotted the page. His long-term strategic targets meticulously catalogued over years. After several moments of stillness, his pen hovered over one entry, and slowly, deliberately circled it. For characters stood out boldly: Hong Kong Land, Sun Hung Kai Properties, New World Development, Henderson Land, Sino Land, and Swire Pacific. All whispered the same name among themselves. Even Lo Ying-shek, the chairman of Great Eagle Holdings, who had exchanged sharp words with Li Chang'an at the Government House banquet just 2 nights prior, now discussed the matter with his son in his office. Even the British conglomerates, long dismissive of local capital, broke precedent, convening an emergency summit with the heads of 3 other foreign firms. That rare gathering had but one cause: Li Chang'an. With a single stroke of his pen, he had stirred the heavens. The entire Hong Kong business world trembled in his wake. His name echoed through every street, every tea house, every tavern. It swept like wind across Victoria Harbour, into every corporate high-rise, every factory floor. And while the city burned with fevered debate, the man himself had already entered Government House. 2 days earlier, he had secured an appointment with the governor. In today's Hong Kong, even the most prominent figures required advanced scheduling to meet him. This was no arbitrary restriction. His calendar was simply saturated. Li Chang'an's objective was precise: to apply for a firearms license. Once fame arrives, security becomes paramount. He feared no death, but this era was chaos incarnate. In the early 1980s, violent criminals ran rampant across Hong Kong. Figures like Zhang Ziqiang remained at large, and kidnapping cases surged. Once a person vanished, even vast wealth became nothing more than digits on a ledger. Li Chang'an possessed memories of a past life, but if dragged into a mountain cave and bound, even genius would find no outlet. Rebirth conferred no immunity from death. Thus, legal firearm possession was not for show. It was a matter of survival. "Hello, Li Chang'an. I have an appointment with Governor MacLehose." He spoke calmly at the reception desk. "Ah, Mr. Li, you're here. Please follow me." The receptionist recognized him instantly, her voice trembling with barely concealed excitement. Li Chang'an offered a faint smile. On the young woman's desk, a newspaper lay open. The front page bore his interview photograph. This sudden, overwhelming attention unsettled him. "Thank you." He passed through unimpeded. No questions, no delays. The attendant guided him down a long corridor straight to the governor's office. "Governor MacLehose, good day." "Mr. Li, welcome." I'd barely finished lunch when the telephone began ringing incessantly. "All about you." Sir Murray MacLehose rose to greet him, his customary smile in place. "I truly apologize for interrupting your meal." Li Chang'an responded with measured courtesy, his tone gentle and polished. He observed proper protocol toward the governor, but felt no inner reverence. Unlike his youth on the mainland, where even a handshake with a border official once stirred profound emotion. Perhaps it was because his identity had changed, or perhaps because to him this colonial high official remained ultimately an alien ruler. In his eyes, MacLehose was merely a senior administrative functionary. "Everyone is inquiring about you. Some reporting developments, others probing for hints. You've done exceptionally well, generating substantial employment, while propelling Hong Kong goods to dazzling success in the American market." A genuine note of approval flickered across MacLehose's face. Li Chang'an could tell it was unfeigned. As for the governor's deeper intentions, he chose not to dwell. He had never intended to cultivate closeness with the governor. Loyalty as a concept held no place in his worldview. He was first and foremost a merchant. His footsteps followed profit wherever it led. Until the broader landscape stabilized, he preferred to sidestep all sensitive subjects. I never imagined my modest affairs would disturb the governor. I truly feel embarrassed. His tone remained humble, his posture deferential. Though the words sat uneasily with his true sentiments, such formalities were indispensable to the occasion. Let us set those matters aside. Please, Mr. Li, take a seat. Sensing his guest's restraint, Maklihos gently steered the conversation away. Thank you. What brings you to see me today? Is there something urgent? Indeed. I wish to apply for a firearms license to establish a security firm. My associates may also require authorized weapons. Li Chang'an broached the subject directly without preamble. A firearms license. Mr. Li, you're surely aware that no such application has been approved since I assumed office. Do you know why? Maklihos did not answer immediately. Instead, he posed a quiet counterquestion. I understand the rationale well enough. But please trust me, I am a law-abiding businessman. This application stems solely from prudent risk mitigation, not from any ambition to overstep boundaries. I regard Hong Kong as my home, and I sincerely hope its order continues to strengthen. Should the need arise, I am also willing to assist both the police force and the security department in upgrading their systems. It is precisely for these reasons that I dare make this request. I hope you will empathize with our practical security needs. As for the security company itself, I shall proceed strictly within Hong Kong's legal framework, and only consider firearm licensing once all conditions are fully met. Might such an arrangement be acceptable? Maklihos fell silent, fingertips tapping lightly upon the desk. He knew the system was not inflexible. Private bodyguards could obtain licenses, though quotas were vanishingly scarce, no more than 5 at any given time. Yet shortly after his appointment, Hong Kong's political climate remained volatile. The aftershocks of the 4 great Chinese detectives still reverberated. Public order was fragile. He had endured one grave incident, a prominent family directing a licensed bodyguard to fire openly, causing severe reputational damage. Since then, he had frozen all new firearm license approvals, a policy he had upheld without exception. His fear was never of any single individual holding a gun, but of the power struggles that might lurk behind the barrel. A full minute passed. Only the faint whisper of wind outside broke the silence. Mr. Li has always been meticulous, particularly regarding personal safety. Your earlier remarks about the police force and the security department ring true. We face acute budgetary constraints. If more citizens like yourself cared deeply about Hong Kong's peace and stability, it would indeed be a blessing. Li Chang'an instantly grasped the implication. Some things need not be spoken aloud. Mutual understanding sufficed. Only with public order secured can enterprises flourish in confidence. I hereby pledge 20 million Hong Kong dollars, exclusively earmarked for modernizing equipment in both departments. He slid a check across the desk toward Maklihos. Truly admirable. Your deep affection for this land moves us profoundly. On behalf of the relevant departments, I extend our deepest gratitude. As for your proposal, it requires formal deliberation at a council meeting. We shall contact you with updates promptly. Then I thank you for your time, Governor. I shall not detain you further. Safe travels, Mr. Li. Stepping out of Government House, Li Chang'an allowed himself the faintest upward curve of his lips. So long as the check was accepted, half the battle was already won. The real danger would lie in outright refusal. That would pose genuine difficulty. He understood perfectly council deliberation was mere diplomatic phrasing. Whether the funds ever truly reached the police force or security department mattered little. To him, this was simply spending 20 million Hong Kong dollars to purchase several long-delayed firearm licenses. Should one genuinely rely on these institutions to safeguard Hong Kong's peace, street conflicts would never cease. After leaving the government complex, he headed straight for the stock exchange. A far more pressing matter awaited. Redeploying Dafis resources. That punch remained vivid in his memory. Luo Yingxi's son had struck him. Seemingly trivial, yet it had pierced his most inviolable boundary. Though the blow had landed cleanly, he would ensure the cost extended far beyond that single moment. He resolved to strike decisively in the stock market, with one target in mind: Eagle Sovereign Group. According to his recollection, the conglomerate would face a catastrophic crisis in 1978, yet somehow survive. Thereafter, its fortunes reversed entirely. The family ascended to become one of Hong Kong's preeminent dynasties, its heirs excelling, its legacy flourishing, fulfilling the ancient adage, surviving great peril guarantees future prosperity. But this lifetime was different. Li Chang'an had already pronounced Eagle Sovereign Group sentence, irrevocable, absolute. No plea, however fervent, could sway his resolve. Dafu, what's the situation? Can we simultaneously depress the share price while quietly accumulating shares? Better yet, if feasible, absorb them outright. If not, at least render them financially unsustainable. Upon arriving at the exchange, he immediately convened a confidential strategy session with Hidafu. Young Master Li, if we launch a direct assault, the capital required would be enormous. With our current strength, the odds of success remain slim. Perhaps we should pursue an alternative path. If we uncover a major internal flaw within Eagle Sovereign and leak credible information externally, we could undermine its credibility and market confidence. Then leveraging that momentum in the stock market collapse may follow. If external forces intervene, say a financial crisis or global market turbulence, I possess reliable means to act. But in calm, stable conditions, I cannot conjure chaos from thin air. Hidafu spoke, candidly responding directly to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an slightly nodded, realizing he had been somewhat impatient. Yet in that instant a thought ignited in his mind. Financial crisis. Memories surged like a tidal wave, fragments of the global situation coalescing in his mind. In 1978, at the end of that year, tensions began to rise between Iran and Iraq. As January 1979 arrived, the flames of war were fully ignited. By March, the two countries had plunged into comprehensive confrontation. This conflict quickly impacted the global oil market, with prices soaring from $13 per barrel at the beginning of the year to a peak of $53 in just 2 months. Thinking of this, Li Chang'an's eyes sparkled. Defu, pack your bags immediately. Well, set aside things in Shangjang for now. You must head to the United States right away. His voice was tinged with uncontainable excitement. Such an opportunity was rare. Quadrupling profits felt like a windfall. To miss this chance would be to squander the game's potential. He wouldn't send someone else. This time he would go personally, while also surveying the environment in the United States to pave the way for future branch establishment. He was determined to seize the U.S. market. Young Master Li, are you also going to the United States? That's right, Zhao Feng, book the earliest flight. Defu, we're going to experience the U.S. stock market. Li Chang'an said casually, as if it were merely a stroll through a marketplace. Yet Defu was trembling with excitement. Who wouldn't want to step into Wall Street? Known as the Arena of Wolves, it was the holy temple in the hearts of all finance professionals. Understood. I'll return to prepare right away. At that moment, Li Chang'an had already cast aside the Ingjun Group, could take a moment to breathe. He rushed back to the headquarters of Chang'an Group to discuss matters face-to-face with Zhuang Shiqiang. This journey across the ocean must not have the slightest misstep in the group's operations. During his absence, all affairs and financial arrangements would be under Zhuang Shiqiang's full responsibility. In the office, Zhuang Shiqiang spoke steadily. Young Master Li, if you truly intend to enter the U.S. market, I suggest starting with industry and building a factory first. The U.S. is different from Shangjang. The pace is fast and changes are fierce. If you rashly expand on a large scale, it may lead to disconnection. Acquiring too many assets at once may not be digestible. Our foundation is still shallow and our talent pool is insufficient. Taking too big a step could harbor risks. Li Chang'an listened quietly, his brows slightly furrowed. These words struck at reality. The group's establishment time was too short and the core personnel worth and trusting were few. He did not refute, merely silently noted this reminder. All right, I will keep an eye on things. You take care of matters in Shangjang. Also let Manager Liang from the TV station come to collect these scripts. She will decide the filming methods and schedule. Li Chang'an instructed Zhuang Shiqiang. Rest assured, young Master Li, I will manage things in Shangjang well. I'll contact Manager Liang right away. By the way, a little girl came to the company looking for you yesterday. I didn't see her, but she left a phone number. Zhuang Shiqiang suddenly recalled and reported immediately. A little girl. She said if she couldn't find you, I should let you know to be sure to give her a call back. Got it, you can handle other matters now. Li Chang'an walked towards the telephone and dialed the number. He truly could not remember which little girl he knew. What he didn't know was that in a corner of the city, a girl with a delicate appearance had already waited for a day and a night just for this phone call. Why hasn't he called? How inconsiderate. Just as she was about to give up, the phone rang. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. She abruptly turned and lunged for the receiver. Hello. This is Li Chang'an. Who is this? What do you want? You finally called. I am Guan Jiahui, and I want to apologize for what happened last time. Guan Jiahui. Li Chang'an was taken aback. It turned out to be Guan Jilin. This name made him frown. Although she was indeed outstanding in appearance, he had no interest in her. No need to apologize. I didn't take that matter to heart. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I'm busy. Wait, can I treat you to a meal? The voice on the other end trembled, almost imperceptibly, carrying the unique shyness of a young girl. She was still young with little experience. Speaking those words took all her courage. No need for a meal. Just tell me what you want. I'm not free. Li Chang'an's tone was cold. I. She opened her mouth but found it difficult to form words. Beep, beep, beep. The call had already been disconnected. Li Chang'an indeed was racing against time, about to set off for the United States with a mountain of tasks piling up. On the other end, Guan Jilin held the receiver, her eyes instantly reddening, tears silently streaming down. After a moment she took a deep breath, wiped her tears, quickly dashed into her room to change clothes, gently penciled her eyebrows, and applied lip color in front of the mirror, and after getting ready she walked out the door with a determined posture. At this moment Li Chang'an was sitting thoughtfully at the table. Should he inform Bao Yugang about the plan to go to the United States? After much contemplation he decided to bring this person along. As for how much trust and funds the other party could invest and how far they could go, it all depended on his own abilities. "Hello, is this Uncle Bao?" "Xiao, and what is it?" Bao Yugang was busy, but upon hearing Li Chang'an's voice, he put down his work and answered cheerfully. "Uncle Bao, I got an important message from a classmate's father in the U.S. There's a significant opportunity behind this news. I want to check out the U.S. stock market. I have a good feeling about this and can make a large profit." Li Chang'an didn't fully reveal his thoughts, only sharing half of it. He knew that if Bao Yugang trusted him, he would naturally provide funds, and he was also happy to have him along for the ride. This was a way to repay a favor. Bao Yugang had helped him rise to power, and now with an opportunity to return the favor he was willing to do so. If Bao Yugang hesitated, there was nothing he could do. The opportunity had already been presented. Whether or not to seize it depended entirely on the other party. As for the truth, he couldn't possibly lay everything bare. After all, who would believe that he could be so certain based solely on a message from a classmate's father? On the other end of the line, Bao Yugang fell silent. He was an industrialist who always prioritized stability. He never ventured into the stock market unless absolutely necessary or unless he was nearly certain. "Can you clarify a bit more?" Bao Yugang finally spoke. It was precisely because Li Chang'an had never spoken carelessly in the past that he was willing to ask one more question. Had it been someone else, he would have refused long ago. The stock market was a treacherous place, and he had just found his footing, with many places needing investment. "Uncle Bao, I can't clarify the details either, but I am very certain. The stock market does carry risks, but this time I trust my judgment. If you think it's inappropriate, just say so. I won't force it. I just asked casually." The line fell silent again. Bao Yugang pondered for a long time, about a minute's worth. Li Chang'an did not rush him, nor did he provide further explanation. This matter could not be guaranteed. He only spoke up because he remembered their past relationship and wanted to pull up someone who had once helped him. Whether they earned more or less was secondary. It was just to put his mind at ease. Xiao and Bao Yugang finally spoke. "Uncle Bao trusts you, but funds are tight at the moment. How much do you plan to invest?" "It's hard to say. It depends on how things unfold, but the minimum will be $100 million US. $100 million, Li Chang'an replied without hesitation. He knew full well that Chang'an Group still held nearly $600 million US in its accounts. So 100 million was merely an appetizer. This time he intended to commit no less than 300 million. The opportunity was rare. To miss it would be to squander heaven's timing. "Excellent. Uncle Bao has assembled 50 million US. Not a large sum, but I'll have Guangjing transfer it to your account tomorrow." "Xiao, and don't disappoint Uncle Bao." "Xiao, and let me speak plainly, the stock market is a place best avoided if possible. We industrialists build steadily and methodically. We aim for long-term strategic positioning. Its tides shift unpredictably. No one dares claim assured victory. Once ensnared, the consequences could be catastrophic. You've already secured your footing by acquiring Hutchison Group. The foundation is laid, the path ahead clear. Uncle Bao doesn't wish to see you scatter a winning hand. Can you understand the sincerity behind these words?" Bao Yugong's tone was steady, his gaze earnest. A senior offering solemn counsel to a junior, each word weighted with care. "Uncle Bao, I understand your concern. I have no intention of lingering in the stock market. This move is born solely of a genuine, well-calculated opportunity. Rest assured. Industry remains my bedrock, and I hold firm command of my own course." Li Chang'an heard the genuine concern beneath those words. Others might watch coldly, or even secretly hope for his misstep. But only Bao Yugong dared speak frankly, offering sincere guidance. That sentiment he carried deep in his heart. "Good. Then it's settled. Uncle Bao places his trust in you. Once more, tomorrow, I'll instruct Guangjing to wire the funds." "Thank you, Uncle Bao. I'll take my leave now. Let's talk again soon." "Go ahead." The call ended. Li Chang'an glanced at his wristwatch. Nearly 6 o'clock. He adjusted his collar, preparing to head home for rest before departing for the United States the following day. Meanwhile, in the Bao family's living room, "Father, are you truly resolved to invest alongside Mr. Li in the American stock market?" "Yes," Bao Yugong answered decisively. "If not now, when? From the moment I chose to lend him a hand, I resolved to support him all the way. Xiao is no impulsive man. His coming to me personally signals that he values this bond. Would he approach anyone else in the same way?" Guangjing, don't fixate solely on immediate risk. Go inquire. Has he approached any of the others? I'd wager not a single one. Ponder the implication yourself. Move closer to Shaoan. He may be young, yet his vision and breadth of perspective far surpass those of his peers. Carry it out. Prepare the funds. Perhaps this time he truly will blaze a new trail for us. These words revealed that Bao Yugong's patronage of Li Chang'an had transcended mere mentorship. It was now rooted in profound heartfelt trust. Given his character, he would never assume such risk unless he deemed the person truly worthy. Wu Guangjing paused in silence, then bowed his head and withdrew. Though doubt still lingered, he voiced no further objection, and turned instead to arrange the transfer. As Li Chang'an stepped out of the company's main entrance, a cool night breeze brushed his face. "Mr. Li," a soft voice called out. He turned, and beneath the lamplight stood Guan Zhilin. Enough already. Why did this person keep appearing like a specter? He had made his position unmistakably clear, no entanglement whatsoever. Yet here she was again, persistently clinging. "Miss Guan Zhilin, what exactly do you want? If there's something, say it plainly." Li Chang'an's expression was cold as he spoke. "Mr. Li, I've come sincerely to apologize. I had no idea my classmate would do such a thing." Her voice trembled slightly. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Seeing her like this, Li Chang'an's heart softened. After all, she was merely a young woman. To press further would make him appear petty rather than magnanimous. "Forget it. I haven't given it a second thought since. Neither should you dwell on it any longer. Had I truly been angry, matters wouldn't have reached this point." His tone softened. Not out of warmth, but to ensure she fully understood this was her final chance to withdraw undisturbed. "Really? That's wonderful." Guan Zhilin's eyes lit up. "Mr. Li, may I treat you to dinner? It's dinner time anyway. I'm afraid I'm unavailable." "But Mr. Li..." Before she could finish, Xiao Feng's car glided smoothly to a stop beside them. Li Chang'an cast her a brief glance and walked toward the vehicle. Guan Zhilin, acting on impulse, rushed forward and slid into the front passenger seat. "What do you think you're doing?" His brow furrowed, his voice edged with displeasure. "I simply wish to share a meal with you. To apologize in person," she replied softly. Li Chang'an finally felt a flicker of irritation. "Dinner. Fine. But understand this clearly, the only women who dine alone with me either stay the night or become my long-term partner. Choose now or get out immediately." He meant to frighten her off, deliberately choosing blunt, provocative phrasing, only to find. Guan Zhilin lifted her gaze. Shy, hesitant, her cheeks flushed rose-pink, her head bowing gently like a blossom unfolding quietly, ready to be plucked. The sight stunned Li Chang'an. "You?" He studied her closely. Her expression conveyed quiet assent. Suddenly he looked at her anew, striking beauty, pure and delicate grace. Truly rare. A faint smile curled at his lips. "No getting out. Very well. Zhao Feng, take us to the Li Chang'an Hotel. Book the finest suite and arrange a candlelit dinner delivered directly to the room." Guan Zhilin trembled faintly. Fear flickered in her eyes, yet anticipation burned ever brighter. She neither moved nor spoke, merely sat there as though surrendering herself to fate. An opportunity offered so freely. How could one possibly refuse? Moreover, this Guan Demoness was almost certainly untouched. With her silent consent, and her age perfectly suited, Li Chang'an would be remiss to ignore destiny's invitation. The top floor of the Li Chang'an Hotel. This building had originally belonged to Hutchison Group. After its acquisition by Chang'an Group, the new signage had been installed the very same day. Inside, the luxurious suite, soft lighting bathed the space. An air of quiet intimacy hung palpably in the air. Li Chang'an led Guan Zhilin by the hand to this place. After dinner, a knowing smile played upon his lips as he gazed at her in silence. "Dinner is finished. You have 5 minutes to decide. Leave now while you still can, or stay and abide by your choice. Let me be clear, I harbor no intention of sharing my life with anyone at present. You must consider that carefully. I'll step into the shower now." With that, he turned and entered the bathroom. Guan Zhilin rose slowly and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outward. Neon lights pulsed, skyscrapers pierced the dusk, traffic flowed ceaselessly below. The city was slipping gracefully into the vibrant hush of night. She stood motionless, as if contemplating something profound. Yet minute after minute passed. Li Chang'an had been in the bathroom for over 10 minutes, far exceeding the allotted 5. Yet she remained rooted in place, making no move to depart. When he emerged, wrapped in a towel, finding her still there, his lips curved upward. In 2 strides, he pulled her fiercely into his arms. "Ah!" A sudden movement startled her, causing her to cry out. At this moment, it was impossible to withdraw. The opportunity had already presented itself, and once missed, it would never return. "Can you stay and talk with me for a while?" Her voice trembled, slightly carrying a hint of timidity. After all, she had never experienced such a situation, and anyone would feel anxious. "Sure, I'll talk with you slowly." But where was the talking? An hour later in the bathroom, two indistinct figures intertwined frolicking amidst the mist. Indeed, they were playing with water. Even though the nightlife of Xiangjiang had only just begun, they had already immersed themselves in their own night. The sound of water droplets from the shower head echoed throughout the suite. Life is short, what do we seek? Some say to cherish those in front of us, while others say to value every moment. But for Li Chang'an, living in the moment and indulging to the fullest was the true essence. Another hour passed. Li Chang'an leaned back on the sofa and calmly said, "Come with me to the United States tomorrow. There's a flight at noon, and we will make it. Tomorrow morning Zhao Feng will take you to get your visa." Guan Zhiling softly replied like a kitten snuggling next to its owner, her eyes gentle with no more objections. What he said was what it was. In the time that followed, they did not waste a moment continuing to explore those irresistible topics until the next morning. Li Chang'an woke up early. He had always maintained his exercise routine, and had even asked Zhao Feng to teach him some combat techniques. Since being struck by a punch in public by a member of the Luo family, he understood the importance of having self-defense capabilities. Even without provoking trouble, he needed to ensure he wouldn't find himself in a humiliating situation like at the Hong Kong government banquet. At around 8 o'clock, Guan Zhiling also woke up. Zhao Feng then took her to process the visa, while Li Chang'an went back first to pack his luggage in preparation for departure. By noon, they had boarded the flight to the United States with a total entourage of 21 people, including bodyguards, with all 16 members led by Zhao Feng present. Li Chang'an and Guan Zhiling were together, and the three operators, He Dafu and others, also arrived. The journey lasted 16 hours. Destination: New York. This city is the most dazzling economic center of the United States. Wall Street is hidden within this forest of steel and concrete. It is called the world's most formidable financial battleground, yet for some it is a sanctuary of wealth. Here dwells a group of beasts whose teeth are made of capital. Every move they make can send tremors through the global market. It has been said half of the world's economic lifeline is in the hands of Wall Street, and all decisions in the United States stem from here. As long as they are willing, the stock markets of any country can collapse in an instant. This statement is not mere rhetoric. The Rockefeller family, the Morgan dynasty, the DuPont empire, the Child family, Goldman Sachs. These names stand like giants in the financial realm. If these forces joined forces to strike, almost no one could maintain the integrity of their domestic stock market. Moreover, the current market regulations are still incomplete, with frequent loopholes that give them the space to act unchecked. First, to the place where well settle. This trip to the U.S. Li Chang'an did not inform his brothers in America beforehand. His purpose was clear: dealing with stock market affairs. His brothers reside in Los Angeles, but he must first establish himself in New York. Though in a foreign land, he knows that without local resources to assist him, he cannot move an inch. He contacted Alan's father to use his brokerage firm as a platform for placing orders. This is a necessary channel for legal entry into the market. However, he did not plan to hand over the authority to outsiders. Trust exists only among one's own. The trading instructions would still be controlled by He Dafu's team to ensure everything is flawless. As for Ran, he chose to temporarily avoid her. He wanted her to focus on her studies so that she could become a true support in the future. The next morning, Li Chang'an and He Dafu stepped into the core area of Wall Street, the largest securities trading center in the United States. The funds flowing in and out here daily reach hundreds of billions of US dollars, making it the heart of global capital. Once the Dow Jones Index fluctuates violently here, the global market will be thrown into turmoil. The tide of funds surges out from here, affecting every financial nerve. History has long verified every collapse of the U.S. stock market has never been an isolated incident. None of them has truly been confined within the country. This place is not only the engine of the United States, but also the financial hub of the world. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Lu Kowloon. This person is the securities representative recommended to Li Chang'an by Larry, responsible for connecting with brokerage affairs. Mr. Li, are you really not considering our professionals here? I can guarantee that each of them is experienced with unique insights and can provide precise advice based on market fluctuations. Lu Kowloon's tone was eager, clearly unwilling to let Li Chang'an, a potential important client, slip away. But Li Chang'an was well aware. The future direction of the market was already in his grasp, requiring no guidance from others. Thank you for your kindness, Lu Kowloon, but I truly do not need it. He spoke softly, with a tone both gentle and firm. Seeing the other party's resolute attitude, Lu Kowloon could only relent. All right, Mr. Li, please follow me. An hour later, the procedures were completed. Lu Kowloon assisted He Dafu and others in completing the account opening process, successfully establishing multiple accounts. Li Chang'an directly requested a VIP room. This expense was negligible to him. He had his subordinates familiarize themselves with the environment and scheduled to start operations promptly at 10 in the morning. Trading crude oil futures requires a margin deposit and signing contracts with delivery only upon expiration. The The trading mechanism at that time was far less convenient than in the future. Without computers to automatically place orders, everything relied on manual monitoring and execution, and any slight oversight could lead to missed opportunities. Dafu, proceed as planned. There's no need to be restrained. This place is vast, several hundred million in funds, won't stir any waves, Li Chang'an reminded. This is not the small market of Shangjiang. Investing several hundred million in Shangjiang would inevitably cause a stir. Here daily transactions in the billions are commonplace and his funds are but a drop in the ocean. Even so, Li Chang'an remained cautious. He feared attracting the attention of top traders the most. Once targeted, the consequences could be unimaginable. Before the oil crisis even erupted, his capital could be devoured by these giants. This place is like a wilderness where wolves roam, fraught with danger. A slight misstep could make one vanish without a trace. After arranging for his team to execute the tasks, Li Chang'an began to study the trends of the U.S. stock market. 7 days later, the blockade in the Iran-Iraq war escalated and the oil crisis fully erupted. At that time, the entire financial market would experience violent tremors, with countless asset prices plummeting and opportunities everywhere. Many industries would become as cheap as cabbage. Such an opportunity was rare, and he would never turn a blind eye. Although he had previously stated at the press conference that he would not expand in the short term and would focus on integrating Heiji Group, this was because at that time he had not yet recalled the impending crisis. Now that the opportunity lay before him, who would be willing to stand still? Such once-in-a-century opportunities once missed would be hard to find again. Li Chang'an understood that the real opportunity would not manifest in the stock market until after the Plaza Accord in September 1985. Before that, he had to seize the moment to accumulate capital. By 1985, he planned to take action and recover all the money from those small fry. How could they dare to be so arrogant? Establishing factories was an inevitable choice. He would never let go of the main line of industrial development. After pondering for a moment, his attention turned to the automotive manufacturing and telecommunications industries. The automotive industry was set to experience explosive growth in the 1990s, and it would be unstoppable as the new century approached. Such a track was worth early investment. As for the electronic sector, his Chang'an Group had already formed a vast system requiring no additional investment. Instead, he thought about approaching Old Xiao regarding Pingua Company. At that time, Apple was at a development bottleneck, lacking funds and support. It wasn't until the early 1980s that it truly got on track. While contemplating, Li Chang'an picked up a pen to take notes. There were too many quality enterprises in this era worth pursuing, but he couldn't be fully involved. Every step had to be taken cautiously, otherwise the entire historical trajectory would shift. He decided to personally manage only the most critical projects. Even if he held shares in Pingua in the future, he would not interfere in management. On the contrary, the future Chang'an Group might even become a formidable rival. Almost forgot about the chips. This thought suddenly flashed. He had worked long in relevant departments and had a deep understanding of Longguo's and even the world's reliance on chips. Now that there was an opportunity, he naturally had to prepare early. He immediately set aside other matters and began to contemplate which companies were worth entering. More noise. Intel. Alright, let's focus on these two founders. Unfortunately, there was currently no way to reach them. He could only ask a few old classmates to make the connections. Intel, the chip company, would not officially go public until 1986, and at present Moore and Noyce had yet to secure enough funding to develop the first generation of globally popular chips. Noyce attracted investors only after winning an award in 1979. The two finally launched their first products in 1982. By 1983, global chip sales reached $1 billion and continued to grow rapidly. On the day of its IPO in 1986, 12 million shares were sold out, and the closing price exceeded $5, giving the company a market value of $500 million. At that time, Intel's potential even surpassed that of Apple. For the following decades, regardless of market fluctuations, it remained steadfast. Most importantly, it held the core technology that the entire world was vying for. Such a company Li Chang'an could not afford to overlook. After confirming the chip company, Li Chang'an began to plan new industrial directions for his group in the United States. He set his sights on telecommunications technology, retail, heavy industry manufacturing plants, and the automotive industry, designating these fields as priorities for development. Real estate and the internet were excluded for now and not included in the investment plan. It wasn't until 1:30 p.m. when the stock market closed that he finished his day's work and left the trading floor. Upon returning to the hotel, he immediately called a few old classmates. "Jack, want to come to New York for a few days? Don't worry about the expenses. I've got it covered," Li Chang'an said casually. He knew these friends were not short on money but were used to being independent and unwilling to rely on their families. Since entering the business world, he had gained a deeper understanding of these individuals' backgrounds. Without exception, they all came from top-tier wealthy families with wealth levels far exceeding common imagination. Even though Li Chang'an's net worth had exceeded 1 billion USD in their eyes, this amount of assets was merely a drop in the bucket, hardly worth mentioning. Nevertheless, when measured within the Hong Kong region, his wealth was certainly among the top 10, if not the first. However, he had never limited his goals to Hong Kong. Since he had been reborn, that place was just the starting point. The real stage was the world. Only by facing off against international giants could he unleash his full fighting spirit. How many resources were the century-old conglomerates like Morgan Rockefeller Child and DuPont controlling at this moment? Li Chang'an felt a surge of curiosity within. Perhaps for these families, money was no longer the target of pursuit. What truly attracted them was the unseen yet omnipresent influence behind it. Whenever he thought about the future possibility of competing against these behemoths, Li Chang'an's heart became restless, as if the blood was surging through his veins. "Oh, good brother, with your words we will set off. We'll be in New York tomorrow." Jack was very excited upon receiving the news. "All right, you go and inform the other two. I won't call again," Li Chang'an replied. "No problem, see you tomorrow." "Good." Just after hanging up the phone, it rang again. Who would call at this time? It's probably Jack forgetting something. He casually picked up the phone. "Hello, is there anything else?" The voice from the receiver said, "Lee, this is Alan's father, Laris." Li Chang'an immediately composed himself. The casualness on his face vanished, and his tone turned respectful. "Mr. Laris, I'm truly sorry. I thought it was a friend's call, and I was a bit rude just now." "It's all right," the other party responded calmly. "Lee, I have something to ask you, and I hope you can answer truthfully. Did you come this time specifically for the oil matter?" Laris' tone was grave and serious. Li Chang'an knew that this question held significant weight in his heart. He pondered for a moment and was not surprised that the other party knew about his purchase of oil futures. For someone with Laris' network, the news from the U.S. Congress had never been a secret. After a brief silence, he spoke. "That's right, Mr. Laris. I can honestly tell you that I believe oil prices will inevitably rise." "Why are you so certain?" Laris' gaze sharpened and his tone revealed deep interest. "The war between Iran and Iraq will not stop. It will only escalate. Once it continues, global oil supply will inevitably be disrupted." Li Chang'an's tone was steady but carried an undeniable judgment. "Then what do you think will happen next?" "I believe you don't need to say it, I can guess." He countered with a question. Even so, Laris did not relax. "Saudi Arabia and other regions can still export oil. Aren't you worried about this variable?" "I've considered it," Li Chang'an nodded. "But all transportation routes must pass through the Strait of Hormuz. If a full-scale war breaks out between Iran and Iraq, blocking the shipping lanes is only a matter of time. At that time, would Saudi Arabia dare to risk transporting oil? Who could guarantee the safety of the ships passing through?" The other end of the phone suddenly fell silent. For over a minute, Laris remained silent. The air seemed to freeze until he slowly spoke. "Good boy. I must thank you. If your speculation turns out to be true, the American financial market will face tremendous turmoil which could spell disaster for my family." He added, "Lee, I sincerely thank you. Regardless of what the future holds, you have allowed us a glimpse of another possible crisis." His tone was sincere, even setting aside his status to express gratitude. This humility only underscored the severity of the situation. Li Chang'an was unaware of the extent of his family's control over various industries, only knowing that electronics was just a small part of it. He never inquired about the hidden businesses behind the scenes, nor did he wish to delve deeper. December 25, 1978. This day marked the Western New Year, referred to as Little New Year in America. The significance of Christmas here was akin to the bustling atmosphere we embrace before the Spring Festival. Li Chang'an held no particular feelings toward such holidays. But being in this place, he conformed to the customs. He chose to blend in, even if it was just for appearances. At 9:30 in the morning, fine snow was falling on the streets of New York. With the market closed for Saturday, the exchange's gates were tightly shut. Li Chang'an felt elated, casually handing over $100,000 to He Dafu and his group, saying, "Take it and spend, don't hold back." He himself took Guanjilin and Zhao Feng driving to the airport to pick up a few old classmates who were flying in from the east. Li Chang'an had reached this point with the support of others. Even with the memories of his past life, it would have been difficult to establish himself so swiftly without assistance. At 9:40, the flight from Los Angeles landed on time. "Lee, over here," Jack shouted, waving his hand, wearing his usual radiant smile. He was always full of energy, as if there were never any shadows in his life. Alan stood beside him, speaking little, with a calm demeanor. In contrast, Charlie was imbued with scholarly air, often mistaken for a dull student lost in his books. He seemed to go with the flow, nodding in agreement with whatever others said. But if one truly regarded him as inconsequential, that would be a grave misunderstanding. "Old friends, it's great to see you all." Li Chang'an stepped forward, quickly opening his arms to give them a firm hug. As his gaze shifted, the three simultaneously fixed their eyes on Guan Jilin, instantly stunned. "Heavens, Li, is this your girlfriend?" Sort of. Li Chang'an chuckled. Come on brothers, I haven't had breakfast yet. Just as he was about to usher everyone into the car, several bodyguards suddenly blocked Jack and his friends. Boss, these people pose a threat. The security personnel Jack brought were on high alert, their eyes locked firmly on Zhao Feng, and the others' hands poised in hidden positions, the atmosphere suddenly tense. Them. Jack followed the line of sight to the crowd behind Li Chang'an, his expression turning serious for the first time. He paused for a moment, his gaze scanning Zhao Feng and the others, lost in thought. Li, do you have connections in the Dragon Country as well? There was a hint of interest in his tone. Li Chang'an shook his head. You misunderstood, I just happened to run into them. Surprised, Jack said. I didn't expect you've heard of them. He did not press further, but his eyes revealed everything. He understood what these people represented. You're lucky, he said. My grandfather mentioned such people. When you encounter them, you must show respect. In that moment, Li Chang'an truly realized that this friend he had known for many years was far more unfathomable than he had imagined. Years of camaraderie and collaboration had only revealed to him a mere tip of the iceberg. Forget about them for now. Li Chang'an waved his hand. They are under my management now, no need for caution. Only then did the group pile into the car. 5 brand new top-tier luxury cars were lined up neatly, all purchased by Li Chang'an the previous day. Out in the world, not having a decent vehicle would ultimately be inconvenient. The money for the cars was nothing. Just the day before he had tasked a real estate company to find a residence, and they had agreed to meet at 11 in the morning to view properties. As the car doors closed and the engine hummed softly, the others inside occasionally stole glances at Guan Jilin, unabashedly admiring her. Even the usually reserved Charlie couldn't help but sneak a few looks. Li, could you introduce us to a girlfriend like that? Jack suddenly spoke up. Li Chang'an chuckled. Of course, just come to Xiangjiang. I have a television station and a film company. E-stars are everywhere. Really? The three asked in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Even the most reserved person could not hide the thrill within them regarding such matters. Of course it's possible. Great, I believe you. After breakfast, they headed to view the property they had selected. It was a spacious estate pleasantly situated, covering a vast area, and ultimately sold for $1,500. Li Chang'an felt a bit reluctant. This amount, converted to over 100 million Hong Kong dollars, was enough to buy a luxury home on the peak in Xiangjiang. Yet the house was indeed worth the price. After experiencing the recent stock market fluctuations, he understood that he would frequently travel to America in the future, making it essential to have a place to stay. Xiao Luo, take a few people with you to tidy up the house with the agent. Buy anything that's missing immediately and move in tonight, Li Chang'an instructed. Understood, boss. Although the house was fully furnished, Li Chang'an was accustomed to using his own things. The bed must be replaced and daily necessities needed to be repurchased. Let's head out, Jack, you lead the way. I've never really explored New York before, Li Chang'an said with a smile. Sure, follow me. By the afternoon, Jack indeed led everyone to appreciate the sights of New York, and along the way he casually bought a few tickets for a basketball game scheduled for that evening. Li Chang'an had no interest in basketball himself and did not know any players, but he suddenly thought it might be quite interesting to buy a team. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. Jack, can you contact the team owner? I want to try buying a team. What do you think? Li Chang'an asked. I fully support it. I've thought about this idea for a long time. I just never had the money. Leave it to me and we should go for the Knicks. I've always liked them the most. The Knicks. Li Chang'an, although not a basketball fan, had heard that name in the past. What he remembered most was actually the Rockets, due to the presence of Yao Ming. Other commonly heard names were the Lakers, one of the most frequently mentioned teams. However, he was uncertain whether the Lakers and Rockets existed in this era. Jack, doesn't Los Angeles have the Lakers? And does Houston also have the Rockets? He asked. You know about these teams? Jack replied. You used to say you didn't understand basketball. Turns out you were just pretending. Well, they all exist, but compared to the Knicks, they fall far short. Even though the Lakers were his hometown team, he felt no sense of belonging. It was evident that the current Knicks must be incredibly strong to earn Jack's admiration. Let's not rush into a decision. Let's see more. Come on, let's stroll around Broadway and buy some gifts to take back, Li Chang'an suggested. A group of people walked into Broadway, immediately entering shopping mode. In less than an hour, Zhao Feng and the others had their hands full with various bags. Soon the sky began to darken. The bodyguards beside Jack were laden with shopping bags, while Guan Jilin beamed with joy, picking up everything she fancied. For someone obsessed with luxury brands like her, these high-end items were simply irresistible. Around 6 o'clock, they set off for dinner as the game at the arena was about to commence at 7:30. Jack, I have a few businesses I want to acquire locally, but am not clear on their specific locations. Can you help me inquire about them? Li Chang'an asked. He harbored a concern. He was not a U.S. citizen and was unsure whether foreign nationals were allowed to hold shares in local companies. He knew that the locals often held reservations about people with Eastern backgrounds, which troubled him. He had considered having Iran acquire U.S. citizenship so she could manage and purchase the assets under her name in the future. This thought lingered in his mind. He planned to observe a while longer before making a decision until he fully understood Iran's character. This kind of thing can be left to Charlie San. They excel in locating people and negotiating acquisitions. Jack spoke casually. Li Chang'an turned to Charlie San. Can you handle it? No problem. Just give me the company names and I'll arrange for someone to check it out. Once you find out, do you plan to buy it outright or take a stake? Li Chang'an was secretly astonished. The three classmates seemed to take everything lightly. No matter how complex the issue, it sounded trivial coming from them. All right, I'll compile the list tonight and give it to you tomorrow, he said. If he could smoothly acquire the equity through Charlie Sen's connections, it would be ideal, saving him the hassle of probing each company individually and saving a considerable amount of time. Not long after dinner, everyone hurried to the gymnasium. There was little time left before the game began. Li Chang'an, having lived two lives, was attending a basketball game in person for the first time. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. January 3rd, Monday. Several classmates returned to their hometowns one after another to reunite with their families for the New Year holiday. In Europe, the New Year is primarily celebrated at Christmas, while in the U.S., although Christmas is significant, January 1st is regarded as the official New Year. The stock market closed for one day on January 1st, and if January 2nd was not a weekend, it would open as usual. However, January 2nd of this year happened to fall on a Saturday, so the market would resume trading on January 3rd, a Monday. Starting from the first Monday of November, daylight saving time begins, and stock trading hours are from 10:30 a.m. to 5:00 p.m. with no breaks in between. In just 4 days, He Dafu and others had invested all of Li Chang'an's $350 million into the U.S. market, purchasing over 20 million barrels of crude oil at an average price of $15 per barrel. In recent days, oil prices had continued to rise sharply, climbing from an initial $13 to $18, with a noticeable upward trend and momentum. The older generation, who had navigated the stock market for years, had already sensed the danger from the turmoil in the Iran-Iraq situation and the rising oil prices. They decisively liquidated their holdings and withdrew from the market. Yet many others held on to a sense of luck or believed the situation was manageable and took the opportunity to buy in large quantities. The trading volume in these days remained high, indicating just how severe the blind optimism in the market was. On this day, while the U.S. was still immersed in the New Year's atmosphere, the morning news struck like thunder, shaking not only the nation but also alarming the entire globe. U.S. time, 6:30 a.m. Major newspapers quickly filled the newsstands. By around 8 o'clock, people gradually awoke, and upon flipping through the newspapers, all displayed shocked expressions. Those involved in the stock market immediately rushed to the exchange. Though the doors were not yet open, the crowd had already surrounded the entrance, jostling to secure favorable positions, waiting to rush in and sell their stocks as soon as the doors opened. The reason was splashed across the front page: the Iran-Iraq war had fully erupted. Both sides issued orders simultaneously prohibiting any foreign vessels from entering their territorial waters, with violators deemed as hostile targets. Meanwhile, the Iran-Iraq Oil Alliance announced a complete halt to all oil exports effective immediately, with no timeline for resumption. This news was like adding insult to injury, plunging all investors into panic. They had thought that war would not truly ignite, but reality struck them mercilessly. Anyone with a bit of common sense understood that the simultaneous cutoff of supplies from the two major oil-producing countries meant that global oil supply would tighten immediately. The surge in oil prices was just the beginning. Shipping, aviation, automobile manufacturing, and numerous industrial chains reliant on oil would face a fuel shortage crisis. Should production halt and transportation be interrupted, the consequences would be dire. The entire economic system could be shaken and the stock market would inevitably collapse. If the conflict persisted and external supplies could not fill the gap, the market would surely descend into chaos. Stocks in hand, if not sold in time, would soon become worthless pieces of paper. However, initially, regions heavily dependent on oil such as the U.S., Western Europe, and East Nanya still held a glimmer of hope. After all, although the Iran-Iraq cutoff would create tension, other oil-producing countries could still fill part of the gap. The worst outcome would merely be skyrocketing oil prices. Countries had begun preparing materials, planning to pressure Iran and Iraq through a united front, hoping for a swift resolution to the conflict to avoid larger waves. However, at 10 o'clock in the morning, another report came in. All remaining hopes were instantly dashed, and the last glimmer of hope was completely extinguished. The situation they feared most had finally become real. The 4 Middle Eastern countries simultaneously released notices that due to the Iran-Iraq conflict, their oil fields could no longer operate normally, and all oil exports were immediately suspended. Once the regional situation stabilized and the blockade was lifted, transportation and delivery processes would immediately resume. Once the news broke, the shockwaves were felt beyond just the financial market. Core decision-makers from numerous multinational corporations in the U.S. And Western Europe, upon learning of the situation, immediately convened closed-door meetings to formulate emergency plans. The situation continued to escalate. Administrative and energy regulatory agencies across various regions swiftly responded, issuing emergency directives, requiring all levels of supervisors to convene response meetings and activate crisis plans. In a secret estate somewhere in Los Angeles, dozens of elderly family leaders gathered together, each accompanied by a young successor. None of these individuals were anything but members of the most influential tycoon families in the U.S. And the young people behind them were predetermined successors. They had received internal notifications 24 hours prior, which was why they had arranged this secret meeting in advance. David Rockefeller, you are the largest oil supplier in the U.S., and such a significant change came without any warning. Now we face the risk of supply interruption. What do you suggest we do? An elderly man with white hair questioned coldly. David remained silent. He understood that this intelligence failure was indeed negligence, resulting in the entire national energy system being put in a passive position. A few days ago, my son Larry issued a warning, but who took it seriously? Being overly clever has led us to an uncontrollable situation. Let's see who can shoulder this responsibility. Speaking was Alan's grandfather, his tone steady, yet carrying an undeniable authority.